Federal Calendar Year 7708. In the Interstellar Federation within the Twilight Starfield lies resource planet No.17 of the Old Era. It is a resource world that has been almost completely forgotten by the Federation's upper echelons. A century ago, the rich yuan-stone veins buried beneath this planet were savagely stripped clean by the Interstellar Federation. From then on, this world known as Planet No.17 gradually faded from the memory of almost everyone. Of course, even in the face of exhausted resources, there were still those who could not forget this planet, namely the people who continued to live upon it. In the lower district of Qinghuang City, tens of thousands of descendants of relocated miners eke out their days. This place is the slums. When the Federation finished exploiting this resource star, those migrant miners were forced to settle here and make it their unwilling home. To the Federation, these miners seem to have lost all value, reduced to dispensable burdens. When tens of thousands of people were suddenly stripped of mining, their only means of livelihood. And when they learned that the Federation would no longer take responsibility for their futures, they naturally became the most dangerous and chaotic group on the planet. They are the ones who sacrificed and at the same time the ones who were forgotten. At this moment, in the midst of this slum on a wide yet dilapidated street, all kinds of people live here, and the diversity of its residents only makes the street more chaotic. Even the center of the road is piled high with garbage. In the air, an old discarded newspaper drifts by from time to time, perhaps once the makeshift shelter of some homeless soul. A woman in shabby clothes hurries forward, her expression flustered. She pointedly ignores the wolfish looks that the people along the street occasionally cast in her direction. Her hair is disheveled and loosely draped down her back, as though the weight of life has already crushed her, leaving her no energy for such small matters. Dark circles ring her eyes, evidence that she has not slept properly for a long time. Soon the local residents of this street fix their attention on her. They have targeted this outsider who seems so out of place. In a street notorious as a gray zone, a woman this panicked is naturally a tender, harmless little lamb. Two dark-skinned, muscular repairmen step out of a mechanical workshop and quietly fall in behind her. Old combat knives hang openly and gleam at their waists, brazenly displayed. In the shops on either side, the local residents inside notice this scene and curl their lips into cruel, disdainful smiles. Young people really are impatient. For such a delicacy you should wait until her fear reaches its peak, only then is it truly enjoyable. Ever since that man came, there hasn't been much fun to watch on this street. Slowly the outsider woman realizes something from the blatant, undisguised stares on both sides. She has been marked. The woman, moving in panic, suddenly halts her trembling steps. Forcing her dry throat to work, she opens her mouth and shouts toward the street on both sides, "Mr. Loren. I am here to find Mr. Loren." At her words, the hunting atmosphere on the street vanishes at once. Those malicious brazen gazes quietly withdraw. The two repairmen who had been following a short distance behind her are suddenly nowhere to be seen. The moment they heard her shout, the two repairmen had used the fastest speed of their lives to bolt back into the mechanical workshop, as though they had never gone out hunting at all. "Damn it! That bitch is here for that monster Loren!" One of them roars in rage after rushing back inside. "Enough! Keep your voice down. You should be glad we hadn't laid a hand on her yet. That monster Loren's methods toward anyone who targets his clients are extremely cruel," the other says, shuddering with belated fear. Even as his words fall, the workshop's window glass shatters, pierced by two bullets from nowhere. The speeding bullets, after smashing the window, do not pause at all. They rush into the room and whirl in circles inside as though searching for their intended targets. The bullets spiral through the room at such a slow pace that the patterns etched on their surfaces can be seen clearly, as if they are deliberately toying with their prey. Seeing their own shop window shatter, the two repairmen's pupils contract sharply. They leap and dash for the street outside. Run! It's Loren's bullets. As they flee for their lives, they still find breath to shout warnings to each other. They rush out of the workshop at full speed and reach the broad yet cluttered street. Inside, the two bullets swirling through the air seem to finally lock onto their targets. They shoot out in a straight line toward the fleeing men. Bang! Bang! With two explosive sounds as the bullets enter their skulls, the two repairmen, now headless, collapse in full view onto the street. The force of the exploding rounds has freed them forever from all earthly troubles. Blood gushes from the stumps of their necks, spreading across the ground and staining the pavement red. Thus the massacre unfolds right here on this street, at once a warning to everyone who lives here and a unique performance born purely of personal taste. Such scenes are nothing out of the ordinary for the various shops along the street. No one even bothers to come out and take a look. At the very center of this street stands a two-story building with a sign over the door that reads Crow Agency. A young man with a gentle countenance unhurriedly pushes open the office door. He emerges wearing an impeccably chosen black top hat, black hair hanging loosely down his back. A black overcoat drapes his frame paired with black dress trousers from the old interstellar era and heavy black military boots of that bygone age. Most striking of all, a single white blossom is pinned to his chest. Second only to that is the jet-black crow perched upon his shoulder. Amusingly, the crow occasionally helps tidy the long hair draped down his back as if constantly maintaining the young man's immaculate appearance. When he steps out, a hand-painted sign casually propped to the side is jostled by the opening door and tilts askew. The young man, having stepped out, moves with practiced ease to the side and gently sets his hand-painted sign upright again. After straightening the simple sign, he turns and with elegant poise removes his hat in a gentlemanly salute to the confused, helpless woman standing in the middle of the street. "A pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. I believe you must be looking for me." The crow on his shoulder does not lose its balance at his movement. Instead, it stands steady upon his shoulder and as he moves bobs its small head toward her as if nodding in greeting as well. "Is this Mr. Loren?" a panicked lady asked as she looked at the young man who had just pushed the door open, her eyes showing a flash of surprise that momentarily overwhelmed her panic. She had never imagined that the illustrious Mr. Loren could be so youthful. "At least on this street no one would dare impersonate me," seemed to echo in her mind. "Mr. Loren," replied calmly to the lady. Hearing his soothing tone, she visibly exhaled a sigh of relief as if she had finally found the one she sought. Then Loren invited the slightly clumsy lady into his office, the crow office. Once inside, her eyes wandered restlessly around the room. She scrutinized the decor, trying to gauge the character of the person she sought by observing the style of the surroundings. The interior of the office was dominated by a somber black tone. A variety of firearms and books cluttered the corners and near the staircase, creating a scene of disorder. Yet in the central area everything appeared neat and distinguished. A rather large old-fashioned brown sofa commanded a significant portion of the space. On the sofa's armrest lay a well-worn book with a damaged cover clearly read frequently. The title on it read, "The Natural Sect and the Natural Environment Protection Act." Opposite the classical sofa stood a spacious traditional desk with a matching black chair. On the desk only a notebook and a revolver were arranged with meticulous care. Behind the desk was a life-sized bird's nest forged from black steel. This peculiar contraption, aside from its somewhat menacing appearance, was entirely bare. There wasn't even a space designated for food, as if it were merely an odd decorative artifact. After surveying the room, she deduced that except for the bizarre bird's nest, all the furnishings were high-end items imported from the upper district of Chinkwang City. Seeing this, some of her worries began to ease. It appeared that Mr. Loren was indeed a man of considerable capabilities. To possess such ostensibly pointless decorations in a slum was far from ordinary. Seated behind his classical and dignified desk, Loren spoke in an even tone. "Madam, you may now reveal the purpose of your visit." Now in a relatively safe space, the lady managed to steady her frantic heart. Upon hearing his words, she first gathered her scattered thoughts. She seemed to need a moment to choose her words carefully. After a pause, she finally said, "Mr. Loren, my name is Xia. I have come here to find my husband. 7 days ago he went missing. After extensive inquiries, I discovered that he was taken by the wild dog gang. Finally, an intelligence hunter recommended you, Mr. Loren. That hunter told me you handle such troubles with unmatched efficiency." After listening, Loren pondered for a moment which unscrupulous intelligence hunter would dare recommend him to his client. After all, his reputation in the interstellar hunter world was not the best. "Ms. Xia, I understand your purpose," Loren said with a nod. As for that dishonorable intelligence hunter, Loren didn't even recall who it might have been. In this chaotic era, unprincipled interstellar hunters were plentiful, unlike himself. "So are you here to commission me to obliterate the wild dog gang?" Loren continued. Ms. Xia's expression froze momentarily as she looked at him with a trace of astonishment. "No. Of course not. I merely wish to retrieve my husband, Ms. Xia replied softly, bowing her head in modesty as if to show her lack of means. "And I cannot afford such an exorbitant price in yuan stones." At this, Loren smiled gently. "Beautiful madam, do not worry about these trivialities. Among interstellar hunters there is a well-known saying. The client is an interstellar hunter's greatest asset, and helping others is a virtue." After a brief pause, Loren picked up the revolver from the desk and continued, "Unlike other interstellar hunters, I relish witnessing the struggle and bravery of a living soul. This 6-chamber revolver holds only a single bullet. Even I do not know its whereabouts. Care to wager on your luck, madam? Your reward might well be your courage and fortune. After 5 shots, regardless of the outcome, madam, I shall accept your commission." With that, Loren placed the revolver before Ms. Xia, signaling for her to make her selection. Then Loren sat upright behind his classical desk, watching the lady standing opposite with keen interest. His lips curled upward as if admiring an exquisite piece of art, anticipating her choice. Ms. Xia's face showed internal struggle. After a moment of hesitation she resolutely said, "No, I cannot, Mr. Loren. For if when my husband is rescued he were to discover that I have perished he would surely follow me into death." Loren remarked, unsurprised by her refusal. "Not everyone has the courage to face death, Hedon, unlike me. Those unwilling to confront mortality cling to attachments in this world." Thus Loren resolved to change the terms of payment for this penniless lady. Having not received a commission for too long he had grown exceedingly bored. For one of his infamous reputation only those driven to desperate measures would seek him out. Loren quietly put away the revolver, now loaded with only one bullet. At that moment the crow perched on Loren's shoulder flew off. It skillfully flapped its wings and alighted in front of Ms. Xia. Then using its beak the crow plucked one of its own black feathers and handed it to the lady. Ms. Xia accepted the feather, nervously unsure of its meaning. The unknown always breeds fear. After offering its feather the crow returned to Loren's shoulder and settled down for a nap. Then Loren announced his new condition. "Madam, use the revolver in your hand to end the lives of 7 individuals. Anyone will do. If you return unscathed I will still honor your commission," he added. Ms. Xia's face registered a flash of astonishment. "But it's only a feather." No sooner had she spoken than the black feather in her hand radiated a dazzling purple-black light. After the flash the black feather vanished, replaced by a brand new black and gold revolver. Faced with this marvel, Ms. Xia looked at the new firearm in her hand with astonishment and curiosity. "Is this the power of Mr. Loren? Truly miraculous." She breathed in awe. "I wish you a fruitful hunt, madam. You have 3 days." After his words Loren rose from behind his desk, ready to see his guest off. Only after a moment of amazement did Ms. Xia gradually regain her composure. Thereafter she gripped the revolver tightly. It became her sole hope for rescuing her husband. Seeing Loren prepare to see her off she politely excused herself. Yet as she stepped out the office's main door a sudden thought struck her. With a complex expression Ms. Xia turned back and asked, "Mr. Loren, may I ask how many bullets does the revolver in my hand contain?" Loren once again flashed his gentlemanly smile, caressing the crow on his shoulder as he replied, 6. "Good luck, madam." Ms. Xia nervously put away her revolver and left. Then Loren took out a glimmering energy body, a yuan stone, from his desk drawer. The crow on his shoulder skillfully opened its beak, resembling a black hole, as it absorbed the yuan stone, which was slightly larger than its own head. After absorbing the yuan stone the crow regained its spirit, appearing lively once more. New feathers began to grow in place of the ones that had fallen out, rejuvenated. Moreover, the crow's gaze became even more lively. Let us anticipate what surprises this Ms. Xia will bring us. Once Loren saw the crow restored to its former self, he stared absently in the direction where Ms. Xia had left. In her mind, Ms. Xia began to contemplate Loren's words. "I enjoy witnessing the struggles of vibrant souls. 3 days' time. The revolver in hand has only 6 bullets but must kill 7 people. Anyone will do. I must remain unharmed." Ms. Xia extracted these critical requirements from her mind. The challenge was not about 6 bullets ending 7 lives, but rather the constraints of 3 days and remaining unharmed. She quietly felt the revolver in her arms, her frantic heart calming slightly. With a weapon in hand the urge to kill arose. A plan slowly formed in the lattice mind. Ms. Xia walked directly onto the street, stopping beside the corpses of the 2 mechanical repairmen who had followed her. "I hope you can provide me with some assistance, even if it's just a little." Vera Xia stood in the pool of blood, bending down to search the 2 headless corpses. After a while Vera Xia stood up in disappointment, her hands stained with blood. She had hoped to find some convenient weapons on the 2 unscrupulous mechanical repairmen. Unfortunately she found nothing but 2 old battle knives. Even worse, she did not know how to use them and her strength did not support fighting with the old battle knives. However, she ultimately took the 2 somewhat old battle knives with her. Having something was better than nothing, just in case. Vera Xia casually walked into a shop by the street. The few people inside looked at her warily when she entered. The people in the shop stared at this unexpected guest with caution and wariness. Their past experiences told them that once this lady walked out of Loren's accursed office, she was no longer the frail outsider but a dangerous lunatic. "Madam, you shouldn't be here. We are not your hunting targets." One of the people in the shop warily spoke to Xia. As he spoke he also revealed his weapon at his waist, hoping Xia would retreat. Ms. Zia's expression froze. She thought she could launch a surprise attack. So that's how it is. It seems Mr. Loren has done this before. Sorry to intrude. May I ask where I can sell these 2 battle knives? Seeing she had not achieved her goal, Ms. Xia asked this instead. The shop at the end of the street buys weapons. The man remained focused on Xia. Thank you, sorry for the disturbance. Ms. Xia slowly retreated, glancing at the others. After exiting the shop, Vera Xia walked directly toward the shop at the end of the street. A place that buys weapons naturally also sells them. Vera Xia found the shop at the end of the street and after surveying it from outside walked in. She was not afraid of being deceived by the few people inside. In a sense, she now had Loren backing her. They might deceive others, but judging by their reactions they likely did not want to provoke her current self. At least on this street she was safe. Having come to this conclusion, she confidently walked into the dilapidated weapon shop. Inside there was only one person, a middle-aged man who could be referred to as Uncle. Seeing Xia enter, he smiled and stared at Vera Xia. Madam, you are not the first to walk out of Mr. Loren's office and come directly to me. But your reaction is the calmest. Ms. Xia ignored the middle-aged man's teasing and placed the 2 battle knives on the counter. How much for these 2 battle knives? The styles are crude and they are quite old. Their price is negligible. However, they are still worth 2 bullets. The middle-aged man at the weapon shop replied with a smile. Then, fearing that Ms. Xia might not understand the meaning of his words, he added, they fit the bullets for the revolver you have. Hearing this, Ms. Zia's eyes lit up. Deal. After the middle-aged man took the 2 old battle knives, he retrieved 2 individually packaged bullets from the counter and handed them to Ms. Xia. Madam, I wish you a pleasant hunt. After Xia took the 2 bullets, she prepared to leave. Thank you. At that moment, the middle-aged man revealed a smile of triumph. I forgot to mention, the people killed with these 2 bullets will not be recognized by Mr. Loren. Ms. Xia paused her footsteps, turning to look at the middle-aged man. After staring at the middle-aged man for a long time, Xia said nothing and simply left. The middle-aged man chuckled to himself. These little sheep, after gaining power, always fail to recognize their own weight. They are somewhat naive. The 2 individually packaged bullets were merely his means to deceive Vera Xia. The revolver given by Loren is special. Other bullets may fit, but they only fit. Non-original bullets will lose their miraculous effects. What a great day to have gotten 2 battle knives for free, he said in a good mood. After a while, Ms. Xia pushed the door open and entered the weapon shop again. Upon entering, she said nothing more and directly raised her black and gold revolver, firing 2 shots at him. Bang. Bang. Uncle, here are your bullets back. After 2 shots, Ms. Xia turned and left without saying another word. In front of the middle-aged man in the weapon shop, a transparent energy barrier appeared, blocking the 2 bullets he had just sold. Having sustained no injuries, he retracted the barrier in front of him, shaking his head and saying, "Wow. Mr. Loren's client this time really has a temper." Ms. Xia stepped out of the weapon shop, reloading the 2 original bullets she had previously removed into the chamber of her black gold revolver. The 2 bullets she had just fired were sold to her by an unscrupulous middle-aged man. She had just returned those 2 useless bullets to him in her own way. It's just a pity that she couldn't successfully take her revenge. Now she had returned to her original state. 1 revolver, 6 bullets. Even the 2 combat knives she had found were gone. Sigh. Ms. Xia sighed. I should head home first. She lifted her feet and slowly left the street. Meanwhile, in the Crow office. Through the black gold revolver in Ms. Xia's hand, Loren witnessed everything happening around her. He opened his tightly shut eyes. How can I share my joy? Loren murmured to himself, filled with melancholy. He plucked a black feather from the crow on his shoulder. Then the black feather in Loren's hand emitted light and gathered into a ball. Subsequently, the black feather transformed into a black gold revolver. Unlike the revolver in Ms. Xia's hand, this one was adorned with intricate golden patterns along the barrel. Overall, this revolver appeared more luxurious, longer, and its design more extravagant than the one held by Ms. Xia. Loren raised the ornate revolver in his hand, aiming at the sky outside the window, and fired 2 shots. Bang. Bang. The bullets shot out the window and quickly vanished from sight. At the end of the street inside the weapon shop, the middle-aged man behind the counter seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Crow office. In that case, let me take this opportunity to gauge your strength, Mr. Loren. Faced with Loren's incoming bullets, the weapon shop owner responded in a simple and brute manner. He opened his energy shield intending to withstand the attack. Although everyone on this street knew that Loren's bullets were quite peculiar, he was still very confident in his defense. Having navigated the gray areas for many years, if he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, he would have long since perished on this cannibalistic planet. The water-like energy shield enveloped his entire body. This unique sense of security made him feel very at ease. In fact, he was somewhat excited to finally confront the uncrowned king of the street, a battle he had been anticipating for a long time. Come on, Loren. Delight me with your power. 2 bullets quickly arrived in the weapon shop, once again breaking through the window. However, this time the bullets that entered the building did not hover in the air but instead struck directly against the water-like energy shield. Boom! Boom! The consecutive sounds of explosions echoed throughout the street. The weapon shop collapsed under the immense explosions. As for the weapon shop owner, who was so confident in his defense, he now stood alone amidst the ruins, still standing tall. However, he looked somewhat miserable. Blood trickled down his head, covering his face, giving him a fierce and unwilling expression. Covered in wounds, he shakily pulled out a small communicator from his pocket, using his last bit of strength to send a message. This is Federal Agent 980-6669. I am currently located at Resource Star No.17 in the Twilight Star domain. After retiring, I encountered a dangerous individual and now my life has reached its end. Please be on the lookout for an interstellar hunter named Loren. He is a mysterious psychic, yet to reveal any other abilities from different systems. His level is estimated to be at least Tier 2, possibly a Tier 3 psychic or even higher. But this is all I could ascertain. I couldn't even withstand 2 of his bullets. I am sorry. To the federal agents who encounter him next, please exercise caution. Federal immortality. After saying this, the middle-aged man standing amidst the ruins collapsed backward, ending his life as a federal agent navigating the gray areas. In the distant depths of space on a gigantic planet within a grand floating city. As the main star of the Twilight Star domain, countless pieces of information arrive daily, along with numerous orders being dispatched. Amidst this endless exchange of information, a piece of news regarding an interstellar hunter was overlooked. Despite it being information obtained at the cost of a retired federal agent's life. However, Resource Star No.17 had already been abandoned by the Federation, and any changes regarding this planet had been downgraded to the lowest priority. Moreover, it was just information about a low-tier interstellar hunter. This piece of information fell into the ocean like a grain of dust, stirring no waves, and sank into silence. The fall of life often stirs no ripples, especially in this era. The Federation is vast and decayed. In the lower district of Qingquang City, on a desolate street, Loren stood by the window admiring his artistic creation from afar. The shattered ruins often filled Loren with a deep sense of satisfaction. A retired federal agent. Interesting. Things seem to be getting intriguing. Loren whispered to himself, his tone filled with anticipation. It was clear that the long period of monotony had driven him to madness. Even facing the Federation, he only felt excitement and thrill, not a trace of fear. Life only blooms brilliant sparks through intense clashes. Let me feel the joy of life. I am truly looking forward to it. Following Loren's poetic chant, a deep yet mad laughter followed. Loren's eerie laughter echoed through the desolate street once more. Those nearby the Crow office, frightened, quietly moved away, fearing they would become playthings to the owner of that laughter. At this moment, Ms. Xia had returned to her home. Ms. Xia's residence was also located in a slum. Compared to the desolate street, the only difference here was that most of the residents were ordinary people, devoid of the dangers and vitality of the gray areas. Simultaneously, a heavy atmosphere filled this place, with exhaustion and weariness etched on everyone's faces. Their eyes also seemed unfocused, as if they had lost their light. Having returned to her home, Ms. Xia shed the calm demeanor she had displayed earlier, collapsing heavily onto the large, worn-out double bed. Returning to her true self, she unconsciously sighed. Then she reached for the photo frame on the bedside and gently traced her fingers over the image of the man in the picture. Unknowingly, tears had filled her cheeks. Evan, wait for me. I will definitely save you. After boosting her spirits, Ms. Xia regained her composure. She gently kissed the photo before quietly placing the frame back on the bedside. She rose from the bed and quietly made her way to the kitchen. After consuming a pile of worthless junk food to replenish her stomach, she found a pair of not-so-sharp scissors. Tears streaming down her face, she slowly and resolutely cut off her long brown hair. Soon a short-haired Ms. Xia appeared. At the same time, her expression hardened. It was as if with the disappearance of her hair, her weakness and collapse also vanished. It's time to go hunting, there's only 2.5 days left. She donned her husband's work attire practically yet worn, ensuring the black and gold revolver was tucked safely in her embrace. She silently pushed open the door of her home. Stepping into the night, she walked slowly into the darkness. The night in the slums was both chaotic and serene. There were no intact lighting facilities, the sparse streetlights were mostly broken. The few remaining lamps emitted only a faint light, barely illuminating the silhouettes of those passing by. Those moving through the night could only rely on the weak light and their memories from the day. Meanwhile, due to the extreme temperature difference between day and night on resource star No.17, those who ventured out in the slums night wrapped themselves tightly. Beneath their thick clothing they not only shielded themselves from the cold but also concealed numerous weapons and contraband. How many good-hearted people are willing to step into the slums night? Under such circumstances, Ms. Xia commenced her hunting. She disguised herself as a desperate woman in need of contraband, swaying as she leaned against the wall. When she encountered someone, she would ask vaguely, "Friend, do you have any drunken needles? I can offer anything." Like a hedonist who had just used contraband and was not quite clear-headed. Along the way, most of those who encountered Ms. Xia saw her condition and steered clear of her. In the slums, being associated with drunken needles represented illness and misfortune. Such individuals held no value. Contraband would utterly destroy a person's mind, turning them into a muddled hedonist. Only a very few long-term single drifters, upon seeing Ms. Xia in this state, grinned wickedly and led her into a hidden corner. "Lost little girl, follow me, I have what you need." Those drifters, thinking they could take advantage, led Ms. Xia into the corner. What followed was the sound of a gunshot. Bang. Subsequently, Ms. Xia walked out of the hidden dark corner as if nothing had happened. In the quiet night of the slums, gunfire was a characteristic sound here. Her shot blended in, not feeling out of place but rather harmonious. After a while she resumed her original guise, waiting for the next prey to take the bait. The night passed quickly. Ms. Xia's harvest was plentiful. 4 people and I can complete Mr. Loren's task tonight, Ms. Xia murmured as she prepared to go home. After her efforts throughout the night, she had personally ended the lives of 4 drifters with that revolver. These unarmed drifters had very poor physical conditions due to long-term malnutrition. She felt somewhat fortunate for her choice. She had hardly encountered any effective resistance the previous night. She effortlessly achieved her hunting. Just before dawn, she returned to her small dilapidated home with satisfaction. After confirming that no one was following her, Ms. Xia cautiously entered her home. Once inside, she wearily removed her husband's work attire and checked the revolver, which still had 2 bullets left. Then she went to the shabby kitchen to prepare something to eat, fulfilling her hunger. After consuming the not-so-delicious food, she returned to her bedroom, embraced the photo frame and fell into a deep sleep. Despite the successful hunt last night, her mental state had been tense throughout. She feared any unexpected incidents during the hunting. The night in the slums was always filled with surprises and dangers. Fortunately, her luck had been good last night. In the evening, Ms. Xia finally woke up from her bed. Still half asleep, she lay in bed, beginning to recall her hunting action from the previous night. She started to reflect on her shortcomings and areas for improvement. I was too passive. What if the one I hooked was a tough character? Perhaps I should be more proactive and choose my targets myself. Ms. Xia gazed at the faded ceiling, lost in thought. After summarizing the areas where she needed to improve, she slowly got out of bed. After placing the photo frame of herself and her husband back in its place, she exited the bedroom and went to the kitchen. After casually eating something to fill her stomach, Ms. Xia returned to her bedroom, preparing to rest her eyes. Tonight she had another hunting operation. A hunting operation far more difficult than last night. Without being injured, she needed to resolve 3 people with 2 bullets. After it got completely dark, lying in her bedroom, Ms. Xia opened her eyes. She changed into the work attire she wore last night, tucked the revolver in, and once again stepped out of her home. In the dark, foul-smelling environment of the slum, a woman in work attire moved cautiously, selecting her target for the night. She walked along the street, scanning the dimly lit areas in the darkness. As she passed a weak streetlight, someone called out to her. "Hey little girl, looking for some fun?" 2 men selling contraband here, one older and the other younger. The 2 were chatting under the streetlight, waiting for business to come their way. The younger man noticed the sneaky Ms. Xia and half-jokingly called out to her. Ms. Xia, standing in the darkness, silently observed the 2 men under the streetlight. Her right hand rested in her work pocket, gripping the black and gold revolver. The 3 of them stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere felt off. The 2 men selling contraband also sensed something amiss. The quieter man politely said to Ms. Xia, sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Ms. Xia did not respond to the middle-aged man's words, remaining silent as if deep in thought. After a while Ms. Xia, standing at the edge of the dark street, regretfully shook her head. After nodding at the two men, she quietly departed along the street. She accepted their apology. It's a pity there were only two of them. Ms. Xia felt a tinge of regret. After her figure disappeared into the distance, the man who had spoken apologized, finally sighed in relief and said heavily to his companion, remember kid, anything can happen at night in the slums. We're just here to do business, don't create trouble for yourself. Also tonight I saved your life. As a businessman wandering in the night, he had keenly sensed the danger and defused it in time. After departing, Xia continued to roam the darkness, meticulously selecting her prey. Along the way she encountered many souls, vagrants and dealers of contraband. Most of all were those who went out at night to buy banned goods. The moment they saw Xia, instinct took over and they steered well clear of her path. Tonight the dangerous aura that clung to Xia felt particularly pronounced. For those who live in the dark, the most vital skill is the ability to discern danger. This is the first lesson and the most important. Those who fail to learn it will be found in the slums corners at dawn. Dead eyes unclosed. After walking a while, Xia noticed this pattern and halted. Why does everyone seem to avoid me tonight, she wondered, but no clear answer came to her. At last Xia could only chalk it up to her bearing, which had grown a little like Mr. Laolan's. Perhaps people had sensed danger and kept their distance. This was troublesome. I still need to hunt, she thought, a faint ache pressing at her temples as she walked on. Xia found a shadowed, secluded corner and settled into concealment, masking her silhouette. If everyone avoids me, she thought, then I will simply wait for prey to pass. She lay in ambush through half the night and yet no suitable target appeared. She began to doubt whether her hunting strategy had gone awry, but her patience would soon prove worthwhile. She waited a little longer. At last 3 men together on their way to buy contraband passed by the corner. They were arguing that the goods sold on the next street corner were both cheap and good. Hidden in the dark, Xia allowed a smile to crease her lips. She had found a fitting target. Xia delicately drew a revolver from her work pocket and trained it on the tallest of the 3. Having aimed, she stepped from the shadows and ordered them to freeze, hands raised high above their heads. The revolver in her hand flashed black and gold, newly minted and menacing. At the sight of that unmistakably fresh weapon, the 3 pupils contracted in unison. Such revolvers were not common relics of an old age but modern pieces. Their scarce cartridges hit with terrifying force, often capable of blasting a skull apart. Obediently the 3 raised their hands. One of them admitted they had no Federation credits left, having spent everything on contraband. He spoke to emphasize his poverty, hoping his destitution would send Xia away. Xia, feigning coquettish warmth, smiled and replied that she did not mean to rob them. I have not tasted a man's company in a long time, she murmured, and I will pick the strongest body. Come spend the night with me, find me some amusement. Her hint was unmistakable. The 3 addicts were stunned and exchanged a wary glance. Is this for real? Exclaimed the tallest, bursting with eagerness. Ilgo, I'm the strongest among us. They had no reason to doubt Xia's words. In the slums anything could happen and anyone could appear. Moreover, with the gun pointed at them, their lives hung in the weapon's shadow. There was no point in deceiving anyone. I do not like boastful men, Xia continued in a seducing tone. I have my own standards. She pretended to ponder for a moment and then said, I know, you two will fight and the last man standing will be the strongest. Then tonight he will be mine, she added, and without further preamble she fired at the smallest of the 3. The muzzle flared and a bullet tore from the barrel. It opened a bleeding, gaping hole in the small man's chest. He collapsed, struggled for a few feeble breaths and was gone. Xia blew on the muzzle of the revolver and with affected disdain declared that such a puny man was not to her taste. The metallic scent of blood began to perfume the night. The iron-like stench of blood assaulted the noses of the 2 remaining men. A living man had just died at their side. Their breaths shortened, each inhalation trembling. Xia smiled and added, only the one who spends the night with me will live. Begin now, show me which of you is truly the strongest. The 2 men looked at one another and hesitated. Their minds teetered on the brink of paralysis. Xia's voice, honeyed and relentless, urged them on. If you do not fight, I will kill you both. Before dawn I will simply seek another strong man to keep me company, she said as she toyed with the revolver. She flicked the barrel, alternately leveling it at the taller man and then at the thinner one. It felt as if she might fire at any moment and steal their lives. She kept applying unyielding pressure, intent on shattering their fragile defenses. Only Xia knew there was but 1 bullet left in the chamber. She walked a wire so fine that a single misstep would plunge her into irretrievable ruin. If that happened, she would never again be able to save her husband. Soon the tallest of the two could no longer bear the pressure. He roared and swung his fists at his companion, thinking only that if he were stronger he would be the one to survive. Under such crushing coercion, the other man was forced into a fight for his life. At first their struggle was a volley of punches. As they fought, the violence intensified, blows grew heavier and aimed for lethal regions. Attacks that began on the chest migrated to the neck, throat and head, and soon their legs were used, delivering brutal kicks again and again. Exhausted, two men of equal weight grabbed at each other's clothing and tumbled to the ground, sinking to biting and elbowing one another. Under the savage, merciless struggle, a victor was at last decided, each man emerging from the ordeal only with terrible effort. A tall man, leveraging his stature, emerged victorious in the fight. He stood up covered in wounds, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Another frail man lay on the ground, nearly lifeless, exhaling more than he inhaled. The victorious man spoke in a halting manner. "I won. I can live on." After saying this, he struggled to rise but collapsed back to the ground, losing consciousness. Beaten and bloodied, he too had lost all strength. His face was drenched in blood and his mouth was filled with the blood of both men. His body bore the scars inflicted by another man. Even though he ultimately won, he was left in a pitiful state. He was severely injured as well. "I'm sorry, there are no winners. We are all people without choices, Ms. Shia said with complexity. She returned to her true self, having achieved her goal, no longer needing to feign a desperate and indulgent demeanor. Ms. Shia silently approached the two men lying on the ground. She carefully checked on their conditions. Once she confirmed that neither had any chance of counterattack, she sighed deeply and silently began her actions. With the butt of her black gold revolver, she struck repeatedly at their heads. The sound of metal colliding with flesh was dull and oppressive. Bang bang. After Ms. Shia used the butt of the revolver to completely end the lives of the two men. She rose relieved, holding the revolver stained with blood. "In 3 days I will end the lives of 7 people without a scratch using this revolver. I did it, I won. Wait for me. Soon I will be able to rescue you." Ms. Zia's face was also splattered with blood from striking heads. This made her appear quite terrifying at that moment. In her blood-stained revolver there was still 1 bullet left unused. The last 2 men, due to their severe injuries and unconsciousness, did not force her to use that final bullet. They were killed by the butt of her gun. However, Ms. Shia did not intend to use the remaining bullet for killing. She planned to use it for self-defense. To protect herself and ensure she could safely meet Mr. Loren. To prevent any unforeseen incidents on the way back, she deliberately saved this bullet. For emergencies. In the slums at night, anything could happen. Having completed Mr. Loren's task, she absolutely could not fall on the way back. Ms. Shia began to walk home. It was already late at night. She needed a good rest to recover her state. Then early the next morning she would set out to find Mr. Loren. She hoped that the mysterious and powerful Mr. Loren would rescue her poor husband. On her way back, perhaps due to her aura or the blood on her face, she encountered no trouble along the way. Those who lurked in the darkness still avoided this somewhat abnormal woman just as before. Even if there was a curious fool who stared at Ms. Shia, he was quickly pulled away by his companion. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry up. Pretend you didn't see her." In the abandoned street, the Crow Agency. Even though it was already late at night, Loren was still awake. Having just watched a good show, he was in a very good mood. He reached out to stroke the crow on his shoulder, smiling to himself. "Ms. Shia, it seems you are unexpectedly suited to walking in darkness." Loren liked this kind of client, calm and decisive, smart and steadfast. Even if she had a few flaws during the hunt, they were merely due to experience, not stupidity. Only such people could make Loren feel that his choice was meaningful. Early the next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Ms. Shia, who had only rested half the night, couldn't wait to arrive at the abandoned street in the gray area. At that moment a light drizzle fell from the sky. Ms. Shia did not take an umbrella, instead braving the rain to stand outside the Crow Agency. She stood outside the door, deliberately waiting for a while. Estimating the time for Loren to wake up, she raised her hand and knocked on the big door once it was sufficiently bright. The rain intensified. "Please come in, madam." Hearing Loren's voice from inside, Ms. Shia felt a little calmer. Ms. Shia pushed open the big door and entered the Crow Agency. Upon entering, she took off her half-wet coat and hung it on the wooden coat rack behind the door. Then, with her hair still wet, she walked over to the classical desk. Loren was still sitting behind the desk, but today there was no crow on his shoulder. The crow was currently napping with its eyes closed atop the large iron nest in the room. Ms. Shia glanced at the crow on the iron nest, a bit lost in thought. Is it a real crow? Soon she remembered the purpose of her visit. Mr. Loren, I have completed your task. After regaining her focus, her tone was somewhat anxious. This was her last hope. If she were a gambler at this moment, she would have no way out. Loren detected her anxiety and smiled reassuringly. Ms. Shia, there's no need to be so tense. I am a person of great credibility. Although your hunting was somewhat inexperienced, it was still an excellent performance and I enjoyed it. Given your outstanding performance, besides completing your commission, I also want to give you a special reward. Please take out that revolver, madam. Ms. Shia was taken aback. There was a reward. She instinctively took the revolver from her bosom and placed it on the desk, handing it to Loren. Loren did not take it but simply raised his hand to gently brush over the revolver. A black-purple light emanated from his hand, and after lightly passing over the revolver it transformed into a pink color. An extremely vibrant pink, very flamboyant. The length of the barrel also changed slightly, becoming more elongated. The overall shape of the revolver became more harmonious, like a meticulously polished work of art. Loren smiled and pushed the pink revolver back in front of Ms. Shia. Madam, from now on this revolver belongs solely to you. I have added a few little surprises to this revolver. It is worth mentioning that it will no longer need to be loaded with bullets as long as its stored energy is not exhausted. The bullets are infinite. Of course, conversely, it will only consume spirit stones from now on. If you feed it enough spirit stones, perhaps you will witness its evolution. After finishing his words, Loren gazed at Ms. Shia with appreciation, like a boss looking at an excellent employee. Evolution. Ms. Zia's tone was one of disbelief. How could a gun evolve? Is it alive? Yes, evolution. The revolver has a life of its own. In response to Ms. Zia's question, Loren provided a confident answer. Then Loren stood up from behind the desk and casually picked up the pink revolver, aiming it directly at Ms. Zia's head. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A pink bullet shot out of the slender barrel, heading straight for Ms. Zia's head. After the gun fired, Ms. Shia was unharmed. The pink bullet shattered upon touching her forehead, transforming into a shower of pink sparkles that vanished without a trace. You see, madam, it no longer wishes to harm you. You have earned its recognition. The shaken Ms. Shia stared blankly at the pink revolver in Loren's hand. Recognition. Loren smiled slightly. It seems you understand. He then placed the pink revolver back on the desk and handed it to the dazed Ms. Shia. Loren walked over to the iron nest and gently placed the drowsy raven on his shoulder. Madam, you may take your time to study it in the office. I will first go to the wild dog gang to bring back your husband. As a client, you can always trust my credibility as an interstellar hunter. After saying this, Loren had already reached the doorway of the office. Before pushing open the large door, he carefully adjusted his appearance, resembling a gentleman about to attend a banquet. By the way, madam, if you have extra spirit stones, placing them on the gun will yield surprises. Loren remarked meaningfully as he prepared to leave. He pushed the door open, closing the office behind him and leaving Ms. Shia alone in the office. The rain had diminished to a drizzle, almost negligible. Lucky day, Loren smiled as he looked up at the sky. It was showing signs of clearing up. Dressed in a black trench coat and a tall top hat, he descended the steps in front of the office. The raven on his shoulder was still somewhat drowsy. As Loren walked down the steps, he glanced at his sleepy companion. Seeing its poor state, Loren took out a glowing blue spirit stone from his pocket and offered it to the raven's beak. Time to work, partner. The once drowsy raven quickly opened its eyes and grabbed the spirit stone upon smelling its unique scent. It slowly swallowed the spirit stone. After consuming it, the raven noticeably regained its vigor, becoming lively and spirited. Time to work. The raven, much like a human, emitted an excited sound. Seeing this, Loren smiled affectionately and playfully poked the raven. Together, man and raven walked out onto the street. It was early morning. Many shops along this street were gradually opening their doors. Although the businesses they operated were illegal under federal law, they still believed in the principle that hard work can lead to wealth and the early bird catches the worm. These shops chose to open their doors early. Unfortunately, after opening, they noticed Loren passing. Many shop owners froze in surprise, their actions becoming somewhat stiff. After Loren walked by nonchalantly, they quietly lowered their shop doors. It seemed today was not a suitable day for doing business. Loren walked past and behind him silence fell, leaving no trace of human presence. The shop doors that had already been opened quietly shut again. Loren, walking calmly down the street, felt the commotion behind him and smiled faintly. It seems my neighbors don't like me very much. It's quite disheartening. Loren spoke to himself, yet his tone was filled with nostalgia devoid of any sadness. At that moment a lively voice came from the end of the street. Mr. Loren. Good morning. Loren finally encountered someone willing to greet him. He smiled once more. Good morning, Little John. The one greeting Loren was a young boy appearing to be under 10 years old based on his height. However, in the lower district of Qingquan City, judging a child's age by height is inaccurate. Here many human children suffered from malnutrition. The boy named Little John had a long scar on his face, a scar that had already scabbed over. The trace indicated that his face had been cut by a sharp weapon. Even though the scar on his face had healed, the remnants still revealed the brutality he had endured in the past. Interestingly, despite Little John's unfortunate experiences, his face was filled with sunshine, radiating the vitality of life. Like any other ordinary child, Little John trotted over to Loren with his short legs brimming with excitement. Mr. Loren, are you out so early to do a task? Little John asked curiously. Loren paused his steps and ruffled the boy's hair. Of course, interstellar hunters are always busy. The boy looked at Loren with wide eyes filled with admiration. When I grow up, I want to be an interstellar hunter like Mr. Loren. Really? Then Little John must work hard. Loren smiled gently, encouraging the boy beside him. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Loren. I took the lives of 3 people with the revolver you gave me yesterday. Little John pulled out a small revolver from his pocket. This small revolver was covered in strange doodles, seemingly customized for a child of Little John's age. It was a very dangerous toy. Hearing this, Loren stopped and crouched down to look at Little John, seriously asking, "And today?" Little John. Unable to answer Loren's question, Little John shamefully ran away. However, as he ran off, he turned back and shouted at Loren, "Mr. Loren. I will work hard. I won't let you down." Hearing such a spirited declaration, a genuine smile appeared on Loren's face. Loren made a fist and gave a thumbs-up gesture to the distant Little John, cheering for this young soul. Seeing Loren's encouraging gesture, Little John excitedly laughed and ran off, leaving behind a voice in the wind, "Mr. Loren. I'm going to work too. Wishing you a smooth day at work." Loren's smile grew even broader. May we all be lucky enough, Little John. After bidding farewell to the lively Little John, Loren stepped out of the abandoned street. Once out of the gray area, Loren oriented himself, recalling the location of the Wild Dog Gang. After recalling the address of the Wild Dog Gang, Loren leisurely walked into the wet road, waiting. It was quite far from the Wild Dog Gang's location, and he planned to hitch a ride. Loren did not wait long. After a minute, he caught a ride heading near the Wild Dog Gang. A clearly modified pickup truck equipped with heavy weapons came to a stop right in front of him. "Good morning, Mr. Loren. I'm off to deliver some goods. Do you need a ride?" A burly man in a leather jacket greeted Loren from the driver's seat. This burly man exuded an unruly aura of the gray area. His scarred muscles, exaggerated tattoos, odd ornaments all over his body, and the gray-green revolver at his waist. While driving the heavily armored pickup, he also held a bottle of unidentifiable strong liquor in his hand. After greeting Loren, he took a swig. Loren gently nodded at the man. "Morning, Tyren. Is the Wild Dog Gang on your way?" Upon hearing Loren's words, the man named Tyren revealed his big white teeth. "I happen to be heading near the Wild Dog Gang. Should I drop you off at their doorstep?" "Looks like I'm lucky to." Loren smiled meaningfully as he stroked the raven on his shoulder. The raven in turn shook its head, blinked its eyes, and gently rubbed against Loren's hand. Loren climbed into the ride of the heavily armored pickup. "Mr. Loren, would you like a sip of this strong liquor? It's a good stuff, a level 3 contraband from the Federation." "No thank you. I have work later," Loren politely declined. "I see, what a pity." Tyren, somewhat disappointed, quietly set down the bottle of liquor and started the vehicle's engine. The roar of the heavy pickup thundered down the road like the roar of a fierce beast as it began its journey towards the Wild Dog Gang's. "Mr. Loren, that revolver you gave me works really well, much better than those from the black market." After driving for a while, Tyren, feeling a bit bored, began to seek out topics for conversation. Opportunities to calmly interact with Mr. Loren are rare, so he couldn't let them slip away. "Is that so?" "I'm glad you like it," Loren replied nonchalantly, leaning back in his seat, gazing out at the scenery. "Mr. Loren, you told me last time that it can evolve, so I let it devour some spirit stones." "Oh." Loren finally showed interest in the conversation. It did evolve, but how should I put it, my enemies seem unworthy to face such a weapon. You know, I usually just deliver some contraband and I have no big ambitions. I'm quite satisfied living this small life peacefully. Hearing that the revolver he gifted had evolved brought a sincere smile to Loren's face. Tyran, you know, in this era accidents are always lurking around. Treasure that revolver, perhaps one day in the future as a gift it might save your life. Tyran, who was driving, fell into deep thought upon hearing Loren's words. Is that revolver a product of your special ability, mister? Loren. Yes, Loren nodded calmly. Why give it to me? As you can see, I'm just an ordinary delivery man. Special ability weapons must be quite precious, right? Tyran voiced his confusion. When Tyran first received the gray-green revolver at his waist, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, as he used it more and more, Tyran realized that he seemed to have received something extraordinary. Especially after he used spirit stones to evolve the revolver, he began to feel uneasy. Such a precious weapon, why would it be given to him? He was just a delivery man transporting contraband. Tyran, I think you're misunderstanding something. You needn't worry, I have no ulterior motives towards you. Giving you the revolver is just a trivial matter. You can think of it as payment for the rides I've taken with you. Is that so? Mr. Loren, you are indeed generous. Tyran was somewhat taken aback. Mr. Loren's thoughts were truly difficult to grasp. He mused. I will cherish that revolver. I hope I won't have a day to use it in the future. Tyran still expressed his caution towards this gift. As you wish, just remember to feed it some spirit stones regularly. After all, when danger comes it might be too late to feed it then. After advising Tyran, Loren closed his eyes and began to rest. He truly did not care how the revolver he gifted would be used. As long as those who held the revolver could continually feed it spirit stones, that was enough. The raven on Loren's shoulder was his source of power and also his special ability. The revolvers Loren gave away were all transformed from the feathers of the raven. Thus, when the holders of those revolvers fed them spirit stones, it was equivalent to nourishing Loren's special ability. Although the group of ability users has always been synonymous with mystery and power in the galaxy, as an ability user the quantity of spirit stones needed to become strong is astronomical. Loren's actions essentially eased his own pressure. A person's efforts are limited. The efforts of countless people are limitless. As long as he gives out a revolver, he gains another worker for his special ability. Most importantly, in a certain sense, the more holders of the feather-transformed revolvers there are, the more he can accomplish. Gifts bestowed by fate always come with hidden costs. Holding a precious special ability weapon certainly requires some payment, doesn't it? With this thought in mind, Loren, with his eyes closed, revealed a faint, satisfied smile. An hour later. Under Tyran's reckless driving skills, the heavy pickup sped to the doorstep of the Wild Dog Gang's base. We're here, Mr. Loren. I wish you a pleasant workday. Tyran stopped the car, waking up the meditative Loren. Loren opened his eyes, glanced outside, and genuinely praised him. Your driving skills are still excellent. Loren opened the car door, stepped out, and looked at the magnificent building housing the Wild Dog Gang. Interesting, it seems the Wild Dog Gang has developed quite rapidly. Unexpectedly, the Wild Dog Gang that Loren remembered, which had just started, was still entrenched among a bunch of abandoned buildings. Now those abandoned buildings had long disappeared. In their place stood a grand building filled with high technology, showcasing the changes the Wild Dog Gang had undergone over the years. To own a brand new building in the lower district of Qinghuang City was itself a testament to power. After Lawrence disembarked, Terrence stomped on the accelerator and sped away from the Wild Dog Gang's compound in his heavy-duty pickup truck. He knew full well that Mr. Lawrence's work tended to be explosive. Preferring to remain an unremarkable deliveryman and certainly not collateral damage, he deemed discretion the wiser course. It seems you may yet surprise me, Lawrence murmured to himself. After adjusting his bowler hat and smoothing his coat, he paused before the building's glass facade to refine his appearance. For Lawrence, dignity was non-negotiable. With practiced ease, he plucked a single raven feather from his shoulder, watching it transmute into a resplendent black and gold revolver. He strode toward the building. At its entrance stood a phalanx of fully armed guards, each wielding sleek, long-barreled firearms. From afar, Lawrence recognized them instantly, the Federation's latest model laser rifles. They wore thick ballistic vests and heavy helmets, tactical gloves encased their hands, sidearms hung at their hips, and combat knives sheathed along their thighs. The guards had already spotted the lone figure approaching. Mr. Lawrence, please halt. Allow me to notify command. The lead guard raised a hand to bar his path. Oh. You know me. Lawrence of the Gray Zone, Sin Street. We are acquainted. A gunshot cracked, then the lead guard's head exploded, his headless body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Smoke curled from the barrel of Lawrence's revolver. "If you know me, why dare obstruct me?" he sighed almost apologetically. The remaining guards froze, stunned. What just happened? He fired. Ran through their collective thoughts. Snapping back to awareness, they raised their weapons, only to be met with a rapid staccato of gunfire. Bang. 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 Silence followed. The polished floor at the building's entrance lay strewn with decapitated corpses, the entire guard detail eradicated without exception. Every shot from Lawrence's revolver had been a flawless headshot. To him, their reflexes were glacially slow. For those who wielded firearms, speed was everything. Having dispensed with the sentinels, Lawrence resumed his unhurried advance into the building's interior. He walked slowly, humming a mellifluous tune, almost as if waiting for the wild dog gang to assemble so he might savor the spectacle fully. Alarms blared throughout the building. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Gunfire and sirens converged, drawing immediate attention from every gang member within. The structure seemed to awaken. Footsteps thundered across floors as wild dog gang members from every level converged upon the first-floor lobby. Hearing the commotion, Lawrence paused, then casually selected a sofa in the lobby and settled in, serene and expectant. The raven perched upon his shoulder stretched its wings languidly like a creature awakening from slumber, then folded them again, its tiny head swiveling, vigilantly scanning the surroundings on Lawrence's behalf. Soon wild dog gang members descended from the upper floors, only to meet death the moment they emerged from the stairwell. Bang! A flawless headshot. Unerring precision. "It's lost, Lawrence, the madman. Requesting immediate backup. We can't even show our faces." Someone recognized Lawrence's reflection in the lobby's glass, and the first wave of gang members huddled in the second-floor stairwell, frantically calling for reinforcements. A heavy silence fell. Lawrence closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the thick, trembling breaths of fear echoing all around. The struggle for life, always so exquisitely intoxicating. A feverish grin spread across his face as he began firing wildly into the air. His bullets spiraled briefly overhead, then veered sharply, homing in on the stairwell's blind spots. Moments before striking the lobby wall, they twisted midair, plunging en masse into the cramped stairwell. Explosions and shrieks erupted in unison. "Ah! Help! I don't want to die. Help! My leg's blown off. Damn it, these bullets curve. And their impact is monstrous. Fall back. Retreat upstairs, now." To Lawrence's ears, these cries formed the most sublime symphony imaginable. His exhilaration mounting, Lawrence accelerated his rhythm, firing round after round in manic succession. Another volley of detonations echoed, then absolute silence reclaimed the stairwell. Not a single breath remained among the first wave of wild dog gang members. Mangled remains littered the shattered stairwell. In the center of the lobby, Lawrence nodded approvingly, ceased firing, and returned to his seat on the sofa, awaiting the next wave. His raven tilted its small head toward the stairwell, then unfurled its wings once more, giving them a deliberate symbolic flap. Lawrence gently stroked the bird's feathers, a silent reassurance it has only just begun. Moments later, figures reappeared from above. 3 men impeccably dressed in tailored suits. What surprised Lawrence was that they neither descended by stairs nor elevator. They materialized mid-lobby, as if reality itself had torn open and they had slipped through the rift. "Oh. I hadn't expected the wild dog gang to harbor espers. And spatial class ones at that. Your secrets run deeper than I imagined." Lawrence smiled faintly at the trio's sudden emergence. They offered no reply, no expression, no acknowledgement. The central figure stepped forward calmly and asked, "Mr. Lawrence, has the wild dog gang offended you to warrant such slaughter?" Lawrence, still seated, glanced up. "And who might you be?" "Adrian, the wild dog gang's leader." His gaze locked onto Lawrence's, steady, wary, braced for war. "You have not offended me. But since you know my name, you must also know I am a stellar hunter. You have offended my client." Lawrence explained his purpose with a courteous smile. Adrian fell silent, then exhaled heavily. He hadn't anticipated this adversary. Rapidly he reviewed his gang's recent operations, searching for any act that might have indirectly provoked so volatile and formidable a hunter. After a long pause, he abandoned the effort. The wild dog gang was a vast, multifaceted syndicate, its dealings too numerous to trace. He could not pinpoint which misstep had drawn this dangerous figure from the shadows. Nor did he suspect the truth, that Lawrence had been hired not by a rival but by a far more consequential patron. "Then tell me, Mr. Lawrence, have you come to obliterate the wild dog gang?" "Of course not, you've misunderstood," Loren responded. "I am here to find someone." "Who?" Adrian sighed with relief in his heart, as long as it wasn't to annihilate his gang. A young man. He was captured by your gang about 9 days ago. By the way, to prevent you from forgetting, let me remind you he comes from a slum in the lower district. Loren did not forget his purpose for being here even as he reveled in the slaughter. After all, work is still deserving of respect. On the surface he is still a stellar hunter. Adrian, who had initially felt relieved, felt his heart sink into an ice pit upon hearing Loren's words. After a moment of silence, Adrian spoke with a somewhat difficult expression. Mr. Loren, this matter may be a bit difficult to handle. Oh. Why is it difficult? Has he already died? Loren continued to smile as he asked, showing no change in demeanor in response to Adrian's words. Work always encounters some difficulties from time to time. I'm sorry, Mr. Loren, I cannot tell you, Adrian said complicatedly. Seeing this, Loren was somewhat surprised. Since he knew of his reputation, why was he still so resolute? It seemed that Ms. Zia's husband was embroiled in a very large trouble. Things were getting quite interesting. Have you thought it through, Mr. Adrian? Loren stood up from the sofa, inexplicably asking this question. The Wild Dog Gang is willing to pay other costs, Mr. Loren. Would you consider giving up this commission? Loren shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, but in the realm of stellar hunters, reputation is very important. With that, Loren raised his gun again, smiling as he aimed at the 3 people across from him. The game has begun, everyone. Bang! A black and gold bullet shot out swiftly, heading towards Adrian. Seeing Loren take action directly, the 3 were on high alert. As the leader, Adrian was the first to react. He quickly responded after the bullet came flying. He used his spatial ability to leave the spot, disappearing without a trace. The other 2, still remaining in place, assumed a battle stance. Facing the bullet's onslaught, the 2 chose not to dodge but instead to harness their power, planning to meet it hidden. These 2 had been informed of Loren's information on their way here. Facing Loren, the bullets fired from his revolver could not be thus the 2 remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang chose to respond in their own way as martial artists. They let out a loud roar, bursting open their clothing. Strange energy flowed around the 2 of them, protecting their bodies. They assumed a peculiar fist stance. Extreme wind flow. Storm. Both shouted in unison. They simultaneously threw their punches as if they were one entity, even their breathing and posture synchronized as if they were carved from the same mold. The 2 fists struck fiercely, the energy from their bodies converging into their fists. The energy howled with the punches, wind transforming into a violent storm meeting Loren's bullet. A violent explosion erupted. Dust and smoke rose. The floor of the hall on the first floor was damaged by the explosion. The glass nearby shattered into pieces in this explosion. After the 2 worked together to block Loren's bullet, their figures surged into the dust, charging towards Loren's position behind the smoke. As melee-focused martial artists, closing the distance against an ability user is crucial. Even martial artists have this. I am becoming more and more curious about your secrets. This doesn't seem like the setup a gang from a slum should possess. Loren observed his bullets being blocked by the 2's martial arts and showed no sign of tension, even taking the time to express his curiosity. Seeing the 2 rush towards him, Loren leisurely fired 2 bullets again. He showed no signs of tension, as if this were merely a game to him. Bang! Bang! The 2 black gold bullets appeared, obstructing the 2's charge. Extreme wind flow. Storm. The 2 once again assumed their peculiar stances, launching their punches fiercely, attempting to block Loren's bullets. However, this time the storm created by their martial arts did not cause the bullets to explode upon contact. The 2 black gold bullets instead moved slowly forward within the storm. Like a flatboat in the sea, they advanced gradually. The 2's expressions changed as the scene before them exceeded their expectations. The 2 exchanged a tacit glance, simultaneously increasing the power of their martial arts. The storm created by their martial arts became intense once more, and the 2 black gold bullets finally stopped in midair. However, the bullets still did not explode. They continued to spin rapidly, forming a strange balance. Seeing this, the 2 could only maintain the storm created by their martial arts, not daring to withdraw their power. The situation became a stalemate. However, Loren across the way chuckled lightly at this moment. What if there are more bullets? Loren raised his revolver again and fired 3 shots. Bang! 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 3 black gold bullets flew rapidly towards the position of the storm. After these 3 bullets entered the storm, the situation spiraled out of control. 5 bullets seemed to trigger a wondrous chain reaction. The latter 3 bullets began to move slowly forward, influenced by the initial 2 bullets. The power contained within the storm is limited. The balance was broken. The speed of the 5 bullets increased until they burst out of the storm. Once out of the storm, the bullets flew rapidly in the air as if surveying their prey. The pleasure of playing with prey is far more enjoyable than killing it. Run! We are no match. Seeing the bullets burst out of the storm, the two began to retreat quickly. As they retreated, they occasionally looked back at the 5 bullets circling in the air. Loren, witnessing this scene, revealed a strange smile and snapped his fingers. How about this? The figures of the 5 bullets vanished without a trace. The bullets that had just been circling in the air suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had become invisible. I heard that martial artists of extreme wind flow can sense the trajectory of the wind, so can you sense my bullets? Loren did not rush to attack. The pleasure of playing with prey is not something that happens often, especially with such a high-quality catch. The two heard Loren's words and simultaneously stopped their retreat, their expressions grave. Facing visible bullets, they still had a good chance of escaping. However, facing invisible bullets retreating while turning their backs would be seeking death. Invisible attacks are the most terrifying. The two with serious expressions closed their eyes and held their breath. Do not underestimate us, extreme wind flow. Bastard! The two began to concentrate fully on sensing the trajectory of the bullets. Subsequently, they closed their eyes, slowly retreating step by step. The two individuals retreated, their eyes closed, occasionally making strange movements and suddenly propelling themselves to another location, appearing utterly bizarre. Only Loren understood that the two across from him were dodging his 5 bullets. It seems that extreme wind is indeed as rumored. Loren nodded in satisfaction. After quenching his curiosity, he felt a bit bored. Having grown tired of the game, Loren snapped his fingers again. The game is over, martial artists. With Loren's words, the 5 invisible bullets moved with a speed unlike their previous sluggish pace. With the acceleration of the bullets, the strange situation on the field shifted. The air was filled with the sound of bullets slicing through it. The two, with their eyes tightly shut, furrowed their brows deeper, their evasive actions increasing. Until one of them became flustered, their continuous defenses causing them to momentarily fail to dodge, and they were struck by a bullet. After hitting their right arm, the bullet was followed by a violent explosion. Ah! Along with the explosion came their cry of pain. The right arm of this martial artist was blown off. In a hurry, they could only channel their energy to protect their torso and vital areas. After being injured, although their speed greatly decreased, they still resiliently evaded the invisible bullets in the air. For a martial artist accustomed to rigorous training, losing an arm was not enough to render them powerless. At that moment, a second explosion occurred. The other martial artist was also hit by the accelerated bullet. However, they were not as fortunate, as half of their body was blown off. Despite losing half their body, they did not die immediately. The martial artist's body, honed over years of training, possessed incredible vitality. As a result, the individual missing half their body lay on the ground struggling in agony. While crying out in pain, their gaze was fixed intently on Loren, hoping that Loren would grant them a swift end. It seems your fate ends here, Loren thought with some disappointment. The leader of the wild dog gang had left the two facing him, thinking they might have a hidden card. Loren was eager, hoping for a thrilling battle. But the result was disappointing to Loren. These two martial artists did not provide the exhilarating fight he had hoped for. Instead, they only allowed Loren to experience the lowly pleasure of toying with others. Such amusement could only hold Loren's interest for a short while. Loren snapped his fingers once more. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions echoed. The remaining 3 black gold bullets under Loren's control shot towards the two desperately clinging to life. The martial artist with half their body blown off was directly finished off by 1 bullet. The other martial artist, missing their right arm, was hit by the remaining 2 bullets after dodging several times. The violent explosion also took their life. The battle was over. Loren looked around, observing the first-floor hall, which resembled ruins, inhaling the scent of blood in the air. He felt no thrill, only a sense of boredom. What if the anticipation was too high and I didn't enjoy? Loren shook his head as he stood still, then stepped towards the second floor of the building. I can only hope for Mr. Adrian, hoping he can provide me with an interesting battle. Loren pondered absent-mindedly. At that moment, a spatial portal appeared behind him. A highly sought-after grenade from the underground black market was silently thrown out from this portal. The timing was impeccable, catching Loren off guard as his desire for battle went unfulfilled. By the time Loren reacted, the grenade had already exploded behind him. Before the explosion occurred, Loren could only let out a puzzled sound, "Ha." As the best-selling grenade in the underground black market, it was known for its immense power and high price. The explosion completely destroyed the first-floor hall of the building, causing the entire structure to tremble. After shaking several times under the tremendous explosion, the building finally settled down with great difficulty. Fortunately, the wild dog gang had considered such situations during the construction of the building, using robust materials. The building miraculously survived such a massive explosion. At this moment the first-floor hall was already a wasteland. Thick smoke and flames filled the vast hall. Or rather, this place could no longer be called a hall, it resembled a burning purgatory. The intense heat scorched everything, including the swirling smoke raised by the explosion. Amidst this hellish scene, Loren's somewhat frenzied and excited voice floated from the thick smoke and flames. "Mr. Adrian, you've certainly seized a fine opportunity." A vague figure slowly moved through the sea of fire step by step. The figure's pace was neither hurried nor slow, appearing rhythmic as if taking a stroll undisturbed despite being ambushed. Above the sea of flames a spatial portal appeared once more, from which Adrian's somewhat helpless voice emerged. "What a pity I still couldn't kill you, Mr. Loren." The indistinct figure slowly walked out of the high-temperature flames and the obscuring smoke. The figure gradually became clearer. A pair of enormous black wings enveloped the figure, tightly wrapping around it as if shielding it from all external attacks. The figure wrapped in black wings chose to walk directly beneath the spatial portal. The black wings slowly spread open, revealing Loren's tall silhouette. Completely unharmed. Not a single stain on his black coat. Not even his meticulously placed top hat was askew. Even the white flower on his chest remained unaffected by the explosion's heat, continuing to bloom beautifully. The only change was that the black raven that usually perched on his shoulder was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps that raven was the source of the enormous wings behind Loren. At this moment Loren's image appeared both mysterious and powerful. The black wings sprouting from his back cast him as a demon emerging from the flames. Loren raised his head, gazing deeply at the portal in the air. "Mr. Adrian, you have successfully piqued my interest." Loren's tone was exceedingly cheerful. Unfortunately, there was silence with no response. The figure in the spatial portal no longer spoke, choosing silence. Shortly after, the portal vanished without a trace. In the vast sea of flames, only Loren's eerie laughter, chilling to the bone, remained. In the first-floor hall filled with flames, Loren was venting the joy within his heart. However, what Loren did not expect was that amidst his wild laughter he felt a tremor shaking the ground. Loren retracted his somewhat twisted smile and subtly sensed the direction of the tremor's origin. Coming from underground. Loren was somewhat taken aback. His gaze turned towards the ground outside the building where the source of the tremor was occurring. A mechanical giant hand broke through the ground. The flat and solid surface appeared as fragile as paper before this mechanical arm. Under the violent destruction of the mechanical hand, a large hole was ripped open in the ground. It was unfathomably deep. A loud mechanical roar echoed from the pitch-black chasm. Immediately after, a somewhat bulky giant figure leaped out of the dark abyss. Standing dozens of meters tall, it was nearly half the height of the building. The mech was entirely earth-colored. It had two large mechanical horns on its head glowing with blue light. Behind this enormous mech were a pair of open thrusters. On its chest there was a glowing circular matrix. Its limbs were relatively bulky, with the mechanical arms almost matching its corpulent body. The two pairs of mechanical legs were somewhat smaller. Notably, the soles of its feet were exceedingly broad, forming a rather peculiar mechanical claw. "Oh, there are even mechs." Loren was somewhat surprised. A gang originating from a slum actually hid a mech in its underground. Smuggling mechs. Just these 4 words were enough for the Federation to thoroughly comb through this resource planet. This thing is a military-controlled item of the Federation. Unlike the usual minor contraband, this kind of weapon of mass destruction is the foundation of the Federation's rise and the confidence that supports its rule over the stars. While Loren was still in shock, a voice emanated from within the earth-colored mech. "Mr. Loren, you should understand. When you see this mech, you have truly stirred up major trouble." It was Adrian's voice. It seemed that this leader of the stray dog gang was indeed a mech engineer from the Federation. "I believe quite the opposite. When you reveal this mech," Loren said, "you and those behind you will face true trouble. Just a friendly reminder. 2 days ago I encountered a Federation agent on this abandoned resource planet." Loren's dark sense of humor led him to conceal some facts. He had met a retired agent. Active Federation agents and retired ones are two entirely different concepts. The scene fell into silence. Although Loren could not see inside the mech after his words were spoken, he could distinctly feel the mech's movements momentarily halt. He. Seeing this, Loren let out a mocking chuckle. It seemed that there were others on this planet with astonishing secrets besides himself. Soon it seemed the mech processed this information. A somewhat furious voice emanated from within. "Thank you for the information. To repay you, please die." "Damn you, Loren." Loren raised an eyebrow slightly. Was he already this enraged? "Not even calling me Mr. Loren, how rude." Along with that furious voice came the mech's subsequent attack. A massive blue light began to gather on the mechanical arm. A wave of energy shot towards Loren's position. While still in the first floor hall, Loren's black wings suddenly spread wide and gently flapped. Loren's figure vanished from the spot. The shockwave struck the base of the building. Instantly the bottom of the building disappeared, forming a large circular hole. This carefully constructed building collapsed with a thunderous crash after losing its first floor hall. The shockwave effortlessly destroyed the towering structure. What a pity! This was your meticulously built building and you just let it go. It was as if he was lamenting for the other party, yet Loren's tone sounded remarkably cheerful, more like mockery. Loren's figure appeared in the sky, his black wings gently flapping behind him. At this moment he arrived behind the mech. No need to worry, just go ahead and die. A cold voice from within the mech came from Adrian. From the indifference in his voice it appeared that the creator of the stray dog gang had regained his composure. The giant mechanical arm swiftly swept back, creating a wave of air in the sky. As the mechanical arm struck, Loren's figure once again vanished mysteriously from the air. There are still members of your stray dog gang inside the building, right? So heartless, Mr. Adrian. This time Loren's figure appeared in the air beside the mech. A moment of silence ensued. This time no sounds came from within the mech. The earth-colored mech turned again, its massive mechanical eyes fixated firmly on Loren's figure. It seemed to be analyzing Loren's movements, attempting to find a way to crack the code. Haven't found my weakness yet, Mr. Adrian. In the air Loren continued to gently flap his wings, eagerly asking, hurry up, my patience is running thin. The sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. The earth-colored mech moved once more. The mechanical giant hand swung again, but this time it struck the energy matrix on its chest. The energy on the mech surged violently. Energy waves radiated from the point of impact, spreading out like ripples in water. After spreading to a certain distance, these energy waves formed a spherical energy shield, enveloping an area within a kilometer. Like a giant prison. Loren remained quietly suspended in the air, observing this scene like an outsider. As if this energy shield was not intended to deal with him. Good idea, Mr. Adrian. Loren even had the leisure to comment. You arrogant fool. You will regret this. Adrian's voice from within the mech became somewhat excited. Countless cold gun barrels extended from the mech's body. Countless missiles were launched from these numerous openings, flying toward Loren. With a gentle flap of his black wings, Loren's figure vanished from the air once more. Loren reappeared in another position. Yet those missiles, after losing their target in the air, did not stop there. At an astonishing speed they made a sharp turn and flew again towards Loren's location. Oh, is it auto-targeting? After commenting, Loren's figure vanished mysteriously once more. The missiles once again lost their target and hovered in the air, waiting for Loren's next appearance. When Loren reappeared, the missiles followed suit. A cyclical repetition, like a game of hide and seek. How interesting! This is what it feels like to face an auto-targeting attack. After a while Loren appeared at the edge of the energy shield. Unfortunately, these missiles are too heavy. Let me show you how it's done. Loren plucked a feather from his black wings behind him, transforming it into a black and gold revolver. Bang! 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 Loren continuously pulled the trigger of the revolver. Bullets rained out, each meeting the missiles in midair. Though their sizes were completely disproportionate, the small explosions caused by the bullets colliding with the missiles triggered even larger explosions. Boom! At the same time, countless missiles in the sky exploded all at once. The power was astonishing. The black wings behind Loren enveloped his figure once more, making him disappear. The shockwave from the explosions swept through everything in the air. Even the buildings on the ground were affected, collapsing in large numbers. Many cries for help came from the ground as the residents of the slums were grievously injured. Mr. Adrian, can I take it to mean that everyone who sees this mech today in your plan is destined to die? Loren's voice came from behind the mech where he had reappeared. Still there was no verbal response. Answering Loren was the roar of the mech's thrusters behind it. The massive silhouette of the mech suddenly vanished, appearing behind Loren. It reached out with its mechanical hand to grasp Loren. The black wings fluttered slightly, disappearing from the spot. What a powerful weapon, such a large size and yet such incredible speed. Loren reappeared behind the mech, marveling. The mech pulled out a blue energy sword from its leg and swung it back. With a flap of his black wings, Loren retreated, dodging the wide blade. The mech immediately began its pursuit, its massive blade slicing through the air with a roar. Loren dodged the mech's attacks continuously like a nimble little bug, teasing this gigantic behemoth. Each time he dodged, he would taunt his opponent. He did so with unrelenting enthusiasm. You little bug, why won't you just die? As time passed, Adrian controlling the mech grew increasingly agitated. His repeated attacks were effortlessly evaded by the other party. Even after such a prolonged engagement, the opponent's breathing remained steady. How can someone like you appear on this abandoned resource planet? Adrian's tone was somewhat frantic. He had originally planned to use this mech, a massive weapon, to completely eliminate Loren. Then silence everyone who knew the truth, returning everything to normal. Just like before. But Adrian never expected that after revealing the mech he still could not deal with his opponent. Moreover, this mech was hardly even a bother to Loren. Unfortunately, Mr. Adrian, he said, I was born on this abandoned resource planet. Loren, while continuously dodging the mech's attacks, still had the leisure to respond to his opponent's question. Impossible. Even if this mech is an outdated basic version discarded by the Federation, it should theoretically hold a crushing advantage over anyone below the 4th level. And yet you handle it so effortlessly. How could a forgotten from this planet possibly possess such high levels? Where do you come from? What main planet? Adrian's tone grew increasingly agitated. Loren smiled slightly. Don't overthink it, sir. I'm just an unremarkable 3rd-level ability user. Then, as if recalling something, Loren added, I'm just lucky. After a brief silence. You're really cautious, Loren, a voice came from within the mech. Adrian perceived Loren's words as a lie, a tactic to toy with his mind. Perhaps such a truth would only be believed by Loren himself. Do you have any other tricks, Adrian? I seem to be getting a bit bored. You know, people like me always grow tired of the old and seek the new. In response to Loren, there was only the roar produced by the thrusters. And the increasingly intense attacks from the mech. 10 minutes later, while dodging, Loren unconsciously yawned. He felt a bit bored. It seems there are no new tricks. Let's say goodbye to your mech. After saying this, Loren's black wings fluttered, moving out of the range of the mech's attacks. After retreating to the edge of the energy shield, he closed his eyes, subtly sensing the power he could manipulate around him. He lightly snapped his fingers. Loren softly uttered 2 words: misfortune. The broad black wings behind him flashed with a subtle blip. In an instant, not far away, the mech pursuing Loren, which had been soaring through the air, inexplicably paused. The thrusters behind the mech malfunctioned for a moment. Then the mech returned to normal and charged at Loren again. Loren gently shook his head. The test is over. Indeed, for me this mech is no different from a toy. He raised the black and gold revolver in his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A rather ordinary bullet shot out. After flying a distance, the bullet's form became invisible. A breath later, this bullet exploded on the thruster behind the mech. It was a very small explosion. Theoretically, it should cause no damage to the Federation's massive weapon. However, the mech's form strangely halted. The parts of the thruster behind the mech suddenly malfunctioned due to this tiny explosion. Sparks erupted within the thruster due to the poor connectivity of its components. A chain reaction ensued. Tiny sparks began to dance within the thruster. This minor malfunction under unknown influences turned into a major failure. Bang! The thruster behind the mech exploded. After the explosion of the thruster, the malfunctioning sparks continued to spread within the mech. Mechanical arms. Mechanical legs. The mech's torso. Until the energy matrix at the mech's chest also malfunctioned. Bang! A massive explosion occurred, even creating a mushroom cloud. The battle was over. The energy matrix serving as the mech's power source contained immense energy. Naturally, the explosion's energy was also tremendous. And this mech, being at the epicenter of the explosion, was utterly obliterated. The energy shield enveloping the area also vanished. Loren gazed quietly at the center of the explosion, lost in thought. The black wings fluttered gently and Loren's figure arrived at the explosion's center. A bloodied figure lay there, gasping for breath. Loren recognized the individual. It was Adrian. This space ability user had somehow survived even at the center of the explosion. What is that? Adrian managed to ask these words with great difficulty. Misfortune. The luck existing near me is entirely under my control. Loren approached the barely conscious Adrian and raised the revolver. Loren's gun was aimed at his bloodied head. Where are the people captured by the Wild Dog Gang? You. Sure. You want to interrogate someone who's about to die. Bang. The bullet drilled into Adrian's head, taking his life. You make a valid point. After ending the life of his opponent, Loren did not leave immediately. Instead, he gazed at Adrian's lifeless body. Looking at the corpse of this fellow ability user, he spoke to himself in a somewhat inexplicable tone. What a marvelous spatial ability developed into such a state. It seems your intellect and luck are both lacking, Mr. Adrian. Loren slowly removed his top hat. He gently bowed to the headless corpse. This was a worthy opponent. His fate would serve as a constant reminder for Loren. It was the abilities that were the source of his strength, not reliance on external devices like mechs. Those who inverted the order of things would always face a tragic end. At the same time, this was also Loren's first battle with a mech since becoming an interstellar hunter. Yet one thing left him feeling regretful after today's fight. Loren understood that most mechs he would encounter in the future could no longer provide him with genuine combat enjoyment. His life had lost yet another opportunity for fun. It was proven that Loren's ability was a natural counter to these colossal war mechs. Their complex and massive systems could not withstand even the slightest mockery of misfortune. Loren silently rose and turned to leave. His steps led him toward the ruined Wild Dog Gang building. I hope to find clues about the unfortunate husband of Ms. Xia in this ruin. Loren thought indifferently. The process of the game was far more important than its outcome. What was once a grand building was now reduced to rubble. Loren stood before the ruins contemplating how to proceed with the pile of debris. Beneath this rubble flowed the blood. It was the blood of the Wild Dog Gang members. These individuals perished during the collapse of the building. In order to deal with the nuisance that was Loren, Adrian had to expose the mechs hidden in the basement. Adrian cruelly chose to destroy everything and everyone that could possibly expose his secrets. As the building turned to ruins, the members of the Wild Dog Gang inside also vanished. After all, gangs could be rebuilt, but secrets held value only if they were kept. The dead could safeguard secrets. To cover up certain secrets, some necessary sacrifices were worth it. Unfortunately, the developments exceeded his expectations. Though he retained the true secrets, he also lost his own life. Loren looked at the somewhat messy ruins before him, feeling a headache. Being somewhat of a neat freak, he did not want to personally sift through the shattered walls. The broken walls themselves were not dirty, it was the remains and flowing blood concealed beneath them that were. Ultimately, after some internal conflict, Loren chose a more brutal method. He closed his eyes again, sensing the power he could manipulate. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Luck! A subtle glimmer flickered across the black wings behind him. Then Loren kept his eyes closed and raised the revolver in his hand, casually firing several shots at the ruins before him. Aimless, without any specific target. Bang! 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 The bullets fired created small explosions upon hitting the ruins. Surprisingly, most of the randomly fired bullets struck the same area of ruin. The successive small explosions stirred up dense clouds of dust. After waiting for a moment, the dust that obscured his view dissipated. Beneath that area of ruins, a safe embedded in the wall was blown out. This safe lay conspicuously amid the rubble, drawing attention. Upon seeing the safe exposed by the explosion, a slight smile crept onto Loren's lips. Not bad luck. Loren approached, scrutinizing the safe. Brown. Alloy material. The most primitive encryption method, 3 dials, 1 large and 2 small. It did not employ methods like retinal scans, fingerprints, or blood energy. It only used the most ordinary numeric password, which was quite old yet effective. For someone who did not know the password, opening the locked safe would require considerable effort. However, that was not the case for him. As for Loren, he no longer needed anyone to unlock it for him. The door of the safe before him was already half open due to the explosion. Was he this lucky? It seemed he was not far from the 4th tier. Seeing the half-open safe door, Loren subconsciously thought. Loren reached out and easily opened the safe. So much. To his surprise, the safe contained no extra items. There were no clues regarding the secrets behind the Wild Dog Gang as Loren had imagined. Just numerous spirit stones. A vast number of spirit stones. Thousands of glowing spirit stones nearly filled the safe. No desirable items. It seems I still have a distance to go before reaching the 4th tier. Loren shook his head. Forget it, there were still gains to be had. He withdrew his ability and dispelled the black wings behind him. The crow that had long been perched on Loren's shoulder reappeared there. After stroking the feathers of the crow on his shoulder, Loren took his little companion in hand. The crow stood in the palm of Loren's hand, its small black eyes wide open, tilting its head to look at him. Loren chuckled softly and bent down to place the crow on the safe. Be quicker. Loren instructed the crow. Upon hearing this, the crow gently turned and jumped into the overturned safe. Once inside the safe, it opened its small beak and began to devour the spirit stones. Its tiny beak was like a bottomless pit consuming one spirit stone after another. Soon the crow had devoured all the spirit stones in the safe. It jumped out of the safe and flew back to Loren's shoulder. Leisurely it began to tidy up its now slightly shinier feathers. When the crow returned to Loren's shoulder, he continued to gaze at the ruins before him. He suspected there might still be some good items hidden below. Loren snapped his fingers again. Luck! Countless bullets then shot out from the revolver. Bang! 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 The ruins once again experienced a round of intense bombardment, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. After the smoke cleared, Loren carefully scanned every corner of the ruins. There really are no clues. He felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he had overthought it. Mr. Adrian, you truly are a cautious person. Well, with these thousands of spirit stones it was not a wasted trip. Loren stepped away from the scene, walking toward the outside of the ruins. As he reached the street that had not been affected by the battle, he noticed a formidable figure leaning against a heavy pickup truck, smiling at him. This familiar figure seemed to be waiting for Loren to arrive. Mr. Loren, I just finished a delivery. Want a lift back? Loren asked in a good mood. He had been lucky today. The deliveries had been easy and no clients had given him trouble. After finishing his rounds on a whim, he wandered toward the Yego gang's territory to watch the spectacle. He only meant to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, the fighting was so fierce, explosions ringing out everywhere, that he dared not approach. He had to stop at a distance. Just after Loren parked for a moment, Loren happened to walk out from the battlefield. The timing was perfect, as if they had arranged it in advance. What bad luck! I need to go to the Shangqing district to take care of something, Loren told him, naming his destination. Hearing that, Loren slid back into the driver's seat. Gripping the wheel, he stuck his head out the window and boisterously told Loren, no problem, I'm free all day. So Mr. Loren, wherever you want to go, it's on my way. Loren's mouth curled into a smile. Loren, I think the best thing I've ever done was give you that revolver. Loren climbed into the armored pickup and headed toward Qinhuang City's Shangqing district. The Shangqing district was the polar opposite of the Xiaqing district. Its existence symbolized the planet's security, wealth, respectability, and civility. Its origin, however, was dramatically different. Ever since the Lianbang discovered the spirit stone deposits on this resource planet and mined them dry, the Federation Council had heartlessly abandoned the miners who worked there. The notorious settlement decree was proclaimed with great pomp. Under the decree, countless migrant miners were granted permanent residency on this planet by the Lianbang. They called it a reward. After years of development by the Lianbang, this resource planet had supposedly become habitable. The decree was presented as compensation for those who had contributed. When the miners learned they had been abandoned, they stormed Qinhuang City and seized it, only to find it already emptied. The officials from the Lianbang Energy Department had long since evacuated. In the end, those miners left with no choice were forced to settle in Qinhuang City. There was, however, one truth: the Lianbang had not lied about the resource planet. Those stripped of spirit stones really had been developed to be livable. Apart from the lack of minerals, the planet had almost no other shortcomings. But that absence was its greatest flaw. In the interstellar age, spirit stones meant everything. Without spirit stones, all upward paths were cut off. There was no way to cultivate and no access to advanced technologies. Eventually, these desperate miners embarked on grand schemes of self-rescue. Contraband and smuggling became their lifeline. With the old era's end and the arrival of a new one, under the inexorable passage of time, the 17th resource planet had become a notorious gray world and a transit hub for stolen goods in the Twilight Sectors. Over time, the planet's main city, Qinhuang City, naturally divided into two districts, Shangqing and Xiaqing. Xiaqing was mainly inhabited by the poorer miners and their descendants. It was also the incubator of the gray market. Shangqing's residents had originally been managers and the wealthier miners. Later, at the urging of some, they nominally formed a government and swore allegiance to the Lianbang, becoming part of it. In reality, everyone in Shangqing was deeply entangled in the gray trade. The planet had already rotten away when abandoned by the Lianbang. Those who remained had lost the strength to rise. They could only sink. As time passed, anyone with a bit of status or means tried every trick to squeeze into Qinhuang City. Thus Shangqing ultimately became what it is now, glittering on the surface but the rotten core of the planet beneath. Out in the wider regions, the 17th resource planet was also nicknamed the Rotten Star. Loren's destination lay within Shangqing district of Qinhuang City. His ultimate goal was the Shangqing branch of the Xingji Hunter Association. The things the Yego gang had exposed made Loren realize a powerful force stood behind that gang. He planned to probe for intelligence at the Xingji Hunter Association, and while their search for leads on the missing from the slums, Ms. Zia's husband was among the missing. The Xingji Hunter Association was a behemoth spanning several sectors, an important component of the Lianbang. As a branch on this rotten star, it was one of the strongest forces here. That meant the branch might hold the clues Loren needed. After all, Loren was a member of the association and had the authority to inquire. Though his reputation was not stellar, he was still a member and could gather information. Loren sat in the vehicle watching the passing scenery and thinking to himself. Soon a rugged armored pickup pulled up at the gate of Shancheng. This fully armed vehicle could only come as far as this point. Shancheng enforced strict weapons control. To enter the district, all heavy armaments had to be unloaded from vehicles. Tylowen, who made his living transporting contraband, naturally refused such terms. So he could only drop Loren off here. Tylowen, this is fine, drop me here. Loren stepped down, looked up at the Shancheng gate as if lost in thought. Tylowen stuck his head out the window and nodded in farewell. Mr. Loren, I wish you well. The armored pickup vanished at the gate of Shancheng. After watching Talon's vehicle drive away, Loren set off toward the gate. The Shancheng gate was unremarkable and modest, merely a gate of average size flanked by guards. The guards were formed from the city's enforcement squad. Yes, even at the rotten core of the planet there was an enforcement team. But the composition of that squad was obvious. They committed wrongs with impunity: bribery, extortion, racketeering, no evil spared. Seeing Loren approaching, the guards prepared to step forward and interrogate him, intending to extort this obviously Zyachin-born man. Before they could move, their commander's voice crackled through the communicator: let him enter. Do not interfere with anything. The guards froze at the order. Cold sweat ran down their backs. They had nearly provoked someone they should not have offended. Very few people could make their commander issue such an instruction. As Loren walked into the city, he noticed the guards on either side, who upon receiving an order suddenly lowered their heads, pretending not to see him. Loren shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. How troublesome, as he had wanted to play with these people. Without any obstruction, Loren swaggered through the city gates. The sights of the upper city were completely different from those of the slums. The streets here were clean and tidy, filled with towering buildings that exuded a strong technological vibe. Plants emitting unknown fragrances lined both sides of the road. The pedestrians were all dressed decently, and now and then one could spot someone in form-fitting battle armor passing by. Hovering vehicles were also flying above, crossing paths with one another. Standing on the street, Loren took a deep breath. No matter how many times I come here, the beauty accumulated from this decay is truly nauseating. It always makes me feel an uncontrollable urge to destroy this place, Loren instinctively commented. Loren, your thoughts remain as dangerous as ever. A man approached Loren and said this to him. After speaking, the man made no further moves. His expression was calm. Clearly he had heard Loren's words before and was no longer surprised. The man wore the uniform of the enforcement team with a weapon at his waist. On his chest he wore a pentagram badge, which was an item only high-ranking members of the enforcement team could wear. Wearing this pentagram, he was an enforcer of the upper city, symbolizing power and strength. Loren cast a faint glance at the man who had come beside him. Did you hear that? I should speak more softly next time. His tone showed no remorse. So dangerous, Mr. Loren, what brings you to the upper city this time? Of course I came to blow up the entire upper city. I hope you won't make your move while I'm on duty. Loren gave him a disdainful glance and ignored him, heading directly toward the Interstellar Hunters Association. Disrespectful parasite of the workplace. After leaving this remark, Loren's figure disappeared into the distance. The man shook his head with a chuckle, watching Loren's retreating back, and his earlier worries dissipated. Fortunately, you have no intention of realizing your ideals today. Everyone thinks you're joking, but only I know you speak the truth. Given the chance, you would dare to do such things. As an enforcer of the upper city, he had dealt with Loren for many years. He understood well what kind of villain Loren was. Loren's figure vanished around the corner of the street. The man left behind lowered his head to the communicator on his shoulder and issued an order: danger averted, disperse. And forget about today's events. Responses from his subordinates came one after another through the communicator. Yes, boss. Understood. The man turned off the communicator on his shoulder and leisurely walked away. It's none of my business. Whoever wants to provoke that lunatic can go ahead, but not me. The man's figure also disappeared near the city gate. Upper City Interstellar Hunters Branch. Without any transportation, Loren finally arrived here. He gazed at the classically styled building and glanced at the sign of the Interstellar Hunters Branch. A rare look of nostalgia filled Loren's face. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last came here. Loren stepped into the building before him. As someone entered the hall, the staff inside and the interstellar hunters who were dealing with matters in the hall all froze momentarily. It was as if they had encountered something fearsome. Loren made no comments about it, feeling that the atmosphere here was still very familiar. He walked up to a service window and began to queue. The interstellar hunters in front of him quite perceptibly left the area. Soon only Loren remained at this window. Loren gently approached the window and smiled at the somewhat dazed staff member. "Miss, please help me take the mission to eliminate the wild dog gang." "Okay. Okay, please wait a moment." The staff member, clearly nervous due to Loren's arrival, responded. After a minute, the flustered staff member finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Please present your interstellar hunter license, Mr. Loren." Loren took out a specially made document from his coat pocket and handed it over. "Mr. Loren, the mission to eliminate the wild dog gang has been fully accepted. Wishing you a pleasant work experience." After processing the task for Loren, the somewhat nervous staff member returned his interstellar hunter license. However, Loren did not take his license. Instead, he continued, "Miss, while you're at it, please submit another task. The wild dog gang has already been eliminated." The staff member's face froze for a moment, quickly realizing. Please wait, I'll verify immediately." Then the staff members behind the window began to frantically pick up the phone, calling one after another. Soon, through her relentless efforts, she acquired the most recent and comprehensive information about the wild dog gang. Verification complete. An hour ago it was confirmed that the wild dog gang was eliminated by Mr. Loren. A total of 1,100 contribution points have been credited to your interstellar hunter license, Mr. Loren. "Do you need anything else, Mr. Loren?" After confirming, the staff member promptly did what she was supposed to do. She also inquired whether Loren had any other needs, appearing very professional. Loren's lips curled slightly upward. "I like this work efficiency. Please convert all of it into spirit stones." "Sure, sir." Behind the window there was another flurry of activity. The busy work continued for a while. A silver metal briefcase was handed out from behind the window. "A total of 2,200 spirit stones, please take care of them." After receiving the heavy briefcase, Loren smiled at the staff inside the window and said, "Please also check the recent reports of missing persons in the slums, all of them." The staff member behind the window froze for a moment at his words. However, she quickly regained her composure, pretending as if nothing had happened, and continued operating her computer. Loren noticed this detail and his smile faltered. "Is it so widespread? How interesting." Soon after, a series of operations. As expected, the staff member, who had clearly heard of his exploits, politely and courteously said to Loren, "I'm sorry, Mr. Loren. Your credentials do not allow you to access this information. The authority for this information has been raised to level 5 by the branch leader. Except for him, no one else is permitted to view it." Loren remained silent, maintaining his smile as he calmly stared at her. At that moment in the hall, everyone realized something. They all tacitly chose silence, trying to make as little noise as possible. They did not wish to enter Loren's line of sight. After Loren stared at the staff member for a moment, the staff member cowering behind the window was nearly brought to tears. "Don't make it difficult for her. Let's talk in my office." A somewhat helpless sigh came from behind Loren. "Finally out, I thought you would just hide like a turtle." Loren chuckled softly. Then he picked up the silver metal case, stowed away his license, and turned away from the window. The person he truly wanted to see had already come out. An elderly man with silver hair was kindly gazing at Loren as he approached. "President. Vice President. President." In the hall, greetings echoed back and forth. Listening to the flattery, Loren couldn't help but smirk. If he hadn't appeared, you all probably wouldn't have dared to speak. Loren approached the elderly man, who nodded helplessly at him. "Follow me," he said. In a spacious office on the second floor, Loren and the silver-haired elder sat across from each other. After entering the office with Loren, the silver-haired elder continued to look at Loren with a complex expression, remaining silent as if unsure where to start. Seeing this, Loren was not in a hurry to speak. He smirked mockingly. After sitting on the sofa, he placed the heavy case at his feet. Then he casually plucked a feather from the crow on his shoulder, transforming it into a revolver. He began to play with the revolver, disassembling it and reassembling the parts, a little game of patience. Loren was always very relaxed. After Loren had disassembled and reassembled the revolver 3 times, the silver-haired elder finally lost his composure and broke the silence in the office. "This matter is more complicated than you think, involving many aspects," the elder said with a tone of admonition. "Did you get involved too?" Loren looked at the silver-haired elder with a hint of confusion. According to common sense, as a vice president of the Galactic Hunters Association, a highly respected figure, he should not be associated with such trivial matters as missing persons. Not really, but they paid too much. I took on a commission and the content was not to disclose any information regarding this matter. You know, our association's intelligence is at times second only to that of federal agents. So someone has already paid for silence in advance. After saying this, the elder fell silent again, waiting for Loren to digest his words. Loren toyed with the revolver in his hand and chuckled softly. What a coincidence, I also took on a commission. Can you give it up? The silver-haired elder sighed. My client has offered something very precious, I can't let her down, can I? Loren's tone turned slightly dangerous. It finally became stimulating, it was truly exhilarating. The revolver in Loren's hand began to spin on his fingertips. In that case, I understand. The silver-haired elder's expression grew serious. He fell silent again and the atmosphere in the office became heavy. Would Loren go mad here? That would be quite a loss for the association. The silent silver-haired elder suddenly thought of something and spoke again. You still owe me a favor, right? 4 years ago I personally recommended you to join the Galactic Hunters Association. The atmosphere in the office relaxed. The revolver spinning on Loren's fingertips also came to a stop. Dear President, are you sure you want to use my favor for something like this? Loren's tone became lazy and no longer dangerous. We can't let you cause a scene here, can we? We both know what will happen if you don't get the information you want. There isn't extra funding here for a renovation. The silver-haired elder raised his hands helplessly. You really do know me, President. Now I'm a bit curious, how many spirit stones did you accept? Why are you willing to use your personal favor? As a galactic hunter once paid, one must do the job. I'm close to retirement and am getting old. I still want to leave a good reputation and enjoy my old age. The silver-haired elder's tone was somewhat melancholic, appearing very desolate. Hearing this, Loren snickered. Speak the truth. Not a single word of the silver-haired elder's words did he believe. The old man across from him was no benevolent character. My grandson is studying at a good university in another star domain, majoring in mecha engineering. You know. The mecha engineering major is quite expensive. The silver-haired elder, realizing he couldn't fool Loren, reluctantly spoke the truth. Satisfying his curiosity, Loren shrugged and fell silent. People with attachments tend to act irrationally. Putting away the revolver, Loren lifted the case, preparing to leave. What a pity, I didn't expect to drag you into this. I have a feeling I will regret using this favor. Seeing Loren prepare to leave, the silver-haired elder's tone softened. Though somewhat regretful, today's events could be considered in the past. When this kid Loren goes crazy, I certainly wouldn't want to stop him. There is a saying among galactic hunters, once you choose, do not regret it. You taught me that. Loren, who was getting up, smiled and replied. After taking a couple of steps, Loren suddenly smiled, recalling something. By the way, wish your grandson success in his studies. I hope he won't encounter me at certain times in the future. When the silver-haired elder heard Loren's words, his brow furrowed. Although he thought it unlikely that Loren would harm his grandson, he felt that there was something implied in Loren's words. Watching Loren's carefree figure leave, the silver-haired elder suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Could you give me one of your revolvers? The silver-haired elder stood up and called out to Loren. I remember I gave you one 4 years ago. Can I ask what you need it for? To give to my grandson, the silver-haired elder directly stated his purpose. Loren chuckled softly and generously plucked another feather from the crow on his shoulder. After a flash of light, it transformed into a revolver. He raised his hand and tossed the revolver to the silver-haired elder. It seems you really love your grandson. Tell your grandson to remember to feed it plenty of spirit stones. Also, I only used part of my favor to keep you from causing a ruckus in the Galactic Hunters Association. There's still a bit of favor left. And this revolver will completely use it up. After saying this, Loren walked towards the door without any lingering feelings. The silver-haired elder looked down at the brand-new revolver in his hand side and felt a mix of emotions. Within that sigh was both comfort and regret. Loren, if you keep investigating, even you might die. The silver-haired elder didn't know what he was thinking and chose to say this somewhat abrupt statement. Is that so? Then I hope I die spectacularly. Loren didn't turn back, leaving with the heavy case, leaving only that one sentence. The office door opened and closed. In the spacious office, only the silver-haired elder remained. He gazed at the brand-new revolver in his hand, murmuring to himself, had I known, I wouldn't have accepted that commission. Loren stepped out of the door of the Interstellar Hunter Association and walked onto the clean and tidy streets of the upper city, glancing back at the building of the Interstellar Hunter branch and shaking his head silently. He did not expect that someone had actually paid a hush fee in advance, sealing off all information regarding this matter. After all, with even smuggling mechas coming into play, Loren thought while standing on the street. Naturally, those behind him had to take precautions. It seems I can only use my own methods now, Loren said, raising his left hand and snapping his fingers. Lucky, he silently thought, I need to find clues about this matter. Following this, Loren broke off a twig from a tree by the roadside. Loren casually tossed the twig into the air. It spun a few times before falling to the ground with the smaller end pointing in a certain direction. A smile appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth. After picking up the twig, he walked in the direction it pointed. He would need to use this twig later, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Loren stopped after reaching a crossroads, raising his hand and snapping his fingers again. He then threw the twig once more to guide him. Although Loren had been reluctant to use this method in the past due to troubles, now with no information available he had no choice but to resort to it. Luck often brought some surprises to Loren, especially when he found himself in a predicament, as luck never betrayed or deceived anyone. Especially for Loren. 2 hours later, guided by the twig's fortunate directions, he silently arrived at a dark alley in the upper city. A look of anticipation appeared on Loren's face. He had a feeling that he was nearing his destination. Such dark places were rare in the upper city. Similarly, such places often brought surprises to Loren, for anything could happen here. After the twig directed him again, its smaller end pointed bizarrely at Loren himself. Seeing this, a hopeful smile spread across Loren's face. It seems I've arrived, he said, not picking up the twig but scanning the surroundings. He was finally about to uncover the secret. At this moment, Loren found himself in a dark alley far away from the main street of the upper city. There were hardly any people around here, as it was a dumping ground. After looking around, Loren only found a large trash bin. This was the only trash bin here. Its size was similar to that of Talon's heavy-duty pickup truck. Judging by its volume, it could conceal many secrets. An acrid smell permeated the alley. Coming from a slum background, Loren was not overly repulsed by the smell of the trash bin. Instead, he was quite intrigued by it. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you going to climb out by yourself, or should I use my revolver to invite you out? Loren asked the trash bin. Through his psychic ability, Loren sensed that there was a person hidden inside the trash bin, someone severely injured. The misfortune that came with the trash was quite different from the misfortune that befell the person. A figure struggled out of the trash bin. His movements were exceedingly slow, each action causing pain to his wounds. After a long while, the slow-moving figure finally crawled out of the trash bin. He leaned against it and looked at Loren. He looked at this unexpected guest with a bitter smile, slowly speaking, I didn't expect you to find me. I admit defeat, just kill me already. The tone of this figure was somewhat helpless, mixed with a hint of relief. Loren calmly looked at him, noting the overwhelming stench of trash emanating from his body. From the smell, it was evident that the individual had been in that trash bin for at least half a day. The sewage inside had soaked his wounds. Loren suspected that if he had arrived a few hours later, he would have found a corpse, as the person would have died from an infection. Hiding in a trash bin while severely injured, Loren remarked with a smile. I believe you have a significant secret. Sir, may I have the honor of sharing your secret? The figure leaning against the trash bin brightened at Loren's words. A hint of astonishment appeared on his stained face. Then his expression changed, becoming resolute, entirely different from the earlier look of a man seeking death. It was a gaze filled with boundless hope and belief. You're not one of those sent to capture me. Loren internally evaluated the man's impressive determination. I'm just a fortunate interstellar hunter. I happened to encounter you while completing a commission, Loren replied calmly. The figure leaned against the trash bin, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, making a slight movement and leaning back again. This action stirred his wounds, causing a grimace on his face. If he could still grit his teeth, it seemed that his injuries were not as severe as Loren had imagined. He reassessed the man's condition in his mind. After adjusting his posture, the figure finally spoke slowly. I am an investigator from the Federal Energy Department. His words suddenly halted. If you manage to survive, perhaps I'll continue later. Just as he was about to explain, he abruptly changed his tone. The real unexpected guests had arrived. Found you. It turns out the scent of the trash concealed your trail, a cold voice echoed from the alley entrance. At the entrance of the dark alley, 6 shadowy figures appeared. Just as Loren was about to obtain the information he sought, it was interrupted. This made Loren extremely displeased. He calmly turned around and set down the box in his hands. No matter who you are, you all deserve to die. Loren spoke softly to the shadowy figures at the alley entrance. The 6 dark figures did not stop their advance due to his words. Instead, they rushed faster towards Loren's position. As they drew closer, Loren could see the composition of their group more clearly. It was not 6 people but 5 people and a dog. A very large dog, its body covered in well-developed muscles. This dog had many peculiarities aside from its numerous muscles. Moreover, it had 2 heads growing from its body. The large and sharp fangs of both heads dripped with saliva as they ran. They left 2 very noticeable marks in the alley. "They are here to capture me. Be careful of that dog. It's a product of the Federal Gene Experiment, a war weapon codenamed Hellhound." A voice came from behind Loren warning him. Loren showed no response, expressionless as he lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers. Misfortune. Following that, a beautifully patterned black gold revolver appeared in his left hand, aimed at the 5 individuals and a dog, and he fired a shot. Bang! The bullet flew swiftly. It reached the so-called Hellhound, yet it inexplicably curved and struck the ground of the alley. A tremendous explosion erupted, the flames igniting the saliva left on the ground by the Hellhound. 2 lines of fire appeared in the alley, piercing through the darkened passage. The 5 individuals and the dog crossed the lines of fire, continuing to charge toward Loren. Strangely, after crossing the fire line, the Hellhound suddenly sneezed due to the foul stench of garbage in the alley. The high temperature elevated the stench to a new level. A chain reaction occurred. The Hellhound, due to this sneeze, expelled a more intense flame from its 2 mouths aimed at the ground of the alley. The ground of the alley was scorched. The temperature within the alley rose again. The ground became scalding hot. The advance of the 5 individuals became torturous due to the heat. One person carrying a heavy backpack experienced deformation in his leg movements due to the high temperature of the ground during the advance. He unfortunately tripped over his left foot and fell. His face made contact with the scalding ground of the alley. Ah! He let out a hoarse scream. The intense pain on his face caused him to instinctively roll over. An unexpected occurrence happened. He was carrying a heavy backpack on his back. The act of rolling over pressed the backpack underneath him. Coincidentally, due to the high temperature of the ground and the weight of his body, the powerful explosives packed in his backpack were accidentally detonated. Boom! Besides the shockwave of the explosion, a ball of white flame appeared at the explosion site. Under the manipulation of misfortune, something truly deadly emerged. The white flame, carrying extreme heat, swept through the alley. The walls of the dark alley were melted by the absolute heat, turning into translucent red glass. Meanwhile, the endless high temperature also engulfed their small team. Even the Hellhound, known as a weapon of war, could only let out a howl before being consumed by the flames. Woof! In an instant, the bodies of the 5 individuals and the dog vaporized under the extreme heat. Upon seeing the white flames, Loren furrowed his brow. "Did you bring such dangerous things with you?" Due to the terrain of the alley, the white flames surged toward Loren's location. He quickly devised a countermeasure. Fortune! He snapped his fingers again. Immediately, the raven on Loren's shoulder vanished. A pair of large black wings appeared behind him. After the black wings appeared, they spread to their maximum and flapped forcefully. A fierce wind arose, rampaging through the alley. The white flames were blown back to the other side of the alley, continuing to scorch the walls. Loren snapped his fingers again. Fortune! The black wings flapped forcefully once more. The white flames and the heat they brought were expelled from the alley. Everything within the alley finally returned to calm. The residual effects of the explosion were dissipated by the wings behind Loren. Loren stood in the middle of the alley, gazing at the empty space. The air in the alley still carried residual warmth. The walls on both sides had turned into beautiful glass after cooling. Glistening. It's over. The figure leaning against the trash can behind Loren had already been sweating profusely. After witnessing all this, he murmured, "This is a rule-based ability." Loren calmly turned around, looking at the investigator carrying secrets. The wings behind him disappeared and the raven reappeared on his shoulder. "Now no one should disturb me while I listen to your secrets." From the Federal Energy Department. "Investigator, sir." Loren's expectant tone reached the other's ears. The figure leaning against the trash can took a deep breath before speaking with a solemn expression. "Someone is stealing the Federation's resource mines. The Spirit Stone mine on this planet has not been fully exploited. For so many years, someone has been secretly mining here. The mine Spirit Stones have been silently flowing into the interstellar realm through various secret channels. After I inadvertently traced this clue, I was discovered by their people and fell into endless pursuit." The injured investigator succinctly recounted what had happened to him. Loren eyed the investigator with hidden intentions, his gaze narrowing. "Stealing the Federation's minerals. Interesting." Loren recalled the smuggled mechas that appeared in the Wild Dog Gang this morning, as well as that spatial ability user. A vague suspicion formed in his mind. So this diligent investigator, sir. May I ask where you were discovered? And where is the location of their secret mining? Loren's tone became noticeably cheerful. Things were more interesting than he had imagined. I was discovered while sneaking into the residence of an official in the upper city searching for crucial evidence and then began to be pursued continuously. As for the mining location, I suspect it is in the heavily guarded federal prison outside the upper city. Only there can such conditions and time allow secret mining for so many years without being discovered. Loren pondered the truthfulness of the investigator's words. He pulled out a federal coin from his pocket, tossed it into the air, and then snapped his fingers. Fortune. If he is lying to me, the coin falling will show the opposite side, Loren thought to himself. Snap. Loren reached out and caught the coin. Opening his palm revealed the front side. It seemed he was telling the truth. Loren nodded inwardly. In his own way, he confirmed that the injured investigator was speaking the truth. So did Ms. Xia's husband get captured by the wild dog gang and taken to the federal prison to mine spirit stones. Loren felt he had found a clue for the commission. Thank you very much for the information you provided. Then farewell, investigator, sir. Good luck. After obtaining the desired information, Loren picked up the box at his feet and turned to walk step by step out of the alley. He no longer cared about the injured investigator. Behind Loren, a helpless voice sounded, "Are you really going to leave me here? At least take me to a safe place. After all, I provided you with such secret information." Loren's footsteps did not pause, nor did he respond. He planned to leave him to fend for himself here. Seeing this, another voice came from behind Loren, sounding a bit anxious. "Hey, don't you want to know who is secretly mining?" Loren did not stop his footsteps. "I don't want to, investigator." The voice behind him grew more urgent. "The other party has been secretly mining for so many years, their influence must be significant. It's even possible that the entire Twilight Star domain is involved. From your attitude, I can infer that your commission is related to this matter. Facing those people alone is exceedingly dangerous. We can join forces. Mr. Loren." Loren's footsteps halted as he turned around. "Oh, you recognize me." His tone was cheerful. "As an investigator from the energy department, you must be from another planet, right?" The figure leaning against the trash can struggled to adjust his position. Once he found a less painful state, he continued, "I recognized your fighting style. The infamous Mad Crow, the most dangerous interstellar hunter on this planet. I am aware of you. When I first arrived on this unfamiliar planet, I had inquired about your information." Loren chuckled softly, a black and gold pistol reappearing in his hand. The gun was aimed at the other's head. "Since you've heard of me, you should know my rules. If you're still alive after 5 shots, I will escort you to safety. What do you say, investigator?" A prolonged silence lingered in the alley. Only the investigator's faint breathing remained. "Anyway, I'm dying soon. Let's give it a try." The man leaning against the trash can spoke with a hint of sadness. "If I lose this gamble, I hope you can send this message through the Interstellar Hunter Association's channels to places beyond the Twilight Star domain." Loren nodded gently. "Of course I will." After saying that, Loren gently spun the revolver's cylinder. The mechanical sound of the chamber selecting was quite melodious. "Good luck." The cylinder quickly stopped spinning and Loren fired at the other party. Bang! A sound echoed. No bullet was fired. The first shot was a blank. Bang! Again an empty sound. The second shot was also empty. Bang! Still no sign of a bullet. The third shot was also empty. Bang! A sound of emptiness. The fourth shot had no bullet either. With one shot left, the other's breathing grew heavier, visibly tense. Loren's lips involuntarily curled up. He too became eager. Bang! Flames erupted. A black and gold bullet shot out from the barrel. The bullet exploded on the other's head. Unfortunately, the other's luck had run out. Loren silently gazed at the headless corpse fallen beside the trash can and couldn't help but sigh. "Investigator, your luck just fell short." The black and gold revolver in Loren's hand vanished. Then Loren took off his top hat and bowed deeply to the headless body beside the trash can. "May misfortune stay far away from you." He stood up. Loren silently put on his hat and turned to leave the transformed alley. After leaving the alley, Loren did not choose to go to the Interstellar Hunter Association. Instead, he walked towards the outskirts of the upper city, intending to return to his office to make some preparations. From the information gathered so far, Loren's next opponents would no longer be simple characters. He needed to prepare himself for the upcoming battles. A grand performance always requires preparation in advance. Sufficiently meticulous preparation. Loren arrived at the city gate of the upper city where the enforcer from the morning appeared by the gate. It seemed like he was intentionally waiting for Loren's figure. Loren paid no mind to his appearance and walked straight out of the city gate with his box. As an enforcer, he solemnly watched Loren's retreating figure in silence. Just as he was gazing at Loren's departing silhouette, a voice came from the communicator on his shoulder. "Boss, is this the person who wiped out the wild dog gang?" He stood at the city gate but did not answer his subordinate's question. His mind was filled with thoughts of whether he should resign from the enforcer position and run away. Considering the recent events in and around the city, he keenly sensed that something significant was happening in the shadows. Is it a coincidence that so many things occurred in such a short time? No, even if it is a coincidence, it indicates changes occurring inside and outside the upper city that he is unaware of. Now even that madman Loren has come out to act. The appearance of this lunatic itself signifies trouble. Something must have happened. After contemplating, his gaze became resolute. Resignation. It is imperative. It is decided. After a period of time, when the city settles down, he will come back to serve as this wretched enforcer. Having made up his mind, he spoke into the communicator on his shoulder. "Watch the city gate. I have something to attend to and will be away for a bit." After saying that, his figure vanished near the city gate, heading towards the center of the upper city. He needed to resign as quickly as possible. He might not even wait until his shift was over. To make a living on this planet, one could afford to be somewhat weak. But when it comes to danger, one must have a sufficiently sharp intuition. Otherwise it could lead to death. After leaving the upper city, Loren found a secluded spot. The crow on his shoulder vanished and he spread his wings behind him, flying towards the streets of the gray zone. Moving swiftly, he left a trail behind in the air. Unable to find a ride, he had no choice but to use his abilities to speed up his journey. The advantage of this method was that the travel speed would be exceedingly fast. The downside was that it consumed more energy. However, at this moment, Loren did not care about this trivial consumption. Inside the box he was carrying were still 2,200 spirit stones. A little consumption of energy could easily be compensated by a single spirit stone. A few minutes later, Loren, who had been flying all the way, returned to the gray zone, the infamous Evil Street. After landing, Loren retracted his wings and the crow reappeared. He then took out a spirit stone and fed it to the crow on his shoulder, restoring its vitality. Subsequently, Loren stepped into the street. A decayed and stale air filled his lungs. It was a familiar scent. "Although I just left for half a day, I still miss the air here." After his sigh, Loren carried the heavy box and headed towards his office. The shops on both sides of the street fell silent upon Loren's appearance. The only one not afraid of Loren, Little John, was also absent, busy with his own work. As he passed by silently and without a sound, the street only regained its vitality after Loren was out of sight. For these lawless individuals lurking in the gray zone, always on the verge of action, Loren was the true figure to be feared. He had no logic and no pursuit of interests. He simply pursued the pleasures within his heart with vigor. The most damned thing is that such a madman wielding immense power is still their dear neighbor. Moreover, this madman has no other reason for moving into Evil Street. He simply enjoys the air filled with decay and rot. As Loren reached the center of the street, the door of the Crow Agency was pushed open from within. Ms. Xia welcomed Loren's return with great anticipation. "Mr. Loren, you're back." Ms. Xia greeted Loren with a gentle nod. When she saw Loren return with a serious expression, a hint of despair flickered in her eyes. If even Mr. Loren cannot bring back her husband, then she would have no other options left. However, she concealed her negative emotions well. Only half a day had passed, everything still held hope. Xia comforted herself in her heart. Loren entered the office and sat back at his desk. With a tinge of anxiety, Ms. Xia tentatively asked, "Mr. Loren, how is the situation?" Loren looked at the not so calm Ms. Xia and kindly offered her comfort. "Do not despair, madam. The good news is that I have dealt with the wild dog gang and I have found a lead on your husband Iwan. Of course, there is also bad news. Your husband has found himself embroiled in a huge trouble due to sheer bad luck." Loren paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. "It is trouble that could engulf the entire Duskstar domain." Ms. Xia's expression turned grim. She could not comprehend how she and Iwan, just an ordinary couple from the slums, had become entangled in such great troubles. Why was fate so harsh on them as a couple? Seeing that Ms. Xia did not lose control of her emotions, nor did she create a ruckus, but simply appeared sad, Loren nodded with satisfaction. Then Loren began to recount to his client the events that transpired that morning as well as his speculations. Loren detailed everything meticulously to the other party. Informing his client about the progress of the commission and comforting their emotions was a basic requirement for an interstellar hunter. Loren executed this requirement flawlessly. He enjoyed this profession just as much as he relished the decaying stale air of the crime-ridden streets. When Ms. Shia heard that it involved the Federal Department of Energy, despair once again showed on her face. In her heart she could not help but question herself. Could the compensation she had offered truly allow Mr. Loren to continue his investigation? In reality she had hardly contributed anything and had even received an extraordinary weapon for free. Seeing Ms. Zia's silence, Loren seemed to know what she was thinking. He once again spoke comfortingly. Do not underestimate yourself, madam. You have already proven that you are very talented. Your value lies in the future. Make full use of that revolver. That is your best reward to me. After hearing Loren's words, Ms. Shia deeply bowed to him. Mr. Loren, I will always remember your help. I vow that as long as my life does not come to an end I will use that revolver with great care. Loren did not respond verbally but instead tossed a coin from his pocket into the air. He snapped his fingers silently invoking the word luck. The coin fell, landing heads up. Truth. Loren happily retrieved the coin back into his pocket. Ms. Shia, there is no need for such formality. This is a fair trade. You will understand in the future. The gifts of fate often come with a hefty price tag marked in the shadows. Loren looked at the pink revolver at Ms. Zia's waist and spoke calmly. Ms. Shia stood up, her tone complex. Dear Mr. Loren, for someone like me who is nothing, you are the only one willing to lend a hand. Loren raised his hand, interrupting her gratitude. After signaling her to sit down, Loren eagerly asked, You should have figured out how to use that revolver by now, right? Ms. Shia nodded, indicating she had familiarized herself with the use of the revolver over the morning. Then Ms. Shia. After we finish discussing matters, I need you to go to the Hunter Association and become an interstellar hunter. I will write you a recommendation letter to qualify you for the assessment. After passing the assessment, you must stay at the Hunter Association and learn how to become an interstellar hunter. This will help you on your future path. This office will not be safe for long. The Hunter Association will be temporarily safe for you. If your husband is not dead after I rescue him, I will have him meet you at the Hunter Association. Then for your safety you must leave the Dusk Star domain. You may go wherever you like as long as you do not remain in the Dusk Star domain. Do you understand, madam? Upon hearing Loren's arrangement, Ms. Shia raised her doubt. Even with your recommendation, Mr. Loren, can I pass the assessment to become an interstellar hunter? As long as you have enough faith in the revolver at your waist, passing the assessment will not be difficult for you. Its combat power is no less than that of a first-tier extraordinary being. Okay, I understand, Mr. Loren. Ms. Shia nodded. Loren took out paper and pen from the desk drawer and began writing the recommendation letter. The recommendation letter contained only one sentence: This lady has the talent to become an interstellar hunter. Los Loren. After finishing, Loren sealed the letter and handed it to Ms. Shia. Go now and good luck, resilient lady. After receiving the letter, Ms. Shia bowed deeply to Loren again. Taking a deep breath, she clutched the recommendation letter in her hand and turned to leave. Standing at the entrance of the office, Ms. Shia turned her head to look at Loren with a complex expression. Mr. Loren, what should I do if my husband has died? Loren fell silent, pondering for a moment before calmly saying, Then your remaining life will only be for revenge. Ms. Shia nodded calmly, pushing open the worn door of the Crow office and disappearing from Loren's sight. Inside the Crow office, only Loren remained along with the Raven perched on his shoulder. Loren closed his eyes and pondered for a while, confirming that nothing was overlooked in his arrangements. Sensing that Ms. Shia had stepped out of the gray area, Loren opened his eyes, raised his left hand and gently snapped his fingers. Luck. This time the activation of his ability did not bestow luck upon himself. Instead, it used the revolver at Ms. Zia's waist as a medium to grant her the luck, ensuring she could safely reach the Hunter Association in the upper city. Next, it is time for my advancement, Loren murmured to himself. He took out a box filled with spirit stones that he had brought back from the Hunter Association and placed it on the table. Opening the box, the blue light emitted by the spirit stones illuminated the somewhat dim Crow office. The Raven on Loren's shoulder eagerly hopped down. It approached the box wide-eyed and looked back at Loren. Eat up, Loren gently said. The little creature, having received permission, opened its beak towards the box. Piece after piece, the spirit stones were completely swallowed by the crow. Its speed of consuming the spirit stones was astonishingly rapid, as if it had never been satiated, resembling an endless abyss. As the spirit stones were depleted, a soft radiance unconsciously emanated from the crow. Loren also began to close his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his extraordinary abilities. The advancement had begun. As the spirit stones in the box gradually ran out, Loren felt a new change in his abilities. It was a vague transformation. This change was not under Loren's control. Instead, it manifested in the way he desired most deeply within his heart. This process was purely a matter of mind. Although the additional abilities would strive to align with Loren's most fervent thoughts, theoretically Loren had no idea what kind of powers would emerge from his advancement. Just like in the past during the 3 advancements of his extraordinary abilities. The first time was when Loren had just awakened his powers at the age of 17, still living in the slums. Due to some unforeseen events, he awakened the ability to manipulate misfortune and fortune within a certain range centered around himself. He became a first-tier extraordinary being, a first-tier superhuman. It was then that this crow appeared on his shoulder. The second advancement occurred 6 months after he became a superhuman. His extraordinary level advanced once again due to Loren's desire for more direct lethality. After the advancement, his abilities gained an additional power. He could transform the crow's feathers into an extraordinary revolver. This revolver would grow alongside his powers and did not require bullets. Moreover, relying on the first ability, the bullets themselves carried the enhancements of misfortune and fortune, exhibiting peculiar effects such as auto-targeting. The third advancement took place a year and a half later when Loren was 19 years old. His powers gained yet another ability. Every revolver made from the crow's feathers could serve as his anchor point. This allowed him to do even more. He could manipulate the misfortune and fortune within a certain range of the revolver. Additionally, using the revolver as an anchor point, as long as the energy stored by the crow was sufficient, he could initiate a resurrection. Once he accumulated enough energy for resurrection, he would achieve a perfect level revival. If this perfect resurrection was not used, then it would remain preserved until the day it was used, growing alongside Loren's extraordinary rank changes due to the amassed energy for resurrection. In order to store enough energy for a perfect resurrection at lower ranks and save a massive amount of spirit stones, Loren became a radical and reckless individual. It was also in this year that at the age of 19 and just having become a third-tier extraordinary being, he was recommended and joined the Interstellar Hunter Association. Now Loren was already 23 years old. 4 years had passed since he became an interstellar hunter. In the previous 2 years he mainly relied on devouring spirit stones to accumulate enough energy. The amount of spirit stones required for a perfect resurrection was staggering. Loren roughly calculated that at his third-tier extraordinary level he had invested tens of thousands of spirit stones to gather enough energy for the perfect resurrection. By the time he was 21 he finally had enough. From then on, in the endless star realm, those fatal accidents could no longer affect him. Before this opportunity for resurrection was used, he could act even more recklessly. In the last 2 years all the spirit stones he obtained were solely used for cultivation. Finally today he once again reached the threshold for advancement. Loren anticipated the emergence of his new abilities. The past 3 advancements had brought him tremendous changes. Now, as he was about to face powerful enemies, what kind of transformation would this advancement of his extraordinary abilities bring? Soon the speed at which the crow consumed the spirit stones slowed down. When the crow swallowed the last spirit stone, a dazzling light erupted from both Loren and the crow. After the radiant light persisted for a while, it slowly dissipated. 4th-tier extraordinary being. Loren, who had now become a 4th-tier extraordinary being, opened his previously closed eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He gazed at the crow before him, lost in thought. This time as he advanced he did not perceive any particularly obvious changes. He felt that the abilities he could manipulate were still the original 3 and nothing new had emerged. So what had evolved in this advancement? Loren stopped thinking. This time I have gained wisdom, the crow on the desk said, tilting its head and opening its small beak. It said something quite abrupt. Loren was perplexed. Yes, that's right. I can talk now. Loren fell into silence for a rare moment. Ha ha ha, you seem a bit disappointed. The crow spoke again, hopping around on the desk. It took Loren a long time to accept that this advancement did not yield any practical abilities. This advancement merely granted his extraordinary powers their own wisdom, enabling communication with him. Loren shook his head helplessly at the excited crow on the desk. He prepared to accept this harsh reality. Is this really just one ability, wisdom? Loren still felt a bit unconvinced. Oh my dear master, I must say you are a bit greedy. After saying this, the crow opened its wings and flew to its familiar spot. After settling on Loren's shoulder, it instinctively arranged its feathers before speaking again. Wisdom is no trivial ability, my dear master. For example, Loren asked with curiosity in his tone. From now on you won't have to think, just leave everything to me. The crow said proudly. Loren felt a bit overwhelmed. This is a great ability. Dear master. Once humans have brains they always do strange things. Then the crow began a lengthy discourse about human flaws and the pitfalls of human thinking. As it got excited the crow flapped its wings using them as gestures. Its unique voice echoed throughout the quiet office. Unceasing. The crow's passionate speech brought a glimmer of hope and vitality that had never been seen in the office. Please be quiet for a moment and let me get accustomed to this. Loren, listening to the endless chatter from his shoulder, felt a headache coming on. How could someone as cold as him let his extraordinary abilities veer off course like this? Loren began to recall his past. Could it be that what he desired most in his heart was this thing? Am I really this contradictory? After killing so many, have I truly become a psychopath? A series of questions arose in Loren's heart, relentlessly questioning himself. While Loren doubted himself, the crow's voice did not cease. Even when Loren wished for it to be quiet for a moment, it still did not stop, as if it had to finish everything it had not said for the past 6 years since its birth. It spilled everything out at once. Shut up. Loren, overwhelmed, felt a headache coming on. Wow, dear master. You're so domineering, I love it. The crow standing on Loren's shoulder revealed an admiring look in its small eyes. You're not normal. Loren felt somewhat weary. Where did you learn these words? Loren rubbed his brow. The transformation of the ability crow exceeded his expectations and disrupted his plans. Dear master, there are many such words in your memory. Loren's expression darkened. Is memory shared? What a hassle. Forget those memories, they are unimportant. What you need to do now is to be quiet. The crow tilted its head to look at Loren's profile. I apologize, dear master. My wisdom is extraordinary and the things I remember are hard to forget. Loren waved his hand, halting the conversation from progressing further. What I mean is you need to stay quiet. I like silence, Loren insisted on his request. At your command. My great master. Shut up. All right. Master. Just be quiet. A nod will suffice, don't speak. But if I don't speak, how will you know my thoughts, master? After a struggle with his ability, Loren finally conceded. He surrendered to fate. Sigh. Loren exhaled, reluctantly accepting this somewhat painful reality. His ability after this advancement had turned into a verbose nuisance. Even he who could manipulate luck occasionally felt weary when facing destiny. Destiny is always unpredictable. Crow, we need to get to work. Accepting the harsh reality, Loren rose from behind his desk. He walked toward the door. Let's go. Let's make a big score. The crow on his shoulder began to cheer. Quiet. You're too loud. After it had just learned to speak, it shook its feathers comfortably and replied to Loren, Master, I can make sounds without opening my mouth. Essentially, I am just a mass of energy, not a bird-like creature. Loren, at a loss for words, clenched his fists and began to feel a bit agitated. Ignoring the chatter of the energy form on his shoulder, he approached the door of the office. Turning around, he gazed longingly at this place he had lived in for 4 years. Loren had a premonition that after this incident he would rarely return here. It was too quiet, no longer able to keep pace with his pursuit of joy. He took his hat and coat from the hook by the entrance. Gently closing the office door, he and the crow began to walk toward the outside gray area. To Loren's surprise, when he just bid farewell to the office, the crow unusually remained silent. This was the first time it had consciously kept quiet after learning to speak. After walking for a while, the crow still didn't speak. Loren curiously asked, so you can stay quiet? The crow gently touched Loren's right cheek with its head, sadly saying, please stay quiet, my dear master. I am bidding farewell to my steel nest, which I haven't stayed in for long. Although I don't particularly like it, it is indeed the first nest you bought for me. As a bird, I should show respect to it. Loren's expression twisted in frustration. The somewhat strange steel nest in the office was merely a decorative item Loren purchased, not a nest for the crow. Loren couldn't believe that the crow, which shared his memories, didn't know this. So what is it, morning? Very well, continue to show your respect. Loren rarely managed to be quiet for a moment. Due to your interruption, dear master, I have already finished bidding it farewell. The crow's tone was somewhat helpless. Clearly your wisdom should not be wasted on such matters, Loren thought complexly. So are you intentionally trying to make me feel emotional? Dear master, where are we going next? After a moment of silence, the crow eagerly began to exercise its right to speak. Follow Ms. Shia and go to the Galactic Hunters Association with her. Loren maintained a calm tone. It was clear he was gradually beginning to accept the noise on his shoulder. Fishing law enforcement. You are quite mischievous, Master, the crow commented. Loren's fists unconsciously tightened. You're too loud. It seems Loren still needed some time to adapt to the changes in his ability. Amidst the squabbling with the crow, he and the crow exited the gray area. After leaving the street, he sensed the position of the pink revolver and quickly followed. Ms. Shia had already set off for a while. However, her pace was very slow, walking cautiously. Not going far, Loren quickly caught up with her figure. As for Loren's fishing law enforcement, it was quite simple. Loren intentionally bestowed luck upon Ms. Shia as she left under his silent manipulation. It was luck that could protect her at critical moments, not luck to evade troubles. If the people behind her amidst a series of unexpected events focused on Ms. Shia, then they would face Loren lurking in the shadows. After all, the annihilation of the Wild Dog Gang and what happened in that alley represented their exposure of some things. If they were careful enough, then Ms. Shia would be the best gift. After all, her commission was the source of both matters. Loren trailed Ms. Shia in the shadows for a long time. However, to Loren's surprise, her advance went unimpeded by anyone. Her presence was like an ant by the roadside, unnoticed by anyone. Dear Master, it seems some people are more arrogant than you. You not having a mouth is the correct thing. Loren said nothing, silently following behind Ms. Shia. Until Ms. Shia entered the city, there were no surprises. The two entered the city one after the other. At the entrance to the upper city, after being extorted and paying a bit of federal currency, Ms. Shia entered the city safely. After waiting a while deliberately, Loren then walked toward the city gate. He calmly entered the upper city. Although the lazy law enforcement officer from the morning was absent, no one dared to extort Loren. Upon entering the upper city after seeing Ms. Shia walking into the Galactic Hunters Association, Loren couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. It seems this opponent is equally arrogant. Then let the cost of your arrogance be paid. Master, your disappointment signifies that you always like to add difficulty to your work. You see, human brains always like to think of strange things. From now on, let me handle such matters. You can store your brain with me. After seeing Loren shake his head in disappointment, the crow appropriately voiced its opinion. Although you possess wisdom, you are not human. You will not understand. Pleasure is the essence of life. After responding to the crow, Loren also stepped through the doors of the Galactic Hunters Association. Loren's hunting plan commenced. This is the joy that Loren seeks. As Loren entered the Interstellar Hunters Association, silence fell over the hall once more. On this same day she had appeared twice, a highly unusual occurrence that stirred a palpable sense of danger among the hunters gathered there. Those familiar with Loren's modus operandi knew one immutable truth: wherever she operated, trouble inevitably followed, and often spilled over onto others. Yet even so, Loren had never before appeared twice in a single day at the Hunters Association. Thus several perceptive interstellar hunters, upon spotting her silhouette, instinctively sensed impending upheaval. Without a word, they quietly withdrew the commissions they had just accepted and slipped out of the association's grand hall. One universal axiom held true: distance from Loren was always the wisest course. Raven, perched upon Loren's shoulder, observed it all, and could not resist speaking up. Oh, what a dismal spectacle this is. My dearest Master, it continued, it seems I am the only being left who finds you remotely likable. Meanwhile, the very person they so eagerly avoided paid no heed to those departing hunters, or to the sardonic commentary issued by her own awakened ability. Instead, her gaze flickered sideways. Only then, upon catching sight of Lady Shia entering the assessment zone, did Loren initiate her hunt. She strode toward the mission posting counter in the hall and presented her hunter's license. Good day, madam, Loren said. I wish to post a mission. Mr. Loren, what kind of mission would you like to post? Asked the clerk behind the counter, fingers already dancing across her terminal. A public mission valid across all star sectors beyond the Dusk Star domain. Report to the Federal Energy Department that someone is illicitly extracting federal mineral resources from Resource Planet 17. Also include charges of smuggling matches and abducting federal citizens. This is an open commission. Any hunter may accept it. Reward 1 yuan stone. With that, Loren slid a single yuan stone across the counter. Very well, Mr. Loren. The mission has been uploaded to the Interstellar Hunters public network. Is there anything else you require, sir? The clerk asked, utterly unperturbed by the bizarre nature of the task. She was after all little more than an emotionless conduit for mission submissions, no questions asked, no curiosity indulged. Such detachment was the surest path to longevity. That principle stood as the first article in their official operations manual. Nothing further, madam. Wishing you good fortune, Loren replied, then turned and walked away satisfied. The first phase of the plan had commenced. With quiet elation, Loren stepped out of the association's main entrance and without pause headed directly beyond the upper city's perimeter. "Dear master, you truly are wicked," observed Raven, having witnessed it all. "I rather like that assessment," Loren murmured, a faint knowing smile playing at the corner of her lips. The mission she had posted was merely a feint, a decoy. No hunter would ever accept a commission bearing a reward of only 1 yuan stone. Its sole purpose was to ensure the intelligence escaped the confines of the Dusk Star domain. It was meant to be seen, widely seen, so that the Federal Energy Department itself would inevitably lay eyes upon it. Loren awaited with keen anticipation the department's response. The curtain had risen on a grand drama. After passing through the upper city's outer gate, Loren paused only long enough to orient herself toward the direction of the federal penitentiary beyond the city walls. Then she moved silently toward it, determined to prepare the stage in advance and deliver a surprise no one saw coming. Not long after Loren posted her mission, the startling news had already reached the headquarters of the Federal Energy Department. The Interstellar Hunters public network remained the galaxy's swiftest conduit for information, especially when that information reeked of conspiracy and implicated a powerful federal agency. Under such circumstances, rumors traveled at near light speed. After all, spectators abounded, particularly within the ranks of interstellar hunters where fascination with chaos ran deep. A cascade of directives erupted from Energy HQ. The long-buried report detailing the suspension of mining operations was unearthed from dusty archives. Its signatory, the official responsible, was arrested and interrogated without delay. Concurrently, the federal AI began analyzing market circulation data, how many yuan stones had entered the Dusk Star domain's economy over the past years. Every individual connected to the original incident was placed under silent surveillance by the federal AI. Even the intricate web of intermediaries who facilitated the integration of Resource Planet 17's new government into the Federation was painstakingly reconstructed. Energy HQ scoured every record seeking anomalies. This colossal, deeply entrenched authority had begun to move, deliberately, inexorably. Especially when HQ discovered it could no longer contact the investigator stationed on Resource Planet 17, it petitioned the Federal Assembly for an official inquiry mandate. The mandate was approved instantly, without hesitation or debate. The relationship between this formidable department and the Assembly remained delicately symbiotic. Immediately afterward, Energy HQ deployed fleets of mechs and warships to impose a total blockade over the entire Dusk Star domain. Its Special Circumstances Response Team activated an interstellar gateway and leapt into the domain. Stealing federal assets was an insult to the Energy Department's prestige, but murdering one of its investigators was a deliberate, humiliating desecration of its authority. At this juncture, evidence had become irrelevant. "No one dares cross the Energy Department's red line," declared the Deputy Director moments before the deployment commenced. The Federal Military Command and the Federal Law Enforcement Bureau were likewise shaken by the report smuggling mechs and abducting federal citizens. Individually, either charge might have been contained, but once both appeared on the Interstellar Hunters public network, containment became impossible. A matter placed on the public ledger was fundamentally different from one kept in shadows. Such an uncontainable high-profile atrocity would trigger invisible but far-reaching ripple effects, touching countless lives. Soon following Energy HQ's lead, both military command and law enforcement dispatched forces. 10 elite special operations teams were sent to apprehend the mech smugglers. 5 squads of federal elite officers were deployed to locate and arrest those responsible for the citizen abductions. Yet the scale of their deployments remained modest. Not every department possessed Energy HQ's vast reserves. Mobilizing elite units demanded yuan stones, and substantial ones at that. Since Energy HQ had already sealed off the Dusk Star domain, these departments could afford to contribute less. Let Energy HQ handle the cleansing. All understood an incident of this magnitude in the Dusk Star domain signaled systemic corruption, pervasive, entrenched, and widespread. Sending too many agents risked misinterpretation by Energy HQ. Their mandate was assistance, not sheltering criminals who violated federal law. Within the Dusk Star domain's capital city stood a vast natural estate at its very heart, its grounds teeming with rare flora drawn from across the star systems. Many of these specimens were endangered species, strictly prohibited from private cultivation under federal statute. Beyond occupying the city's most prestigious location, the estate enjoyed absolute spatial sovereignty. No surrounding structure was permitted to rise high enough to overlook it. Within this tranquil and extraordinary manner, the passage of time remains peaceful. The servants continue to carry out their duties with ease. There is no sign of panic. The master of the manor is quietly reading in the balcony of his study, completely unaffected. Even though the master has learned that his actions in the Dusk Star domain have been exposed, the expression on the elderly man's face remains calm. He reads with elegance, occasionally savoring a sip of the red tea beside him. The butler stands respectfully nearby, quietly awaiting his inquiries. After reading for a while, the elderly man finally set down his book, gently folding the corner of the last page he had seen. Then he picked up the red tea beside him, took a gentle sip, and leisurely asked, "How was it exposed?" "My lord, it was someone who posted the news on the Interstellar Hunter Association's public network." The butler, standing to the side, reported the latest information he had received. "Oh." The elderly man expressed curiosity. After hearing the elderly man's question, the butler continued, "The branch president of the association on Resource Star 17, after receiving spirit stones, indeed did not expose the information. The issue arose from an interstellar hunter within his association. This hunter is rather special. He discovered the truth on his own. It is presumed that he accepted a missing person commission and during his investigation encountered the Wild Dog Gang. Then Adrian exposed the mech matter to resolve the trouble. Unfortunately, even so, he met his demise at the hands of that interstellar hunter. Following that, the interstellar hunter during his investigation encountered an overly reckless investigator from the energy department. He obtained information about the Spirit Stone mine from the investigator. After learning about the mine, he directly posted the message on the interstellar hunter's public network. After the butler finished speaking, he respectfully lowered his head in silence, waiting for the elderly man's decision. "Adrian is dead." The elderly man expressed some regret. He had quite high hopes for that young man, a rare spatial ability user. "Take good care of his family. That young man sacrificed his life to help our family," the elderly man commanded. "Yes, my lord." The butler nodded, noting this matter. "What is the background of that interstellar hunter?" The elderly man stood up and walked to the edge of the balcony, gazing at the meticulously crafted scenery of his manor. The butler recalled the intelligence he had received just 10 minutes ago and picked out the more important details. He succinctly answered the elderly man's question. Loren, codename Crazy Crow. Age 23. Combat ability unknown, suspected to be Tier 3, no one knows for sure. From the intelligence we have gathered, he was born in the year 7685 of the Alliance. He was born in a slum and lived there for 17 years. During that time he was unremarkable. His parents died when he was young and he grew up without relatives or friends. His personality became reclusive, preferring solitude. It was not until he awakened his abilities at the age of 17 that he left the slum. After awakening his abilities, his character turned quite ruthless. His actions became illogical, driven by whim. At the age of 19 he was recommended and joined the Interstellar Hunter Association. He is now a Tier 3 hunter of the Interstellar Hunter Association. By the way, his reputation in the association is quite poor. Most of his clients have died. According to investigations, he has only 2 hobbies: killing and giving people left-hand revolvers. After hearing his butler's response, the elderly man scoffed arrogantly, "Ha, a mere Tier 3, yet he can act like a tyrant on a half-abandoned resource star. He should pay the price for his recklessness." The butler agreed with a lowered head, "Yes, my lord." After resolving this matter, the elderly man's expression returned to calm. Adjusting his posture, he began to inquire about another matter: what is going on with the energy department's large-scale movements? The butler, standing behind the elderly man, spoke with gravity. "Our people found the body of an energy department investigator in a small alley." The elderly man turned to look at the butler, his gaze somewhat cold. "What happened?" "I remember giving orders that our people were only to capture living subjects from the energy department, erasing their memories before releasing them." The butler explained with his head lowered, "It was not our people who acted. Our people also died in that alley." "Are you suggesting that the interstellar hunter killed the investigator and then framed us?" "As it appears, yes, my lord." The elderly man, standing by the window, waved his hand in weariness. "You may go. Unless something unexpected occurs, the energy department will act like a rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight. The plan hasn't even started. Patience is a virtue. All of us in the Dusk Star domain should abandon our pretense. Keep your hands clean. The energy department is not easy to fool." After receiving the elderly man's orders, the butler slowly bowed his head and withdrew. Yes. He was going to execute the orders given by the elderly man. As a butler, he was very diligent. Outside the upper district of Resource Star 17. At the junction between the upper and lower districts of Qingquang City, there stands the only maximum security prison on this planet, with exceptionally tight security. This prison was built after the establishment of the government in the upper district. Any criminals held here are sentenced to life imprisonment by federal law. Any criminal entering this place will never escape in their lifetime, regardless of whether you are an extraordinary individual. Once you enter here, it signifies that this will be the end of your life. Atonement Prison is its name. Its name also implies that the inmates will face lifelong labor. Not far from this notorious prison, Loren stands in the shadows, carefully observing the heavily guarded facility. "How do I get in?" Loren mutters to himself while stroking his chin. Although Loren as an experienced interstellar hunter has completed many commissions, this is still his first encounter with a maximum security prison. For a moment he finds himself in a difficult position. Dear Master, are you planning to turn yourself in? On the contrary, I want to blow up this prison. Do you have any good ideas? Loren's tone is somewhat excited. He has never blown up a prison before. Such a novel experience is precisely what Loren has always been pursuing. Master, I am delighted that you finally respect my wisdom. Dear Master, the crow offered its candid opinion. Perhaps you might consider whether this prison is looking for people. Good idea, let's give it a try. Loren pondered for a moment and found it feasible. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Fortunate. After completing everything above, Loren stepped out of the shadows and waited in a quiet spot by the roadside. Master, I must say someone like you who has to snap his fingers before going out to avoid getting lost is truly the most suitable person to develop this ability. Loren. If mocking your master makes you feel better, then I hope you remember how hard I worked to raise you after your sarcasm. Thus the man and the crow began a friendly exchange by the roadside, passing the time while they waited. 30 minutes passed. Just when Loren thought this idea couldn't be realized, a hovering vehicle stopped beside him. A young man got out of the car and walked towards Loren naturally. The newcomer had very clear eyes. Hello, may I ask if you are here to pick me up? A young man with a somewhat childish face politely inquired of Loren. Loren's eyes lit up, truly using it. Of course, I am specifically here to welcome you. Loren's smile was very sincere. Hearing Loren's words, the young man appeared very happy. Great. I was still worried about how to start my job. After all, this is my first job and I am still quite lost. I thought starting at the federal prison would be quite troublesome, he continued. Before I came, my father told me not to worry, that someone would come to pick me up, but I thought he was just fooling me. Turns out it's true. You are really considerate towards new prison guards. While speaking, he took out a file from his small backpack and handed it to Loren. Loren calmly accepted the file. Then with a tranquil expression he opened the file and began to glance through it casually. Hey, is this where my file is being reviewed? The young man looked a bit confused. Of course, there's no space in the prison. Loren replied casually. I see. The young man nodded in understanding and then waited quietly. 3 minutes later, Loren satisfactorily closed the file bag, looking at the innocent and naive young man, and asked, Did you come alone? Did your family not come to see you off? The young man nodded. They wanted to see me off, but I refused. I'm not a child anymore. After hearing this, Loren nodded with even more satisfaction. Very good. With that, Loren raised his head and knocked the naive young man out. Dear Master, I must say your malicious behavior is destroying a young man's expectations of this world. Expectations don't disappear, they just transfer to me. After replying to the crow, Loren efficiently dragged the unconscious young man into the hovering vehicle. Then Loren also got into the hovering vehicle. Loren started the hovering vehicle and drove towards the gray area. He needed to find a place for the young man while also creating some disguises for himself. Soon a hovering vehicle drove into the gray area, somewhat out of place with the atmosphere here. Countless furtive gazes scrutinized this somewhat presumptuous new model hovering vehicle. The hovering vehicle stopped in front of a store on the street. Loren opened the car door and got out. The furtive gazes disappeared, secretly muttering about bad luck. After the extra gazes vanished, Loren carried the young man into the store. Mr. Loren, you don't come here often. The store owner, an old man wearing a black apron, greeted Loren as he saw him bringing someone in. Get me a human skin mask, a pair of colored contact lenses, and a finger that can bypass genetic testing. Loren directly stated his intention. To infiltrate the maximum security prison, he still needed some preparations. Loren wasn't sure if the prison had these testing measures, but he wanted to be thoroughly prepared. It will be ready shortly, just half an hour, please wait. The store owner smiled cheerfully upon hearing Loren's request, as this was a big business. The store owner kindly took the unconscious young man from Loren. After carefully examining the young man's face, he even lifted the other's eyelids and nodded. He then took out a facial scanner and meticulously scanned the young man's face and pupils. Next, he took a needle and drew a small amount of blood from the young man's hand. After finishing these preparations, the old man took the young man's data and walked into the back of the store to begin the crafting. Half an hour later, Loren walked out of the store holding a yellow bag containing the set of disguises. As for the hovering vehicle, he did not drive it away. He left it to the store owner as compensation. A brand new hovering vehicle was enough to respect the other's craftsmanship. As for the young man, after Loren took away the communicator from him, he tossed him to the store owner and injected him with a sleeping agent. A dosage that would allow him to sleep soundly for 3 days. On a morning 3 days later, this young man would wake up at a corner not far from the upper city. I must say the after-sales service of this store earned Loren a rare good review. After leaving the gray area, Loren quietly returned to the outside of the federal prison. However, this time Loren ran there on foot. After entering the fourth stage, Loren's running speed was already much faster than that of a hovering vehicle. After a long-distance run, Loren did not feel too tired, just a bit out of breath. People rarely feel tired when doing bad things. Loren chose not to use his black wings to travel. He felt that flying near the maximum security prison might attract too much attention. Upon arriving outside the prison, Loren took some time to calm his breathing. Then Loren took out the human skin mask and put it on his face. He then inserted the custom-colored contact lenses that mimicked the young man's pupils into his eyes. At this moment, Loren's appearance changed drastically, becoming identical to that of the naive young man. In terms of appearance, aside from some discrepancies in temperament, the two were nearly indistinguishable. Next, Loren took out the last finger sleeve from the bag and put it on the index finger of his right hand. The flesh-colored finger sleeve had a very small space at the tip for storing the young man's blood. This would allow Loren to bypass genetic testing. After putting it on, Loren examined his right hand. He nodded. If he didn't keep staring at it, it wouldn't be discovered. "Oh, and you?" Loren glanced at the crow on his shoulder. "No, my dear master, you are too rough." The loquacious crow was forcibly retracted into Loren. Although the crow was reluctant, raising a crow was still too ostentatious and too much of a personal style. It was not conducive to infiltration. "Let me see this maximum security prison filled with secrets." After making all the preparations, Loren excitedly walked toward the maximum security prison. "Master, though I am glad to be fused with you, I must ask, must I remain in this state until your infiltration ends?" The crow's voice resonated in Loren's mind. "Yes. Be quiet." At that moment, Loren's appearance had altered dramatically. He bore the guise of an unconscious youth, a top hat perched upon his head, a black trench coat cloaking his frame, and heavy knee-high combat boots on his feet. A white flower remained pinned to his chest. Against his fresh, almost childlike features, it looked incongruous, like a mischievous child who had slipped into an adult's clothes. Indeed, Loren had not changed his clothes. He still wore the very outfit he always favored. It mattered little. The dossier said that the unconscious young man had from boyhood dreamed of becoming an interstellar hunter. Loren's attire was the quintessential interstellar hunter's garb, bold, unruly, and suited for combat. Such a look was entirely plausible. To present himself on his first posting in the style he loved was fitting for a young man brimming with hope for the world. If anyone later noticed something amiss, Loren would simply snap his fingers. Luck could smooth over many unforeseen troubles. "Master, shall I trigger luck from within you when it is inconvenient for you?" The crow's voice sounded again in Loren's mind as they made their way toward the maximum security prison. "Of course, my supernatural partner," Loren nodded. So this was the effect of wisdom. This advancement had indeed bestowed a useful ability. That way, inside the prison, he would not have to keep snapping his fingers. After a time, constant snapping would grow conspicuous. They walked on. As Loren neared a vantage from which the prison watchtower could be seen, the crow's voice chimed once more in his mind. "Luck." Loren hesitated. He felt his ability activate. After carefully assessing his condition, he continued forward with calm assurance. This luck-infused state bore no difference from when he personally invoked his power. Whether triggered by Loren or the crow, the effect remained identical. They arrived at the gates of the maximum security prison. Loren tapped lightly on the door. "Hello, I am here to be onboarded." The gate opened promptly. A guard sized Loren up for a moment, then spoke coldly. "Records." Loren feigned nervousness as he handed over the dossier. In truth, Loren was perfectly composed. The dossier belonged to the youth and was authentic. There was nothing suspicious in it. So long as his disguise remained undiscovered, the ruse would hold. After a careful inspection, the guard looked up and nodded to Loren. "Come in." That was the young man's name. "Yes, sir," Loren replied politely and followed behind the guard into the gate behind Loren was shut with a ponderous resonant boom. Hearing the sound, Loren feigned a start and cast an anxious glance over his shoulder. He privately assessed the gate's composition, that thickness and that material would not be easily breached by revolver rounds. It seemed he would need to exert some effort to blow the gate open. "Lion, with such a timid disposition, how did your father come to recommend you here?" The lead guard, seeing Loren's feigned alarm, sneered and prodded. Loren supplied an answer that fit his assumed role. "Perhaps he thought that being here would leave me no time to chase the dream of becoming an interstellar hunter." The guard nodded as if satisfied. "My name is Hunley Wire. Well, be colleagues from now on. You may call me Hunley or Officer Wire. Rest assured, as long as you behave, no one will bully you. The working conditions and benefits are decent here, provided you know your place." Loren nodded eagerly, playing the obedient recruit. Yes, Officer Wire. The lead guard waved casually. Lion, you need not be so formal all the time. No one comes to inspect here, we call the shots. Hangley Wire spoke with loaded implication. Loren suppressed a cold smile and answered outwardly, as you say, Brother Hangley. Hangley Wire glanced back at Lion, pleased, and nodded. I like recruits who listen. Pleased with the newcomer's attitude, Hangley Wire proceeded to brief Loren as they walked. He explained the prison's facilities and rules. Loren followed, pretending to take earnest notes and maintaining the role of an obedient rookie. When the orientation was nearly complete, Hangley Wire said, all right, this is all straightforward. After you spend some time here, you will learn it well enough. There is one thing you must remember here: whatever you see in the prison, pretend you did not see it. Most important, do not speak of it to anyone, no one, not even your father. Understand, Lion? Loren feigned partial understanding and nodded. Understood. Brother Hangley. Hangley Wire, seeing his bewildered expression, said no more. He had only warned that disobedience would be made memorable. Come with me, kid. I'll take you to your dorm now. Your noon, take half a day's leave. Your uniform will be delivered tomorrow morning. At dawn you will come on duty with me. Stay in the dorm building and do not wander. If you are hungry, go down for a meal. Our guards' mess is beside the dormitory. Eat and return quickly. With that, Hangley Wire led Loren to the dormitory. 3 guards stood at the entrance, fully armed with the latest black market laser rifles. They kept the dormitory under tight guard. As Hangley ushered Loren inside, one of them gave him a deliberate once-over as if memorizing his face. Hangley assigned Loren a single room on the 5th floor and departed. Alone, Loren rose and pretended to tidy the small chamber. He cleaned the room, though in truth he was inspecting it for surveillance and listening devices. During this sham of housekeeping, the word luck chimed intermittently in Loren's mind. Indeed, since entering the prison he had not ceased applying the luck upon himself. Perhaps the crow, now withdrawn into his body and bored, triggered its ability from time to time. After searching the single room, Loren was surprised to find no listening devices. So confident in themselves. Then I shall not be polite. Loren thought as he descended the dormitory stairs. He intended to gather intelligence and then make some serious trouble. However, Loren was stopped by the 3 armed prison guards when he was leaving the dormitory building. They asked him where he was going. Loren replied that he was hungry and wanted to go to the cafeteria for something to eat. Thus Loren finally exited the dormitory building. During these events, luck was under the control of the crow, constantly adhering to Loren. Loren could hardly imagine how difficult it would be to act without luck. After stepping into the cafeteria reserved for the guards, he casually found a corner to sit down. Due to its separation from the inmates' cafeteria, the atmosphere in the guards' cafeteria was quite pleasant. With its elegant and unique decor and sound-absorbing materials on the walls, the cafeteria felt very quiet inside. The only sounds surrounding him were the occasional whispers that reached Loren's ears. What surprised him the most was, after listening for a while, Loren learned that all the food and drinks here were free for the guards. He glanced around, observing what the guards at the cafeteria were eating. There were various juices, high-quality meats, and an array of fresh vegetables. Loren's eyes brightened. It seemed he had found the right place. The intelligence speculated by the investigator was not wrong. On this resource star that did not engage in agricultural production, being able to eat such food was indeed suspicious. This already indicated that the prison had serious issues. Not to mention, these vegetables and meats, specially transported from other planets, were provided without any limits. Loren rose from his corner and approached the cafeteria window, ordering some meat dishes and a cup of juice. Before taking action, he thought it would be better to experience these fresh foods. Returning to his seat, he quietly began to eat. Master, it looks delicious. Could you leave some for me before you start? I am quite curious about human food. The voice of the crow echoed again in Loren's mind. He glanced towards the cafeteria window and silently signaled to the crow. Once you start, all that food will be yours. As you command. Beloved master. The voice in Loren's mind began to fade. Loren continued to savor the delicious food with peace of mind. After a while, the last luck that had been granted to him was about to end. So the crow activated its ability once again. Luck. Unlike the previous times, this time after activating the ability. Soon 2 prison guards walked into the cafeteria. After placing their orders, they sat down not far from Loren. Then these 2 guards began their daily chat. It seemed they were 2 guards who had just finished their shifts. I'm so exhausted right from the start. I had to supervise those lazy miners. If it were up to me, they should send more extraordinary individuals to mine. These ordinary people not only lack physical strength and determination but are also lazy. Even electric prods don't work on them. One of the guards began to complain after sitting down. Don't even think about it. Those fat pigs who only sit in the office will never send extraordinary individuals in. They are afraid that the extraordinary individuals they capture will secretly use the mind spirit stones to cultivate. It would be terrible if any rebels appeared. The other guard also chimed in. It seemed that both of them had deep grievances about their jobs. When will this damn spirit stone mine ever be exhausted? I just want to go on vacation. One guard sighed helplessly after taking a sip of juice, leaning back in his chair. The other guard, seeing his colleague so dejected, teased him with a smile. Don't even think about vacationing. At the current pace, the spirit stone mine could be mined for at least several more decades. Because of the energy magnetic field, once technological machines enter, they will malfunction. We can't use machines to mine, we can only rely on manual labor. If we keep using ordinary people to mine, your vacation plans will have to be postponed for decades. Hearing his colleague's words, the guard who wanted to go on vacation became even more despondent. He made a comical gesture of prayer and closed his eyes, starting to plead, "Oh my, someone save me. Blow up those spirit stone mines." Meanwhile, Loren, who was intently listening to the two men's conversation, couldn't help but smile. Loren rose from his table and walked toward the two guards. "Perhaps I can help you, Mr. Guard who wants a vacation." He naturally sat down beside the two guards. The two guards looked at Loren's arrival, noticing he wasn't wearing a guard's uniform but was instead dressed in a black trench coat. Who are you? Where's your uniform?" one of the guards asked, warily eyeing the uninvited Loren. "I'm a new recruit who just arrived today. Officer Will said my uniform will be issued tomorrow," Loren said casually. The two guards nodded. Under the effect of luck, both felt Loren was friendly and approachable, especially with his familiar demeanor. After hearing Loren's explanation, they dropped their guard. "All right, confirmed, he's one of us. When I joined, my uniform was also issued the next day. You just got here, how can you help me go on vacation?" Once they realized he was one of their own, the guard continued the previous topic. "You tell me the location of the spirit stone mine and I'll help you blow it up." Loren blinked his eyes playfully. It was as if he were a newcomer trying to bond with the older guards by making harmless jokes. "Haha, an interesting newcomer. I like your sense of humor. It's right below us. Do blow it up, the sooner the better. I can hardly wait." The guard who wanted a vacation responded with humor as well. Upon hearing the guard's reply, Loren's eyes brightened and a smile returned to his lips. He had found it. With a smile, Loren stood up. "Actually, there's another way for you to enjoy a long holiday." After saying this, a black feather appeared in Loren's hand. "What?" The guard instinctively asked this question. The black feather in Loren's hand instantly transformed into a black golden revolver. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets shot out from the barrel. The two guards, caught off guard, fell to the ground of the cafeteria before they could even react. "Death!" Loren softly uttered 2 words. The crow also reappeared on Loren's shoulder. As soon as it appeared, it couldn't wait to say, "I was suffocating, dear master, I can finally speak." Loren did not immediately respond to the pent-up crow. He was busy using the revolver to shoot down the remaining guards in the cafeteria. After Loren opened fire, the guards who were dining in the cafeteria quickly reacted. They drew their weapons from their waists, hiding behind the tables, and began to fight back against Loren. Loren's figure began to flicker throughout the cafeteria. The physical qualities and reflexes granted by being a 4th-tier extraordinary individual allowed Loren to easily dodge the bullets coming from all directions. He even had time to talk to the crow. "You can take this time to taste the human food you've never eaten before," at the window. After the crow granted Loren a touch of luck, it leisurely flew through the bullets towards the cafeteria window. It was going to sample the human delicacies that looked quite appetizing. Meanwhile, the figures of the guards in the cafeteria gradually fell. With each flicker of Loren, a bullet that could automatically lock onto its target was fired. "Damn it! Call for backup. How did the extraordinary being get in here?" The remaining guards began calling for assistance. Just as one guard took out a communicator, he was shot in the head by a bullet that seemingly came from nowhere. Loren took special care of the guards who were trying to call for backup. The bullets specifically targeted those attempting to call for help. Soon the guards who could not reach for assistance grew somewhat desperate. They could only hope that their colleagues outside the cafeteria would notice the commotion inside. After all, with such a loud noise, surely others would react. Bang! 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 Gradually the gunfire came to a halt. Under the relentless attack of the self-targeting revolver, the lives of the guards in the cafeteria were swiftly extinguished. One headless body after another fell to the cafeteria floor. Blood splattered everywhere. Apart from Loren, no one else in the cafeteria was left alive. Loren leisurely stowed away the revolver and snapped his fingers towards the cafeteria window. "Let's go." Upon hearing Loren's words, the crow reluctantly rose from the array of food and shook its feathers. It shook off the food remnants clinging to its feathers. "I'm coming, dear master." The crow transformed into a streak of light and returned to Loren's shoulder. "How was it? Did you enjoy the human food?" Loren asked curiously as he walked outside the cafeteria with the crow. "Not bad, the taste is decent, but it has too little energy. It can't compare to spirit stones and it easily dirties my feathers." The crow expressed its thoughts on its first experience with human food. It seemed that the crow did not hold human food in high regard. Loren chuckled and shook his head, making no comments. Then he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Misfortune. Misfortune was cast upon the entire structure of the cafeteria. After stepping out, Loren shot a bullet without looking back at the building behind him. The shot triggered a violent explosion. The cafeteria collapsed with a resounding crash. Judging by the position, the first explosion originated in the kitchen, causing a chain reaction. After exiting the cafeteria, Loren was quickly intercepted. The first to arrive were 3 fully armed guards stationed at the entrance of the dormitory building. Upon seeing Loren, they immediately launched an attack. After dodging an attack from the guards' laser guns, Loren was about to raise his hand to counterattack. Misfortune. The crow on his shoulder suddenly uttered these 2 words. Loren lowered his half-raised hand and glanced at the crow on his shoulder. Having such a combat partner seemed quite nice. The 3 fully armed guards, after being afflicted by misfortune, the laser guns in their hands fired a shot but inexplicably began to malfunction, resulting in an energy explosion. The blast engulfed the location of the 3. No traces remained of the 3. "Master, you just need to shoot. I'll assist you with controlling luck," the crow proudly proclaimed from Loren's shoulder. "All right," Loren replied tersely. Then he approached the dormitory building and raised his hand to shoot at the ground in front of it. Misfortune. The crow timely activated the misfortune ability, casting it upon the entire dormitory building. Boom! An explosion erupted from the bullet. In a most peculiar manner, a small-scale collapse occurred on the ground in front of the dormitory. After the collapse, the dormitory began to shake. Bang! 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 Another 3 shots and the dormitory collapsed with a loud crash. Boom! The ground in front of the dormitory gave way beneath the explosion and the collapse. A bottomless pit appeared leading directly underground. "Master, I smell a large quantity of spirit stones from that pit." "Show quiet." Loren was admiring the ruins of the cafeteria and dormitory. The feeling of violently destroying everything brought him delight. He did not like being disturbed at such moments. After satisfying his desire for destruction, Loren gazed at the deep pit not far in front of him. Without much hesitation, he jumped directly into the deep pit. The crow seamlessly merged into Loren's body, transforming into a pair of black wings. With wings sprouting, Loren descended slowly after jumping into the deep pit. Meanwhile, this heavily guarded high-security prison was being violently attacked from the outside. From the casualty reports of both sides, it was only a matter of time before the prison fell. Not long ago, Loren was slaughtering his way through the cafeteria. Outside the high walls of the prison, a special operations team from the energy department arrived. After this team reached the location, they wasted no time and launched an attack. The intelligence gathered by the energy department indicated that this was a place where criminals were extensively stealing federal minerals. The prison was merely a facade. It was the attack from this team that allowed Loren to face little resistance inside the prison. All the forces of this high-security prison were focused on countering this team. To highlight the team's agility, these 6 individuals were composed of ability users, martial artists, and the rarest cultivators. After the 6 arrived outside the prison, they soared into the sky. Parallel to the prison walls, they unleashed their assaults. Various energy attacks and techniques poured down upon the guards guarding the prison. A mere team of 6 easily suppressed the heavy firepower within the prison. Inside the prison, after Loren leaped down the deep pit among the 6-person team, a youth who was monitoring the movements throughout the prison halted his magical attacks and turned to say, "Captain, that mysterious ability user destroyed 2 buildings before jumping straight down the pit." The one referred to as the captain was a muscular man clad in tight battle armor. Upon hearing this, he frowned. "Hey, our fierce attack outside has really become his cover. Now everyone attack with all your might," the armored giant shouted after issuing his command. Following this, his body inexplicably grew larger. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall muscular behemoth and his armor expanded with his body. The newly transformed muscle monster charged towards the heavy artillery mounted on the prison's outer wall. Boo! A sonic boom erupted. Clouds of dust erupted as the outer wall of the prison exploded. As the dust settled, the heavy artillery mounted on the prison wall lay beneath his feet. The metal barrel had warped severely and the components of the cannon were scattered. The guard operating the cannon lay beside it with a large hole torn in his chest. Blood flowed, staining the scattered cannon parts around. After the burly man acting as the captain successfully attacked and secured a fire point, the rest of the squad naturally were not willing to fall behind. In the sky, several icy spikes emanating a chilling aura appeared. Once formed, the spikes charged directly towards the prison guards on the outer wall. Those prison guards touched by the icy spikes, even if only slightly wounded, instantly transformed into solid blocks of ice radiating a cold essence. Inside the ice, the frozen prison guards were trapped. Their faces still bore expressions of terror. The burly captain, upon seeing that most of the guards had been dealt with by his team's icy spikes, looked at the grim scene on the prison's outer wall. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Having superpowers is really convenient while I struggle to take down a single fire point." With this move they were all wiped out. After the burly man finished his lament, a well-groomed team member flew to the burly man's side, comforting him. "Captain, don't feel too sentimental. Number 2 still can't outmatch you. This move only intimidates ordinary folks." The burly man cast a disdainful glance at him. "You can't beat anyone, so of course you don't feel any pressure." He then began directing the others to clean up the battlefield. "Number 3, check for any feigning guards and deal with them." "Yes." "Number 4, stay alert." "Yes." Soon the young man known as Number 3 returned. "None left. I just checked, they're all dead." "Number 2 is really ruthless." The burly man nodded. "Let's go. We're entering the prison to meet that mysterious superpowered individual." The 6 of them jumped down from the prison's outer wall and swaggered towards the prison's interior. The bodies left on the outer wall of the prison would naturally be taken care of by someone else. This squad's task was merely to take the prison. Everything else was beyond their concern. After the 6-member squad departed, a medium-sized spaceship bearing the emblem of the Federal Energy Department descended outside the prison. The ship's door slowly lowered. A cleanup team from the Federal Energy Department split into 2 lines streaming out from the ship's entrance. They first secured the entire prison before beginning to handle the bodies on the city wall. The corpses of the prison guards were packaged and transported away with extreme proficiency. These intact frozen bodies were also a form of biological energy. Once the packaged bodies were loaded onto the ship, the cleanup team all returned to the vessel. Soon after, the ship took off, leaving the area and heading towards the resource planet. After the ship departed, another large spaceship also marked with the Federal Energy Department logo descended from the sky, landing outside the prison. The ship opened and its door descended. Crisis management personnel from the Federal Energy Department also streamed out from the ship. The recently arrived personnel quickly divided into 3 groups. Familiar scenes played out again as one group first secured the entire prison. Another group skillfully set up a makeshift platform outside the prison. This platform was to be used for the federal media to announce the latest investigative results. The last group, the largest, stood ready in place. After completing the tasks of securing the prison and setting up the platform, these 2 groups converged, leaving only a small number of people surrounding the prison. The rest, together with those on standby, boarded the convenient combat vehicles carried by the large ship heading towards Qingquang City. No one could steal from the federal mineral resources and provoke the authority of the Energy Department, unless at the cost of their lives. These individuals were headed to Qingquang City for judgment and cleansing. Anyone related to this matter would face rigorous scrutiny. Anyone involved would undergo severe judgment. After the main force of the Energy Department departed, several ships from different news media landed outside the heavy prison. These omnipresent reporters, like hounds drawn by scent, arrived at this resource planet after the personnel from the Energy Department. Stealing from federal mineral resources. Killing investigators from the Energy Department. Smuggling mechs. Kidnapping federal citizens. Each of these matters was worthy of extensive reporting. When all these issues converged, it signified that a major news story was about to emerge. These media outlets would pay any price to secure first-hand information. The right of federal citizens to know is sacred and inviolable. As for the incident involving brutal murder of Energy Department investigators by thugs, these media outlets had also gathered information through their obscure channels. After all, with so many individuals from the Energy Department, someone would inevitably leak some inconsequential information. For the current Federal Energy Department, who stole the minerals was no longer of real importance. What mattered more was maintaining the authority of the Energy Department. to intimidate anyone with intentions against the energy department, thus preserving its elevated status. Securing the setting sun star domain allowing entry but no exit was just the first step. Investigating the truth of the matter was the second step. The third step was to thoroughly investigate and cleanse all planets within the setting sun star domain. At this moment, all the planets in the setting sun star domain were experiencing similar events as those occurring on this resource planet. A large number of personnel from the energy department were landing on various planets. They began rigorous scrutiny and cleansing. Many individuals were subject to examination, including the Marquis residing in the main city of the setting sun star domain. This uncrowned king of the setting sun star domain was also visited by investigators from the energy department. Although in the end the investigators found no evidence. However, this style of being unrestrained above and below was indeed the consistent manner of the energy department. It seemed as if the energy department had not weakened, nor had the Federation. As the catalyst igniting all this, the interstellar hunter Loren was still wandering aimlessly in the dark mine tunnels. After Loren jumped down the deep pit with his wings spread, he resumed contact with solid ground after freefalling for a while. Inside the dim mine tunnel, the only light came from a faint glow trickling down from the pit's opening above, nearly negligible. After crouching down to inspect the marks left on the walls on both sides, Loren confirmed he had found the right place. As he suspected, all the traces here indicated that mining had occurred not long ago. This also meant that Loren had found his destination. Upon confirming that this was a secretly mine-source stone mine, he stood up and strode deeper into the mine. Inside the dim mine tunnel it was nearly pitch black. However, this did not hinder Loren's steps. As a Tier 4 extraordinary being, Loren possessed night vision capabilities. Master, should I disengage from the possession state? The voice of the crow flashed through Loren's mind. Maintain the possession state, there may be danger here. Truly. Master. Yet I sense no danger here, and are you perhaps annoyed by my chatter? And the raven's voice echoed once more within Loren's mind. Loren offered no reply to the raven's doubt about his ability. Only a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of his lips before he vanished in an instant, his expression stern and composed. Master, did you just smile and know we are one entity now? Your smile is my smile. I felt it, Master. Your imagination N. This time silence fell upon the raven. And Loren continued onward through the darkness. Though the mine tunnels branched endlessly into unfathomable depths, and Loren neither lost his way nor encountered any mishap, and thanks to the constant subtle blessing of fortune. At each junction Loren chose a path at random, guided solely by fortune's whisper. And even at Tier 3 he had already relied on his ability to navigate. Now, having ascended to Tier 4, selecting the right path through fortune had become as effortless as breathing. He no longer needed twigs or markers for guidance. At every fork he could instinctively sense which direction felt more harmonious, more right to him. He simply followed that intuition. And were it not for the suffocating blackness, this cavernous labyrinth might well have resembled a serene, singularly atmospheric promenade. An advancement in an ability does not merely grant new powers. It deepens and refines those already possessed. And among Loren's earliest gifts, the manipulation of fortune. Its scope had expanded and its quality intensified. Fortunes grew more vivid, misfortunes more devastating, bordering now on the illogical. Master, as a human, do you feel fear in such an environment? The raven's trembling voice pierced Loren's thoughts. And, are you afraid? And a little, and, but you've attained sentience? Loren asked, curiosity lacing his tone. And perhaps it is precisely because I possess intellect that I fear, and then your intellect remains insufficient, and thus fear persists. Loren walked on, calm and unhurried. N. A silent question bloomed in his mind, the raven's bewilderment made manifest. And Loren gave a soft, quiet laugh, offering no further explanation. The raven fell silent, retreating inward to ponder the question Loren had left behind. And Loren mused almost wryly that he may have just discovered the surest way to keep the raven quiet. Man and raven pressed deeper into the mine tunnels. That hushed steady advance, the raven bestowed fortune upon Loren 4 times. Even while wrestling with the paradox of its own fear, the raven never forgot, at regular intervals, to renew Loren's blessing of fortune. At last, after navigating countless intersections, and Loren rounded a bend and glimpsed a sliver of light spilling from the next turn ahead. Light meant presence. And stepping into the softly illuminated tunnel, and Loren surveyed its interior. Ancient torches burned along the walls, casting steady, modest light. Now prison guard sat slumped against the wall, eyes closed, lost in slumber. Or more accurately, idling away his duty. And within the Yuan stone mine's intense energy fields rendered all technological surveillance inoperable. Unobserved, the guards who oversaw these tunnels indulged freely in laziness. And Loren's light footsteps failed to disturb the guards' peaceful reverie. No external sound penetrated the mine's depths, Loren noted silently. Now black and gold revolver materialized in his hand. He raised it and fired once into the guard's thigh. And bang, and the bullet shattered bone without mercy. And agony jolted the guard awake. With one leg gone, balance fled him, he collapsed onto the tunnel floor. And Loren stepped forward, stood over him and leveled the revolver at his temple. Nee's voice was ice-cold. Detached. Sir, tell me. Where are the miners? And the guard writhed on the ground, cries of pain drowning out Loren's words. And agony had stripped him of reason. What did you say? Don't kill me. An apology's opportunity presents itself only once. Loren shrugged faintly, regretful. And bang. The bullet claimed the life of the indolent guard. And Loren stepped calmly over the headless corpse and advanced deeper into the mine. Guided unerringly by fortune, Loren held little interest in asking directions. And he could ask, but it was unnecessary. Soon, within minutes, Nee encountered more guards. And the 2 gunshots from earlier had unmistakably announced his intrusion. Hearing the reports, the guards rushed toward the source. And Loren heard their approaching footsteps. Nan raised his hand, firing several rounds in swift succession. These bullets curved deftly around the tunnel's bends, seeking their targets. And do not engage me in such confined spaces, it invites misfortune. Before even laying eyes on Loren, the guards crumpled, null fallen in the tunnel, all deprived of their heads. As a master artisan of human anatomy, Mr. Loren Nee executed his craft with flawless precision. And he began at last to understand the Raven's earlier remark that possessing intellect truly was a human disadvantage. Once relieved of that troublesome organ, the guards were freed, undoubtedly, from all earthly concerns. Loren did not pause, stepping over one headless body after another. And beyond the winding passage his vision opened wide. A vast cavernous subterranean chamber unfolded before him. And inside, thousands of miners, clad in prisoner uniforms, sat cross-legged on the floor taking their meal. Fortune favored him. It was mealtime. Miners gathered en masse. Loren nodded, inwardly satisfied with his own blessing. He observed them closely. Each held a plain white loaf and a canteen. And before each sat a metallic mess bowl. What startled Loren was the meat inside those bowls. It emitted no steam, suggesting tinned or preserved origin, yet even so its presence was astonishing. Curious. Their rations proved unexpectedly generous. Was this deliberate to sustain health and prolong labor cycles? Loren reflected and understood. And compared to the priceless Yuanstones, such bread and meat were negligible. As Loren studied the miners and thousands seated on the floor, returned his gaze, quietly, cautiously, watching this uninvited intruder. They had all heard the gunshots echoing through the tunnels. Before the eyes of thousands of miners, the prison guards who had just been overseeing them rushed out after 2 gunshots rang out. Soon afterward, several more gunshots echoed, then the mysterious man strode in. The thousands of miners could not fathom Lawrence's intentions and sat frozen in silence, uttering not a single sound. Here only the cautious and obedient survived, feeding on savory tinned meat. Those whose thoughts dared stray met grisly ends, their bones buried deep within the mine tunnels. Trials like escape simulations had already tested these survivors many times over. Assuming Lawrence was allied with the guards, another routine escape test, the miners remained motionless, wary of betrayal. Any hint of attempted flight would see them dragged to a high platform for public execution, sliced piece by piece with a combat blade, slowly tortured to death by the guards, as had happened before. Fascinating. Lawrence gazed upon the silent miners seated motionlessly before him. Who among you is Avon? I'm here to take him. No one answered, only silence lingered. A few starving miners even began eating their bread and water alongside the tinned meat before them. Lawrence shook his head. Communication was utterly impossible. He raised his revolver and fired at one miner. The bullet tore through the man's thigh, spraying blood and flesh across those nearby. Alas, aside from the wounded miner's cry of agony, the others remained silent. Lawrence smiled. Bang. 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 After 3 shots, 3 more miners lay wounded, bullets piercing their thighs. Lawrence had killed no one. He remained uncertain whether Avon was even present. Mistaking him would be unfortunate. He had deliberately reduced the ammunition's power to a precise non-lethal threshold. Still, no one will tell me. Lawrence raised his voice slightly, ensuring every miner heard him clearly. Only silence stretched on, long and unbroken. Seeing this, Lawrence stepped into the midst of the seated miners and came to a halt. Then he fired a shot into the air. I do kill people, you know. I simply wish to know, is Avon here? Silence persisted, save for the muffled groans of the wounded. Lawrence tilted his head instinctively. Well then, there's truly no help for it, gentlemen. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. As for the raven, it remained lost in contemplation of its own inexplicable fear. Lucky. After snapping, Lawrence murmured inwardly, I hope I do not end up killing Mr. Avon, the husband of Lady Shia. Having finished his silent vow, Lawrence lifted his revolver toward the thousands of silent miners. Next I shall kill indiscriminately until someone tells me where Mr. Avon is. With that, Lawrence began walking freely among them. Each step echoed with a thunderous gunshot bang. Each blast marking another life extinguished. He strolled leisurely, aimlessly, firing again and again, bang. 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 Killing without pause, without hesitation. Behind him, miners' corpses sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Blood pooled and merged, forming a narrow crimson stream. At last, after dozens had fallen, Lawrence heard a different voice, hoarse and ragged. "He's Avon." "Stop. You monster." Calmly, Lawrence turned toward the source of the voice. "Naturally, I hold no fondness for wanton slaughter." He walked steadily toward the miner who had spoken. The man, trembling, bowed his head in pain and pointed a shaking finger toward a figure in the front row. Lawrence followed the gesture. There crouched a frail, shivering form, hands braced against the ground, head bowed low in quiet sobs. Lawrence approached the trembling figure and asked, voice steady and clear, "Mr. Avon, what is your wife's name?" The frail figure shuddered and replied, "Cie. My wife is Verashia." Lawrence nodded. His search was over. "Greetings, Mr. Avon. I was sent by your wife to rescue you." With that, he struck Avon squarely at the base of the skull. A clean, precise strike, rendering Avon unconscious instantly. His current state made him unfit for rational conversation. Lawrence's reason dictated it wiser to calm him first rather than risk further chaos. The full account belonged to Lady Shia herself. All Lawrence needed to do was deliver him safely into her presence. Bending down, Lawrence hoisted the unconscious Avon onto his shoulder, then addressed the seated miners once more. "Does anyone know where the yuan stones you excavated are stored?" Realizing Lawrence truly intended to save Avon, and hearing his question, the miner who had identified Avon broke down, shouting, "You're really here to save him? Damn it! You're not with the guards. Why didn't you say so?" Bang! A bullet pierced his skull. "Sho, you're too loud. I prefer silence." As stillness returned, Lawrence holstered his revolver and repeated calmly, "Does anyone know where the yuan stones you excavated are stored?" Now certain Lawrence was no ally of the guards, a bolder miner summoned his courage and asked, "I'll guide you, will you take me out as well?" "Of course, sir, that's only fair." Lawrence nodded serenely. Hearing this, the miner leapt up, bursting from the group with exhilarated urgency. He scrambled wildly, tumbling, crawling, until he reached a fork in the tunnel and shouted back, "This way." Lawrence, shouldering Avon, advanced steadily toward the junction. In moments, the guide and Lawrence vanished into the vast hollow expanse of the underground chamber, leaving behind only murmurs among the remaining miners. "Should we flee? The guards are surely dead." "Flee? Flee where? Though these guards are gone, what of those above ground? Unless that interstellar hunter agrees to take us out. Forget it, he's far more terrifying than any guard." After hours of debate, the surviving miners reached a unanimous decision: remain where they were, awaiting new overseers to resume their labor. A profoundly conservative choice, especially since none knew the surface prison had already been seized by the Energy Ministry. Such caution reflected their long years of subjugation and psychological conditioning. Of course, these miners might not have to wait long here before being rescued by the personnel from the Energy Department. For them, the outcome is the same. It is merely a matter of initiative versus passivity. At this moment, Loren is following the miner, willing to lead the way, heading towards the storage room. The miner leading the way introduces to Loren the mine spirit stone, or is first delivered to the storage room by the miners, where it is cut and polished. Only after it resembles the spirit stones circulating in the market will these stones be sent away. Loren nodded, slightly indifferent to these details. He came here merely to provide the crow with something good to eat, nothing more. He has no intention of circulating these spirit stones. Loren has a high demand for spirit stones. Or rather, the crow has an excellent ability to digest spirit stones. Over the years, the spirit stones Loren acquired were always consumed by the crow immediately. It is precisely because of this that Loren's actions have become reckless and ostentatious. In the case of insufficient spirit stones, anything he does can be understood. The storage room soon arrived. Although the door to the storage room was closed, it was clear that Loren did not care about this matter. "Aren't there any guards watching the inside of the storage room?" Loren casually asked. "Usually there are, but today during the assembly they were all killed by you, sir." The miner bowed his head and answered cautiously. "I see." Loren nodded indifferently. Then Loren turned around, set down Ivan, and placed the unconscious man aside. Then he calmly asked the miner leading him, "By the way, what are your plans for making a move after bringing me here?" "What? Sir, I don't quite understand what you're saying." The miner stammered in response. Your eyes lack desolation and stiffness, there's vitality in them, Loren said to himself. The revolver reappeared in Loren's hand, its muzzle ruthlessly pointed at the miner leading him. Your disguise is too poor, sir. Bang! The bullet flew towards the miner's head. Surprisingly, the miner was not taken down. He was also an extraordinary being. Seeing that Loren had seen through his disguise, he no longer concealed himself and chose to reveal his true strength. He extended his palm to directly block the bullet. The explosion of the bullet in his palm did not harm him. His physical body was incredibly strong. Immediately afterward, his body surged out from the flames of the explosion, charging directly at Loren. I originally planned to lure you into the storage room before making a move. I didn't expect you to discover it. It seems there's no other choice now. Seeing that the opponent had withstood his bullet with mere flesh, Loren smiled calmly. The troublesome character has finally appeared. I thought this heavy prison was nothing special. With a gentle flap of his wings behind him under the influence of the black wings, Loren's figure instantly flickered to a distance, evading the opponent's charge. The opponent was clearly a seasoned martial artist, and Loren did not wish to be approached by such a person. Misfortune. This is the ability Loren activated, accompanied by the snap of his fingers. Misfortune. This was the ability activated by the crow, echoing in Loren's mind. Within Loren's body, the crow, merging as one with him, no longer pondered the philosophical question of why it felt fear. His master is in danger. Two misfortunes were instantly bestowed upon the figure charging towards Loren. The effect was exceedingly obvious. The rapidly moving figure suddenly found the ground beneath him giving way as the ground he stepped on collapsed. He staggered. The martial artist, upon sensing something amiss. Although he desperately tried to control his form, making several adjustments in an instant, it was still unfortunate that under the influence of an inexplicable force he fell to the ground. He kicked up a cloud of smoke and dust. The fallen man did not rise. Instead, he remained lying in the pit where he fell. His rib was broken. Just from that fall, his rib was broken. His mind was a bit dazed. After all, he was a 6th-tier martial artist capable of withstanding an ordinary high-explosive grenade. But how could his rib break from that fall? He found it hard to believe. Loren looked at the figure in the pit and shook his head inwardly. Is it just a minor injury? Loren walked to Ivan's side, lifted his body, and directly left the place. Seeing that the opponent only sustained minor injuries after withstanding two misfortunes and that his bullets could not penetrate this mysterious martial artist's defenses, Loren decisively chose to leave. Remaining here had no meaning. Prioritizing the search for spirit stone mines was more important. Wasting too much time here was not ideal. Moreover, the crow was also informing him in his mind that 5 extraordinary beings were lurking in the surrounding paths, watching this place. After shouldering Ivan's body, Loren left without hesitation. He had no interest in engaging in a deadly struggle with a tough martial artist after being surrounded. Fortunately, in the crow's perception, the 5 extraordinary beings hidden in the shadows showed no intention of stopping Loren after they saw him leave with someone. They allowed Loren to depart. Loren's figure thus vanished before the door of the storage room. After Loren left, the 5 extraordinary beings hidden in the shadows also emerged from the side paths. They gathered around the martial artist still lying in the pit. Captain, didn't you manage to deal with the 6th tier? One of them asked, somewhat puzzled. Stop with the sarcastic remarks, hurry up and treat me, damn it, my rib is broken. A roar came from the pit. Oh. Right away. After a flurry of chaotic treatment, the martial artist, who was the captain of their small team, finally returned to normal. After he jumped out of the pit, he directly looked at the team member who always carried a portable computer. Have you found out anything? This mysterious ability user, what is his background? Captain, after inputting his behavioral patterns and combat style into the Federal Intelligence database, the result is a person named Loren. However, Captain, according to the intelligence records, this person named Loren should only have a suspected strength of tier 3. Hearing this, the team captain fell into deep thought, and after a long while he said, forget it, I was just curious and wanted to test him out. Since the other party is not in cahoots with those stealing minerals, we don't need to worry about it. Report the events we encountered here. Let's leave such troublesome matters to the higher-ups. After saying this, the martial artist led his team towards the underground space where the miners were gathered. Their team was set to take over here. Due to Loren arriving first, those guards had already been completely dealt with by him. It was precisely after witnessing Loren's clean and efficient handling of those guards that he impulsively mingled with the miners group to test Loren. Unfortunately, the result of the test was not satisfactory. After Loren left the storage room, he did not return directly to the surface. Instead, he activated the luck state and plunged into the endless paths. If he couldn't access the storage room, he could go elsewhere. Loren planned to search for uncut and unrefined spirit stone mines. Since he couldn't access the storage room, he couldn't just come empty-handed. He had to bring something back. It would be too disappointing for Loren to come to the Spirit Stone mine and leave with nothing. Entering the Spirit Stone vein without collecting anything would be a loss. After navigating through several chaotic forks, Loren arrived at the end of one of the paths. There was no path ahead. Loren set down the unconscious Avon. Then he walked to the end alone, reaching out to feel the rock wall. Lost in thought, Loren took a few steps back. He raised his revolver and fired a shot at the rock wall. Bang! The bullet exploded, revealing its original form. It was filled with spirit stone ore that emitted a blue glow embedded in the rock wall. Most of the spirit stone ore was wrapped in rock, exposing only a small part. In this situation, can you consume the spirit stones? Loren's question echoed in the narrow space. Of course, master, it's just like peeling a banana, you just need to remove the shell. The confident voice of the crow resonated in Loren's mind. Loren retracted his black wings and the crow reappeared on his shoulder. Go ahead, eat as much as you can. Loren reminded the crow to keep an eye on the time. Before the team from the Federation noticed his actions, he planned to consume as many spirit stones as possible. The phrase spirit stone buffet was quite rare. Missing this opportunity meant he wouldn't know when he'd encounter it again. After receiving Loren's permission, the crow rushed directly towards the rock wall embedded with spirit stones from Loren's shoulder. Its small claws firmly gripped the protrusions on the wall. Its beak began to peck at the spirit stone ore on the wall. The rock-covered parts were easily opened by its beak, revealing the pure spirit stones within. Skillfully opening its beak, it began to enjoy a large amount of spirit stone. Seeing the crow starting to consume the ore, Loren took a few steps outside the mine to keep watch. Theoretically, what he was doing now could be considered stealing the Federation's resources. But it was fine at this moment. The spirit stone mine was in a vacuum period with no management. During this time frame, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed by that team from the Federation, he would be fine. The long wait began. After checking his pocket watch several times, Loren finally heard the crow calling for him from within the mine. 10 hours. The crow had consumed spirit stone ore for a full 10 hours. When Loren entered the tunnel, he saw an extremely bloated crow. Or rather, apart from its black feathers, it was hard to tell it was a crow. Its body had swollen up like a balloon. As an energy entity, it had clearly overindulged and was suffering from indigestion. Can you still move? Loren asked. Not really, master. The crow replied candidly. Loren nodded, stepped forward, and touched the crow's back. A flash of light appeared. The crow's bloated figure vanished. Wide black wings appeared behind Loren once more. After merging, Loren instinctively sensed his own power. An endless stream of power surged from within him. Loren clenched his fist, feeling an almost infinite strength in his body. This feeling of fullness seemed quite pleasant, Loren thought subconsciously. Master, I'm going to sleep for a bit. I have a feeling that once I digest the energy from this consumption, I'll be able to break through to the 5th rank at any moment. The crow's voice echoed in his mind again. Loren nodded. Sleep well, you've worked hard. In a good mood, Loren comforted his ability with care. Intelligent beings are troublesome. A phrase flashed through Loren's mind. Then, after glancing back at the pockmarked rock wall, he directly picked up the unconscious Avon and left. To be honest, Loren had been a bit rough. After more than 10 hours, Avon still hadn't woken up. He snapped his fingers along the way, applying luck to himself. Loren quickly returned to the bottom of the large pit he had jumped into. His black wings gently flapping, he flew up towards the surface along the pit. A few minutes later, carrying Avon, Loren burst out of the large pit, soaring in the sky above the high-security prison. Loren glanced down. At this moment, the high-security prison had already been taken over by the personnel from the Federation's energy department. They were no longer the uniformed guards. It turned out that the 6-man team he encountered earlier was from the Federation. Loren shook his head lightly, flapped his wings, and flew away. The direction of his flight was clearly towards the Star Hunter Association in the upper city. Ms. Xia was still waiting for him there. Meanwhile, the personnel from the energy department who had taken over the high-security prison all looked up at the departing Loren in the sky. Who is that? They don't look like our people, do they? No need to worry, the higher-ups will handle it. Let's first assess the remaining amount of spirit stone ore beneath us and see how much longer we can mine. Yes, it's truly a headache, the workload is immense. I didn't expect the spirit stone ore on this planet to be so abundant. Who do you think ordered the report to the higher-ups that the mining was completed back then? That's really bold. Why are you meddling so much? The higher-ups will take care of it. Why be so serious about just getting by? That's true. Outside the prison at the makeshift platform, the officials from the energy department and the journalists from various media outlets looked on. Both groups noticed Loren's graceful figure flying away into the distance. Under a hint from the energy department officials, an investigator quietly left. This investigator left in the direction Loren was flying. Several journalists from different media outlets also hurried towards the direction Loren had gone. Rather than waiting here for the energy department's investigation announcement, it was better to take the initiative and create a big news story. Get an exclusive scoop. That figure flying out from the prison clearly knew what was going on. At that moment, Loren, who had just appeared in the public eye, was being targeted by various parties. He had just landed at the city gate of the upper city. The upper city was covered by an energy shield that enveloped the entire area, so Loren couldn't fly directly in. Although Loren had once thought of finding an opportunity to destroy this energy shield, unfortunately he had never found a suitable moment. Such an energy shield covering the entire city is present in slightly larger cities within the Federation. It is called advanced city protection equipment, but in reality it is rarely used for years. Apart from wasting spirit stones, Loren had not found any benefits that the energy shield provided to the city. By the way, Loren occasionally disguised himself to rob those vehicles that regularly transported spirit stones to the energy shield. In reality, robbing the vehicles transporting energy shield spirit stones was one of Loren's most stable sources of spirit stones. Thanks to the simple folk of the Rotten Star, Loren's haul wasn't overly exaggerated. In the end, the matter always ended inconclusively. Loren carried Ivan and landed at the entrance of the upper city, quietly retracting his black wings. The raven did not appear on Loren's shoulder, it was still asleep. The upper city had now been fully taken over by personnel from the energy department. According to the announcement at the city gate, the state of full martial law would continue until all individuals related to the mineral theft case were thoroughly investigated. Even Loren was stopped by the energy department personnel, and only after presenting his interstellar hunter's license was he allowed to enter the city. Especially when the personnel from the energy department inquired about why Ivan, who was unconscious, was wearing prison clothes. Loren had no choice but to present his interstellar hunter's license, stating that the matter was related to his commission, and aside from confirming its legality he had nothing more to disclose. Thus the personnel at the city gate reluctantly allowed Loren to enter. After entering the city, Loren turned back to glance at the city gate and muttered softly, "You'll blow up the energy department sooner or later." After venting his frustrations, Loren headed towards the Interstellar Hunter Association. Did they dare to stop him without paying a price? Loren's thoughts were quite radical. As a terrorist disguised as an interstellar hunter, he clearly took this matter seriously as he entered the upper city carrying Ivan. He immediately noticed the changes in the upper city. Streets were filled with portable combat vehicles emblazoned with the energy department's insignia. Occasionally a particularly special portable combat vehicle would appear. Behind these vehicles a large number of prisoners were often being escorted. Judging by the appearance of the prisoners, they had just been arrested. They were all well dressed, looking quite respectable, and all were fitted with electronic handcuffs. Some of the women even had exquisite makeup and were dressed in glamorous gowns, seemingly having been arrested while attending a banquet. Watching this absurd scene on the street, Loren quietly sighed within, as expected of a powerful department. Their methods are ruthless. Loren's peculiar figure carrying Ivan brushed past these portable combat vehicles. Interestingly, both sides were quite curious about each other. Loren wondered if they would raid the homes of those arrested after completing their capture. The crime of stealing federal minerals sounds incredibly profitable. If it weren't for the heightened state of martial law enforced by the energy department, I would have considered taking a chance at their homes. Loren's thoughts were quite simple and pure while they were curious about where Loren came from carrying a person in prison clothes openly on the streets. Arrogant and imposing. The elite personnel from the energy department who could arrest criminals were certainly not comparable to those who idly stayed in prisons or guarded the city gates. Soon information about Loren was reported up the chain. Specialized personnel would seek to investigate Loren and analyze whether he was involved in the mineral theft incident. Despite that, Loren continued unabashedly towards the Interstellar Hunter Association. Even though Loren had committed murder, arson, and robbery, he believed that to the energy department he was a good person, because he truly had no involvement in the mineral theft. For Loren, the quickest way to earn spirit stones was still through robbery. Of course, primarily because he did not yet have the qualifications to be involved in the matter of stealing federal minerals. As for the small matter of the investigator dying at his hands in that alley, Loren paid it no mind. He felt that even if he hadn't acted, the investigator would have died in that alley due to excessive injuries and infection. Loren believed he was innocent. Yes, completely innocent. He thought to himself as he walked through the odd gazes of the energy department elites towards the entrance of the Interstellar Hunter Association. Fortunately, the association had not changed at all. Loren took a look at the entrance of the Interstellar Hunter Association, which was almost unchanged from the past. He felt relieved and entered. Perhaps the only place in the upper city that still retained its former appearance was the branch of the Interstellar Hunter Association. Thanks to the endless unstable elements within the Federation, the Interstellar Hunter Association was one of the few large organizations with a system within the Federation. To what extent? The Interstellar Hunter Association could maintain its absolute neutrality at almost any time. The so-called absolute neutrality means that you pay me, I will do anything, and I bear no responsibility. If something happens, you seek my client behind me, it has nothing to do with me. This is the Interstellar Hunter Association's stance on neutrality. If you disagree, just call for the Federal Council to send someone to eliminate us. This statement originated from an exclusive interview with the president of the Interstellar Hunter Association published in the Interstellar Daily. Interestingly, shortly after the Interstellar Daily published this statement, the president of the Interstellar Hunter Association joined the Federal Council. He became the 13th member of this highest power institution of the Federation, which gladly accepted the president of the Interstellar Hunter Association. Since then, the Interstellar Hunter Association, the largest civilian extraordinary organization within the Federation, became a semi-official semi-civilian extraordinary organization. Yet the one thing that remained unchanged was the absolute neutrality maintained by the Interstellar Hunter Association. Perhaps it was precisely because of this. The branch of the Interstellar Hunters on this resource star was able to maintain a certain degree of peace and tranquility amidst such astonishing changes. When Loren entered the Interstellar Hunter branch, his first impression was one of peace and tranquility. Compared to the atmosphere of full city lockdown outside, the ambience here was indeed quite peaceful. In the hall, Interstellar Hunters were still engaging in casual conversations. Behind various service windows, the same few receptionists maintained their lethargic politeness. Everything here had not changed due to the turmoil in the upper city. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth. It was precisely because of this that I love being an Interstellar Hunter. Loren silently marveled. Carrying Ivan's body, Loren easily approached a service window. "Hello, ma'am. May I ask if Miss Vera Xia has passed the Level 1 Interstellar Hunter assessment?" "Please hold on." After hearing Loren's question, the receptionist promptly replied and quickly searched for the latest assessment results on the keyboard. "I hope Miss Xia hasn't let me down." Loren stared at the receptionist's swift fingers, lost in thought. Soon the receptionist's hands came to a stop. "Congratulations, Mr. Loren, the Miss Xia you recommended has passed the assessment." The receptionist congratulated Loren because as a referrer, Loren would receive a reward once Ms. Xia passed the assessment. A special reward of 100 contribution points. It is precisely this modest reward that has contributed to the immense existence of the Interstellar Hunters Association. Every day new generations pass through the assessment of the Interstellar Hunters Association, joining this warm family. According to the statistics of the Interstellar Hunters Association, many formidable individuals who initially seemed unremarkable during their early extraordinary phases often joined the Interstellar Hunters Association thanks to a casually written recommendation letter. These individuals typically shine with brilliant radiance in their later extraordinary phases, just like Loren. In the beginning, he was merely a seemingly ordinary pervert who enjoyed killing and gifting revolvers. However, as time progressed, Loren had become one of the strongest in this Interstellar Hunters branch. At this time, Loren was merely a fourth-tier extraordinary being in terms of rank. His future still had a long way to go. "Help me open a lounge on the 3rd floor." Loren handed his hunter's license through the window, asking the other party to help him open a lounge. The receptionist swiftly operated the system. "All right, Mr. Loren, it has been opened. Please inform Ms. Xia that I am waiting for her in the lounge on the 3rd floor." After finishing his sentence, Loren retrieved his hunter's license and carried Yuan upstairs. Once inside the lounge, he tossed the unconscious Yuan onto the sofa. He then sat down on the opposite sofa and said to the unconscious Yuan, "Mr. Yuan, I must say your acting skills leave much to be desired. You were awake in the mind tunnel, weren't you?" Loren calmly stared at Yuan, who lay on the opposite sofa. After a long silence, Yuan awkwardly sat up. "Mr. Loren, I was just a bit at a loss." Loren nodded nonchalantly, accepting the explanation. "When did you awaken your extraordinary ability?" All the while, Loren had been carrying Yuan and could naturally sense the considerable energy within him. "The day after I was captured to mine," Yuan answered candidly. Since he had not concealed anything, Yuan simply admitted it. "What is your extraordinary ability?" Loren asked curiously. "It allows me to imbue objects with energy, enabling them to produce certain special effects. Even the mining pickaxe can be enhanced, and it is precisely because of this ability that I have managed to endure for so many days." So you actually had the capability to escape, didn't you? Loren asked with interest. That is indeed the case, but I felt that place was quite good with a large amount of yuan stones. So, I just kept delaying until Mr. Loren came to rescue me. Yuan recounted everything he had experienced. Loren calmly shrugged, not saying anything further. This guy didn't seem very honest. The rest could wait until Ms. Xia arrived. The lounge fell into silence. Yuan, seated opposite, appeared restless. Loren quietly leaned back on the sofa, beginning to rest his eyes. He had not rested for a long time, and the continuous use of extraordinary abilities had left Loren feeling somewhat mentally fatigued. It was only due to Loren's relatively strong spirit that he could return to the Interstellar Hunter's branch without changing expression. 10 minutes later, Ms. Xia hurriedly pushed open the door to the lounge. After rushing in, she first bowed deeply towards Loren. Then she directly rushed into Yuan's embrace. Yuan responded somewhat awkwardly. Under Loren's teasing gaze, Yuan uncomfortably placed his hands on Ms. Xia's back. Gently patting the softly sobbing Ms. Xia, he said, "Don't cry. I'm back safe and sound." Meanwhile, Loren calmly watched this strange scene. He had taken on several rescue missions before, however he had never encountered a rescued individual reacting like Yuan. It was an interesting experience that expanded Loren's thoughts. After a while, Yuan seemed quite adept at comforting girls. With just a few casual words of consolation from him, Ms. Xia gradually stopped sobbing and regained her composure. Though it couldn't be said she was completely composed, the expression on Ms. Xia's face revealed a clear sense of happiness, visibly satisfied. Loren stared at his client and the holder of his revolver, Vera Xia. Especially after witnessing her display such foolish happiness, Loren's mood clearly soured. As a client you can be foolish. But as the holder of my revolver, your foolishness is affecting me. Loren rarely felt frustrated. Ms. Xia, as his carefully chosen revolver holder, was extremely important to Loren's plans. Unfortunately, the resilience, bravery, rationality and cruelty that Loren valued in her had mostly vanished after she embraced Yuan. Loren had to admit that his understanding of women was still somewhat superficial. He had misjudged her. However, he still had a chance to remedy the situation. Loren decided to take action. He could not tolerate his significant investment going to waste. He had been extremely tired these past 2 days. He had even offended a large group of people behind the scenes for Ms. Xia. Most importantly, Loren deeply suspected. If he let things be, Ms. Xia could be deceived by the somewhat dishonest Yuan, leading to her demise. That could not happen. This was the anchor point he had spent a large sum to cultivate. This was his revival point. This was crucial for his important plans in the future. Such a heavy sunk cost had clearly left Loren, who was not very skilled in investment, somewhat shaken. It was time to invest more to recover some losses. After deep contemplation, Loren spoke gravely. Mr. Yuan, could you step out for a moment? I need to discuss something important with Ms. Xia. Yuan, still holding Ms. Xia, was taken aback. However, he quickly nodded in compliance. Yuan had witnessed Loren's ruthlessness in the underground space. He understood that when facing this cold-blooded and crazy interstellar hunter, it was best to maintain a certain level of respect, especially when the other's bullets could reach him. Xia, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Yuan kissed her forehead. Then he walked out of the lounge and gently closed the door. Inside the lounge, only Loren and Xia remained. Loren sat upright on the sofa, gazing at the blissful Ms. Xia in front of him, his mouth twitching. Damn. I really am not suited for this. Loren cleared his throat and carefully chose his words. Ms. Xia, there are things you do not know that I must tell you. He was trying to coax his investment into regrowing a less foolish mind. He could not deny that this once again vindicated Ya's observation. Humans do become strange once they have a mind of their own. Mr. Loren, please speak. Ms. Xia said, her expression returning to normal. After Iwan left, the idiotic bliss on Ms. Xia's face faded away. She had clearly reverted to the version of her Loren knew well. Her good qualities had returned. Loren remained silent, and he could not help but begin to doubt his own abilities. On the second day after your husband Iwan was taken, he awakened an ability and became an extraordinary individual, Loren said after mentioning Iwan's transformation. Ms. Xia's eyes grew foolish once more. As expected of Iwan. She cried, thrilled. Loren fell into an odd silence. He sighed quietly, steadied himself and continued. After he awakened as an ability user, he had a very good chance to escape. But for the sake of his growth he chose to remain there. That's a relief. I feared he had endured unimaginable suffering. Ms. Xia visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Loren fell silent again. A revolver mysteriously appeared in his hand, spinning on his fingertip like a trick. The spin carried an agitated tempo. Ms. Xia looked puzzled at Loren across from her. Did he seem to be in a bad mood? Was it just an illusion? Seeing that Ms. Xia still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, Loren sighed once more. Sigh. Not angry, not angry. This was my choice. Forget it. Madam, please step outside and bring Iwan in for me. I want to speak with him. Loren waved his hand faintly, his voice carried a touch of melancholy. Very well, Mr. Loren. Ms. Xia rose cheerfully and left. After a few steps she paused, turned back and said earnestly, Mr. Loren, don't lose heart, even the hardest trials will pass. Loren thought to himself, does she believe I'm upset and so comforts me? The audacity, she actually turned back to offer consolation. I'll kill you all. Loren thought furiously as the revolver on his fingertip spun faster. Iwan entered, closing the lounge door with great care. Iwan sat gingerly on the sofa opposite Loren. Mr. Loren. Did you call for me? Loren offered no answer. The gentle courtesy he had shown Ms. Xia was gone. His face had gone visibly dark. A low oppressive pressure hung about Loren. He stared steadily at Iwan, who suddenly felt an inexplicable chill at his back. An eerie atmosphere filled the lounge. Click. The sound of the revolver being chambered. The spinning gun stopped and settled into his palm. With the revolver cocked, its muzzle was leveled at Iwan. Listen, Ms. Xia is a protégé in whom I place the utmost hope. She will become a great interstellar hunter. If she dies along the way or is condemned to a wretched existence, I will hold you entirely to blame. Remember these words. Otherwise there will be consequences. Don't be careless, Mr. Iwan. Do you understand? Loren's tone was cold and detached. His gaze upon Iwan was the sort one reserves for the dead. Had killing him here not risked tarnishing Ms. Xia's impression, Iwan would have been dead the moment he crossed the threshold. Cold sweat broke out on Iwan's forehead as he nodded frantically. Of course, sir. I understand. Loren drew a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air. He snapped his fingers and murmured, lucky. The coin returned to his palm. He glanced down and thought a lie. Indeed, it would be better to find an opportunity to kill him. Loren calmly pocketed the coin. His gaze toward Iwan had smoothed almost into serenity. He was about to speak when a voice erupted in his mind and cut him off. Beloved master, I am awake. Did you miss me? I did. You're right, humans do become strange when they develop a mind. Loren answered Ya's remark silently within his head. Master, I skimmed a portion of your memory. You seem to be in trouble. Only an investment failure, a minor problem. Loren suddenly thought of something and asked silently, do you have a solution? The reply was Ya's gloating chuckle. When Ya's laughter had frayed Loren's patience, it spoke again. Want to ascend? Perhaps an ascension will grant a new ability capable of solving the trouble of your failed investment. Loren was silent for a moment. Shall I gamble? He wondered if the new ability proved a failure it would be troublesome. Do not worry, master, you have me. My intelligence should help you awaken some of the abilities you desire. Is that accurate? At least with my aid the variance in what you awaken will not be large. Is there a probability then? Yes, after all I have only recently gained intelligence. Ascend then. Loren glanced once at Iwan, who sat dazed on the opposite sofa. Go outside for a moment, I'll call you back in later. Okay, Mr. Loren. Iwan nodded in relief and hurried out. When the lounge door closed again, only Loren remained. He closed his eyes and began to steady his. Soon a blinding radiance issuing from him filled the room. In his mind Ya's form rose, strange lights quivered along the crow's feathers. The glow on Wuya and the light around Loren answered each other, flickering together. With a thunderous surge the brilliance swelled and then folded inward into their bodies. A fierce aura of energy erupted from Loren. That pure force compressed and then blossomed outward with sudden violence. The burst of energy whipped up a violent gale. The sudden rush battered the lounge's furnishings and sent the ornaments on the wall crashing to the floor. Even the heavy sofa was shoved a few centimeters by the blast. Gradually the wind born of the energy dispersed. The lounge lay in disarray. After a long moment Loren opened his eyes, deep and dazzling like an endless abyss, like a bewitching starfield. What eyes were those? At a single glance one could not help but be utterly drowned in them. Loren felt the supernatural power within him and that ineffably exquisite force coursing through his soul. He murmured to himself that he had reached the 5th tier. After savoring the ecstatic rush of newfound strength for a while, Loren ignored the disarray of the lounge and summoned Iwan back inside. As the door opened, Ms. Shia looked at Loren with puzzled incomprehension. "Don't worry, ma'am, it's just a chat," Loren reassured her, then smiled and closed the lounge door. Once Iwan had sat back on the sofa, a black gold revolver reappeared in Loren's hand, its barrel faintly trained on Iwan's head. "Look into my eyes, mister." "Unruly." "Oh, of course, mister." Iwan broke out in a cold sweat again. Iwan lifted his gaze to Loren's eyes and felt intoxicated. What eyes they were, so wondrous, so bewitching. The pupils seemed to possess a strange magic, irresistibly drawing him in and plunging him into those seemingly rotating depths. "Wait, rotating? You?" Iwan's consciousness tried to struggle, but it was futile. His mind grew drowsy. Iwan gradually slipped into unconsciousness. When he came to again, dusk had already fallen. The amber sunset streamed through the lounge window and painted the wall. The room felt serenely quiet. How had he fallen asleep? Iwan snapped upright in alarm. He remembered that before blacking out, the dangerous Mr. Loren had ordered him to keep his eyes fixed on him. What had happened? Why was he so exhausted? "Are you awake, Iwan?" Zia's familiar voice whispered at his ear. He tried to push himself up from the sofa but found Zia's hand clasping his so tightly he could not move. Shia sat on the floor beside the sofa and reached out to touch his forehead. "Sleep a little longer, mister. Loren said you've been overtaxed and need proper rest." Her gentle, attentive voice lingered beside him. "Mr. Loren. Has he gone?" Iwan's throat felt dry as he asked. "Would you like some water?" "I'll get it for you." Shia released Iwan's hand, rose and moved toward the kettle. As she walked, she answered his question. "Yes, mister. Loren left after you fell asleep. Also, he told us that once the lockdown lifts we should travel to other star regions, the farther from the Rimu star region the better. He asked me to recommend you to join the Xingji Hunters Association so we can take missions together." Iwan sank into thought at Zia's words. Does he trust me so completely? Isn't he afraid I might deceive Shia? At that thought, a sudden powerful sensation rose in his mind. A clear warning crystallized in his head: if he ever deceived or harmed Shia by any direct or indirect means, misfortune would befall him until his death. Iwan felt an awakening. Was it a curse? "I see, Mr. Loren. You are dangerous yet gentle. But what is it about Shia that you hold dear?" "I'm curious." "Here is your water, Iwan. Warm, I boiled it earlier." "Ms. Shia returned with the cup and her gesture broke his reverie. Iwan took the cup in silence and sipped. His parched throat was instantly soothed. He set the cup down and gazed at Shia, who looked at him with only him in her eyes. He sighed helplessly. The part of him that longed for freedom had been undone. Damn Loren. Cursed Loren. My freedom. Since resistance is futile, I might as well enjoy it. After all, this somewhat foolish woman loves me. Not so bad, he thought, reconciled. Iwan spoke to Ms. Shia with tender, feigned devotion. You've worked so hard lately. You must have suffered much to save me. Ms. Shia simply shook her head gently and leaned into Iwan's embrace. Meanwhile, Loren, the architect of it all, was in another lounge on the 3rd floor. After leaving the previous room, he returned to the hall alone and opened a fresh lounge. Alone, he familiarized himself with his new ability. Now a 5th-tier ability user, Loren was thoroughly pleased with the power he had acquired. Under Ya's influence, the new power was the precise controlling type he had long desired. Loren could through his eyes impose misfortune and bestow luck upon others, penetrating deep into their soul's subconscious, and he could set those effects to trigger after a delay or under specific conditions. Unlike the cruder applications of luck he had used before, this new ability was refined and conceptual, carrying an unmistakable rule-based character. This filled Loren with satisfaction. He luxuriated in it. Not only had it solved his problem of failed investments, it had also granted his power an almost epic augmentation. If he were to meet again the high-level martial artist who had probed him, he could condemn that martial artist to a lifetime of pain, perpetually afflicted by misfortune until death. All he would need was to set a condition so that each breath triggered the misfortune. A triggered misfortune would persist indefinitely, not a fleeting effect with a time limit, though the activation conditions were somewhat exacting. First, the target's mental fortitude must be weaker than Loren's. Second, the target must meet Leyland's gaze directly even for an instant. Still, Loren was elated. Previously his tactic was revolver plus misfortune, which sometimes lacked sufficient lethality. Now, although the raw killing power had not dramatically increased, it could wound continuously. Small injuries accumulating over time could become grievous. In the lounge, Loren incessantly imagined future ways of fighting like a child with a new toy. Even after nearly 2 days without sleep, his mind remained feverishly excited until even Woya could not bear it. My dear master, though your spirit is strong, I must remind you that your body needs rest. Most importantly, if you drop dead suddenly, I will perish too. Sleep now. Sleep now. I'm trying to work out our future tactics. Woya said helplessly. Master, look into my eyes. What? Loren looked down at the crow on his chest. A sudden drowsiness overwhelmed Loren and he fell asleep instantly. Woya then activated the ability through its own eyes. Tonight Loren would receive a blessing of luck while his body rested safely. The crow did not possess the power to make him sleep. But luck did. You see, even luck thinks you should rest. Strictly speaking, the crow could simply activate its first ability of manipulating luck to allow Loren to fall asleep under the enhancement of luck. However, the crow also wanted to experience its newly acquired ability. After all, who isn't a playful child at heart given the time it gained wisdom? It is still a young child, a curious kid at that. By the time Loren woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. The continuous high-intensity battles coupled with 2 rapid advancements in a short time meant that both his body and mind needed ample rest. Loren got up from the sofa, stretching comfortably under the evening sun. He then effortlessly lifted the 5th ability the crow had cast on him. Looking at the crow sleeping on another sofa, he quietly approached and suddenly shouted, "Time to wake up." The crow was startled by Loren's voice, flapping its wings instinctively. It jumped off the sofa, nearly hitting the ceiling of the lounge. "Dear master, I must say you are quite mischievous." Returning to its calm demeanor, the crow landed gracefully on Loren's shoulder and made a retort. Loren smiled briefly but did not respond. How amusing. Loren, maintaining a straight face, walked into the bathroom with the crow perched on his shoulder. Soon the sounds of the crow's tragic cries filled the bathroom. "Master, I am an energy being. I don't need a bath." "Stop it. Get that shower head away. My feathers. Damn it, Loren. Stop it." Amid the crow's shrieks, both the person and the crow finished their washing. Loren washed his face. Meanwhile, the crow had a forced bath. Loren stepped out of the bathroom feeling refreshed while the crow still had some moisture on its feathers. The somewhat irate crow continued to complain, "Damn it, Loren. Your personality is just too terrible. I activated my ability on you last night just to ensure you could rest well. You actually retaliated against your own ability. As a crow, I also have crow rights. Birds don't need to take baths with shower heads." "Really?" Loren blinked and said seriously to the crow on his shoulder, "You might need to contact the Federal Animal Protection Organization first." As Loren spoke, he walked over to the sofa. He bent down to pick up the top hat he had removed the night before from the armrest of the sofa. After putting it on his head, he adjusted the collar of his black coat. Due to having slept in his clothes the night before, the collar of Loren's black coat was a bit wrinkled. Wearing such attire out was hardly a gentlemanly choice. After ensuring everything was in order, Loren nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go see if there are any new dishes at the Branches restaurant." "Dear master, I think I need to eat some fresh fruit." "Oh. Why not damn Loren this time?" Loren asked with a smile. "Dear master, I think you must have misheard." The crow flattered. Loren chuckled lightly and left the lounge. The restaurant of the Interstellar Hunter branch was located on the 4th floor, occupying an entire level. Given the culinary pursuits of these constantly wandering interstellar hunters, the restaurant was unusually spacious. After taking out his hunter's license and grabbing some roasted meat and fruit, Loren took the crow to a corner of the restaurant to begin their meal. The roasted meat was ordered by Loren. The fruit was a strong request from the crow. As both of them enjoyed their meal happily in the corner, a beautiful woman in a fitted long dress holding a plate filled with a sumptuous meal sat down opposite Loren. The crow glanced up at the uninvited woman, then turned to Loren and said, "Master, it seems that an adult human female wants to flirt with you. Is there something you need?" Loren stopped eating and looked up at the woman across from him. "I am an investigator from the Federal Energy Department. You can call me Isha. I'm here to inquire about some matters." Loren set down the roasted meat in his hand and wiped his greasy fingers with a napkin. After cleaning his fingers, he shot a glance at the crow beside him. The crow pretended to peck at the fruit nonchalantly but secretly activated its ability. "Luck. When Loren activated his ability, he needed to snap his fingers. The crow, being an ability in itself, didn't require such extra actions. Sensing the luck that had been added to him, Loren calmly looked at the investigator, who called herself Isha, and asked, "Has the Energy Department's hand already reached the Interstellar Hunter Association?" "Don't misunderstand. Besides being an investigator for the Energy Department, I am also a level 5 Interstellar Hunter." Isha's expression remained calm as she pulled out her hunter's license from the depths of her sizable bosom with her right hand's index and middle fingers. Waving the thin hunter's license in front of Loren, she smiled and gestured for him to check it. Loren lightly waved his hand, realizing she had come prepared. Meanwhile, he began to rapidly recall in his mind which past actions may have offended the Energy Department, leading them to discover and keep an eye on him. Unfortunately, Loren had no clues. Though he knew he was a restless person, upon careful reflection it seemed he truly hadn't had the opportunity to oppose the Energy Department. On this abandoned resource star there hadn't been any personnel from the Energy Department stationed in the past. Wait. That investigator I terminated. Wasn't that a minor investigator? Did it warrant such a commotion? Loren felt uncertain. Master, do adult human females always maintain a state of arousal like this? The crow asked from the side. Ahem. This is a type of investigative technique, you need not understand it. Isha, slightly embarrassed, explained to the crow while supporting her head. After the crow's deliberate interruption, which delayed some time, Loren had a plan in mind. Loren leisurely leaned back in the restaurant chair, a black and gold revolver appearing in his hand, spinning it skillfully on his finger. At the same time, Loren inadvertently revealed the aura of a fifth-tier extraordinary person. I wonder what Miss Isha wishes to know. Isha, feeling Loren's aura, squinted her eyes. Is another troublesome character here? Mr. Loren, are you the one who sent out public missions to other star regions? Knowing Loren's status, the title of Mr. finally appeared in Isha's mouth as she politely referred to him instead of just saying you. Yes. Is the Energy Department going to reward me? Loren asked with a smile. Isha's mouth twitched. Reward you? You think exposing the Energy Department's dirty laundry will earn you a reward? I'm sorry, but the Energy Department has never had such rewards. After I return, I will mention this matter in a report to the higher-ups. Isla politely brushed off Loren with a quick remark before hastily asking, may I inquire where Mr. Loren obtained his information? After saying this, Isla fixed her gaze tightly on Loren's eyes. One must admit those eyes were truly beautiful. Isla couldn't help but silently admire them. A smile unconsciously appeared on Loren's lips. Of course it was your investigators who informed me, Loren replied calmly, recounting his encounter with that investigator with remarkable composure. The investigator who died in the alley of the upper district. You met him before his demise? Yes, I happened to meet him while I was pursuing a particular commission during my investigation. Could you elaborate? For instance, the battle that took place in that alley. Isla's expression turned serious and solemn, as if the charming person she had just been was not her. Loren nodded and continued to speak calmly. After I fortuitously encountered the diligent investigator, his pursuers arrived at that moment as well. Those who were chasing him perhaps wanted to keep things quiet and didn't plan to speak at all. They simply intended to silence me. Thus I had no choice but to send them back to nature. By the way, among those chasing them was quite a lovely large dog. That diligent investigator referred to it as the hellhound. After finishing, Loren paused the spinning revolver with his fingertip and placed it beside the dining table, indicating that he had concluded his story. Isla, upon hearing Loren's account, lowered her head deep in thought. The war weapon hellhound. It seems the folks in the Security Bureau have gotten themselves into trouble. After all, the Federation has already abolished biological experiments. After silently noting this intelligence, Isla looked up again at Loren. I apologize, Mr. Loren, did you just say sent them back to nature? Loren placed one hand on his chest, removed his hat with the other, then crossed his hands over his chest and slightly bowed. He performed a rather peculiar greeting. Ms. Isla, as you can see, I am a member of the nature cult. May nature watch over and bless you. The crow, pecking at fresh fruit nearby, heard Loren's nonsense and silently bestowed another blessing of luck upon him. It was truly afraid that its master would slip up, leading to both being hunted down by the Department of Energy. The crow, sharing memories with Loren, certainly understood what his master was doing. To intimidate the woman opposite him and the Department of Energy behind her, Loren pulled the banner of the nature cult. In reality, Loren had never seen a member of the nature cult from beginning to end, let alone joined it. The nature cult is an extremely extreme organization in the history of the Federation. The organization's structure is loose and the members are mostly free and scattered. It is even common that they do not know each other. They proclaim the development of technology and humanity's endless expansion has betrayed nature. The teachings of the nature cult are also quite simple. destroy technology and protect nature. Yet this very grassroots organization has caused endless troubles for the Federation since its inception. Perhaps the will of nature that the nature cult venerates truly exists. Among these extremely scattered and extreme individuals, high-level extraordinary beings emerge in droves. It is as if they have been blessed by some mysterious will of nature. High-level extraordinary beings often represent power on par with that of battleships. This extremely radical terrorist organization reconciled with the Federation over a century ago during the year 7556 of the Federation. After thousands of years opposing the Federation, the nominal pope of the nature cult announced its joining of the Federation Council, becoming the 18th member of the council. From then on, the Nature Environment Protection Act was enacted, covering every corner of the Federation. Due to its overly loose organizational structure, the nature cult has never disbanded, it simply ceased to oppose the Federation. The members of the cult are scattered throughout every corner of the Federation, like ghosts secretly monitoring the Federation. It seems that if the Federation pollutes the natural environment again, these ghosts will re-emerge. The vast majority of people in the Federation keep their distance from these ghosts. No one knows how many high-level extraordinary beings are hidden among this group of free and extreme individuals. This is also the reason why Loren pulled the banner to this cult. The folks in the Department of Energy, due to their need to extract various resources, have found the nature cult to be the most troublesome organization. Understanding the terror of the nature cult, they are also the most respectful of it. Of course, the main reason is that the structure of the nature cult is very loose. Members mostly do not interfere with one another and are free and scattered. For a while no one would come to expose Loren's lies. Isla looked at Loren performing the nature blessing ritual with a complex expression. Her body instinctively leaned back, but leaned against the backrest of the restaurant chair, like disdain or caution. In Isla's eyes, a lunatic from the nature cult was saying to an investigator from the Department of Energy, "May nature watch over and bless you." This was not merely a curse but also a facetious mockery. What a foul character, Isla silently thought in her heart. To be a fifth-level extraordinary being at such a young age, originating from this resource star, the mysterious nature consciousness of the nature cult, is indeed terrifying. Isla did not doubt Loren's identity but began to silently complete Loren's image in her mind. In her view, the other party was already a mid-level extraordinary being at such a young age. This fits the characteristics of the extreme yet talented individuals in the nature cult. Foul-tempered, hostile towards everything, and exceptionally gifted. And accompanied by a bird of wisdom. Yes, this is how she imagined a member of the nature cult, very standard, even to the point of being the epitome of standard. Disdainful yet cautious, Isla silently adjusted her attitude towards Loren. "Mr. Loren, may I ask how that esteemed investigator met his end in the alley? From what we gathered upon retrieving his corpse, it seems he died due to your fighting style. Just like those miners you casually killed, his head was cruelly blown apart." Isla finally revealed the purpose of her visit and placed her hand on the communicator at her waist. If the situation turned sour, she would send out a signal. Several special situation handling teams waiting outside would rush in to arrest Loren. Although this would offend the Interstellar Hunters Association, it could be rectified later with a small compensation of spirit stones. After all, it was Loren who first attacked the investigator from the Department of Energy. In a justified situation, the Department of Energy would not mind a little bullying of the Interstellar Hunters Association. Loren calmly chuckled, "Don't be nervous, Ms. Isha." At that time he was suffering from extremely serious injuries, compounded by the fact that he had been hiding in a garbage bin for a long time. This led him to endure pain that ordinary people could hardly bear, even in a situation where he was destined to die. Ultimately, after asking me to relay the information to the Twilight Star domain, he requested that I end his suffering. After listening to Loren's explanation, Isha's delicate face furrowed in thought. Such an answer clearly exceeded her expectations. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is as such. Although I believe in the consciousness of nature, I detest each and every one of you from the Energy Department. But please remember, nature will equally accept the souls of every life at its end. Likewise, I personally hold great respect for that investigator's noble soul. He is a gentleman worthy of admiration." With that, Loren stood up, donned his top hat, and gently nodded at the still contemplative investigator Isha before taking his leave. The raven also dropped the fresh fruit it had been standing on, flew onto Loren's shoulder, and then turned to mock Isha, saying, "Human adult female, you are quite foolish. If my master truly wished to oppose your energy department, how could he possibly relay the information collected by that investigator, attracting you natural traitors from the energy department?" With a proud huff, the raven turned away. The man and the raven thus left the fourth-floor restaurant at ease. Once Loren returned to his resting room, he calmly closed the door behind him. He then leaned against the door of the resting room, quietly chuckling to himself. There was a high probability that the energy department would no longer proactively provoke Loren. Good acting, Raven. After finishing his laughter, Loren rarely praised the little creature on his shoulder. Mutual respect, my dear master. The Raven also let out a long breath. Although Loren could bring it back to life, it was not yet ready to experience the taste of death. Having just gained wisdom not long ago, it had yet to fully experience this vibrant world. This lively world. It was reluctant to part with it. Most importantly, gathering the energy required for resurrection was no small matter, especially now that Loren had reached the 5th tier. That would represent a considerable amount of spirit stones. Loren took off his top hat and coat, hanging them on the rack by the entrance. He casually walked over to the sofa and sat down. Raven, I have an idea. The Raven looked at Loren. I want to constantly attach the state of luck to myself. After experiencing this matter, Loren felt how wonderful it would be to have luck constantly attached. A good idea, but this will consume a lot of energy. Then just find some spirit stones to devour. Loren provided a simple solution. All right, look into my eyes, master. The Raven jumped down from Loren's shoulder, landing on the wooden coffee table in front of the sofa, and gazed into Loren's eyes. Soon the bizarre operation between the man and the Raven was completed. The Raven utilized its 5th ability to grant Loren a conditionally triggered luck. As long as Loren's spirit remains, luck will automatically trigger. Loren stood up, feeling the state of luck that he maintained at all times. Then he closed his eyes to sense the consumption brought about by this enhancement. After a long while, Loren opened his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. The cost was acceptable, not too high. If he wanted to maintain this state continuously while keeping his energy abundant, the Raven would need to devour a spirit stone from time to time. Approximately every 3 hours it would need to consume a spirit stone to keep Loren in optimal condition. Let's go downstairs to exchange for some spirit stones. Loren only had a few spirit stones left, which he saved for battle. The Raven had the ability to devour spirit stones. This meant that as long as the spirit stones were sufficiently abundant and Loren's spirit could hold out, the man and the Raven could sustain combat for a long time. In the lobby on the 1st floor, Loren presented his hunter's license at the service window and collected 200 spirit stones awarded by the association for recommending Ms. Sa. 1 contribution point exchanged for 2 spirit stones. For Loren, all his contribution points automatically converted into spirit stones in his mind. Moreover, Loren had only ever exchanged for spirit stones as that was his pressing need. His ability was certainly a glutton for spirit stones. After exchanging all his contribution points, Loren was about to return to his resting room on the 3rd floor when suddenly he paused in his steps. The 5th ability he had imposed on the investigator named Isha was triggered. At that moment, while the two were gazing into each other's eyes, Loren quietly set 2 conditions. When Isha eliminates Loren's threat, a moment of luck will be triggered. When Isha increases her malice towards Loren, a moment of misfortune will be triggered. This would allow Loren to ascertain the energy department's true attitude towards him rather than judging based on the other party's demeanor. Double insurance is true insurance. As for setting it to only trigger a moment of misfortune and luck, it was for the sake of concealment. When the people from the energy department were unaware, Loren had already discerned their stance through his own methods. In unfavorable situations, it would allow Loren more time to respond. Whether fleeing or fighting, Loren liked to be prepared. His steps paused for a moment before quickly returning to their natural rhythm. He leisurely walked towards the elevator leading to the 3rd floor in the lobby. Isha triggered a moment of luck. This also meant that the energy department had completely abandoned any dangerous ideas regarding Loren. Loren felt good having outwitted such a colossal entity as the energy department. Unfortunately, this pleasant mood only lasted less than 30 seconds in his heart. Once again, Loren's steps were halted by someone. Hello, Mr. Loren, I am a special correspondent for the Galactic Daily. May I trouble you for 2 minutes? A man dressed in a black suit wearing retro glasses blocked Loren's path. Loren's good mood was interrupted. A black revolver appeared in Loren's hand. You better give me a reason not to kill you. The self-proclaimed correspondent from the Galactic Daily remained remarkably calm in the face of Loren's threat. He extended his right hand, elegantly adjusting his retro glasses with his middle finger. 10 minutes, 500 spirit stones. Of course, you know I have always respected journalists. Loren smiled and put away the revolver that had appeared in his hand. Please have a seat, Mr. Loren. After the journalist, representing the Interstellar Daily and known for his generous spending, paid 500 spirit stones as an interview fee, he courteously escorted Mr. Loren to the restaurant on the 4th floor. Having politely pulled out a chair for Mr. Loren, he then astutely fetched a large platter of fresh fruit from the service counter and placed it gently before the Raven perched atop the dining table. Sir Raven, please enjoy your meal. "I hope my rather mundane interview does not bore you," he said with a smile. "You will undoubtedly become an outstanding journalist. I have high hopes for you," remarked the Raven, graciously accepting the offer. Loren watched this exchange and instinctively twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Foolish bird, you're blissfully unaware that they've already mapped out our every preference." Once the Raven had been comfortably settled, the journalist from the Interstellar Daily solemnly took the seat opposite Loren. "Mr. Loren, let us begin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oliver Beck." Loren gave a slight nod, signaling his readiness to answer questions. After all, the journalist had paid, and so long as the inquiries remained within reasonable bounds, Loren intended to respond with sincerity. For a professional interstellar hunter like Loren, integrity held considerable weight. Having accepted spirit stones, he would fulfill his part without reservation. His reputation within the Hunters Association was already tarnished. Losing credibility altogether would be truly lamentable. "I learned through certain confidential channels that you were born and raised on this resource-rich planet, Mr. Loren." Oliver retrieved a notebook and pen from his coat pocket, preparing to record the interview. "Yes. My parents, long deceased, both worked in mining. After the Federation enacted the Settlement Act, they settled here, met, married, and eventually gave birth to me," Loren answered honestly, offering no concealment. Such facts were easily verifiable with minimal effort. "And your childhood, Mr. Loren?" Having recorded Loren's reply, Oliver continued, "Nothing worth mentioning, like any child raised in the slums," Loren replied calmly. In his notebook, Oliver jotted down, "Childhood was far from idyllic. When did you become a transcendent and join the Interstellar Hunters Association?" "I awakened as a transcendent at 17 and joined the association at 19, recommended by another hunter." These details too were readily discoverable, and Loren withheld nothing. A remarkably legendary path. "And how do you view the Hunters Association?" "It is an exceptionally free-spirited organization. I greatly admire its ethos," Loren replied formally. Hearing this impeccably guarded response, Oliver decided to shift his interviewing approach. He had no use for such predictable boilerplate answers. "Then, Mr. Loren, do you happen to know the truth behind the Energy Department's recent large-scale operation in the Duskward Expanse?" Loren paused thoughtfully before replying, voice low and deliberate, "That question requires additional compensation. An extra 500 spirit stones for the interview fee," Oliver countered, smiling, a subtle display of journalistic finesse. "Agreed." Thereupon Loren recounted in full detail the events unfolding upon this planet, the investigator he'd encountered, the intelligence gleaned from him, and how he'd related through the Hunters Association. The spirit stone deposits on this resource planet were far from exhausted. Beneath the heavy security prison located just beyond the upper district lay an active mine. The miners laboring there consisted partly of convicts incarcerated within the prison and partly of ordinary Federation citizens abducted against their will. Loren also disclosed the presence of combat mechs beneath the headquarters of the Stray Dog Syndicate. Nothing was omitted, he shared everything he knew down to the finest detail. All these truths would soon surface publicly. By revealing them now, he was merely granting the journalist first claim to the headline. Oliver scribbled furiously in his notebook. With each line he penned, his expression grew visibly more animated, his excitement palpable. This was front-page material, undeniably the headline. From Loren's account, the web of complicity stretched astonishingly wide, implicating numerous individuals and institutions. A resource planet teeming with spirit stone deposits hastily declared abandoned by the Energy Department. Clearly internal collusion was at play. Indeed, high-ranking traders had infiltrated the Energy Department and even helped draft the Settlement Act. Moreover, the federal judiciary was implicated, and so too was the illegal arms trade involving mechs implicating the federal military. Mass disappearances across vast regions, yet no authority had taken notice. The Federal Bureau of Law Enforcement was likewise compromised. Even banned biological experiments, officially prohibited, had brazenly surfaced among pursuit squads. The Federal Science Directorate was entangled as well. And finally, after all these calamities unfolded across the Duskward Expanse, it was an interstellar hunter who delivered the decisive intelligence. The Federal Security Agency had catastrophically failed in its duty. They had uncovered nothing, not a single trace. An agency boasting millions of elite operatives had permitted this conspiracy to flourish unchecked. Not a whisper, not a single rumor. Unbelievable. Oliver's pen flew across the page as he documented his deductions, growing ever more exhilarated. He snapped his notebook shut, elated. This was no longer merely front-page news, it was a seismic revelation poised to shake the entire Federation. Multiple departments had failed, and all appeared to harbor deep-rooted traitors. Most critically, the three most powerful federal bodies, the Energy Department, the federal military, and the Federal Security Agency, had all simultaneously failed and been infiltrated. Someone was methodically dismantling the Federation's very foundations and had already succeeded in undermining half of them. As an esteemed reporter for the Interstellar Daily, Oliver possessed profound knowledge of the Federation in every conceivable dimension. He knew its customs, its currents, its tides of power by heart. From regional culinary traditions to the cutthroat maneuvering within the Federal Assembly, conservative versus progressive factions, resurgent remnants of the old regime, shifting alliances among parliamentary blocs, the overt and covert rivalries that flared after each star system's accession to the Federation, and the pervasive influence wielded by various transcendent organizations over federal affairs. Beyond the Federation's borders lay hostile forces, the Empire's relentless gaze, alien species, predatory ambitions, and the quiet, insidious encroachment of entities that called themselves gods. Each of these memories rose vividly in Oliver's mind, crystal clear, layered, interconnected. Swiftly piecing together the implications, Oliver deduced the full scope of the conspiracy and boldly hypothesized that the Duskward expanse was but one instance among many. Such machinations were almost certainly unfolding elsewhere across the Federation, undetected for now. After Oliver had come to terms with everything, he stared blankly at the notebook in his hand. Could he handle this major news? Should he write down his speculations? Should he report it? He worried that his actions might send the Interstellar Daily to the gallows. Oliver was lost in thought for a long time. It wasn't until Loren spoke up that he snapped out of his reverie. Mr. Oliver, you seem to be zoning out. Oh. I apologize, it's an old habit of mine. I tend to get like this when I encounter valuable news. It's somewhat of a professional disease. Let's continue the interview, Mr. Loren. Oliver pulled back his wandering thoughts. He looked at the calm interstellar hunter before him. He began to doubt whether the other party understood what this meant. Forget it, I'll just ask some trivial questions and end this interview. The rest I'll figure out myself. Oliver said to himself in his mind. Mr. Loren, what are your thoughts after infiltrating a heavily guarded maximum security prison alone? Oliver regained his composure. Hearing the question, Loren replied calmly, first of all, I don't think it was a heavily guarded prison. Loren paused for a moment, recalling how he managed to slip in. They didn't even have any detection methods to prevent outsiders from mingling in. My infiltration process was incredibly smooth with almost no obstacles. Of the 3 disguises I prepared, only the human skin mask was effective. The colored contact lenses and genodistinct fingers weren't even used. If I were to rate the difficulty of infiltration on a scale of 10, I'd only give that prison a score of 1. By the way, their cafeteria is quite good, I'd rate it a 9. After calmly finishing his impressions of that prison, Oliver once again took out his notebook, pretended to jot down Loren's words, and then stood up to bid farewell. Oliver extended his hand to Loren for a handshake to say goodbye. Thank you very much, Mr. Loren, for cooperating with my interview. After releasing Loren's hand, Oliver took out 500 spirit stones from his spatial gear and handed them to Loren. I hope we can have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Of course, I'd be very willing, Loren nodded as he accepted the bag containing the spirit stones. An interview that could fetch 1,000 spirit stones in 10 minutes, who wouldn't want that? Loren silently thought. I hope by then you will have become a great interstellar hunter. I hope by then you will also be a top reporter in the interstellar realm. Loren also gave this generous reporter a blessing. Goodbye, dear Mr. Crow. Goodbye, Mr. Oliver, the Crow responded. Oliver bid farewell in a dignified and polite manner. He left in a hurry, seemingly eager to return and organize his notebook. Loren watched Oliver's departing figure, mumbling to himself, does he really have spatial gear? Are people from other star domains so wealthy? In the black market of the Dusk Star domain, spatial gear costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. Dear master, should we rob him? After finishing the fresh fruit, the Crow flew back to Loren's shoulder and asked. Loren glanced at the Crow. We are legitimate interstellar hunters, not interstellar pirates. Then Loren added, he should be a 6th-level extraordinary being, not some frail reporter. This was the fundamental reason Loren abandoned the idea of robbing him. Even if they could successfully rob him, the commotion caused would be too great. A 6th-level extraordinary being is not easy to deal with. Currently, the upper city is under martial law. Loren had just shaken off the attention of the energy department. He didn't want to fall back into their sights. At least not now. Loren leisurely returned to his resting place on the 3rd floor. During this time, he decided to take a break. Back in the lounge, Loren lay lazily on the sofa and thought. Under the current martial law across the star domain, there wasn't much he could do. 3 days later, Loren lay on the sofa with a portable personal computer, browsing the forum for interstellar hunters. This portable personal computer was something Loren bought out of boredom in the lounge. He went to the mall on the 5th floor and bought the latest model available for 200 spirit stones. Of course, Loren also wanted to see what the Interstellar Daily reported about his interview. After all, this was Loren's first interview, and it was with the Interstellar Daily, a media outlet spanning multiple star domains. Nowadays there are very few newspapers published within the Federation. Only the Interstellar Daily still maintains a limited publication. However, even the update speed of the Interstellar Daily's newspapers lags far behind that of the updates online. Thanks to the great inventions of the Federation's science department, a certain degree of network interconnectivity has been achieved across many star domains within the Federation. Of course, such construction comes at a cost. Only organizations of considerable scale can establish a cross-domain signal receiver on their own territory. The cross-domain signal receiver has a coverage range, and it's quite narrow. For example, if Loren wants to connect his personal computer to the federal network covering multiple star domains, he can only do so in this Interstellar Hunter Association. Once he steps out of the Interstellar Hunter Association, he can only connect to the network of this resource star, and he won't even be able to connect to the networks on other planets in the Dusk Star domain. This is also the reason why the investigator who died in the alley hoped Loren could help pass on the information. Only by coming to the Interstellar Hunter Association could the information be transmitted, as it is the only place with a cross-domain signal receiver. Loren had never thought of buying a portable personal computer before because he didn't stay long at the Interstellar Hunter Association, making it useless. But due to the martial law, Loren ended up staying for a long time at the Interstellar Hunter Association. That's when he got the idea to buy a portable computer. After all, 200 spirit stones could feed the crow snacks for quite a while in the past. Of course, there was another reason. He also wanted to understand the situations in other star domains through this federal star network. Oliver's generosity made Loren realize that making spirit stones might be quite easy in other star domains. Loren wanted to explore other star domains. He also understood that seeking pleasure this time might have caused a bit of a ruckus. Continuing to stay in the Dusk Star domain could lead to considerable trouble for him. Loren only liked to create trouble for others and did not enjoy being troubled himself. In the lounge, Loren, lying on the sofa, was engaging in friendly discussions with other interstellar hunters on the forum. The people here spoke quite pleasantly. The forum participants, unaware of Loren's background, had no resentment or apprehension towards him. In just 3 days, Loren had made many interesting interstellar hunter friends on the forum. Suddenly, while casually browsing the forum, Loren stumbled upon a pinned post. Go read the latest report from the Interstellar Daily. Something big has happened. Loren quickly exited the forum. On her portable personal computer, she opened the website of the Interstellar Daily. The Raven also leaned in closer. In the past 3 days, the Raven had become exceptionally quiet. It stayed by Loren's side, silently staring at the screen, quietly absorbing all the news from the federal network. For a newly intelligent being, this was a deadly temptation. On the homepage of the Interstellar Daily, an article appeared. The powerful Federation decaying from within. The title of this article occupied the entire homepage, its font a striking red. Loren clicked on it, glancing at the journalist's name with some surprise. Master, it seems that Oliver has quite a high status at the Interstellar Daily. The Raven also saw the name of the writer, the same extravagant journalist from 3 days ago. Loren paid no heed to the Raven's surprise and carefully read through the article. The opening part of the report detailed the reasons and consequences of the recent blockade of the Dusk Star domain by the Federal Ministry of Energy, along with various intricate details. In the middle section of the report, Oliver presented his speculations about the dereliction of duty and internal spies within various federal departments. And in the concluding part of this article, he acted like a sharp-tongued critic. He pointedly highlighted the decay of the Federation over the years, directing his criticism straight at the 3 major power departments, and vehemently criticized all functional departments of the Federation. In his final sentence, he posed a rather terrifying question: are the enemies of the Federation those schemers hiding in the shadow, or are they the disillusioned high-ranking officials within the Federation? To be honest, even someone like Loren, who had a somewhat mad inclination for entertainment, upon finishing this article, his first reaction was, does this person plan to live on after this? This was almost a direct accusation towards various power departments, even exposing some individuals' plots to overthrow the Federation. Such behavior was akin to dancing on a grave, earning Loren's deep respect for Oliver, whom he had only met once. Only such a death could be deemed spectacular. He was a true journalist. Interestingly, although most of the details in this report originated from Loren's narration, the words Loren and Interstellar Hunter did not appear in this article. It only mentioned that the source was a mysterious individual. It was as if to protect Loren, quietly obscuring his role. All attention and scrutiny were redirected towards the Interstellar Daily and Oliver. After reading the report, Loren tossed the portable computer aside. It seems that the luck I have been relying on has worked now. Hardly anyone is paying attention to me. After putting down the portable computer, Loren began contemplating his journey to that star domain. In his view, there would be little amusement left in the Dusk Star domain. With the publication of this article, the Dusk Star domain would face stricter scrutiny and cleansing. No one would dare confront the Federation's authority at such a critical moment. The Interstellar Daily had exposed all the internal issues of the Federation, and once the fig leaf was removed, it would be difficult to cover it up again. Now the citizens of various star domains within the Federation had all recognized this issue. The higher-ups of the Federation would have to do something to quell the public's anger. For a long time to come, the Dusk Star domain would face the Federation's close monitoring. After thinking for a long time, Loren still could not decide on his next destination. He was not familiar with other star domains. After failing to come up with an idea, Loren suddenly had a thought and picked up the portable computer again to log onto the Interstellar Hunter forum. I am online. Which star domain among the many in the Federation is more suitable for mid-tier extraordinary beings to earn spirit stones? Loren posted a thread, hoping the eloquent users on the forum could provide a reasonable suggestion. The reason Loren dared to ask on the forum was that he had learned in the past 3 days that the Federation's network operated on an anonymous basis. Every portable computer that connected to the network would be randomly assigned an untraceable alias by the Federation's Central Star Domain AI Nebula. Anyone or any organization attempting to trace the whereabouts of a portable computer would ultimately find themselves chasing after this epoch-making intelligent AI nebula. Even the Federal Science Department could not trace a nebula operated independently. The reason for this was due to a bill passed by the Federal Parliament, the Federal Citizen Privacy Protection Act. It's hard to say whether the current chaos in the Federation owes its gratitude to this act. Of course, this also allowed the Federation's network to exhibit an unimaginably vast vitality. Soon various replies began to appear below this post. The Interstellar Hunter forum was filled with interstellar hunters suffering from severe internet addiction syndrome. These individuals spent most of their time surfing the Federal Public Network at high intensity except when executing missions. Loren clicked on his post and began reading from the first response. A druid wanting to catch a pet host. Judging by your name, are you a beastmaster? I recommend you go to the Beastman Star domain. It's filled with adorable fluffballs, truly a paradise for beastmasters. Loren calmly replied to the other party. A lucky pet breeder. No, I'm just an ordinary extraordinary being looking to settle in a different star domain. After replying, Loren continued browsing through other responses, skillfully skipping over some less serious replies. I'm definitely not a cult organization. Of course, I recommend you join the Great Star Voyage Society. Managing a cult is too difficult. Want to join a mysterious and powerful team? The people inside are all quite interesting, and they even provide placements. Sorry, I'd rather join a nature cult. You might want to consider how not to get caught by the Security Bureau first. Loren made a sarcastic remark. The Empire will endure forever. Of course, leave the Federation and develop in the Empire. I see the Federation is doomed. After reading this response, Loren quietly clicked the report button in the upper right corner. I also want to join the Federal Parliament. Upstairs are all idiots. I recommend you go to the Glimmer Star domain where the Federation meets the Empire. Real men should prove themselves on the battlefield. You're also an idiot. Loren silently muted this person in his post. The Federal Security Bureau is always recruiting. Do you want to join the Security Bureau? Host. Training with guaranteed placement. Everyone says it's great. A lucky pet breeder. If I've killed a retired federal agent, can I still join? The Federal Security Bureau is always recruiting. Open the door. I'll bring you some warmth. La 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 la. Men must be tough. Confirmed. The host is a tough one. An unknown hunter 666. The host opened up big. Loren ignored the off-topic comments and continued scrolling down. An interstellar traveler on a bicycle. You might consider the Emerald Star domain. The people there are relatively wealthy. A lucky pet breeder. Thanks, I will consider it. An interstellar traveler on a bicycle. The Flowing Light Star domain is also good. It's just that there are many cult organizations there. If you are confident in your strength, you can go there. Loren silently noted down the Emerald Star domain and the Flowing Light Star domain, continuing to scroll through the responses. Soon one reply caught Loren's attention. A cultivator who will never kill to prove Tao. Come to the Eastern Star domain. The Tianluo sect is recruiting, aiming to develop a resource star. Loren did not respond to the people on this floor but silently took note of the place called the Eastern Star domain. Loren continued to refresh his post, and soon the first person who replied to him responded again. I want to catch a druid as a pet. Your name really causes misunderstandings. I recommend you go to the Emerald Star domain. Those people are rich, and if you can't make it there, you can still pull off a big job by kidnapping someone. A lucky pet breeder replied, all right, I'll consider it. By the way, please tell me your story. I want to catch a druid as a pet. Back in the day I couldn't make it, so I went to the Emerald Star domain and pulled off a job. Now I'm still being chased by the Security Bureau. Let's not talk about it, it was just a bit of hardship. A lucky pet breeder said. Wish you good luck. The forum is indeed filled with talent. Loren smiled as he closed his portable computer, no longer paying attention to the constantly updating replies. He had already made up his mind to go to the Emerald Star domain. The reasoning given by the person who wanted to catch a druid as a pet convinced Loren. Yes, even if I can't make it in the Emerald Star domain, I can just do a job and move to another star domain. After all, the Federation is so vast with spirit stones, I can settle anywhere. Loren stood up from the sofa and walked out of his lounge. He arrived at the door of the lounge where Xia and Ivan were knocking on the door. Soon Xia opened the door. Mr. Loren. Please come in. Ms. Xia warmly invited Loren in. After entering the lounge, when Ivan saw Loren, he twitched his mouth. He also stood up and politely welcomed Loren. Loren ignored Ivan's reaction and after sitting down asked Ms. Xia, Ms. Xia, you plan to go to that star domain? Once the lockdown is lifted, I also plan to leave the Dusk Star domain. Mr. Loren, do you have any recommendations? I am not very familiar with other star domains, Ms. Xia said sincerely. I see. Loren thought for a moment and gave his answer. I recommend you go to the Central Star domain. It is the power center of the Federation and the security conditions are relatively good, suitable for people like you to develop. Unlike Ms. Xia, who has not been noticed by the Federation, she is a law-abiding citizen. With such a clean background, it would be a pity not to go to the Central Star domain. It would be best to be a star hunter while joining a relatively leisurely department of the Federation. If that's the case, my resurrection point will be very safe. Loren thought to himself. Loren did not need Ms. Xia to become a powerful person. He only needed her to carry that pink revolver and live safely. It would be best if she could occasionally feed that pink revolver with spirit stones. In Loren's plan, it would be best for her to stay as far away from him as possible. This way, after Loren faced an unstoppable enemy and died, the resurrection point would be further away from the enemy. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Loren. We will head to the Central Star domain after the lockdown is lifted. Ms. Xia stood up and bowed to Loren. Good luck to you, ma'am. If all goes well, we shouldn't meet again for a long time. Loren stood up to take his leave. As he left, he gave Ivan a glance, the threat in his eyes quite evident. After returning to his lounge, Loren began his daily surfing the internet with Crow. In fact, under Loren's deliberate search on the Federation network, he surprisingly found the Natural Sex Forum. He silently registered an account as the Great Druid Who Respects Nature 233. During this time, Loren learned a lot of knowledge he had previously been unaware of on the Star Hunter Forum. Within the nearly infinite star realm, there are many cultivation systems. And outside the Federation, in the regions ruled by the deities, there also exists a natural sect. Unlike the Federation's natural sect, the organizations in those regions predominantly consist of a transcendent system known as druids. In contrast, the Federation's natural sect is mainly composed of martial artists and superpowered individuals. Interestingly, the doctrines of the two natural sects are almost identical. It is hard to say to what extent the deities have quietly infiltrated the Federation. No, it should be said that this has become an open infiltration. After all, even the names and doctrines have not been altered in the slightest. After learning about this, Loren felt a bit of a headache regarding the flag he had raised. What consequences might arise from pretending to be a member of a mysterious organization under the deities? I am waiting online, it's urgent. This is also why Loren was eager to find that natural sect forum. Initially, to intimidate the investigator from the energy department ISA, Loren pretended to be a member of that natural sect. After all, outside one's identity is self-proclaimed. Although Loren's tactic of raising a big flag was quite effective, and at that time it did indeed intimidate the other party and her backer from the energy department. But after Loren learned the truth about the natural sect, he also felt a bit panicked. He had thought that the natural sect was merely an extreme environmental protection organization. Little did he know that there was indeed a deity standing behind it. Whether natural consciousness exists is another matter, but outside the Federation, deities truly exist. This must not have come under the notice of the deities, right? Loren felt a headache. There was no way he could only mix into the natural sect forum to gather some information. Understanding this organization a bit more could only be beneficial. After Loren had spent some time mingling in the natural sect forum, Loren's worries diminished a little. This natural sect did not seem to reject anyone curious about it. The relaxed atmosphere in the forum didn't even feel like an extreme organization. Loren discovered that in this forum even a large portion consisted of people who came out of curiosity just like him. Genuine members of the natural sect were quite rare. What made it most difficult for Loren to bear was that in the two pinned posts in this forum, one detailed how to join the natural sect. The other explained the dangers of destroying nature, detailing the doctrines of the natural sect and how to protect nature using reasonable means. To be honest, this shattered Loren's stereotypical impressions of these extreme organizations. This seems quite normal. After spending many days in the natural sect forum, Loren reached a conclusion. Gradually, Loren became bolder. He began to engage with people in the forum, gradually becoming more active. Silently, Loren's understanding of the natural sect deepened. Various greetings and gestures, various contradictory doctrines were all memorized by Loren. After spending many days in the forum, Loren had already started saying, "May nature bless you." Except for not having truly joined the natural sect, Loren had already taken on the shape of the natural sect. Until someone from the natural sect forum privately messaged Loren's account. "Big shot, are you a mentor or are you a disciple of which nature mentor?" "I am the disciple of mentor Soren Linton." It turns out that pretending too well can also be troublesome. Perhaps it was Loren's extensive commentary on the forum providing unique interpretations of various doctrines. This led others to misunderstand certain things. Some came seeking deeper exchanges with Loren. Loren fell silent as he looked at the messages on his screen. It seems he had pretended a bit too well, bringing about some trouble. Perhaps seeing that Loren hadn't replied, the other party sent another message. The financial transfer expert said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, esteemed one. I actually have some lingering questions that I would like to consult with you." Loren glanced at the other party's nickname, silently contemplating his response. If he did not reply, it was clear that the other party was genuinely from the natural sect and it would be inappropriate to boast about himself. "Got it, let's see if I can just play along." The other party should be a newbie who just joined the natural sect, so it shouldn't be too difficult to deceive. If I can't fool him, he'll just switch accounts. It's a pity though, since I'd managed this account for more than half a month. The esteemed Druid of Nature 233 said, "May nature bless you, child." The esteemed Druid of Nature 233 continued, "Due to some inconvenient reasons I cannot disclose my identity. But perhaps I can offer you some guidance from nature." "Hello, esteemed one, I've been part of the natural sect for half a year. My mentor has a hands-off approach with me, always saying that nature will provide us with all the answers. Yet I still have many confusions. The doctrine states nature encompasses all, we must protect and respect nature. But we humans are also part of nature, right? Even if we harm nature, are not all our actions towards nature part of its choices as well?" This child seems quite sincere. Loren began to deceive. The esteemed Druid of Nature 233 asked, "Do you love nature, child?" "I'm not quite sure. I joined the natural sect due to some unexpected circumstances." "If you have ever loved someone, would you be willing to harm her? Would you have the heart to hear her cry? Perhaps you have not yet cultivated enough, you cannot hear the cries of nature. When you grow stronger and someone harms nature, you will hear its sorrowful sobs. Child, what is more important for you now is to understand nature, to love nature, to hear nature and to resonate with it, rather than pondering over questions that can easily lead to dead ends." The financial transfer expert asked, "What should I do? Please guide me, I am very confused." Loren smiled at the screen, realizing that he had managed to deceive. "Go plant trees. Find a wild area, plant an oak forest and help them grow. You will understand. And when someone wants to destroy this oak forest, let them experience the demise of life and feel the wrath of nature. The way of nature is not only about growth but also about destruction." "I understand now. Thank you, esteemed Druid, for your heartfelt guidance. I will strive harder to follow the way of nature. May nature bless you just as you diligently protect nature." After Loren typed this sentence on the screen, he decisively logged off. It seems he managed to deceive him. Next, he should find an opportunity to secretly inquire about the extent of the divine being's influence on the sect. If the divine beings are not watching me, then I can quietly cancel this account, Loren pondered silently. "Dear master, you are quite wicked." The crow's voice came from above Loren's head, perched on the armrest of the sofa, witnessing the entire deception. Loren, lying on the sofa, sat up. "It's not a big deal, the advice I gave aligns with the practices of the natural sect. But what if he really goes to plant trees?" "Planting an oak forest isn't easy," the crow asked, tilting its head. "Then he can only count himself unlucky for encountering me," Loren replied with a smile. The crow said. At this moment, in the distant radiant star region on a planet with a low level of federal development, the traces left by humans here were quite scarce. Only 10% of the planet's area had cities built by humans. This planet is also a resource planet, but the resources being extracted by the Federation are not minerals. Instead, it is rich in vegetation and trees. The gathered vegetation and trees are transported to industrial planets within the radiant star region, processed into various goods and then shipped to various star regions of the Federation. Thus this plant-type resource planet has 60% of its area covered in vegetation, while the remaining 30% is a vast ocean. The person whom Loren deceived is named Aorn Rank. He came to this resource planet with his mentor to supervise the Federation's development of the planet. If the Federation continuously destroys the natural environment of this planet, then they will have to enforce the ruling part of the Federal Nature Protection Act. In fact, within the Federation, most of those who supervise and enforce the Federal Nature Protection Act are members of the natural sect. After closing his portable computer, Aorn Rank closed his eyes to ponder for a moment. Then he opened his eyes firmly, no longer in doubt. Sitting cross-legged under a large tree, he stood up and walked towards a nearby building. This seemingly small building housed his legendary mentor Soren Linton. At the same time, this is also a gathering point for the natural sect on this planet. Mentor, I must leave. I have found the way of nature that I want to practice, Aorn Rank said to his mentor. Soren Linton, who was browsing the forum, glanced at his disciple. Seeing his disciple devoid of previous confusion, he smiled with relief. Go, Rank, may nature bless you. After Aorn Rank performed a farewell gesture to his mentor, he resolutely turned and left. Soren Linton watched his disciple's departing figure, lost in thought. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so early. Could it be that I truly have a genius? No, there must be other great druids guiding him. Soren Linton recalled his disciple's recent movements. Rank hadn't gone anywhere, staying by his side, occasionally staring blankly at his portable computer. It seems a meddlesome great druid has arrived on the forum. I know all the great druids within the Federation, so. Mistakenly identified by a legendary archdruid as someone from outside the Federation, Loren is currently in a lounge chatting with others on the Interstellar Hunters forum. Ever since Loren last posted asking which star domain to settle in, his peculiar nickname has become familiar to these Interstellar Hunters suffering from severe internet addiction. After all, during this time Loren has been intensely surfing the web. With the energy department still blocking the Twilight Star domain, Loren has had nothing to do except sleep. The rest of the time he has been spamming two forums, acting as a mad jester in the Interstellar Hunters Association and as a highly respected archdruid in the Natural Sect forum. After tiring of his archdruid act, Loren would skillfully switch to the Hunter forum and wildly crack jokes. This includes but is not limited to provoking the Security Bureau, teasing the Federation military, harshly criticizing the Federation's higher-ups, and promoting the greatness of the Empire. The most outrageous part is that, claiming to be obsessed with the Stellar Travel Club, he shamelessly promotes the doctrines of the Natural Sect under the posts of the Stellar Travel Club. Anyway, Loren has done everything that seems inhumane on the Interstellar Hunters forum, venting his fatigue from pretending to be an archdruid on another forum. The more serious Loren is on one account, the more shameless he is on this account. A fairly active group on the Interstellar Hunters forum has all remembered Loren's nickname. A lucky pet keeper, a newcomer, has recently arrived on the forum, and he has been quite bold, provoking several major forces of the Federation. However, what he says is quite interesting. This is the impression most people on the forum have of Loren. Those who have been provoked often wonder if the release of the Federation Citizens Privacy Act was truly a mistake. If it weren't for this act, the guy calling himself a lucky pet keeper would have been visited to receive warmth long ago. Loren quite enjoys the atmosphere of the forum, which is always filled with a spirit of freedom. Of course, he must also remind himself not to lose his portable computer. Even if he were to be killed, he must format his portable computer first to avoid being tracked after his resurrection. It seems Loren understands that he has become rather hated on the forum. A half-unknown hunter keeper, which star domain are you from? A lucky pet keeper, why? Are you looking to ambush me? A half-unknown hunter, no, I just want to know which star domain could produce someone like you. You know, in half a month you've almost made it onto the Security Bureau's wanted list. A lucky pet keeper, of course I come from the Central Star domain, a place of great talent. A half-unknown hunter. Really? A lucky pet keeper, of course, don't be fooled by my appearance, I am the Federation's most loyal supporter. A half-unknown hunter, you bastard, not a single word you say is true. A lucky pet keeper, we are both the same. A half-unknown hunter, this is boring, him off to do a mission, we'll chat another day. After that, the avatar of this half-unknown hunter turned gray in Loren's private chat. Loren shook his head and quietly logged off. There was absolutely no way he would reveal his true identity. No real information could be disclosed. Loren even suspected that if he revealed just a bit, he would be confronted by several major forces the next day. This guy called a half-unknown hunter became friends with Loren while he was busy provoking others. After meeting a few times, they found they hit it off remarkably well. A half-unknown hunter seems to appear right when Loren finishes teasing someone in a post. His comments tend to be monotonous phrases like 666 great job. Utterly meaningless. Thus Loren gained his third friend on the Interstellar Hunters Forum, a half-unknown hunter. He is also a friend with whom Loren can converse easily. As for Loren's first friend, that would be someone called wants to catch a druid as a pet. Loren added him as a friend with the intention of asking about kidnapping experience in case he couldn't get by in the Emerald Star domain. As for Loren's second friend, it is someone called Interstellar Traveler on a bicycle. This person is the one Loren is most satisfied with. Whenever Loren has questions, he can provide reasonable answers. He is truly a human search box. Even the inquiries Loren later made regarding the natural sect were relayed to him. It was this interstellar traveler on a bicycle who informed Loren that there is also a natural sect in the territories ruled by gods outside the Federation. These three are the connections Loren accumulated on the Interstellar Forum in the past half-month. As for why there are only three, one would have to ask the people on the Interstellar Forum. After all, even the crow who witnessed everything believes that if his master accidentally reveals his true identity one day, he would most likely end up without a burial place. After all, it's the kind of situation where the Security Bureau, the military, and various cult organizations all come together. After logging off from the Interstellar Hunters Forum, Loren entered the Natural Sect Forum. Loren felt he had rested enough and could get down to business and look for some information. As soon as he logged on, he noticed someone had sent a private message to his account. Soren Linden, hello, are you there? Not there. Upon seeing this name, Loren's expression froze for a moment. Loren thought that it was his deception of the man's disciple that had been discovered by his mentor, and now he was coming to seek justice from him. Just as Loren was about to pretend he didn't see the message and quietly log off, the other party sent another message. Thank you for your help with my disciple. I came specifically to express my gratitude. Loren regained his confidence and quickly typed in the input box, may nature bless you. No thanks, I just think that kid has some talent. Soren Linden, this legendary archdruid, was able to accurately deduce that it was Loren who had guided his disciple. This was entirely because the natural sect is a small forum and the number of active members is not many. After all, a group of people who like to protect nature generally do not enjoy surfing the web, they prefer to sit cross-legged in the oak grove. Even Soren Linden himself frequented this forum with his disciples because he had to manage it regularly. Indeed, this natural sect forum is managed by this legendary archdruid and his disciples. Because of the small number of active members in the forum, Loren's unique and profound insights into the doctrines appeared quite abrupt. Loren's answers are highly praised, ranking very high. Soren Linden saw Loren admit that he had pointed out rank to him. Behind the screen, he began to ponder, how can I discreetly probe into the purpose of this great druid from the land ruled by the deities as he quietly arrives in the Federation? Currently, the local natural sect where Soren Linden resides is in a honeymoon phase with the Federation. The previous sect master even joined the Federation's parliament, which allowed the local natural sect to establish a legitimate foothold. Soren Linden is quite worried that this unfamiliar great druid might come to disrupt this relationship. After all, in Soren Linden's impression, great druids from the land of deities are often very radical. However, what confuses Soren Linden is that as a legendary druid, he has not heard any rumors regarding the goddess of the moon and the god of nature having any intentions towards the Federation. Moreover, these two are known to be relatively neutral and peaceful deities. Could he be here to travel through the astral realm? Soren Linden speculated in his mind. Soren Linden, it is a fortunate occurrence to have such a caring great druid among those who revere nature. Loren, seeing the response from the other party, couldn't help but think, why does it feel like each one is easier to fool than the last? Is it just my illusion? Seeing the other party's innocence, Loren's mischievous side came back. After all, deceiving one is the same as deceiving many. Since he has already come this far, he feels no psychological burden in fooling a few more. Respected Great Druid 233, is there something you need from me, Great Druid Soren? Soren Linden, did you come to the Federation to travel through the astral realm? Or were you guided by those two? Upon seeing the other party directly inquire about his intentions for seeking him, Soren Linden stopped overthinking and directly expressed his doubts. Facing such a revered great druid, deception holds no significance. Nature will provide guidance. Loren gazed at Soren's message, contemplating how he should respond. Those two. I don't know, they should be prominent figures. The topic cannot be steered in that direction or it might expose the truth. Respected Great Druid 233, traveling through the astral realm, experiencing nature. Loren chose to follow the other party's train of thought, giving a vague answer. After seeing Loren's reply, Soren Linden eased his worries. As long as it's just for travel, that's fine. The current relationship between the local natural sect and the Federation should not be recklessly changed, that would be great. Soren Linden, on behalf of the local natural sect of the Federation, I welcome your arrival. If you require assistance, the name of the forum is my true name. Please contact me through the natural messenger and I will do my utmost to assist you. Loren chuckled upon seeing the message sent by the other party. If only I could use natural messenger spells. Respected Great Druid 233, I will thank you for your help. Great Druid Soren, may nature bless you. After saying this, Loren quickly logged off. Speaking with such a great druid had put Loren on high alert. Although he ultimately did not reveal himself, Loren was genuinely afraid the other party would ask something he did not know. Fortunately, he considered himself lucky. Loren smiled as he felt the lucky state he had maintained, silently praising his fifth ability. Next, as long as he maintains the persona of a great druid traveling from outside the Federation, he would surely learn some insider information about the natural sect. For instance, whether the deities have cast their gaze upon the Federation, or how the natural sect deals with those impersonating their sect. If future circumstances align with expectations, he might even create a secondary account pretending to be a novice and truly join the natural sect. That would indeed be interesting. Thinking of this, a distinctly exuberant smile appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth. Dear master, you smile like a villain who has succeeded in a conspiracy. The crow's voice came from beside him. Shut up, you're too noisy. It hasn't been realized yet, it's just this plan. Loren got up from the sofa, intending to go to the first floor hall to inquire when the energy department would lift the blockade on the Twilight Star domain. It has been blocked for more than half a month. If it weren't for having bought a portable computer, Loren would have probably gone mad from boredom. The reason Loren has to wait for the energy department to lift the blockade before leaving the Twilight Star domain is that interstellar travel can only be done via spaceships and teleportation arrays. And either method requires the space to no longer be locked. Currently, the Energy Department, one of the three major powers of the Federation, has locked the perimeter of the Twilight Star domain with countless interstellar warships and mechs forming a spatial net, prohibiting anyone from jumping or teleporting. Therefore, if Loren wishes to go to the Emerald Star domain, he can only wait for the spatial net established by the Energy Department to be lifted. In the first floor hall. After inquiring about the specific intelligence situation at the reception, Loren silently walked towards the third floor lounge. The Energy Department's inspection and cleansing are nearing completion. Only one last place remains uninspected and uncleaned, the main city of the Twilight Star domain. However, this place is also the political and power center of the entire Twilight Star domain, with a very complex situation and intertwined interests. Therefore, when the Energy Department will finish the inspection remains an unknown to the outside world. Returning to the third floor lounge, Loren habitually opened his portable computer. Who shall I tease today? Forget it, I'll just tease those guys from the Security Bureau. Those guys are quite amusing when they speak and are easy to provoke. Perhaps due to the Security Bureau's special status within the Federation, few dare to provoke the official accounts of the Security Bureau. Thus, facing Loren's provocations each time, the other party always easily falls apart. This has brought Loren a great deal of enjoyment. Now on the Astral Hunter forum, it is known that a newcomer has come and is provoking the Security Bureau's account. 12 days later, the Energy Department finally announced the completion of the inspection. The blockade of the Twilight Star domain has been lifted. The month-long major inspection and cleansing has concluded. Within the Twilight Star domain, the familiar politicians and officials have disappeared by more than half. They have all been imprisoned by the Energy Department. The individuals now active on television and in the news are mostly new faces. The impact of this inspection extends far beyond that. Even in the gray areas, those hyenas hiding in the dark have also decreased significantly. Throughout the Twilight Star domain, illicit activities have diminished greatly. Various businesses related to banned items have all come to a halt. Even Loren, hiding in the Astral Hunter branch, has heard some of this news. However, Loren did not overly concern himself with the specific situation of the Twilight Star domain after the cleansing. Those matters are no longer closely related to him. He is now ready to leave the Twilight Star domain. With a heart full of anticipation, he is headed to another affluent star domain, the Emerald Star domain. Before stepping onto the interstellar spaceship, Loren took a glance back at the scenery of the Twilight Star domain, muttering to himself, I hope it doesn't come to the point of having to pull off a heist. Loren bought the most expensive spaceship ticket, a super VIP ticket. As Loren was leaving the Interstellar Hunter Association, she accidentally overheard that the two had successfully purchased cheaper spaceship tickets. After accidentally hearing about their ticket acquisition, Loren left with peace of mind. As for why Loren bought the most expensive ticket, this begins with the twists and turns of her ticket purchasing experience. When Loren received news of the blockade being lifted and wanted to leave the Interstellar Hunter branch, the branch leader who recommended Loren to join the Interstellar Hunter Association came to her outside the lounge. Alone, he stopped Loren and bid her a proper farewell. Be careful on your journey. The Energy Department isn't as powerful as it used to be, and their inspections might miss many people. Your presence is extremely conspicuous to the hidden hands behind the scenes. After the branch leader reminded Loren, he waved goodbye to her, wishing her a safe journey. Regarding the heartfelt farewell from the branch leader, Loren simply removed her hat in respect and gave a slight bow, saying nothing more as she left gracefully. When Loren stepped out of the Interstellar Hunter branch and headed towards the Starship terminal, when she tried to take out her portable computer to buy a ticket online, she realized it was already a bit late. The tickets online had sold out. In the short time the branch leader came to bid her farewell, the tickets to the Emerald Star domain sold out completely with not a single one left. After a complete month of blockade, the Sunset Star domain suddenly lifted restrictions and the massive influx of passengers led to most of the Starship tickets being sold out. As a result, Loren couldn't buy a cheaper spaceship ticket. In desperation, she had to spend 600 spirit stones at the Starship terminal to buy the most expensive ticket. One must know that one spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 federal coins. Thus Loren boldly spent a total of 600,000 federal coins to board the most advanced passenger spaceship of the Federation. This made Loren feel a bit pained, even questioning if the luck bestowed upon her had failed. Meanwhile, in the main city of the Sunset Star domain, a man hiding in a dark room silently destroyed the communicator in his hand after seeing the message it received. "What good luck, little one, will let you live a bit longer." After learning that Loren had bought the most expensive spaceship ticket, he quietly adjusted his timing for taking action against her. The passengers on that passenger spaceship were either rich or powerful, making it inconvenient for him to act against Loren on that. If he were to fight with Loren and accidentally injure other passengers, it would cause some trouble. The current situation of the Marquis family did not allow him to attract more trouble for the family, because the Marquis family had cleaned up thoroughly after those matters were exposed. Even the Energy Department without evidence would find it somewhat difficult to move against a Marquis. Although the Energy Department had not directly done anything against that Marquis, the influence of that Marquis had mostly been subtly targeted by the Energy Department. Seeds of suspicion had already been sown. As the uncrowned king of the Sunset Star domain, the Marquis was completely unaware of the happenings in the Sunset Star domain, making it somewhat hard to believe. Thus, as the one solving troubles for the Marquis family in secret, what he could do at this time was to discreetly complete the task assigned to him by the Marquis: to eliminate the meddlesome interstellar hunter, Loren. After learning of Loren's movements, he also bought a ticket to the Emerald Star domain. However, this passenger spaceship departed from the main city of the Sunset Star domain. He planned to take action against Loren in the Emerald Star domain. It's just right, making a move in the Emerald Star domain won't attract the Energy Department's attention. Little one, you've chosen a nice resting place for yourself. For the first time aboard the interstellar spaceship, Loren was astonished by the luxurious facilities and decorations inside the ship. One must admit that these amenities prepared for the wealthy of the Federation had no other shortcomings besides being expensive. In the current Federation, where the Prohibition Act was all the rage, as soon as Loren stepped onto the spaceship, she immediately saw a bar filled with various alcoholic beverages, quite ostentatious, treating the federal laws as mere scraps of paper. Behind the bar was an elegantly decorated casino embodying the artistic style of a bygone era, graceful yet not heavy. At the entrance of this casino stood two beautiful ladies dressed in sexy red dresses, welcoming all passengers boarding the spaceship. Of course, besides these, there were other facilities inside the spaceship. However, amenities like pools, libraries, and cafes did not attract Loren much. After taking a cocktail from the bar and elegantly savoring a sip, Loren looked towards the entrance of the casino, a mysterious smile appearing on her lips. Holding her glass, she leisurely walked toward the casino entrance. "Welcome, sir, enjoy your time inside." The two ladies in sexy red dresses at the casino entrance bowed to Loren, politely greeting her. In response, Loren lightly nodded her head. In less than half a day's time, Loren smiled as she set foot on the ground of the Emerald Star domain. One must say that as the most advanced passenger spaceship of the Federation, its speed was nearly catching up to that of military ships. Moreover, its comfort level was also the top among all passenger spaceships, comparable to luxurious vacation standards. If there was one aspect that Loren found somewhat unsatisfactory during this journey, it might be that just when she was having a great time winning in the casino, the spaceship arrived at its destination. This made Loren feel a bit regretful. After all, she only managed to win over 2,000 spirit stones before it ended. Everyone on the interstellar spaceship besides Loren was quite wealthy. A casual bet could amount to hundreds of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Loren was relying on her luck to win a weak amount of spirit stones in the casino. After occasionally losing a bit of spirit stones, Loren's performance was quite normal, like an ordinary lucky gambler. After all, Loren's gambling skills were not profound, she was purely relying on her luck. She couldn't appear too exaggerated, being noticed would not be good. Most importantly, she couldn't let the casino on the spaceship spread her exaggeration. In the past, on the resource planet, large casinos were almost non-existent, let alone casinos that could gamble spirit stones. It was a realm filled with contraband. Gray area businesses primarily focused on smuggling contraband. This also meant that Loren had no opportunity to earn spirit stones through gambling. However, now on her way to the Emerald Star domain after discovering the great invention of casinos, a special plan, a successful path to earning spirit stones unfolded before Loren's eyes. Loren walked down the spaceship with light steps, stepping onto the ground of the Emerald Star domain. Looking at the captivating scenery outside the terminal, Loren softly said, "Emerald Star domain, your gambling king has arrived." After stepping out of the exclusive passage in the VIP area, Loren lightly leaped over the separating fence and entered the regular passenger corridor. Amid the strange gazes of others, Loren calmly followed the crowded flow of people. Once he exited the spaceship terminal, he calmly boarded a regular hovercar that was waiting for passengers. To the Interstellar Hunter Association. Among those who emerged from the VIP passage, Loren was the only one who stepped into the regular corridor to hail a taxi. The luxury hover cars parked outside the VIP passage seemed exorbitantly expensive to Loren. Although he had just earned over 2,000 spirit stones through gambling, the Raven's appetite was simply too great. One must save where they can and spend where necessary. Raising a powerful and insatiable being is no easy task. As the future Emerald Starfield gambling king, are you complaining about my digestive abilities in your heart, master? The voice of the Raven echoed in Loren's mind. Due to the conspicuous presence of the Raven perched on his shoulder, Loren had taken it into his body when entering the interstellar spaceship terminal. Throughout the journey, the Raven had hardly spoken. Perhaps it was because Loren was deeply engrossed in gambling, it rarely maintained silence. However, this quietness could only last until now. Now, during the free time, it could speak freely again. "How did you know?" Loren replied to it mentally. "I know now." The Raven's voice in his mind was somewhat loud, almost roaring. "Did you deceive me?" Loren silently complained about the Raven's level of intelligence. "I once thought we were the closest of partners, yet I didn't expect you to disdain me." The Raven's voice turned somewhat mournful. "Stop. I like you, but right now please be quiet. I want to take a nap, so keep vigilant." After casually replying in his mind, Loren quietly closed his eyes and began to rest. "Oh dear, but somewhat annoying, master." The corner of Loren's eye twitched subtly, feeling like raising a child was troublesome. Accompanied by the scenery rushing past the car window, Loren fell into a light sleep. Interstellar travel was indeed a tiring affair. Even while seated in the highest-grade passenger spaceship, the constant jumps of the ship would still drain some mental and physical energy from the passengers inside. Jumping itself is a marvelous phenomenon involving the folding of space. Within the jump channel, the omnipresent dark matter collects a small toll from passing lives. This peculiar phenomenon cannot be explained by science. Even the Federal Science Department can only vaguely describe it, as dark matter may possess life. Just as Loren was drifting into light sleep in the car outside the VIP passage of the spaceship terminal, a man in a gray trench coat and mask was intently watching each person emerging from the VIP passage. As he scanned the crowd coming out of the VIP passage, he muttered to himself, "Where is that guy lost Loren? Could it be that the passenger spaceship hasn't arrived yet?" This assassin, secretly trained by the Marquis, had learned of Loren's passenger spaceship information. He took the fastest passenger spaceship from the main city of the Dusk Starfield heading towards the Emerald Starfield. Based on his experience, departing from the main city of the Dusk Starfield would allow him to arrive at the Emerald Starfield 20 minutes earlier than Loren, who departed from Resource Star 17. In his plan, being 20 minutes early, he would discover the weary figure of Loren outside the terminal and stealthily follow behind him. When Loren arrived at a less conspicuous place, he would ruthlessly take action to eliminate him. Afterwards, he would return to the Dusk Starfield with elegance, ready to receive the Marquis' praise and generous rewards. However, the current situation made him feel something was off. He had already waited for nearly 40 minutes, yet he still had not spotted Loren. This made him somewhat anxious and restless. "This is a mission personally assigned by the Marquis, I can't mess this up." Refusing to give up, he continued to wait outside the terminal for another hour. Finally, in despair, he pulled out a portable computer from his pocket. He typed a message on the screen of the portable computer: "No sighting of the target, requesting confirmation of the intelligence's authenticity." 1 minute later, a message appeared on his portable computer that made him even more despairing: "Intelligence confirmed, target has safely boarded that spaceship. Latest intelligence indicates that the target has won over 2,000 spirit stones on that ship." He stared blankly at the screen of his portable computer, incredulously murmuring, "Where is that person? Where is he?" 2 minutes later, perhaps having waited too long for a response, the screen of his portable computer lit up again. "Waste. You have betrayed the Master's trust." This message finally shattered his psyche. He clenched the portable computer tightly in his hands, trembling slightly. "Damn it. I am a 7th-tier martial artist. I also trained in the Assassin Legacy from the Divine Land. I am not a waste. I will definitely find and kill that cunning lost Loren. Just wait." Soon after undergoing professional training, he swiftly regained his composure. He roared fiercely in his mind, the Marquis' nurturing grace I will not betray. If I can't find that damned lost Loren, I will not return to the dusk starfield. He reignited the screen of the portable computer and swiftly and firmly typed a message. Luca Brown. I am not a waste. I am a great assassin. After finishing the input, he did not wait for a response, silently crushing the portable computer in his hands. The body of a 7th-tier martial artist made it easy for him to accomplish this feat. Ha! No matter what methods you use to evade my pursuit, you've landed yourself in serious trouble, lost Loren. With a cold laugh, he slowly vanished into the shadows outside the spaceship terminal. At this moment, Loren had just awakened from his slumber. After a period of rest, his spirit was no longer so fatigued, returning to normal. Loren was gently awakened by the hover car driver. Sir, we've arrived at the Interstellar Hunter Association. 300 federal coins. Loren silently took out a spirit stone from his pocket and handed it over. Can you give change, Mr. Driver? Besides the coin he used for lucky divination, Loren had no federal coins on him. He always carried spirit stones, which are hard currency and carry no risk of inflation. Oh, still a transcendent lord. The hover car driver sighed softly and accepted the spirit stone. The hover car driver skillfully took out 700 Federation coins from the cash box and handed them to the somewhat puzzled Loren. Loren received the 700 Federation coins and curiously asked, "What's this about?" "I have driven many extraordinary beings, but very few can fall asleep in my car. Even in their fatigue they seem unaccustomed to sleeping in unfamiliar environments. Sir, I believe you must be a powerful extraordinary being," the hover car driver speculated after providing his explanation. "Oh. What makes you say that?" Loren asked with a smile. "I have seen many extraordinary beings, but few possess the confidence and composure you do, as if no danger could affect you." The driver expressed his respect with another sigh. "I am just a fortunate extraordinary being," Loren humbly replied with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke again. "Sorry, driver, could you return that spirit stone of mine?" The driver was taken aback, opened the cash box, took out the spirit stone and handed it back to Loren. "What's wrong? Did the spirit stone I gave you have a problem?" Loren took the spirit stone, tucked it away and returned the 700 Federation coins to the driver, saying in an oddly toned voice, "No, the spirit stone is perfectly fine. I just thought of a better way to pay for the fare." After saying this, the raven in a possessing state quietly appeared on Loren's shoulder. This bizarre scene left the driver in a daze. Then Loren gently plucked a feather from the raven on his shoulder. The action caused the raven to let out a pained cry. "Ouch. Master." Loren ignored the raven's groans and leisurely extended the feather towards the driver. "Here, driver, this is my fare. I'd prefer not to use Federation coins." The hover car driver stared blankly as he accepted the feather, looking somewhat confused at Loren. This. Loren placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then he snapped his fingers. In the driver's bewildered gaze, the feather in his hand emitted a dazzling light, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. Ah! Soon the light inside the car vanished. The driver slowly opened his eyes and discovered that the feather had disappeared, replaced by an exquisitely ornate revolver. What appeared in his hand was a brand new gray revolver. The barrel of the revolver was quite long and its gray body was adorned with intricate dark red patterns. The understated yet luxurious style resonated with Loren's aesthetic. "This is for you, driver. It is my gift to you and also the fare for this ride." Having said that, Loren glanced at the still-dazed driver before opening his side of the car door and stepping out with the raven on his shoulder. He exited the hover car with great composure. "By the way, driver, remember to place the spirit stone on its barrel. There will be a surprise. I hope you enjoy this fare. Good luck." After stepping out, Loren stood upright outside the hover car, lightly tipping his hat as a gesture of farewell. After completing all of the above, Loren calmly turned and walked towards the Interstellar Hunter Association as if he had done nothing unusual, merely paying for the fare. After Loren had taken a few steps, an excited voice came from behind him. "Sir, can you tell me your name?" It was the driver's voice. He had exited the car, standing outside the hover car and shouting at Loren's tall and serious figure. Loren had initially not intended to respond, but something stirred within him again. He turned around, smiled at the driver and said, "Lost Loren, the future gambling king of the Emerald Star domain." "All right, I'll remember that. Mr. Lost Loren, the future gambling king of the Emerald Star domain. May every day ahead bring you happiness and health." Loren nodded silently, accepting the driver's blessing before turning back to walk towards the Interstellar Hunter Association. After Loren awakened his second ability, he gave away many revolvers. There was no particular reason, he simply enjoyed it. He liked to transform overly quiet environments into chaos and vibrancy. A revolver could help many people unlock the shackles within their hearts. When Loren awakened his third ability, he gifted several more revolvers. However, this time he was selective in his choices. He gifted one to the smuggler, Tyran, because of his calmness and contentment. He gifted another to the indigenous person from the gray area, Little John, because of his talent and cruelty. He gifted one to the president of the Interstellar Hunter Association, an avaricious old man, because of his status and a small favor. He gifted one to the unfortunate woman from the slums, Ms. Shia, because of her resilience and calm demeanor. He also gifted one to the grandson of the president, an unacquainted mecha major, because of a significant favor owed to his grandfather. In fact, after obtaining his third ability, each revolver Loren gifted had a specific reason behind it. Except for the revolver he gifted to repay the greedy old man for recommending him to join the Interstellar Hunter Association, all other revolvers were given with certain selectivity. After all, concerning his resurrection point, Loren inevitably became somewhat utilitarian. Until today. After seeing the hovercar driver's envious and reluctant gaze, a strong impulse suddenly surged within Loren. What kind of being would someone who desires extraordinary power so badly become after gaining it? After noticing the driver's unique gaze, Loren was immensely eager to see the changes that would follow. He wanted to witness the trajectory of the driver's fate change. He wanted to see what kind of power could erupt from a truly vibrant soul. This was also a strong desire within Loren's heart. Like an instinct, just as one must eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. Loren found it difficult to suppress this strange feeling. "Master, you seem to have changed somehow." The raven, having witnessed this absurd scene, tilted its head and said, "Really? In what way?" Loren continued walking forward without halting his pace. "Apologies, dear master, my wisdom is insufficient to describe this matter." "Ha!" Loren let out a cold laugh. "Foolish raven. The main city of the Emerald Star Domain is an exceptionally special place even within the vast Federation. It is filled with the scent of wealth intertwined with various interests and human affairs. Perhaps the radicals of the Federation would denounce the decayed human relations and class barriers of the old era. But within the Emerald Star Domain such voices have quietly vanished. In the Emerald Star Domain the enchanting sounds produced by the flow of wealth drown out all doubts. Even though the flow of wealth here only exists among certain noble classes, it is still rare to hear any criticism of the Emerald Star Domain in the media. Within this particularly unique Emerald Star Domain, the Interstellar Hunter Association, located in its main city, is also regarded as an exceptionally unique place. This Interstellar Hunter Association is known for being a barbaric organization that disregards reason and rules within the Emerald Star Domain. Many prominent figures in the domain look down upon this association. These prominent figures believe that this organization has corrupted the moral atmosphere of the Emerald Star Domain. Moreover, it lacks any noble demeanor and is deemed a complete source of trouble. The root cause of this phenomenon, the source of everything, lies with the president of this association, Seabass Benjamin. He is an ardent worshipper of the old era. However, he does not revere the decayed systems of the past. Instead, he admires the extremely barbaric pioneering spirit of that time. Near the end of the old era of the Federation, the Federal Council enacted the Pioneering Act. Anyone could venture into uncharted star domains, occupy and develop unfamiliar planets. Those who excelled would be granted noble titles that could be passed down through generations. The so-called pioneering spirit is essentially a pragmatic attitude that employs any means necessary to achieve its goals. Everything is for the sake of development. Being a little barbaric is acceptable. In the eyes of Seabass Benjamin, order and morality are worth less than a piece of toilet paper. Under the strong personal style of Mr. Benjamin, the Interstellar Hunter Association he manages has become one of the most troublesome organizations in this star domain. From the perspective of the Federation Security Bureau and the Law Enforcement Department, this Interstellar Hunter Association is only slightly better than a cult organization. The difference is that cults openly violate federal laws. As for this Interstellar Hunter Association, as long as you don't catch them with solid evidence of their crimes, they would dare to sue you in federal court for human rights violations and violent law enforcement. Sometimes the Security Bureau and Law Enforcement Department even feel that these people are worse than cults. At least cults wouldn't make them go to federal court to prove their innocence. On this day, October 9, 7708 of the Federation, a rather ordinary day. Outside this majestic building, which unmistakably bears the architectural style of the old era, stands an interstellar hunter who has traveled from distant star domains. On his shoulder rests a crow which articulately comments on the building. "Dear master, I smell the scent of spirit stones. They must have spent a fortune in spirit stones to build such a structure. Look at the square we walked through, it's paved with fine stones and the reliefs on those outer walls are clearly hand-carved. Oh my! Even the steps beneath our feet not only look expensive but are also adorned with artistic patterns. Shut up, stupid bird. Loren walked into the Interstellar Hunter Association feeling embarrassed by the crow's naive remarks. Loren quietly lowered the brim of his hat, disregarding the odd glances from others. He approached a reception window and presented his hunter license. "Hello ma'am, I need a place to stay and I would like to apply for the level 5 hunter assessment." The clerk at the window skillfully took Loren's Interstellar hunter license and inserted it into her computer. After a flurry of finger movements, the hunter license was handed back. "Welcome to the Emerald Star domain, Mr. Loren. Your lounge is on the 29th floor, room 69. I have submitted your application for the level 5 hunter assessment. The assessment is scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow, located in the basement of this building. Please be on time." Loren took back his hunter license and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome, and I wish you a pleasant journey on your extraordinary path, Mr. Loren." The lady at the window gently expressed her blessing to Loren. She enjoyed speaking with straightforward interstellar hunters as they didn't add to her workload. Moreover, being so young and already a level 5 extraordinary being at just 23 years old, his future is promising. After retrieving his hunter license, Loren walked towards the lobby elevator with a cheerful heart. He liked it here, especially enjoying the clerk's amiable demeanor. There was no discrimination nor any fear. Upon arriving at the elevator, he pressed the button and stood quietly waiting in front of the elevator doors. However, this serene atmosphere did not last long. Came from another star domain. A bearded man approached Loren and inquired. Even before Loren entered, someone had noticed him. After all, many heard the crow's naive comments at the entrance. "Is there something you need?" Loren asked flatly. "Want to join my team? You seem to be alone, and being solitary in the Emerald Star domain is not advisable." The bearded man grinned wickedly at Loren with an invitation. If he could join my team, I would only take half of the task's earnings, he thought. Such newcomers are one less as they encounter another, so he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "No need, but if you have other intentions, I would be quite welcoming." Loren's eyes sparkled as he stared at the man. Finally someone recognized him as a newcomer and came to press him. Such amusement was an experience he had yet to savor. Since joining the Interstellar Hunter Association, he had already gained infamy on the Resource Star. This left him eagerly anticipating the man's forthcoming response. The bearded man was taken aback by Loren's response. This answer was clearly off. "Did I provoke a big shot?" The man thought to himself, then cautiously asked, "May I ask what level of extraordinary being you are?" "I'm just a level 3 hunter, no need to worry, sir." Loren seemed to understand what the man was thinking, skillfully answering his question. The bearded man's expression fell into a dilemma. Only level 3. So arrogant. Could it be that he has someone backing him? At that moment, Loren, as if seeing through the man's thoughts, added, "No one backing me. I just arrived today and don't know anyone in the Emerald Star domain." The bearded man's expression grew even more conflicted. He thought of retreating. It was as if the other party knew what he was thinking, which was truly bizarre. With such a nonchalant attitude, damn it, I must have provoked someone formidable. That's quite good. So, Mr. Zhu, I wish you to become a higher level hunter. Losing face is not terrifying. Provoking trouble that shouldn't be provoked is what truly frightens. The man's experience told him sharply that this newcomer was somewhat strange. The other party was far too composed and he should make his escape. However, just as he took a step back, he was stopped by Loren's voice. "Sir, did I allow you to leave?" Loren turned around with a smile, looking at him with an exceedingly amiable tone. "What do you want to do?" The man quickly stepped back several paces. "Look into my eyes," Loren said softly. The man instinctively glanced into Loren's deep, attractive eyes for a brief moment before hastily lowering his head. "What did you do to me?" the man asked in terror. It seemed he realized he had fallen into a trap, but he couldn't articulate it. "Nothing much, just be careful when you go out," Loren advised with a smile. Just then the elevator doors opened. The crowd inside the elevator poured out. Then Loren walked into the elevator alone. Several people still stood in the lobby waiting for the elevator, but their feet remained unmoving. After witnessing the interaction between the bearded man and Loren, they all chose to wait for the next elevator. This newcomer was somewhat eerie. It was better not to engage. The elevator doors closed. Loren's figure vanished, and for some reason everyone present felt a sense of relief. For reasons unknown, after witnessing Loren's interaction with the bearded man, they all felt an overwhelming heaviness in their heart. It was as if they had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, after Loren's departure, this feeling finally dissipated. As for the bearded man, after Loren left, he realized that cold sweat had already covered his back without him noticing. What bad luck! After cursing under his breath, the bearded man quickly left the Interstellar Hunter's hall. He needed to find a highly skilled interstellar hunter. He felt that Loren had left something on him. What Loren did to him felt like the work of a mysterious and eerie ability user. He needed a full-body checkup to feel at ease. After stepping out of the Interstellar Hunter Association's hall, as he just stepped down a stair, his foot accidentally missed a step. Quickly adjusting his posture, his foot twisted again and he inexplicably fell down the stairs. "Damn it!" the man shouted in panic. Fortunately, the steps of this Interstellar Hunter Association building only had 12 steps. The bearded man got up from the bottom of the stairs. Due to the short height of the steps, as a level 4 ability user, he only sustained minor injuries. After getting up, he took out his portable computer from his pocket, preparing to contact his friend, feeling something was off. That man with a crow on his shoulder must have done something to him. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The man cursed again. His portable computer was broken during the fall down the stairs. No matter how he pressed the keys, the screen remained dark. He wanted to turn back to the Interstellar Hunter Association to buy another one, but looking at the 12 steps, he hesitated unusually. His intuition told him that climbing those steps again would lead to more unfortunate events. He cautiously turned around and limped out toward the square. It hurt so much. He thought he wouldn't encounter any accidents on the broad and flat square. Unfortunately, after taking a few steps, the sky became overcast. "Damn it! I forgot it was going to rain today." Thunder rumbled. Continuous thunderclaps sounded and the dark sky appeared extremely oppressive. The bearded man clearly realized something, disregarding the pain in his body, and turned to run back to the Interstellar Hunter's hall. Unfortunately, he had just taken one step and hadn't even set foot on the stairs. A lightning bolt fell mercilessly. It struck the limping man directly on the head. His body turned into charred remains and fell on the flat and broad square. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded. This was the thunder that had just caused the lightning, albeit slightly delayed, now arriving. At this moment, a lady walked out of the Interstellar Hunter Association's hall. She was the first to notice this peculiar scene. This lady then exaggeratedly shouted, "Someone was struck by lightning. Don't go out. Don't go out." The hall fell into a flurry of conversations. Everyone was discussing which unfortunate soul was struck by lightning. His luck must be exceedingly poor. Only the lady who had received Loren was unconsciously recalling Loren's information in her mind. A level 5 ability user, a level 3 hunter from the Twilight Star domain. His mission history seemed to carry a certain degree of bloodshed. After pondering for a moment, she picked up the communicator at hand and dialed a number. "President, it seems like we've got an extraordinary newcomer in our association." At that moment, just as Loren found room 69 and was about to open the door, his hand suddenly paused. He had already felt that his abilities had been activated. Shrugging indifferently, he gently opened the door to the lounge. "I hope that gentleman has good luck and a dignified death," Loren murmured to himself. After entering, Loren took off his coat and hat at the entrance and placed them on the hanger. Then he had time to take a look at the layout of the lounge. Not bad, at least better than the lounges of the past Resource Stars branch. Finally, there's a bed and it looks quite nice, pretty soft. Loren was very satisfied with this lounge with all the necessary living facilities. In the arrangement of this room, he finally realized one thing. How much of the association's funds did that greedy old man embezzle? A lounge with only 2 sofas and not even a bed. As Loren recalled the lounges he had stayed in before, he had a new understanding of that old man's ability to amass wealth. Loren silently shook his head. When he had the chance to go back, he would send him a bullet. When Loren lay on the big bed in the lounge, he who had not slept on a bed for a long time finally experienced the beauty of a bed again. What an undignified old man! He made me sleep on a sofa for about a month. 2 bullets. No. 3 bullets. In the Twilight Star domain on the 17th Resource Star, in an office on the 2nd floor of the Interstellar Hunter branch. As the branch leader, the old man suddenly sneezed strangely. "Am I catching a cold? No, with my constitution can I still catch a cold? It must be that little guy Loren cursing me. It seems he should be living in other Interstellar Hunter Association's lounge now." At this moment, a faint smile appeared on the old man's lips. "I can't be blamed for this. My grandson is attending a mecha university, and as everyone knows, it's very expensive." Loren lay back on the soft bed and let out a contented moan. So comfortable. After the sigh, he opened his portable computer. "A day offline. Wonder if those people on the forum missed me." In the Shinji Hunter forum, Loren skimmed posts with practiced fingers, selecting a few amusing threads to reply to. A particular thread caught his eye. "How can one pull off a job in Fate's Away Shinju and still leave safely? Please list appropriate steps and preparations." Loren clicked in without thinking, telling himself he would only look and do nothing. A post, want to snag a druid as a pet, PM fees apply. A familiar nickname in the thread caused Loren's brow to lift. This fellow really is active. Lianbang Security Bureau recruiting long-term PM for paid interview. Loren silently left a brief reply and continued reading other responses. A fortunate pet breeder chimed in, has the security bureau gone freelance too? Nude chats available. I can introduce you to strong rutting orcs. Although Loren had never seen the orcs of the beast domain, that did nothing to dull his knowledge of them. The forum was a fertile school. Even in this thread Loren learned much about ransomandistage tradecraft. One user called themselves Zishan Sanpei Liren. They even detailed the concrete steps and prior preparations for reconnaissance robberies and snatching wealthy marks. They explained how should things go wrong and you get cornered to select hostages and use them to bargain with law enforcement. They went on to suggest escape destinations, methods for fencing stolen goods, and tactics to elude pursuit by the security bureau, every point laid out with meticulous clarity. Between the lines there was no contrition, only summaries and recollections. Beneath that answer the replies were nothing but praise and upvotes. Comments ranged from "boss take me on a job" to 666 is the team recruiting. The usual jesting replies. Loren quietly followed that Zishan Sanpei Liren and bookmarked the highly upvoted answer. Visiting the user's profile he found only a line in the bio, Peichi Peihi Peishue, a company to eat, drink, sleep, and nothing else. The rest of the profile was blank. Loren added them to his special follow list. From a month of forum experience, empty profiles usually belong to serious, dangerous people. If they accidentally exposed an alternate identity, the security bureau would come after them hard, just like they might come after someone like Loren. He had not even dared to write a line in his own bio. After bookmarking the top answer, Loren was about to log off when someone replied to him. A post read, Lianbang Security Bureau recruiting long-term, garbled text. The reply mocked, their mindset's weak, still needs practice. Loren scoffed and left the Xingji Hunter forum, then logged into the Xiren Sect forum. The Great Druid was online. Just as Loren was preparing to expound on the tenets of the Nature Sect, he noticed a temporarily pinned thread for the day. Why do nearly no federal officials double major in systems like Druid? Why are most of them pure martial artists, psychics, or cultivators instead? Loren's eyes brightened and he clicked in. A highest voted answer drew his attention. The entire answer was a single line, and yet it had the most votes. A user named Xiang Zhaoge Jingling Danglapa wrote, because cultivating those systems the extraordinarily gifted will draw the attention of the Shinming. Loren noted the sentence in silence and exited the Xiren Sect forum with haste. He then registered a new alt account at his quickest speed. Using that new account he followed Xiang Zhaoge Jingling Danglapa and sent a private message. A nature-worshipping newbie immediately posted, Big Elder, if I join the Xiren Sect will I draw the Shenming's attention? Loren stared at the portable screen and began a long, tense wait. While waiting, his left hand kept snapping his fingers, piling on a little extra luck for himself. The crow, seeing Loren's solemnity, also kept granting him little threads of luck. 2 minutes later the other party replied in private. About to sleep, but my neighbor started making noise. Couldn't sleep, so I'm replying now. The user said, joining the Xiren Sect won't automatically draw the Shenming's gaze. You only enter the god's field of view, only those with truly exceptional talent will attract notice. After all, the Shinming are busy beings. The newbie got it, thanks Big Elder. Are there other ways that might draw a Shenming's attention? I'm rather gifted and a bit frightened. So confident. Whose disciple are you? Asked the other. The newbie, I haven't joined the Xiren Sect yet, but I met someone who claimed to be a great druid and wanted to be my mentor. Do you know his name? Loren stared at the message, pondered for a few seconds, then steeled himself and the newbie, he didn't tell me his real name but said he's quite famous on the forum and suggested I learn about the Xiren Sect first. The newbie, he said his forum handle is Zuanzhong Xiren Dididaluti 233. After sending the message, Loren sat motionless, his breath slowing. 2 minutes passed before the reply arrived. The Shenming's gaze can be both blessing and burden. Our Xiren Sect's deities are mostly neutral and benevolent, little one, you need not fear. Seeing that reply, Loren exhaled in relief. He had gotten through the deception. More messages followed shortly after. If your talent is truly outstanding, then by joining the Xiren Sect, practicing the druid system, chanting a deity's honorifics, or praying earnestly, you will very likely draw divine attention. The newbie, yesterday I bragged to a friend that I had already joined the Xiren Sect and explained some of its doctrines. Could that have attracted notice? After much preamble, Loren finally asked the question he had been dying to ask. This was also why he had opened 2 alts on the Xiren Sect forum. He only wanted to know whether the Shinming had noticed him. He did not wish to fall into the god's field of view. Do not gaze upon the gods directly and do not be noticed by them. This was one of the peculiar rules Loren had learned on the Xingji Hunter forum. All official Lianbang departments upheld an iron rule: those noticed by the Xinming are automatically retired and never again partake in any Lianbang affairs. After several agonizing seconds of waiting, Loren received another message. So you came to ask me solely because you'd boasted about it. Young people are always so impetuous, pretending won't help you at all. By the way, when you explained our doctrine, did you mention the honorific titles of those two deities? The honorific titles of those two? I don't think I did. I didn't even know the deities' honorifics. Then it's settled, go enjoy yourself. Oh, little one, you might be suffering from paranoia. The deities of our nature faith are remarkably benevolent, there's no need to fear them so intensely. It's my first time learning that deities truly exist, I can't help but feel apprehensive. Since you're so preoccupied with this, do you intend to join a federal government agency? And yes, I possess exceptional aptitude and plan to enlist in the Security Bureau. Loren quietly assigned a new persona to his secondary account. N. Farewell. Remember, we never spoke. The moment this message was sent, the other user's avatar instantly turned black, as if violently allergic to the word Security Bureau. Truly, talent abounds throughout the Federation. And Loren. And Mr. Elfseeker, you're far too timid. After all, IT Security Bureau personnel daily, and nothing ever happens. And having reflected on the other's timidity, Loren withdrew contentedly from the Nature Faith Forum. Fortunate indeed, I escaped the gaze of the deities. And Loren set aside his portable terminal, stretched luxuriously, and prepared for sleep. After an exhausting day, Loren, rarely inclined toward early rest, decided to retire early tonight. Just as Loren was about to drift off, the raven beside him suddenly sidled over with obsequious eagerness. And dearest master, beings of my intellect surely deserve such advanced technology. The raven leaned close to Loren's ear and whispered softly, its sycophantic tone prickled the hairs on his neck. Hearing this, Loren turned to meet the raven's expectant gaze. Loren, and dearest master, you cherish silence, do you not? Once purchased, I vow never to disturb you needlessly. Loren paused in thought, then nodded. And 200 spirit stones for lasting peace. A most favorable bargain, and he even pictured the scene in his mind's eye. Before a portable terminal screen, the raven stood on its talons, furiously trading barbs with forum users, an absurd, almost comical image. Loren rose, dressed, donned his formal hat, and descended with the raven to the third-floor marketplace of the Interstellar Hunters Association, where he purchased a portable terminal for 300 spirit stones. Since the device was intended for the raven, he also acquired a bulletproof screen and had it installed onto the terminal to prevent accidental scratches from the raven's talons. Returning to his quarters with the ecstatic raven, Loren tossed the newly purchased terminal before it and climbed into bed to sleep. At last, he could sleep. With that quiet sigh, Loren closed his eyes. He paid no heed to the raven's exuberance, evidently planning to stay awake all night. Surely energy-based lifeforms don't suffer from sleep deprivation. And this thought echoed in Loren's mind as consciousness faded into slumber. Federal Calendar Year 7708, October 10th. End dawn. And Loren awoke from sleep, startled by the sharp rhythmic tapping of the raven's talons against the terminal screen. What time is it, Raven? Loren asked, opening his eyes. And unconsciously he mused that waking in bed was infinitely more comfortable than rousing on a sofa. Dear master, it is 7 o'clock, by the official Central Stellar Domain time. Your assessment begins in 2 hours. Still early. And alas, Loren, who had hoped for just a few more minutes of rest, found himself fully awakened by the raven's persistent tapping. Stupid bird. Loren cursed inwardly, then seized the raven's leg and dragged it before him. And did you stay awake all night? To stand vigilant for you, dear master, and though Loren believed not a word of it, he ultimately released the raven. Never mind, it's still but a fledgling barely a month old. And I too stayed awake the entire night after first acquiring my own portable terminal, and Loren consoled himself with this thought. His own anomaly granted leniency. And Loren rose from the large bed and walked silently toward the washroom. And shall you cleanse yourself? No need, dear master, I remind you once more, energy-based lifeforms require no such rituals. Without glancing up from the terminal screen, the raven replied, heralding the birth of a pure digital addict. And Loren proceeded alone to the washroom, silent and resigned. When Loren emerged from the washroom, the raven had already stowed its terminal, clutching it tightly in both talons, standing motionless at the entrance hall awaiting its master. Not bad, it still knows duty when it matters. Loren gave a subtle nod. And donning his black greatcoat and formal hat, he paused before the hallway mirror to adjust his appearance. Let us go, Raven. And Loren retrieved the terminal from beneath the raven's talons. The bird possessed no means to carry it. And as you command, dear master. With practiced ease, the raven soared onto Loren's shoulder and gripped firmly. And master and raven stepped side by side through the door of their quarters. Today marked Loren's second day in the Jade Stellar region and the scheduled date for his Level 5 Hunter assessment. And within the Interstellar Hunters Association, Level 5 Hunters occupied a mid-tier rank. On many remote worlds, a Level 5 Hunter could serve as the head of a local Interstellar Hunters branch. And though Loren held no ambition to lead such a branch, he coveted the privileges exclusive to Level 5 Hunters. Access to classified intelligence, entry into elite hunter circles, and eligibility for numerous covert benefits. Most visibly, his future accommodations might upgrade to far more comfortable quarters. And among these advantages, however, the least useful to Loren would undoubtedly be entry into higher-tier hunter circles. To a lifelong lone wolf like him, such circles held less value than the Interstellar Hunters Forum itself, especially since he harbored quiet disdain even for his own anomaly, let alone others. After leisurely enjoying a lavish breakfast in the association's fourth-floor dining hall, the time reached 8:45. And Loren and the Raven entered the elevator and pressed the button for the sub-basement level. "Welcome, Mr. Loren. And your Level 5 Hunter assessment awaits in room 69 Sector F. Please proceed at your convenience, we wish you success." Upon exiting the elevator, Loren noticed a reception desk directly opposite the doorway on the sub-basement floor. And the greeting had issued from the elegant woman seated there. Loren offered her a calm, neutral nod acknowledging receipt of the information, then followed the floor markings toward Sector F. How intriguing! Do all receptionists here possess 5th-tier transcendent cultivation? And Loren recalled the deliberate aura the receptionist had allowed to slip forth. This branch clearly conceals deeper secrets. The basement on the negative first floor was exceedingly quiet. Although it was underground, it did not feel oppressive, rather due to the sparse number of people it appeared remarkably spacious. After walking for a while, Loren encountered only a handful of individuals. Notably, none of these extraordinary beings were below the 5th rank. Simultaneously, upon seeing Loren, these individuals deliberately released a hint of their aura as if to showcase their strength before him. "Master, should I enter the possession state?" The crow also sensed something amiss. "No need. It's merely to ensure the newcomer behaves a habitual display of muscle, that's all." "Such tactics are quite common," Loren remarked casually. After hearing Loren's explanation, the crow silently nodded, a thoughtful look in its eyes. Humans are indeed complex. Their minds always seem to be occupied with meaningless pursuits. After much contemplation, the crow concluded the above. Meanwhile, while the crow fell into deep thought, Loren had already arrived outside the assessment room. In Area F, Room 69. Loren gazed at the heavy alloy door before him, raising an eyebrow as he softly uttered 2 words: "Possession." "As you command, Master." The crow's figure instantly vanished from Loren's shoulder. Once prepared, Loren raised his hand and quietly stroked the somewhat exaggerated metal door. In Loren's preliminary judgment, this door could withstand several missile strikes. Interestingly, there were no visible handles or similar fixtures on this metal door. Loren pushed hard against the metal door, yet it remained unmoved. Quietly increasing his strength, there were still no signs of the door opening. Is the assessment for a 5th-level hunter this difficult? Loren mused to himself. He silently withdrew his hand from the door and retreated 20 steps. Seeing that he was sufficiently far from the door, Loren snapped his fingers. Misfortune. Simultaneously, the word misfortune echoed in Loren's mind. The crow in possession state timely activated its abilities. A black feather appeared in Loren's hand. A flash of light ensued. A black gold revolver was in Loren's grip as he raised it, aiming at the wall beside the door. The metal door was indeed very sturdy. "Now I wonder if the wall nearby can withstand my bullet," Loren thought wickedly while looking at the wall. Bang! A bullet shot from the revolver's muzzle, directly striking the wall beside the metal door. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion erupted. The smoke and flames from the explosion obscured Loren's view. Sensing the power of the bullet's explosion, Loren silently retreated 2 more steps. It seems that after reaching the 5th rank, the power of energy bullets has also increased. Loren was quite satisfied with the current power of his bullets. As the smoke slowly dispersed, the metal door remained unscathed. However, a large hole sufficient for an adult to pass through appeared in the adjacent wall. Through the hole in the wall, Loren gazed into room 69. Inside, a pair of eyes filled with anger coincidentally met Loren's gaze through the hole. As their eyes locked, Loren's lips involuntarily curled upwards. "Hello, I am here to participate in the assessment." Loren calmly stated his intention, seemingly oblivious to what he had done. "Why did you blow a hole in the wall?" The owner of those eyes inside the room glared at Loren, angrily questioning. "I couldn't get in, so I used a little trick. Do you have a problem with that?" "Sir." Loren's tone remained calm, showing no signs of guilt or remorse. After a long silence, the voice from within the room finally spoke slowly. "Assessment passed, come in." The tone of the other person also returned to calmness as if the previous unpleasantness had not existed. Loren holstered his revolver and walked towards the hole in the wall. "Use the door." The voice from the room came again. After the other person finished speaking these two words, the sturdy metal door slowly opened from the inside. Loren couldn't help but smile again. Adjusting his path, he entered the room through the front door. He stepped over the debris of the wall scattered at the entrance and calmly approached the desk of the other party. After sitting down, Loren turned to survey the office of the other party at that moment. The brown bookshelf was half destroyed and a chunk of wall debris rested on the gramophone in the corner of the office. The red exquisite carpet was also littered with debris from the wall explosion. The sofa in the middle of the office was covered with wall fragments and the genuine leather material was marred with various scratches. It was a scene of devastation. The only surviving items were the chairs beneath the two individuals and the desk piled with various documents. It seemed the other party had acted to protect them after the explosion. Loren glanced at the tidy surface of the other party's desk, silently speculating. I never expected that a battle-damaged decor style could be unexpectedly pleasing. After surveying the chaotic office, Loren said to himself in his mind. Clearly Loren's unique aesthetic was decidedly different from the norm. Dear master, I must say even as a bird I find your taste questionable. You simply do not understand this disordered yet unique beauty. Loren silently retorted in his mind. The crow in his mind fell into silence and did not speak again. While Loren surveyed the office, the other party calmly leaned back in their chair, observing Loren with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing that Loren had no intention of speaking, the other party took the initiative to break the silence. I am the branch president here, Seabass Benjamin. Loren halted his appreciation of the battle-damaged decor style, turning to look at Benjamin. Hello, Mr. Benjamin. He did not address the other as president, opting for Mr. instead. Loren did not wish to have too much association with such a power-hungry president. Intergalactic hunters are free. Since entering this negative first floor, Loren had sensed that the other party was an ambitious individual, a person with a strong desire for control. Both the somewhat oppressive decor style of the basement and the display of strength represented the nature of the other party. He still preferred the style of the greedy old man on the resource star. You've just arrived in the Emerald Star region. What are your plans? Benjamin inquired. My assessment has passed right. So can I leave now? Loren calmly countered, not answering the other party's question. Do you know? It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. After saying this, Benjamin's posture also became aggressive. Leaning slightly forward in his chair, his right hand resting on the desk, he fixed his gaze directly on Loren. Loren sneered coldly upon hearing the other's words. Ha, you rarely see anyone hiding in your sturdy fortress in the basement. His tone was filled with sarcasm. After speaking, Loren stood up and walked directly towards the door. Bold. Benjamin slammed the table, forcefully glaring at Loren with malice. Loren's footsteps did not falter. An old man who had long occupied a high position was just a coward hiding in a solid fortress. To Loren, his roar sounded like that of a clown. I can make you fail the assessment. Loren waved his hand dismissively. The Emerald Star region is so vast, and it's not just here that there are interstellar hunter branches. So how will you not be able to get out of here? A threat came from Benjamin's mouth. Loren's footsteps halted. He turned to look at the furious and arrogant old man, smiling as he asked, how long has it been since you last fought someone, Mr. Benjamin? As the branch president, I have no need to fight like a beggar from a barren star region for a few spirit stones. All it takes is a command from me and you won't be able to leave here. By tomorrow morning your body will be found in some alley within the city. Benjamin's words dripped with condescension. Oh, do you know? I look forward to that. Danger flashed in Loren's eyes. Angry Benjamin, seeing that Loren showed no fear, picked up the communicator on his desk to call for help. I advise you to put down that communicator, Mr. Benjamin. Loren's right hand revealed a revolver, its dark muzzle aimed at Benjamin's head. What? Afraid? A smug look appeared on Benjamin's face, as if he had expected Loren to back down. No, I just wanted to remind you that the communicator in your hand is broken. It's more effective to shout with your throat instead. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth. From the moment the other party mentioned not letting Loren leave, misfortune had already attached itself to the communicator's body. How is that possible? Benjamin, in disbelief, frantically pressed the communicator in his hand, but unfortunately, just as Loren said, the communicator showed no response. Only when the communicator emitted white smoke did he realize that Loren was not lying. The communicator was angrily thrown to the ground, turning into a pile of metal parts. When did this happen? Benjamin asked, Loren's figure still furious. Do you need me to call someone? You might need to shout a little louder, Mr. Benjamin. Loren was giving the other party some hope. Kid. Do you think you have me at your mercy? I am a level 7 ability user. Benjamin said, looking at Loren, unwilling to accept his fate. Someone like you must have forgotten how to fight right. As a level 7 extraordinary, your first reaction to facing me is to call for help. How ironic. Isn't it? After speaking, Loren shot directly at the other party's head. Bang. Benjamin's face flashed with surprise upon seeing Loren pull the trigger. Having not fought for many years, his combat reflexes were somewhat dull. Faced with the bullet racing towards his head only under the threat of life and death, did he react like an ability user at the last moment. He raised an energy shield around himself. How dare you? Benjamin, who had raised the shield, exclaimed in anger, his tone hard to believe. How dare you openly attack the branch president in the Interstellar Hunter branch? Loren did not answer, but instead looked with interest at the energy shield. How many hits can you withstand? The bullets fired by Loren seemed to have consciousness, swirling around the energy shield before fiercely striking at a weak spot. A tremendous explosion engulfed the office. Black wings appeared behind Loren, and with a gentle flap his figure retreated outside the office, avoiding the explosion's damage. Before the aftershock of the explosion had dissipated, Loren raised his hand and fired 2 more shots into the room. Bang! Bang! 2 more intense explosions swept through the room. Flames engulfed everything. After a while, 6 burning figures surrounded by explosive fire burst out from the blazing room. Kid! You've angered me. I want you dead. 6 identical Benjamins roared as they charged towards Loren. The 6 Benjamins joined forces, subtly blocking off Loren's surroundings, intending to collectively take him down. With another flap of the wings behind him, Loren's figure vanished, disappearing from the encirclement of the 6 Benjamins and appearing in another open area. So it is indeed a splitting ability. Loren raised his hand and snapped his fingers, saying misfortune. Then Loren shot a bullet at one of the figures. Bang! The 6 figures charged towards Loren again. With a gentle flap of his wings, Loren's figure disappeared again, this time appearing in another open position. Another snap of his fingers, misfortune. Another bullet was fired from his revolver. Bang! Loren's figure kept disappearing until he had repeated this 6 times before he finally stopped moving. Every time he vanished, Loren released a misfortune on the Benjamins and shot a bullet. Mr. Benjamin, has anyone ever told you that your combat awareness is truly poor? After firing 6 shots, Loren stopped and addressed the 6 figures that were exhausted from chasing him. Every time Loren moved, he led those 6 figures to pursue him. After Loren had moved 6 times, the 6 Benjamins had already been scattered everywhere. The encirclement formed by the 6 Benjamins had become utterly disorganized. Meanwhile, Loren's 6 bullets were hidden in the air, swirling around like a large net descending. Goodbye, all of you Benjamin's avatars. 6 bullets simultaneously struck the 6 Benjamin figures. These 6 Benjamins, for various reasons, failed to execute the necessary defense. Some had their energy disrupted suddenly, while others sneezed mid-movement. The most unfortunate Benjamin even shivered due to a gust of wind, missing the best defense opportunity. All 6 bullets hit the 6 Benjamin figures simultaneously. Boom! The sound of 6 explosions formed a massive echo throughout the negative first floor. Loren quietly plugged his ears. The explosion consumed the 6 Benjamin figures. As the flames dissipated, only Loren remained silently watching this scene. There was no further movement on the negative first floor, as if Benjamin had truly been killed by Loren. Is this still not considered passing? Mr. Benjamin? Loren asked with a smile. Quite an impressive battle, Mr. Loren. Benjamin's voice came again. The Benjamin figure, which had been engulfed by the explosion, now walked out from the neighboring room 69 with a smile. Sebastian Benjamin walked to Loren's side, looking at him with admiration. When did you realize this was the real assessment? Before entering room 69. When Loren looked through the big hole, he made eye contact with the Benjamin in the room. Loren instinctively activated his 5th ability but found it ineffective. The Benjamin in the room was like a soulless phantom, lifeless. At that moment, Loren sensed something was off. Most importantly, we made such a loud noise during our battle, yet no one came to check. This is inherently unreasonable, Mr. Benjamin. Benjamin heard Loren's response and smiled while shaking his head, saying, as a test for a level 5 hunter, this is already quite challenging. If there are no flaws, very few will pass. So is the condition for passing the test to identify the discrepancies in the assessment or to take action against you? Loren asked thoughtfully while spinning her revolver on her fingertip. What an interesting assessment, Mr. Benjamin. In fact, either of these conditions if completed counts as passing. The former reflects your attention to detail, which is a necessary quality for an interstellar hunter. And the latter tests your courage and your desire for freedom, which are also essential qualities for an interstellar hunter. What about combat ability? Loren stopped spinning her revolver. Benjamin glanced at the devastation in the basement and said with a hint of sorrow, "If you can last 2 minutes under my hands, then your combat ability is acceptable." "That's quite a nice assessment content, I really like it," Loren praised with a smile. Upon hearing this, Benjamin involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. "Is it just my illusion? It feels like this guy really wants to take action against me in the assessment. He doesn't seem to be very well behaved." Forget it, how many interstellar hunters are truly well behaved? Recollecting his thoughts, Benjamin solemnly addressed Loren. "Although I've said it once already, I must say it again. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Loren retracted her revolver and took out a federal coin, playing with it in her hand. Bored, she casually tossed the coin into the air and let it fall back down. Truth. Loren finally let her guard down and the black wings behind her vanished. Then she smiled and gently tipped her hat to Mr. Benjamin before turning to leave. Benjamin felt a bit of a headache again and called out to Loren with a slightly raised volume, "Although the association does not restrict the actions of hunters, I still hope you can participate in the local branch's activities." Loren, who had already taken a few steps, casually extended her right hand with the back facing Benjamin, giving a slight wave to indicate that she understood. Seeing Loren's reaction, Benjamin chuckled helplessly. What an interesting little fellow. It has been a long time since someone like this appeared in the Emerald Star Regions branch. Benjamin looked at Loren's graceful figure gradually disappearing and couldn't help but sigh, what a free-spirited person. Then the branch leader, feeling playful, took out an old notebook from her pocket and forcefully tossed it toward Loren. "Mr. Loren, this is for you. I believe it will be helpful to you." Loren stopped and turned around, raising her hand to catch the notebook that was thrown to her. "What is this?" she asked, looking puzzled. "Detailed information on the nobles and wealthy individuals in the Emerald Star region who are my enemies. If you plan to pull off a job in the future, remember to target the people on this list." Benjamin squinted and said with a smirk. Loren was momentarily taken aback, but then a sly smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she silently tucked the old notebook back into her pocket and continued to turn away. After turning around, Loren's mouth involuntarily curved upward. "I'm starting to like this mischievous old man." Loren's figure gradually faded away until she vanished within Area F. After Loren left, Benjamin also turned to leave, only to find the basement in disarray. This renowned interstellar hunter branch leader in the Emerald Star region let out a quiet sigh. "Perhaps we should change the format of future assessments and bring in a powerful little fellow. This basement won't be able to accommodate anyone." Then he took out a portable computer from his pocket and sent a message to his secretary. "Please send a renovation team to repair the basement. The renovation standards must be able to withstand the combat of a level 7 extraordinary being." After sending the message, he leisurely returned to room 68, which was his actual office. The adjacent room 69 was merely a guise for assessments. After the assessment, Loren left the basement on the negative first floor. She did not return to her lounge but headed into the association. Silently she walked to the same service window she had visited yesterday among the crowded hall. After waiting for a short while, it was finally her turn. She skillfully handed her hunter's license through the window. "Good morning, Mr. Loren. Congratulations on passing the assessment." The lady at the window congratulated Loren. "Good morning, ma'am. Is the information on the hunter's license updated so quickly?" Loren asked with a smile. It had been less than 10 minutes since she left the basement to reach the hall. "Not yet, but your expression seems quite cheerful. Those who did not pass the assessment have very different expressions on their faces." The lady at the window smiled and added, "In Mr. Loren, you look really good when you smile." "You are quite perceptive, ma'am." Loren complimented her. "Although I would love to chat with you a bit longer, the people in line behind me might not allow it. So as a level 5 hunter, Mr. Loren, is there anything you need help with?" the lady said regretfully, indicating for Loren to look behind her. The hall of the Interstellar Hunter Association in the morning was packed with people, with hunters needing to handle various matters everywhere. Long lines formed at each service window consisting of interstellar hunters. "I think I will need detailed information about the major casinos in the Emerald Star region," Loren stated calmly. The lattice expression momentarily froze upon hearing Loren's request. However, she quickly regained her professional demeanor, operated her computer, retrieved the relevant information and printed it out. In the end, she wrote something on the last page of the printed information. Then she handed over a stack of information along with Loren's hunter's license. "Mr. Loren, no matter what you plan to do, I wish you good luck. By the way, as a friendly reminder, hunters coming from other star regions usually wait for 3 months before they choose to pull off a job out of desperation. And the casinos are not so easy to deal with, their defenses are quite tight. The lady kindly reminded Loren after handing over the information. Loren shook his head and chuckled. The Emerald Star region is truly an interesting place. Don't worry, ma'am, I don't want to pull off a job right now, I just want to gamble a little. Although the information says you won over 2,000 spirit stones on the interstellar spaceship you arrived on, the professional casinos established in the Emerald main city are not like those entertainment facilities. The lady at the window hesitated before finally mentioning this matter. Upon hearing this, Loren looked at the lady in the window, puzzled. Are you investigating me with the power in your hands? As a newcomer who just arrived at the association, it is quite normal to conduct a background check on him, right? The lady understood the meaning behind Loren's gaze and playfully stuck out her tongue at him from beyond the window. Master, this human female appears to be in heat. Just as Loren was pondering, the voice of the raven echoed in his mind. Considering he was about to head to the casino, the raven's possession state remained active. Shut up, foolish bird. After responding to the raven in his mind, Loren slightly nodded at the lady at the window as if acknowledging her explanation. The intelligence from the Interstellar Hunter Association is truly formidable. Loren sighed in his heart. Thank you for your reminder, but this is against the rules. Loren picked up a stack of intelligence and his hunter's license, hinting at the lady at the window. According to the request of the Interstellar Hunter Association, investigating Loren's was not a violation. However, reminding Loren's twice was indeed a violation. Loren understood that for someone like him, an outsider conducting a background check was a normal procedure. But she should not have said those extra words. As a window receptionist, she wielded considerable power and had access to too much information. The association clearly stipulated that they should not form friendships with interstellar hunters. Objectivity is the primary requirement. Upon hearing Loren's words, the lady at the window squinted her eyes and a smile appeared on her face. This is our little secret, Mr. Loren's. After slightly nodding, Loren symbolically tipped his hat in greeting and took his leave. He made his way through the crowded hall to the elevator, and after taking the elevator he returned to his lounge. Once inside the lounge, Loren sat on the sofa beginning to browse through intelligence from various casinos. As the future gambling king of the Emerald Star domain, Loren knew little about casinos. As the receptionist lady said, the entertainment facilities on starships and professional casinos are two different things. One is established to serve passengers. The other is to make money through gambling. Intelligence about the casinos slipped through Loren's hands one after another. Each piece of intelligence was quickly glanced at before moving on to the next. Slow down. Master. I haven't finished looking yet. Inside Loren's, the raven was currently possessing him. At this moment it was memorizing the thick stack of intelligence through Loren's eyes. Loren did not bother to note down the intelligence, it was the raven that did. As Loren's fourth ability, Wisdom of the Raven, is not merely a simple assist. Wisdom is a broad term encompassing photographic memory as well. The raven memorized the intelligence rapidly. In less than half an hour it reached the last printed sheet. Loren stared oddly at the last piece of intelligence, which had a handwritten note on the pristine sheet. Shoo, Mr. Loren's, this is level 4 intelligence. Your level 5 access will only be granted tomorrow, and I secretly retrieved this information. You with only level 3 access will help me keep this a secret, right? Daisy Wendy Benjamin. The handwriting was quite nice but also hurried as if written in a rush. After reading it, Loren couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ms. Daisy, you enjoy bending the rules too much. However, do you really have the surname Benjamin? Interesting. Raven, release the possession state. We will go to the casino tomorrow. As you command, Master. The raven appeared on Loren's shoulder after a flash of light. Loren took out a portable computer from his pocket. Did you memorize all the intelligence? Of course, don't underestimate the wisdom of a bird. The raven spoke with great pride. The portable computer appeared in front of the raven from Loren's hand. The raven grasped the portable computer and flew to the bed, finding a suitable position for a bird before opening the computer to indulge in being a pure internet addict. Sitting on the sofa, Loren gazed at the intelligence scattered on the small table beside the sofa. He gathered them all and then walked towards the bathroom with the thick stack of intelligence. Then Loren closed the bathroom door. Soon after, a gunshot rang out from within, accompanied by flames and smoke erupting from the sink. Master. Are you going to blow up our lounge? The raven, now a net addict on the bed, turned its little head and asked loudly upon hearing the noise Loren made. Shut up, foolish bird. Cough. Cough. I'm destroying intelligence. Loren's voice came from inside the bathroom interspersed with coughing. Lorenz adjusted the power of the energy bullet to the minimum, treating it like an explosive lighter. But it was clearly a wrong decision. The smoke billowing from the bathroom window attracted the association staff to knock on the door. "Esteemed Mr. Lorenz, please do not commit arson in the lounge." "Sorry, I'm destroying a notebook that shouldn't exist in this world," Lorenz loudly responded from the bathroom. "Please be careful not to cause a fire, there will be fines, Mr. Lorenz." After another cough echoed in the room, a response came. "Got it." After receiving the reply, the staff left satisfied. The duty was fulfilled, what remained was no longer his concern. Subsequently, the staff reported the unusual activity in Loren's lounge. Before long, someone responded indicating that as long as there was no damage to the lounge, there was no need for concern. After all, it is quite normal for interstellar hunters to destroy some things. It was just that Loren's commotion this time was a bit excessive, clearly indicating a lack of experience. Evidently on Resource Star, no one would care about the commotion caused by Lorenz in that sinful street. Subsequently, this staff member of the association knocked on Loren's door again, thoughtfully delivering a shredder. Lorenz silently closed the door and placed the shredder on the small table beside the sofa. Unfortunately, that thick stack of intelligence had already turned to ashes washed down the drain. Lorenz opened all the windows in the lounge to disperse the burnt smell. Then Lorenz quietly returned to the bed, took out his computer and logged on to the Interstellar Hunter forum. The discussions there are quite interesting. There was no discrimination or ridicule, everyone was free and unrestrained. It was noon. Ms. Daisy Wendy Benjamin, who was chatting casually with her colleagues, smiled happily after accidentally learning about this news, her eyes nearly squinting shut. At this moment, Lorenz had the restaurant staff bring food to his lounge. While eating, he continued browsing the Interstellar Hunter forum. An interesting post caught Loren's attention. "May I ask why it is not recommended for psychics to minor in other systems?" The responses in this post are bizarre and highly inconsistent. Some say it's because the demand for spirit stones among ability users is already immense, and if they dabble in other systems, the consumption of spirit stones will reach astronomical figures. Others argue it's due to insufficient energy. The abilities of these users are inherently complex, and attempting to study other systems would lead them to lose focus. There are also those who claim it is tradition. The oldest ability users have always done this, and over time no one has ventured into other systems. Of course, this response is not without conspiracy theories. Some point out that it is a scheme of the Federation. The Federation uses extensive public opinion to mislead the ever-emerging ability users, keeping the combat strength of this group at a constant level to ease the pressure on the enforcement department. Responses like these are becoming increasingly common. At the Interstellar Hunter forum, idle ability users have almost all gathered around this post. These idle ability users have also started an endless and heated debate under each response. Loren scanned the many answers on the screen, finding them quite amusing. He initially thought this post was just a simple newbie question, expecting some big shots from the forum to come out and respond, earning countless praises and admiration. But instead, those big shots in the forum also began to argue. "Long live the Federation, and the Empire must endure. I don't know about other ability users. I didn't have many spirit stones at the beginning, so I could only focus on my own ability system. If I had spirit stones back then, I might have tried other systems." To be fair, in the early stages, if ability users tried to study other systems, they could indeed make up for their weaknesses. "I thought about it in the beginning, but as I gradually became stronger, I forgot about it." "You're talking nonsense. I am a legendary ability user. When I first awakened, I thought the other systems were worthless. I disdain to dabble in other systems. The ability system has no flaws. After the assessment, the person above is a brainless fool. I am also a legendary ability user. A long time ago, my intuition told me that studying other systems is not a good choice. My subconscious tells me it has to do with the future of ability users." Who invited me to answer this question? I don't know either. I see that other ability users don't dabble, and I didn't either. Loren never expected to witness so many legendary ability users debating in this seemingly ordinary post. Above the 9th rank lies legendary. Clearly, those who have reached the legendary rank did not have the opportunity to study other systems for various reasons. It's as if different causes have led to the same result. Although it has become a consensus that ability users do not study other systems on the forum. However, no one can provide a definitive answer as to why. Loren quietly took a federal coin from his pocket. Now he also wanted to know the answer to this question. Subsequently, Loren snapped his fingers 3 times with his left hand, stacking luck 3 times. In addition to the permanent luck, Loren now had 4 instances of luck enhancing him. He silently scrolled to the first answer, watching it while tossing the coin into the air. I want to know the truth behind why it is not advised for ability users to study other systems when the truth appears the coin will be heads. Loren silently thought. The coin fell tails. The response regarding spirit stone consumption is not the truth. Loren scrolled to the second answer. He tossed the coin again and it landed tails. Insufficient energy is also not the truth. The third response was still tails. Tradition among ability users is still not the truth. Loren continued to toss the coin for every answer on the forum using his unique method to determine the truth behind. As time passed outside the window, the sunset was nearing evening. Loren had searched for the truth all afternoon and tossed coins all afternoon. Unfortunately, until now Loren had not seen a single coin land heads. All were tails. There was no factual truth in these responses. At this moment Loren's eyes had become somewhat frantic. The truth was no longer very important to him. What he wanted now was to know the truth. He just wanted to see a coin land heads. As night fell, Loren continued to mechanically toss the coin, tossing it without exception for every response. He had to see a coin land heads. Meanwhile, the crow beside him noticed Loren's unusual behavior. As a purely internet addiction creature, it quietly put down the portable computer under its claws and started to occasionally stack luck for Loren, hoping to help its master see a coin land heads. The dawn arrived and the morning of the next day had come. The light emitted by the stars shone through the lounge window into the room, landing on Loren's face. His eyes were now bloodshot. The continuous activation of abilities in the sleepless night had made him extremely fatigued. Yet at this moment his eyes also reflected madness, excitement, and determination. He continued tossing the coin. Each time it landed tails, he stubbornly scrolled to the next answer and carried on. No one has ever counted how many ability users are within the Federation, nor have they counted how many ability users exist in the Interstellar Hunter Association. On one hand, there's the difficulty of counting. On the other, many have never revealed themselves as ability users. In this post, how many ability users shared their guesses remains a mystery. There are too many responses, like the vast starry sea. Loren only knows he has been tossing coins for 20 consecutive hours. Master, why not take a break first and search for the truth tonight? I'm afraid you'll die here. The crow softly advised. Shut up. Stupid bird. If I die, I'll come back to life. After finishing his response, Loren smoothly scrolled to the next answer and resolutely began tossing the coin again. Sigh. The crow sighed softly in worry. Like a child. Humans surely don't use their brains to do proper things. Then the crow silently stacked luck for Loren 5 more times. Sigh. What else could it do for its master? As it just finished sighing in its heart, Loren began to laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha. I found it. I found it. The crow turned in surprise to look at its master. The coin in his right hand was now heads up. It was heads. After laughing, Loren directly fell onto the bed to sleep. He didn't even take a careful look at the correct answer on the Interstellar forum before drifting off. He was too exhausted. For Loren, during this quest for the truth, the heads of the coin had at some point become more important than the truth itself. After Loren fell asleep due to exhaustion, the raven cautiously hopped in front of Loren's portable computer. Its small eyes gazed at the screen where a rather mundane response was displayed. I want to change this world. My personal insights differ from others' understanding. I believe it pertains to the advancement abilities of superhumans. As we all know, superhumans acquire a new ability when they advance. And this new ability is built upon the initial ability. It may be strong or weak, highly uncertain. Moreover, the new ability is often related to what the superhuman desires the most at that time. What I want to say is, if a superhuman yearns for strength during their advancement, will they gain a powerful new ability? Similarly, if they advance under the threat of life and death, will the new ability become even stronger? Honestly, I don't know the answer to this question. It's merely a guess, but let's assume this guess is correct. Then do we superhumans need to maintain a certain level of weakness in order to become strong? Especially at the moment of advancement. If a superhuman has studied other systems, will they cease to be weak at the moment of advancement? Due to studying other systems, they may no longer rely heavily on their superpowers and no longer genuinely yearn for them. I believe this is the reason why the oldest batch of superhumans no longer studies other systems. It is to maintain their weakness and thus develop sufficiently powerful new abilities to create miracles. Personal insight, ha 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 ha. If you dislike it, please don't attack me. That's all. I'm logging off to do my tasks now. This response did not receive many likes, ranking quite low. Otherwise, Loren wouldn't have taken nearly 20 hours to find it. The responses below this answer were all rebuttals. The forum was filled with complaints. The author's idea is quite good. I support it. I am the truth assessment complete. The author is a sly old fox. He must be trying to trick everyone into experiencing life and death crises while he quietly advances himself. Everything is about probabilities. There are certain merits, but concerning life and death crises, any extraordinary being from any system can become stronger after overcoming them. There is no exclusivity. Today let's strive to live. Author, have you gained a powerful new ability? Or are you simply trying to trick everyone into dying? Just as the Raven was reading this, the portable computer screen happened to go dark. The Raven tilted its little head, staring at the black screen, and began to think. Is this the truth bestowed by luck? The Raven pondered for a moment, then thoughtfully turned to look at Loren's sleeping face. Well then, to become stronger I can only make my dear master suffer a bit more. The Raven flew to the other side of the bed, quietly opened its own portable computer, and its little claws swiftly danced across the screen, as if searching for something. The screen under its little claws displayed 100 dangerous challenges that the Federation must undertake. After noting down these 100 challenges, the Raven began searching again on the portable computer. The screen continuously displayed the information it searched for with its claws. The Federation's top 10 absolute dangerous places, ultimate forbidden zones. The Federation's most dangerous prohibitions. Violating one will get you wanted by the entire Federation. The most dangerous cult organizations within the Federation. In the Emerald Starfield, absolute dangerous individuals. Unapproachable authority. It wasn't until noon that the Raven stopped its cloud search. After recording everything, it sighed with satisfaction. These are enough for my master to reach the 9th tier. With some effort he might even be legendary. After expressing its thoughts, the Raven opened the Interstellar Hunter forum and continued to be a qualified internet addict. The master is right, the people on the forum are so interesting to talk to. However, just a little while later the Raven began to passionately argue with others on the forum. Its little claws frantically swiped across the bulletproof screen, typing at an exaggerated speed. The sound of its claws hitting the screen disturbed the sleeping Loren. Loren instinctively turned over, facing away from the Raven. Seeing this, the Raven quietly slowed its typing speed and the sound of claws hitting the screen decreased significantly. By evening, Loren, who had rested all day, woke up in bed. The first thing he did upon waking was to pick up his portable computer. After lighting up the screen, he carefully examined the response that symbolized the truth. 5 minutes later, Loren put down the portable computer. Staring at the ceiling of the lounge, he murmured, "So this is the truth. The necessary weakness of superhumans is for the sake of becoming strong." Loren involuntarily recalled the moment he first awakened his abilities. In the dark corner of the slum, garbage was strewn everywhere, giving off a foul odor. A 17-year-old boy, severely injured, leaned against a pile of garbage on the verge of death. Beneath his frail body lay a pool of his own blood. The boy clenched his fists in anger, pounding the ground with force. It splattered the crimson blood on the ground, resembling a grotesque blood flower. Amidst the flower of splattered blood, the boy shouted out his final unwillingness and despair. "Is this my fate? Sorry, I refuse." Upon recalling this, Loren shook his head vigorously to clear the images from his mind. He calmly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. In the bathroom, the lingering burnt smell from yesterday's incineration of information was still present. After quickly washing up, Loren stepped out of the bathroom and approached the lounge door. He put on his coat and hat. In front of the mirror, he carefully adjusted his hat. He gently waved at the Raven. The Raven lightly flew onto his shoulder. Opening the door, the man and the Raven stepped outside. "Master, are we going to the casino tonight?" "Yes, if nothing unexpected happens. We were supposed to go yesterday." Riding the elevator calmly down to the first-floor lobby, the evening lobby was still bustling with people. Then Loren noticed someone was staring at him. He looked in the direction from which the gaze came. The gaze swept over Ms. Daisy Wendy Benjamin at the reception desk, realizing that she had been watching him intently. Loren raised his right hand and gently tipped his hat in greeting. "Good evening, Ms. Daisy." Then he strode out of the first-floor lobby, stepping into the dark night outside. Walking past the square in front of the Interstellar Hunter Association building, Loren exited through the association's doors to Rose Long Street No. 124. After getting into the car, Loren only spoke this one sentence, then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. "All right, sir." The driver started the hovercar. Although Loren appeared to be resting his eyes, he was actually conversing with his psychic ability, the Crow, in his mind. Once they exited the Interstellar Hunter Association, the Crow had already entered a possessive state. "You remember the intel, right?" "Of course, master." "Good, stay alert. I'll take a nap for a bit." After saying this, Loren cleared his mind and fell into a light sleep. The hovercar drove smoothly and the interior fell into silence, with only the sound of the driver's breathing remaining. Before long, the hovercar stopped. "We've arrived at Rose Street No. 124, sir." Loren silently took out a spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to the driver. After the driver returned 900 federal credits to Loren, he opened the car door and got out. Before him stood a low-key and ordinary bar, and standing outside, Loren could vaguely hear the music coming from inside. 2 burly security guards stood at the entrance of the bar. Rose Bar. Loren looked up at the name of the bar, somewhat puzzled. He silently wondered in his mind, I remember that casinos are legal within the Federation, right? Is this the right place? Casinos are legal, but master, they are illegal if they don't pay taxes. But casino tax is quite high. Loren. Very much in line with my impression of the Federation. Seeing he hadn't gone to the wrong place, Loren walked towards the bar entrance. The 2 burly security guards at the entrance merely glanced at Loren and did not stop him. They were like mere decorations at the entrance, giving a sense of security to the customers entering. Upon entering the bar, the hall was filled with passionate music and various ambient lights were everywhere overhead. The dance floor of the bar was packed with people dancing wildly. Such a noisy atmosphere made Loren frown. He had always been a person who enjoyed peace and quiet. In his mind, Loren contemplated whether he should blow up this bar. That would be quite marvelous. Forget it, I'll decide when I leave. Earning spirit stones is more important. Ultimately, Loren abandoned the idea of blowing up the bar immediately. The crow, knowing that its master did not like the environment here, directly spoke in Loren's mind, Master, just go to the bar counter and order a special Bloody Mary. The entry fee is 1 spirit stone. Loren nodded slightly and walked directly to the bar counter. 1 special Bloody Mary, he said, placing a spirit stone on the bar. The bartender, who was mixing drinks, glanced at Loren. Seeing that Loren's demeanor did not resemble that of a federal official, he quietly accepted the spirit stone. In the bartender's eyes, the air of danger surrounding Loren made him appear more like a hardened character who had been entrenched in the gray zone for years. The bartender raised his hand and made a mysterious gesture. Soon a service staff member from the bar appeared beside Loren. Please follow me, sir. This staff member led Loren towards the bar's kitchen. Passing through the kitchen, they arrived at a room stacked with miscellaneous items. The staff member knocked on a hidden door within the storeroom. A crack appeared in the hidden door, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes. These eyes scrutinized Loren once more, then the figure behind the door confidently opened it. Come in, I hope you have a pleasant evening. Loren silently stepped through the hidden door. He did not respond to the doorman's welcoming words. He only wanted to earn spirit stones and perhaps blow up this bar before leaving. Inside the hidden door, the only thing that satisfied Loren was the absence of any strange music or erratic lighting. What lay before him were only the fervent crowds gathered around various gambling tables. The interior of the casino was also quite spacious, with bright lights surrounding it. Aside from the occasional unpleasant smell brought by enthusiastic gamblers smoking, the environment was generally to Loren's liking. As Loren surveyed the casino's interior, a young lady dressed in professional attire approached him. With her beautiful features and a formulaic smile, she spoke. Sir, is this your first visit? Perhaps you need me to introduce you to some things. Loren silently nodded, indicating for her to continue. Please follow me. The professional lady extended her hand towards Loren, making a gesture of invitation. She then led Loren on a tour, meticulously and professionally introducing him to every type of gambling method available. During the introduction, she subtly revealed that a significant figure backed the casino, hoping Loren would adhere to the rules here. At the end of her introduction, the professional lady kindly reminded Loren, Sir, if you are an extraordinary being, please do not disrupt the fairness of the casino. After all, everyone is here to have fun, aren't they? Loren chuckled lightly, offering no response, and smiled as he bid her farewell. If you can catch me, I'd be delighted. Subsequently, Loren chose a relatively vacant gambling table, stepping forward to begin his journey to earn spirit stones. This vacant gambling table featured a game called roulette. The rules were quite simple: a wheel divided into 38 sections. Gamblers guessed which section the small ball thrown by the dealer would land in. The maximum odds for betting on a single section were 3-6-1. The more sections you bet on, the lower the odds. The process was quite random and heavily reliant on luck. Without exceptionally good fortune, this gambling method was a guaranteed loss for gamblers. Thus, this gambling table had the fewest participants in the casino. But this was exactly what Loren preferred. What Loren had most was luck. Loren approached with a smile and nodded to the dealer behind the table. He took out a spirit stone from his pocket and placed it on the number 9 on the gambling table. Upon seeing Loren's bet, the dealer began to spin the wheel. Another fool just arrived. The dealer thought silently. When the wheel reached its maximum speed, the dealer tossed a small ball into the rapidly spinning roulette. The small ball spun and bounced around the wheel before finally settling on the number 34. The dealer calmly reached out and collected the spirit stone from the number 9. "Would you like to place another bet, sir?" he asked politely. To the dealer, Loren was just a new chump. The dealer displayed an exceedingly cordial attitude. After all, the more the other party lost, the more he earned as a dealer in the casino. He received a certain commission. Loren continued to smile, of course. He took out 2 more spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the number 9. The roulette wheel marked with 38 numbered slots began to spin once more. The small ball was tossed from the dealer's hand. Ultimately, the ball came to rest on the number 18. "Sir, perhaps you should place bets on a few more numbers," the dealer kindly advised Loren while reaching out to collect the 2 spirit stones on the number 9. "No need, continue. I enjoy this way of playing." Loren's smile remained gentle. He continued to bet on the number 9, but this time he wagered 4 spirit stones. The dealer could hardly contain his laughter. He liked such customers, wealthy and stubborn yet still new to gambling. He spun the wheel again and tossed the small ball. After a brief wait, the dealer, who was ready to collect 4 spirit stones, momentarily froze. Could it be a win? At that moment, the white ball in the roulette came to a halt in the slot marked 9. "It seems my luck is good, Mr. Dealer," Loren remarked with a sigh. The dealer snapped back to reality and smiled at Loren. Then he retrieved 144 spirit stones from beneath the table, placing them on the surface and pushing them towards Loren. "Sir, your luck is indeed remarkable. Would you like to continue?" The dealer inquired with an unchanged expression. He sensed something was amiss. The expression on Loren's face had not altered at all. Even after winning 144 spirit stones, Loren's expression remained unchanged, as if he knew he would win. "Of course, Mr. Dealer." Loren took 10 spirit stones from the 144 on the table and placed his bet on the number 12. He then signaled the dealer to start spinning the wheel. The dealer turned the wheel with a serious expression. The small ball was tossed again and eventually landed on the number 23. The dealer let out a sigh of relief. "It must be my illusion." 20 spirit stones bet on number 12. Loren took another 20 spirit stones from his pile and pushed them toward the dealer. The dealer's face grew serious again. The same betting method. He silently spun the wheel. In the end, the small ball stopped on the number 36. The dealer silently accepted the 20 spirit stones, looking up to stare at the still smiling Loren, thinking to himself, "Here it comes, he's going to bet 40 spirit stones now." "Sir, will you continue?" "Of course." 40 spirit stones were pushed toward the table by Loren. "Number 12, is it?" "Sir." Loren nodded with a smile. The wheel spun again, and after the dealer tossed the small ball, his gaze fixed intently on the white ball, not shifting for a moment. The dealer himself didn't even notice that his breathing had slowed. This was 1440 spirit stones. 1.44 million federal coins. Quickly, the small ball came to a stop. It did not land on the number 12, but instead on the number 26. Facing this result, the dealer visibly relaxed. He let out a deep breath. He raised his hand to collect the 40 spirit stones and placed them under the gambling table. When he looked up, there were 80 more spirit stones in front of him. With only 74 spirit stones left on the table, Loren even took out 6 more from his pocket to make up the 80 spirit stones. At that moment, the expression on the dealer's face became somewhat complicated. He had a premonition that this time the other party would win. Because the expression on the other's face remained unchanged. That kind of confident demeanor truly put him under pressure. He hoped this was just his illusion. "Bet on 12. Loren's voice came again. The dealer said nothing and spun the wheel again. The small ball was tossed. As the white ball bounced in the roulette, the dealer unknowingly stopped breathing. The scene fell into silence. The white ball suddenly stopped on the number 12. 2880 spirit stones. The dealer's expression turned somewhat bitter. The immense pressure prompted him to discreetly kick a button beneath his feet. This was a special button prepared for each dealer by the casino. When things go awry, pressing this button would summon personnel to replace these ordinary dealers. "Sir, please hold on. There aren't that many spirit stones under the table. I'll call a colleague to bring them over." After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the dealer spoke to Loren. "Of course, I have the patience for that," Loren replied with narrowed eyes. 10 minutes later, a long-haired man in a white suit approached the gambling table with a briefcase. Upon reaching the gambling table, he waved for the cold-sweating dealer to step aside. He turned to Loren, looking serious and speaking very politely. "We have just checked, and no one in this casino has used extraordinary powers, so we respect your luck, sir. However, we are just a small casino. Please go to another place, sir." As he finished speaking, the man in the white suit unconsciously revealed his extraordinary aura. He then placed the briefcase on the table and pushed it toward Loren. "Sir, there are 3000 spirit stones inside this. The excess amount is the taxi fare we provide you, sir." After saying this, the man in the white suit pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on top of the briefcase. Loren glanced at the card, which read Emerald Casino in large characters. "Master, the Emerald Casino printed on the card is the largest casino in the Emerald Star region." The voice of the crow echoed in Loren's mind. Loren silently stood up, took the card from the gambling table, picked up the heavy briefcase and smiled at the man in the white suit, asking, "You're just letting me go like this? I thought you wouldn't let me leave." The man in the white suit's pupils contracted. "Sir, you jest? What kind of casino prevents winning customers from leaving?" Loren shrugged and replied, somewhat bored, "What a pity, I just started playing and haven't had enough fun yet. How about this, you close the casino for 3 days and then leave? How does that sound?" The man in the white suit stared at Loren's eyes with a threatening gaze, trying to intimidate Loren, who was looking for trouble. "Sir, that's against the rules." Loren chuckled softly and quietly activated his ability. "Coincidentally, I also want to set a rule, otherwise wherever I go that casino will ask me to leave. How can I play?" The man in the white suit said nothing more. He simply made a gesture to Loren indicating for him to leave. Loren shrugged again and fell silent. He lifted the briefcase with his left hand and turned to leave. Just as he turned, he snapped his fingers with his right hand. At that moment, the crow vividly illustrated the sound of that snap in his mind, saying, "Bad luck." The people in the casino paid no heed to the slight snap of fingers. They merely regarded it as Loren's habitual gesture. After all, he had also snapped his fingers occasionally in celebration while playing roulette. The man in the white suit saw that Loren had stopped talking and left directly. It seemed that the other party still held some apprehension, he silently speculated. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To the man in the white suit, being able to resolve an unknown trouble with 3000 spirit stones was a worthwhile trade. The stability of the casino was of utmost importance. After all, the profit of this casino for a single night far exceeded 3000 spirit stones. More importantly, there were devices inside the casino that monitored the energy fluctuations of extraordinary beings. After receiving a notification from the dealer, the man in the white suit specifically checked this device to see if there were any energy fluctuations during the gambling time. The answer was no. The man in the white suit also specifically observed Loren's bizarre gambling at the table. Anyone could tell that something was off. Loren's luck was far too good. But to the man in the white suit, it didn't matter whether the other party won by luck or through some strange means. The stability of the casino was the most important thing. The other party was clearly a dangerous individual. Even if he cheated, he was someone capable of evading energy inspection devices. Such individuals were never easy to deal with. As far as he knew, the extraordinary beings capable of evading energy inspection devices were only the divine favored in rule-based abilities. The former represented a great trouble, while the latter represented a medium trouble. Regardless of the type, neither was a problem that a casino manager would want to face. The casino just needed to steadily profit and minimize troubles. Such a level of dangerous individual should be left to other major casinos to handle, the man in the white suit thought to himself. Moreover, judging by the other party's demeanor, he didn't seem like someone who would easily back down. The man in the white suit clapped his hands towards the crowd and said loudly, "Everything is fine, everyone continue playing. The wonderful night is short, so cherish it." Upon hearing this, the onlooking gamblers withdrew their gazes and returned to their gambling. The staff in the casino also began their respective duties. The dealer continued to deal cards while the reception personnel remained at the entrance of the casino. The waiters selling drinks also moved around the casino, continuing to sell drinks in a tranquil and pleasant manner. Then he waved his hand, calling over the doorman at the secret entrance of the casino, and instructed him privately, in the future, do not let anyone who seems to have a dangerous demeanor inside. They won't bring in much money and will easily cause trouble. "Understood, manager, I will remember that." The doorman nodded in agreement. After the man in the white suit made his arrangements, he waved to let the doorman step back. He then walked around the casino. After inspecting the entire area and finding no abnormalities, he nodded in satisfaction. As long as one knows how to handle things, there are no problems in the world, he praised himself in his heart. At this time, Loren had left quietly without saying a word. At this moment, he had just walked out of the bar's kitchen and arrived at the noisy dance floor of the bar. He frowned again at the loud music around him. He endured and walked out of the dance floor calmly, passing by the bar counter and heading towards the main entrance of the bar. At the moment he stepped out of the bar's door, he snapped his fingers with his naturally hanging right hand. "Bad luck." Loren calmly uttered these 2 words. Unfortunately, no one could hear him, as everything was drowned out by the thumping music and the clamor of the crowd. As he stepped out of the bar's door carrying a suitcase, Loren hailed a hovercar leaving like an ordinary passenger. After this unremarkable hovercar drove away, an extremely brilliant explosion occurred at the Rose Bar 2 or 3 blocks away. Inside the bar that was still in operation, countless federal citizens indulging in entertainment were gathered. The revelers were now in a state of despair. The people around the Rose Bar immediately notified the Federal Enforcement Department and the Federal Hospital. Medical personnel arrived outside the explosion site 5 minutes after receiving the notification. Unfortunately, these quick-responding medical personnel could only hear the wails from within the bar, helplessly separated by the flames. The people from the Federal Enforcement Department had not yet arrived and the fire had not been extinguished, leaving the medical personnel at a loss. The Federal Enforcement Department only arrived 20 minutes later, driving their enforcement vehicles. The federal police under the Enforcement Department quickly extinguished the flames and checked for any subsequent explosions. Only then did they wave to allow the medical personnel to enter. However, by the time they entered, they faced a pile of charred remains, making it difficult to do anything. In the end, despite their desperate rescue efforts, the medical personnel could only save a dozen or so severely injured survivors. These individuals were all located relatively far from the bar's kitchen and the dance floor, which allowed them to barely survive. The Federal Enforcement Department also uncovered the cause of the explosion. Thanks to the strength of the Federal Energy Department, natural gas was exceedingly cheap throughout the Federation, even cheaper than water. Therefore, the kitchen of the Rose Bar utilized natural gas as an energy source for cooking. Unfortunately, due to improper operation, an explosion occurred in the Rose Bar's kitchen caused by natural gas. The chain reaction ignited a large amount of liquor stored in the wine cellar and the bar. This ultimately turned the Rose Bar into a hellscape. At the same time, while the enforcement personnel were cleaning the scene, they also discovered the hidden secret door in the bar's kitchen. These enforcement personnel keenly sensed something unusual and rushed into the casino behind the secret door. What met their eyes was the same horrific scene. As the closest location to the bar's kitchen, this area suffered a far greater explosive force than the dance floor of the bar. No living soul survived within the casino. The man in white, as the casino manager, even as a mid-level extraordinary being, became a charred body. However, the forensic team from the Enforcement Department found his cause of death to be quite peculiar. It seemed as if he died from high-temperature asphyxiation, yet it also appeared as if he died from the explosion, and even more so as if he succumbed to a rib fracture that pierced his heart. In any case, as a seasoned forensic expert, it was rare for him to witness a person endure 3 fatal injuries in such a short span of time. It was as if there was no escape from death, as fate left him no path to survival. "Captain, there's a new discovery." A young police officer from the Enforcement Department jogged up to report to a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. "Speak." The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard narrowed his eyes, staring at the horrific scene. He too had noted the peculiarities from the forensic report, sensing something artificial. "We just conducted genetic tests on these individuals and discovered that most of those who died in the bar were members of a gang called the Skull Gang, and this is one of their gathering places. Additionally, I just activated the Federal Abnormal Event Investigation Procedure. The people from the Security Bureau informed us that a big figure from the Emerald Star domain stands behind this Rose Bar. It's Counselor Osman of the Emerald Council. Anything else?" The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. In the early days, the Skull Gang had subtly received support from Counselor Osman. After the gang grew, their main businesses included smuggling and selling contraband, illegal casinos, and red light districts with suspected involvement in human trafficking and organ trading. The young officer from Damn the Security Bureau. They have investigated so thoroughly yet refused to take action. What do they want? No way. This tough nut who was willing to bite it. After returning, let's define this explosion as an accident caused by the bar chef's improper operation. Subsequent investigations will be applied to be sealed on the grounds that all relevant personnel have died, making it impossible to continue the investigation. You write the report, I will approve it." The middle-aged man finished speaking in anger, suddenly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shouted at the law enforcement officers present, "Withdraw." The young officer beside him hesitated several times but ultimately said nothing, silently standing behind his captain. The middle-aged man turned to glance at him, shook his head, and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "In our team, aside from me, everyone else is young. I have nothing to lose. If I die, I cannot send you to your deaths." After saying this, the man referred to as captain got into his law enforcement vehicle, slamming the door in anger. Bang! The sound of the door slamming echoed throughout the explosion scene. After a moment, the door opened again and he shouted at the young man still standing there, "What are you standing there for? Still not leaving? Go back and write the report." The door slammed shut again with a loud bang. The young officer silently got into the law enforcement vehicle. The delayed law enforcement vehicle started up at high speed, quietly disappearing into the heavy night. Loren had already returned to his lounge on the 29th floor. After entering, he took off his top hat and hung his coat on the rack behind the door. Holding a heavy briefcase in his left hand, he leisurely sat down on the sofa in the room. The crow also lifted its possession status and stood back on Loren's shoulder. "Master, I must criticize you. You are a bit too extreme." "Shut up, stupid bird." Loren placed the briefcase on the small table beside the sofa and opened it. The glow emitted by 3,000 spirit stones bathed the room in a bluish hue. "Eat." Loren succinctly issued the command. These were the more than 2,000 spirit stones Loren had earned aboard the interstellar spaceship. He did not choose to feed them all to the crow at once but reserved some for daily consumption. After all, maintaining the fifth ability with luck continuously would consume quite a bit. To keep the one person and one crow in peak condition, the crow needed to devour a spirit stone every 3 hours. Although it sounded like over 2,000 spirit stones was a lot, it could only sustain the crow's daily needs for a little more than half a year. Moreover, some spirit stones had to be reserved for energy replenishment during battles. Therefore, for the past few days, the crow had been surviving on the minimum consumption, living a frugal life of 8 spirit stones a day. Now that Loren had an additional 3,000 spirit stones, he naturally chose not to let the crow continue its previous frugal life. After all, how could such a frugal life lead to the next breakthrough? "Master! You are so great! Great master!" The crow excitedly jumped into the briefcase and turned to say. "Shut up, stupid bird, be quiet." Upon hearing Loren's request, the crow raised its right wing, saluting Loren with a perfectly standard gesture. "Understood." "Shut up," Loren reiterated coldly. Hearing this, the crow silently lowered its wing and agilely turned away. The crow buried its head in the briefcase and quietly began to consume the spirit stones. After the crow buried its head in the briefcase and began to devour the spirit stones, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth. However, he quickly realized his lapse and silently adjusted his expression. After regaining his cold demeanor, Loren got up and headed to the bathroom to wash up. The crow, being an energy being, did not need to wash. But as a flesh and blood being, Loren inevitably picked up dust after being outside for a while, so he still needed to wash. 10 minutes later, when Loren walked out of the washroom, he glanced at the briefcase on the small table. It was already empty. After devouring the spirit stones, the crow had returned to the big bed, picked up its portable computer, and began to indulge in online activities. Loren glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, silently thinking, it has only been 10 minutes. It seems the crow's devouring ability has also accelerated with my advancement. What about other aspects? Thinking of this, Loren sat down by the bed and turned to ask the crow, "How many more spirit stones do you think you need to advance?" Hearing Loren's inquiry, the crow put down the portable computer from its claws, closed its little eyes, and sensed for a moment. "Master, you should still need about 17,000 spirit stones." Loren nodded silently. "It was about the same as what I sensed." "Crow, will your intelligence also increase with my advancement? Like the other 4 abilities?" "Of course." "Wisdom. That is your 4th ability, master, but I don't know why it was given to me." Loren thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Maybe I am a pervert." The crow. "Master, I won't allow you to say that about yourself. You still have hope." Loren's statement plunged the crow into a long silence. After a while, the crow silently picked up its portable computer. Turning away from Loren, it quietly posted a message on the Interstellar Hunter forum, waiting online. "What should I do if my master is a pervert?" Loren, who was puzzled about why the crow had stopped talking, accidentally glanced at the computer screen beneath the crow's claws, narrowing his eyes. Don't be angry, it's my ability, my pet." Loren lay silently on the bed and took out his portable computer. He logged on to the Interstellar Hunter forum. In the search box, he searched for the post just posted by the crow and quietly clicked in. Then Loren cleverly turned the screen of the portable computer away from the crow. "Stupid bird, if you leave it on the bed, I can see it from that angle too. You should do it like me." After silently complaining in his heart, Loren began to watch the crow's every move on the forum. "I have to take my master flying every day." This is the crow's forum nickname, which Loren had just accidentally caught a glimpse of. On the forum, Loren silently observed every reply from the crow on his screen. Then Loren's expression grew darker and his gaze became increasingly dangerous. Did the crow really think of him this way? The latest reply from the crow on that forum post was as follows. "I suspect my master has become a bit psychologically distorted due to not experiencing love since childhood, and I have recently been saving spirit stones, wondering whether to find a psychologist for him. Do you have any recommendations? One of the consensus in the Federation. The Interstellar Hunter forum hosts all kinds of people. This consensus should be revised to say that all kinds of creatures exist. In fact, even such a peculiar post by the crow has several usernames with a similar style responding amicably. They are trying to provide strategies for the crow. My master is quite foolish. It hurts at first, but you'll get used to it. Every day I have to take my master flying. No, do you really think I'm a newbie? Pervert, get lost. My master is the most troublesome training. Must be trained severely. Creatures like my master appear aloof on the outside, but inside they are as soft as cake. Every day I have to take my master flying. Do you have any pictures I can refer to? My master is the cutest. My master is the best. Fei, you are so good to your master. I heard there's an organization called the Psychological and Spiritual Advisory Council in the No.1 star domain. They seem to have a lot of research on psychological issues. Hope it helps you. Every day I have to take my master flying. Awesome. Is there really no proper psychologist in such a vast federation? A witch with a dragon. What race are you? Why does it feel like your intelligence level is not like those few idiots above? Every day I have to take my master flying. Want to know? Pay more. A witch with a dragon. Cute rebel. I want to raise you. Every day I have to take my master flying. You get lost too. My master is happiest when riding on me. You can ask at the federal hospital. My master often gets hurt and goes there. She says the doctors are quite good. Every day I have to take my master flying. Got it. Thank you. Wanting to catch a druid as a pet. Whoa, other people's pets are so understanding, unlike my rebellious ones. By the way, I remembered a person, the legendary ability user Annie Bell. She might be able to help your master, but her fees are quite high. Every day I have to take my master flying. Thank you. I wish you could catch a druid soon. Perhaps it's because this post attracted two different groups of people. There were quite a few responses from creatures to this post. Loren even saw his friend on the forum responding to the crow. After seeing these replies on his screen, his expression was quite strange, mixed with disdain and a hint of entanglement. The atmosphere of the Interstellar Hunter forum is indeed inclusive. What troubled Loren was whether he should intervene to stop the commotion caused by the crow. It would be bad if the crow inadvertently went astray. Although the crow is currently handling things on the forum with ease, Loren always has a feeling that his child is being led astray. After pondering for a long time, just when Loren was about to stop the crow's antics and have a good talk with it, an unexpected name appeared on his portable computer screen. Under this name were the usual replies like "Big Shot, catch the real person," and "Big Shot, I'm your dog." In Loren's view, in the Federation, those who dare to use their real names on the Interstellar Hunter forum are all big shots. Annie Bell, it seems I heard someone calling my name. Every day I have to take my master flying. The big shot actually appeared. Help! My master seems to have some psychological issues. What should I do? Annie Bell, you're such a cute little one. Hugs. Don't worry, first tell me the situation. I can give you a preliminary judgment. Every day I have to take my master flying. Okay, big shot. Every day I have to take my master flying. My master used to be in a relatively safe environment, but due to certain circumstances came to a more dangerous place, leading to some radical actions. Well, extreme would be a more accurate description. Every day I have to take my master flying. Specifically, there's a high desire for killing, and it seems he has no friends, only I can talk to him. Before meeting me, my master was always cold and indifferent to others. Every day I have to take my master flying, but one thing I'm not quite sure about. Maybe my master is inherently a cruel person and the previous demeanor was just a disguise, but I still feel he's quite gentle at heart. Annie Bell, wow, little one, I didn't quite believe it when that unlucky witch told me, but your intelligence level is really high and you're so understanding. I really want to raise you. Every day I have to take my master flying. Big shot, be rational. If you cure my master, I can give you a hug. Seeing this, Loren finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He quickly typed a line on the screen. If he didn't stop the crow, Loren felt his image would become quite strange. A lucky pet owner. Maybe you haven't spent much time together yet, you might not know your master very well. After Loren replied this on the forum, the air in the lounge seemed to quiet for a moment. The crow knew Loren's forum nickname. When it saw this reply, it also realized that Loren had been watching its every move on the forum. It's over. I've been discovered by my master. I should have posted this when my master was asleep. The crow silently turned its head and cautiously glanced at Loren. Loren narrowed his eyes and without any expression he returned the crow's glance. Their eyes met. The crow quickly turned its head back and buried its little head under its own wings. As a crow, after being caught by Loren, it silently chose to act like an ostrich. We're both birds, the difference shouldn't be too big. Shut down the forum, you need to sleep. Loren's voice came from behind the crow. The tone was flat, making it hard for the crow to tell if Loren was angry. Yes, sir. After the crow finished speaking, it quickly replied a message on the forum and then shut down the portable computer. Then it quickly burrowed into the quilt and fell asleep. Soon the sound of the crow's even breathing came from under the blanket. Loren's eyelid twitched. He knew the crow was pretending to sleep. Energy beings do not need to sleep, at least not this quickly. It was too deliberate. In the end, Loren still didn't bother about whether the crow was pretending to sleep. It was enough to end this commotion. Loren picked up his portable computer and looked at the last reply from the crow on the screen. Every day I have to take my master flying big shot. My master found me. Let's talk another day. Below this reply was the response from the legendary ability user Annie Bell. Annie Bell, alright cute little one, from your description my preliminary diagnosis is that your master probably has no psychological issues. It may just be that a certain psychological defense mechanism was triggered. Or he could inherently be a cruel person, just softer towards you. After all, you're so cute, who wouldn't be unable to resist? Annie Bell, for a detailed diagnosis little one you should bring your master to find me offline. I live in the main city of the Central Star Domain. The stupid bird is indeed troublesome. Loren silently stared at the two nicknames on the screen, not knowing what to think. Annie Bell and the witch with a dragon. Interesting, she actually wants to raise that stupid bird. Loren stared at the two nicknames, silently committing them to memory after a long while. After browsing the Interstellar forum for a while and replying to a friend's greeting who wanted to catch a druid as a pet, he quietly logged off. Turning off the lights, he prepared to sleep. He needed to go to the casino tomorrow, so an early rest was essential. Although dawn was approaching and the sky was about to brighten, Loren chose to sleep at this hour and could manage to sleep through the entire day. After turning off the lights, Loren coldly spoke to the blanket on the other side of the bed. Stay alert, foolish bird. Seeing no response, a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Loren's mouth in the darkness. After a while, a small crow's head cautiously emerged from under the blanket, looking in Loren's direction. Seeing that Loren had really fallen asleep, the crow fully emerged from under the blanket and expertly opened its portable computer. While logging into its Interstellar Hunter forum account, the crow frequently turned its head to check if its master was truly asleep. After confirming that Loren was indeed asleep, it quietly clicked into its post. After reading Annie Bell's reply, the crow silently exited the thread. The Central Star Domain. I might take my master to see it someday. But according to his style, he probably won't go until he becomes legendary. Stupid master, really troublesome. By the way, I can learn a bit about psychological therapy myself. Thinking of this, the crow quietly exited the Interstellar Hunter forum. It opened the search page and typed an introduction to basic psychological therapy. Finding a video with the most recommendations, it muted the sound of the portable computer and clicked on it with its claw. Here I come, title of Master of Psychological Therapy. The crow silently thought to itself, waving its wings and silently cheering itself on. In the year 7708 of the federal calendar, on October 12th. In the evening, Loren woke up from his pillow and opened his eyes. After resting the entire day, Loren had regained his spirits. As a supernatural being, he already possessed strong mental resilience. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, he had adapted to this inverted day-night lifestyle. When the crow saw that Loren had woken up, it naturally closed the video it had been studying all day, pretending nothing had happened. Believing it had mastered the basics of psychology, the crow began to advise the newly awakened Loren, "Master, I think you shouldn't stay up late anymore." Loren replied, "Staying up late for prolonged periods can lead to hormonal imbalance in humans, which in turn affects their health. Severe cases can lead to exhaustion, resulting in emotional instability and possibly even depression or mania," the crow stated fluently and professionally, sounding like an expert in psychology. "What did you learn today?" Loren's face darkened as he glanced at the portable computer beneath the crow's feet. This foolish bird was indeed quite troublesome. Advanced studies in human psychology, the relationship between human emotional cycles and health, the influence of hormones on humans, and detailed explanation of Eastern Star Domain medical techniques. The crow proudly showcased the results of its daytime studies. "Shut up. Stupid bird, what strange knowledge have you learned from the Federal Network?" "Master, I believe you shouldn't dismiss my professional therapy," the crow retorted. "Clearly you are an incompetent doctor, while I am an extraordinary being." After a weak complaint, Loren got out of bed and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Clearly, in Loren's understanding, the physique of extraordinary beings was different from that of ordinary humans. Hearing Loren's words, the crow looked down at the portable computer beneath its feet and muttered softly, "What if extraordinary beings are also humans? It should have some effect, right? It seems I need to find a suitable opportunity to ensure my master doesn't stay up late anymore," the crow silently thought. When Loren came out of the bathroom, the crow was already waiting for him at the door. Loren walked to the door, skillfully put on his top hat, donned his black coat, and then tucked the crow's portable computer into his arm. As usual, the two of them stepped out together. They arrived at the dining hall of the Interstellar Hunter Association and ordered some food and fresh fruit. After arriving in the Emerald Star Domain, Loren often forgot to eat. His fifth-tier extraordinary physique made him less reliant on food. Eating once every 2 or 3 days posed no problem for him. In fact, Loren felt that if he advanced a few more times, he could become someone who could live solely on energy. They found a spot in the corner of the dining hall to sit down. Loren and the crow began to enjoy their dinner, which also served as their breakfast. The crow ate its favorite fresh fruit while Loren savored roasted meat and other dishes. When they were halfway through their meal, a beautiful figure approached with her tray and sat directly across from Loren. "Good evening, Mr. Loren." Daisy Wendy Benjamin smiled and greeted Loren before sitting down opposite him. "Good evening, Ms. Daisy." Loren nodded lightly at her. "Good evening, human female." The crow tilted its head and greeted her, indicating its presence. "I'm sorry I forgot about you, little guy." Daisy smiled apologetically at the crow that also greeted her. "To express my apologies, I'll give you some of the fruit from my tray." Daisy picked up some fruit from her tray and placed it in front of the crow. The crow glanced at Daisy's face, then turned to look at its master's face, seemingly conflicted. This time was different from the previous interview with the reporter. During that time, its master had consented to the interview first before it ate the fruit offered by the other party. But this time its master hadn't given consent yet the fruit was already placed before it. "Go ahead and eat." Loren's voice came from the side. The crow set aside its conflict and abandoned the half-eaten fruit, starting to peck at the fruit Daisy offered. This was a high-end item from the restaurant, the CC fruit produced in the Beastman Star domain, priced at 1 spirit stone apiece. "Stupid master, he wouldn't spend money on such high-end goods for me to indulge in," the crow grumbled in its heart. Casting a glance at the somewhat impatient crow, Loren silently cursed "Foolish bird" before calmly turning to the smiling Daisy and asking, "Ms. Daisy, do you need something from me? Did you cause the explosion at the Rose Bar last night?" "Ms. Daisy asked, leaning closer to Loren as she gazed into her eyes, her voice a whisper. "Why do you think it was me?" Loren replied, her expression unchanged. Daisy muttered softly. Then Daisy continued in a hushed tone, "Behind the casinos in the Emerald Star domain there are many powerful figures who form an organization similar to the Casino Council, dividing the shares and territories of each casino. Regardless of whether last night's incident is related to you, Mr. Loren, I do not advise you to continue destroying other casinos. It is quite dangerous. This is a level 7 intelligence. I haven't said anything." After finishing her words, Daisy straightened her posture and resumed her dignified dining at the table. It was as if the one who had just revealed information was not her at all. After hearing Daisy's words, Loren lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Then he looked up at Ms. Daisy, who was dining seriously across from him, and calmly asked why. "Because if you keep going you will definitely attract high-level extraordinary beings to hunt you down. Even if they have no evidence, as long as you appear there you will be their target. They are not the type of people who need evidence," Daisy said softly again, but this time she did not lean toward Loren. Because this conversation was quite vague, there wasn't much to pay attention to. Even if a few words were overheard by others, it wouldn't matter. "What I mean is you have violated the rules again." "Why?" Loren reorganized his words. While speaking, Loren pretended that he had finished eating. Then he took out a federal coin from his pocket and began to toy with it in his hand. The federal coin danced between Loren's fingers, occasionally tossed into the air, then caught again like a bored magician. Daisy, who had been eating with her head down, glanced at Loren, then took a tissue from the table to dab at the corner of her mouth, calmly saying, "I mean you no harm, Mr. Loren." The coin fell back into Loren's hand again, seemingly bored. Loren did not look down at the coin. He continued to gaze at Ms. Daisy across from him, choosing to feel the coin's faces with his fingertips. Heads the truth. Gifts brought by fate often come with little-known costs, Ms. Daisy. Loren said this with a profound expression. Ms. Daisy heard Loren's words and silently thought to herself, indeed, a person from the Decade Star carries a natural wariness towards everything, as if they have never accepted anyone's goodwill. As Daisy was still contemplating how to respond to Loren, the crow across from her tilted its head and spoke up. "Human adult female, have you entered your estrus period?" Daisy's expression darkened and she silently stood up to tidy her plate. After picking up her plate just as she was about to turn and leave, Daisy looked into Loren's eyes and said calmly, "Some goodwill comes at no cost. This place is different from the Decade Star, Mr. Loren." The seemingly casually tossed coin fell again, still showing heads. Loren gently nodded at Daisy. "I believe I have received your goodwill, Ms. Daisy." Hearing Loren's tone become less guarded, Daisy smiled gently at him before turning and leaving. However, before she left, she cast a thoughtful glance at the coin rolling between Loren's fingers. "Does it have a lie detection effect?" "Quite cautious." Loren frowned as he gazed at Daisy's departing figure, unsure of what she was thinking. The crow hopped in front of Loren, noticing his furrowed brow. "Master, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, silly bird. Are you done eating? We should leave." Loren did not answer the crow's question but urged it instead. "Wait for me, not yet," the crow said while hopping over to its pile of half-eaten fresh fruit and began to peck at it. 10 minutes later, the crow finally finished the pile of fresh fruit, leaving a mess on the table. The pair, one person and one crow, exited the Star Hunters restaurant and took the elevator down to the first-floor lobby. As soon as Loren stepped out of the elevator, he headed straight for the lobby's entrance. When he reached the middle of the lobby, he glanced at the familiar service window. Inside the window was not someone Loren recognized but another unfamiliar receptionist. Ms. Daisy had already finished her shift and clearly her colleague had taken over the service window during the night. Loren withdrew his gaze and calmly walked out of the lobby, heading toward the exit of the Star Hunter Association. Ms. Daisy, I hope you do not act recklessly, it could lead to your demise. Exiting the doors of the Star Hunter Association, Loren, now alone, hailed a hovering car and climbed aboard. Take me to Labe Street Casino. The Crow had already entered possession mode the moment they exited the association's doors. Nighttime in the Federation always requires vigilance. Various shady figures eagerly emerge when night falls. Like someone such as Loren. The hovering car traveled calmly along the road. Loren closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, conversing with the Crow in his mind. Now tell me about the intelligence regarding Labe Street Casino. Hearing this, the Crow's voice gradually resonated in Loren's mind, recounting information about Labe Street Casino. Master, this time we are going to a major casino, a legitimate one operating in plain sight. Though it only operates at night, it presents itself quite formally. The casino has tight security and a well-maintained internal order. The security personnel are all extraordinary beings hired at great expense by the casino. Its safety level is completely different from that of the illegal casino you blew up last night. Intelligence also indicates that due to the excellent dining and special services provided by this casino, it attracts many high-status individuals as well as a number of emerging wealthy people. Among these people, most are extraordinary beings, and they often bring along extraordinary bodyguards. Based on the above intelligence, I believe you should consider Ms. Daisy's advice, Master. Do not casually blow up others' casinos or demand that they close for 3 days. That is rather extreme. At this point, the Crow paused for a moment before continuing. In the Emerald Star domain, there are actually quite a few casinos, both legal and illegal. If one does not allow you to gamble, we can switch to another. Additionally, Master, I suggest you keep a low profile tonight. Don't let yourself be invited out too quickly again. I understand, I will be cautious. Loren replied in his mind, his tone devoid of emotion. Loren seemed to sense something, and he looked up at the night scene outside the car window with a hint of awareness. The view of the main city of the Emerald Star domain at night was quite beautiful, with vibrant neon lights illuminating much of the streets. The atmosphere was serene and stunning. After another 2 minutes, the hovering vehicle passed through a district mostly engulfed in darkness. The peaceful ambience vanished. A familiar sense of decay emanated from the darkened streets. It was the unique odor of the gray zone. Where is it outside? Loren suddenly asked the hovering vehicle driver. Sir, are you referring to that street in the darkness? This area is called Baker District, and it's quite chaotic. People like us ordinary citizens wouldn't dare enter even during the day. Loren nodded, falling silent as he gazed at the darkened Baker District through the car window. What's wrong, Master? The Crow also noticed Loren's change. Do you remember that revolver I personally gave you on the day we arrived in the Emerald Star domain? That particular driver is now hunting in that street, and it seems that revolver has devoured many spirit stones in these few days. Loren replied to the Crow's question, in his mind clearly in a good mood. I remember. Too bad you forgot to ask his name, Master. The Crow recalled the appearance of that driver. Loren silently sensed the growth of his powers within, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that driver was very unwilling to succumb to his past fate. Soon the swiftly moving hovering vehicle distanced itself from Baker Street. The scenery outside the window transformed once again into a vibrant tapestry of neon lights. The serene and tranquil atmosphere re-emerged outside the window. Stay alert, I'll take a quick nap. After saying this in his mind, Loren fell into a light sleep once more. The sensation of floating provided by the hovering vehicle along with the beautiful night scene outside always made Loren feel drowsy. Such a beautiful place on the surface, I really want to blow it all up. Before falling asleep, a thought flashed through Loren's mind. Master, you are too extreme. The hovering vehicle came to a stop. Sir, we have arrived at Baker Street Casino, 625 federal coins. The driver called out to wake Loren. Waking up, Loren took out 700 federal coins from his pocket and handed them over. After putting away the change from the driver, Loren opened the car door and stepped out of the hovering vehicle. Loren looked up and surveyed the Baker Street Casino. The overall architecture of the casino was not tall, resembling a luxurious mansion. It seemed that infiltrating and escaping from above was not a good method, it was too short. Loren silently assessed. Then Loren casually glanced at the fountain at the entrance of the casino, silently raising the danger level of this casino in his mind. In Loren's perception, the seemingly unremarkable decorative fountain concealed an extraordinary individual. It appeared to be a water-controlling esper. Their security is indeed tight. They have positioned an esper even before entering. Loren discreetly smirked, naturally bypassing the fountain as he walked toward the entrance of the casino. At the entrance stood 4 security personnel dressed in black suits. The 4 security personnel all simultaneously focused on Loren, carefully observing him as he approached the casino entrance. There was no helping it. The dangerous aura that Loren had accumulated from years of mingling in the gray areas was to some as glaring as the sun. Loren's figure passed calmly between the 4 security personnel, walking straight into the casino under their scrutiny. After Loren entered the casino, one of the security personnel at the entrance pressed their small communicator on their chest and said, "Attention everyone, a person with a dangerous aura has entered. Stay alert and don't let him cause trouble." Loren, who had just entered the casino, was only a few steps away from the entrance. He naturally heard this remark. The other party had deliberately made that statement while Loren was still near the entrance, intentionally allowing him to hear. An open warning, huh? Interesting. Loren muttered to himself. He began to like this casino. He appreciated such straightforwardness. It showed their confidence in their security. Loren thought silently. After entering, Loren walked towards the reception desk of the casino. The receptionist waiting nearby naturally approached Loren, introducing to him who was clearly visiting for the first time. "Sir, please exchange your chips at the front desk since some guests play for significant amounts. Our casino operates on a chip system." Loren nodded and followed the receptionist to the front desk. Then he took out 10 spirit stones from his pocket and handed them over. "Hello, I'd like to exchange for chips." "Certainly, sir, please wait a moment." The staff at the front desk respectfully took the 10 spirit stones and handed Loren 10 chips. Each chip was marked with the number 1. "Sir, I wish you a pleasant evening of play." "I will." Loren nodded, glancing at the chips in his hand. "Interesting, the minimum chip is just 1 spirit stone. It seems this place is quite affluent. I like it here even more." Loren, guided by the receptionist, walked through a long corridor adorned with a strong classical ambience, serious, solemn, and dignified. It was completely devoid of the decoration style of the Federal New Era. Various peculiar paintings hung on the walls on both sides, crafted with the most primitive mineral pigments. Clearly the owner of the casino was also someone who highly valued the old era. As Loren followed the receptionist, he admired the old-style paintings on the walls, nodding occasionally in appreciation. Evidently these classical-style paintings resonated deeply with Loren. "Sir, if you like, you can purchase a painting for 1,000 spirit stones." Seeing Loren admire the paintings, the receptionist politely remarked, "No need, such beautiful things should be appreciated by more people." Loren replied with a smile. "Sir, you have a great understanding of art," the receptionist complimented Loren. Loren shook his head and remained silent. "To think a single painting costs 1,000 spirit stones. I like this place even more." Loren followed the receptionist as they walked through the corridor for 2 minutes. Finally they reached the end of the corridor. In Loren's expert opinion, this extremely long classical corridor was also one of the casino's defensive measures. "Sir, I hope your luck is as high as your artistic skills. Enjoy your time." The receptionist courteously bid farewell to Loren. Loren gently nodded to the receptionist and stepped out of the corridor, entering the resplendent hall of the casino. As he stepped into the hall, Loren smiled and quietly murmured in an inaudible tone, "Clearly my artistic skills pale in comparison to my luck." In the hall of the gambling city, numerous extraordinary beings gathered. The moment Loren stepped into the hall, he could sense several subtle gazes directed towards him. These were the gazes of perceptive extraordinary beings. The dangerous aura emanating from Loren evidently stimulated their senses. "Wow, this place is quite surprising. There are indeed more extraordinary beings than I expected." Loren squinted, slightly smiling as he spoke to himself. The density of extraordinary beings in this place was almost rivaling that of the Interstellar Hunters Association. In response to those subtle, intense gazes, Loren chose to smile back, then slowly turned his head. His eyes unapologetically looked in the direction from which the gazes came. He hoped someone would make eye contact with him. Unfortunately, upon realizing that Loren had noticed them, most of those subtle gazes disappeared. Staring at an extraordinary being for an extended period inherently carried a provocative implication. Disappointed after finding no one willing to meet his gaze, Loren felt a tinge of regret. These people are truly boring. Not finding any amusement, Loren casually walked towards a gambling table in the hall, ready to begin his gambling. This casino, known as Rabe Street Gambling City, also featured roulette, but considering Crow hoped he would keep a low profile, tonight Loren did not plan to earn spirit stones in a flashy manner. Instead, he intended to adopt a more ordinary gambling style, one that was less conspicuous. Loren approached a gambling table alone. At this table, several gamblers were already engaged in gambling. Due to the abundance of chips on the table, it was surrounded by spectators. Silently, Loren blended into the crowd, quietly observing the gambling method like an ordinary onlooker. As Loren approached, two bodyguards standing behind a gambler deliberately glanced at him, warning him with their eyes. The meaning in their gazes was quite clear, hoping Loren would not do anything excessive. Clearly, they were performing their protective duties to perfection. Receiving a certain level of discrimination, Loren outwardly showed no reaction, merely glancing back at the two bodyguards with a smile indicating he was merely a spectator. Then Loren secretly activated his abilities. These were the few individuals willing to make eye contact with him after entering the casino hall. Loren cherished their glances and gifted these two diligent bodyguards a special present, eagerly anticipating the outcome once they opened this gift. During their next battle, the misfortune attached to them will be triggered. After completing all of the above, Loren chose not to do anything further. He regarded himself as an ordinary onlooker, merely coming to watch an exciting gambling game. Loren began to attentively learn the card games at the gambling table. At that moment, Crow's voice echoed in Loren's mind. "Master, you're quite mischievous. Shut up, don't disturb my studies." Loren replied to Crow in his mind, then resumed his focused observation of the card game at the table. Seeing Loren make no unnecessary movements, he quietly watched the gambling. The two bodyguards also relaxed their vigilance, occasionally glancing at Loren from the corners of their eyes. After half a day of studying, Loren turned and left the crowd. "This gambling method isn't suitable for me, I need to change," Loren silently thought. "Why isn't it suitable?" Crow's puzzled voice came through. "Skilled players can guess whether my cards are good or bad from my bets. Moreover, if I keep getting good cards, no one would want to match my heavy bets." Loren replied to Crow with a hint of regret in his mind. Having switched to observe a different gambling table, he also left a few minutes later. Still not suitable. After observing several gambling tables in succession, Loren finally found a gambling method that was not too flashy and relatively suitable for him. This was a poker game passed down from the old era of the Federation, still enduring the test of time. Initially, the gamblers and the dealer each received 2 cards. The 2 cards are summed up, and the one with the highest total wins, but the total cannot exceed 21 points. Anyone exceeding that automatically loses. If the totals are the same, the dealer wins. If one feels their total is too low, they can ask the dealer to deal more cards. Loren finally found a gambling method that suited him, and his mood lifted considerably. After finding a gambling table that wasn't fully occupied, Loren directly sat down. At this table, including Loren, there were 5 gamblers along with the ever-present dealer. "Now that everyone is here, esteemed guests, may we begin dealing?" the dealer asked the 5 gamblers, including Loren. Both Loren and another young man in a leather jacket silently nodded in agreement. The other 3 responded to the dealer. "We've been waiting for a long time, let's get started." The one who replied was a rather stout man, appearing to have waited the longest. Most notably, he was accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Certainly a sexy lady in a black dress also voiced her agreement, followed by only 2 bodyguards. Of course, the last middle-aged man in a black suit also expressed his consent, but glanced at Loren, who had just sat down. When Loren turned to look, the man merely nodded at him without making eye contact. Loren keenly noticed that upon entering the hall, this middle-aged man was among those subtle gazes directed at him. Unexpectedly, a casually chosen gambling table turned out to be so interesting. Loren mused to himself. Soon the game began. Loren quietly took out 10 of the smallest chips from his pocket and placed them on the gambling table. This action drew the silent attention of the other 4 gamblers. The chips in front of the other 4 gamblers were piled up, and the smallest chip in front of them had 20 written on it. Loren finally noticed this. Clearly, he had stumbled into a high-stakes game. At this moment, the casino was at its peak. In such a large casino, there were hardly any tables that weren't fully occupied. As for why this table with 4 players wasn't full, the reason was apparent. It was evident that the chips piled in front of them had intimidated many people. Meanwhile, Loren was absorbed in the gambling method he had just learned, completely oblivious to this fact. It is well known that beginners often come across as rather impatient due to their eagerness to try. He just wanted to gamble quickly, so he saw an empty seat at the table and sat down. Moreover, none of the 4 spoke up to stop Loren's actions. The dealer's question, "Shall we begin dealing?" was not actually directed at Loren but at the other 4. Ultimately, the gamble began in a strange atmosphere. The 4 of them exchanged glances at the chips in front of Loren and tacitly chose not to speak. "I was hoping to meet a mysterious new wealthy individual." "Forget it. Let's consider it a bit of fun. After all, the house is the casino behind the dealer, which has nothing to do with me." Most importantly, no one was willing to recklessly offend this enigmatic extraordinary being with the dangerous aura emanating from Loren. It is not a good habit to make enemies recklessly. The game began. The other 4 gamblers each pushed forward 1,000 chips. Loren, however, only pushed forward 5 chips each valued at 1. The crow in his mind timely activated luck. This time, in order to maintain a low profile, Loren chose not to activate his own ability. Instead, he let the crow in possession activate its ability, which was more discreet. In front of Loren, 2 cards were dealt by the dealer. A 9 and a 1 totaling 10. The dealer had only 1 card face up, which was a 7, while the other card remained covered. The dealer began asking everyone if they wanted to draw another card. The lady in the black dress had a total of 17 and chose not to draw. The rotund man and the young man in the leather jacket also chose not to draw. The rotund man had 19 while the young man in the leather jacket had 18. Both hands were quite good. Only Loren and the middle-aged man in the black suit along with the dealer chose to draw again. Loren had 10 while the cards of the middle-aged man in the black suit totaled 9. Loren received another card, a face card representing 10 points. The total of his 3 cards was now 20. The middle-aged man in the black suit also drew another card, which was a 5, bringing his total to 14. The dealer also drew for himself, getting a 3. The dealer had 3 cards in front of him with 2 face-up cards totaling 10 points while the remaining card was face down. The dealer asked again if the 2 wanted to draw. Loren waved his hand in refusal. 20 points was already sufficient. He only needed to win against the dealer representing the house. The middle-aged man in the black suit chose to draw again. Another card was dealt by the dealer, which was a 6. His 4 cards totaled 20 points, matching Loren's score. Subsequently, he also declined to draw. Seeing that both had 20 points, the dealer couldn't help but sigh, remarking on their good fortune. His own hand was quite large, yet he still lost. Then the dealer revealed his hidden card, which was a 9. The total of his 3 cards was 19. Of the 5 gamblers apart from Loren and the middle-aged man in the black suit, the other 3 lost. The most frustrated was the rotund man, who cursed softly. He also had 19 points, but with the same total the house won. A round ended. Loren won 5 chips, bringing his total to 15 chips in front of him. The middle-aged man in the black suit also gained another 1,000 chips. He wagered 1,000 chips, with the odds being 1 to 1. The game began again. Half the night passed and it was already 2 in the morning. In front of Loren, he had accumulated 3,500 chips. These chips piled up into a large mound, though most of them had relatively small values. Clearly the dealer's luck was not as good as Loren's. The other 4 gamblers apart from the middle-aged man all lost to the dealer, collectively losing nearly 8,000 chips. The middle-aged man, however, won nearly 3,000 chips. This gambling table was the one with the largest losses in the casino tonight. As the dealer representing the house, he had lost over 2,500 chips over the night. That equated to 2,500 spirit stones, or 25 million federal coins. The sweat on the dealer's face was wiped off repeatedly. Finally, after the middle-aged man in the black suit won another 3,000 chips. The dealer raised his hand to indicate surrender, signaling defeat. He had run out of authority, allowing the guests to either set up their own game or change tables. Seeing this, the man in the black suit merely shrugged in agreement, feeling good as he waved off the dealer. He then turned to ask Loren and the other 4. "You 4, would you like to set up a game?" Clearly he was in high spirits and unwilling to quit. The lady in the black dress waved her hand in refusal. "Next time." She elegantly stood up and left with her 2 bodyguards behind her. The rotund man also stood up to refuse, saying, "Your luck is so good tonight, I'm not lacking spirit stones to waste." After saying this, he dragged his corpulent body away with his 4 bodyguards hastily following. Meanwhile, the young man in the leather jacket remained seated at the gambling table, looking somewhat hesitant. It was evident he wanted to play a little longer, but was somewhat intimidated by the middle-aged man's luck tonight. At that moment, the rotund man, who had not walked far, stopped and turned to remind the young man, "Kid, don't play anymore. Given our losses together, let me give you a piece of advice. When luck is bad, just go home and sleep." The young man, still looking conflicted, heard these words and stood up, bidding farewell to the middle-aged man. "Forget it, my luck is bad tonight, I'll play another day." The young man in the leather jacket also left. At the gambling table, only Loren, who found the scene quite interesting, and the middle-aged man, who suggested setting up a game, remained. Unlike the sexy lady and the rotund man, there were no bodyguards behind the middle-aged man. It was evident he was also an extraordinary being and one quite confident in his own abilities. After the young man in the leather jacket left, the middle-aged man noticed Loren still sitting at the gambling table, showing no intention of leaving, and was staring at him with keen interest. A satisfied smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "My friend, shall we continue playing?" "Sure," Loren replied with a smile. Thus the dealer, having exhausted his authority, silently took on the role of the dealer again at the middle-aged man's signal. The gamble began once more. A game solely for Loren and the middle-aged man. The sky soon brightened. The smile was no longer visible on the middle-aged man's face. Before him lay only a few chips valued at 20. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness, fixating intensely on the cards dealt by the dealer. Damn it! I busted again. He had 3 cards before him. The first 2 were 5 and 7. The last one was a face card valued at 10. The total was 22, resulting in an automatic loss. Meanwhile, Loren had only 2 cards totaling 14. Loren smiled as he reached for the last few chips in front of the middle-aged man and leisurely asked, "Shall we continue?" Hearing Loren's inquiry, the middle-aged man, having lost everything, helplessly waved his hand. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and visibly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was all gone. The pressure was overwhelming. Throughout the night he had only won once. Losing it all felt so much lighter. "I can't win against you, I admit defeat. By the way, will you come again tomorrow night?" Loren looked up from arranging his chips and cast a glance at the middle-aged man. "You still want to keep gambling with me?" he asked. "By the way, to correct you, it's tonight." Loren raised a hand and pointed to the clock on the casino wall. It was already 7 in the morning. The middle-aged man slumped against the chair back, stretched lazily, and drawled, "Are you dreaming?" "I won't gamble with you anymore. I've never seen someone so damned lucky," the man said. "I wanted to ask if you'll come tonight. I have a few rich friends I don't much like. Would you like to play against them? I can arrange a meeting with them. I shouldn't shoulder this sin alone." Loren glanced at the chips on the table and pondered the man's words. About 37,000 points of chips in total. After setting aside 17,000 for an upgrade, there remained 20,000 points. It was enough to meet the needs for advancing to the 6th tier, and he could begin accumulating resources toward the 7th. Thinking this through, Loren turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "If I win them dry, will there be danger?" The middle-aged man straightened, fixed his gaze on Loren, and answered without concealment, "Quite dangerous." "Then he'll be at this table tonight," Loren said with a smile. He still remembered the truth about advancement, since that was so. Tonight would serve as the test. How dangerous could it be? He hoped it would not be mere trifling peril that would be disappointing. The middle-aged man saw Loren hesitate and after a moment consented. He laughed heartily, opened his arms as if to embrace Loren and show his delight. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Come, let me reintroduce myself, Daiwazi Fail, Section Chief of the No.1 Department of the Faitsue Star Region. From now on we are friends." Hearing the man claim to be from the No.1 Department, Loren froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth lifted in a wry smile, and with a teasing look he replied, "Los Loren, born of the Xiren sect." Using the Xiren sect name again, surely the divinities would not take notice of me. Besides, my affiliation is already on record with the No.1 Department. Using it a few more times should not matter. After all, such a convenient title is hard to resist, especially when facing the No.1 Department. With that, Loren, amused in a rather mischievous way, dispelled the crow's possession. The little creature suddenly appeared on his shoulder. The crow, which had witnessed everything from within, Loren instantly understood and opened its beak to bless Daiwazi Fail. "Mr. Daiwazi, I am glad you have become my master's friend. May nature watch over you." Instantly Daiwazi Fail's expression soured as if he had tasted excrement. After hearing the introductions from man and crow, the smile froze on his face and his outstretched arms snapped back with astonishing speed. The chair beneath him slid away under his feet, subtly increasing the distance between himself and Loren. "No need. I just thought it over. That decision was hasty. It's better we remain merely fellow gamblers. By the way, remember to come tonight. I have some business, so we'll be off now." Daiwazi finished speaking, quickly rose and left with hurried steps, his arms flailing almost frantically. No wonder he had felt a threatening aura upon first meeting the man. It was the damned Xiren sect. These people are like ghosts, omnipresent. Wait, was he coming after me? Probably not. When he heard my introduction he did look startled. He should be little more than a wandering transcendent. Thinking this much of Daiwazi's worry and caution eased. As long as he is not targeting me, all is well. As he walked, a smile returned to Daiwazi's face. "My dear friends, you would not expect it. I have found a madman of the Xiren sect as your opponent. I have prepared a very big surprise for you. Do make sure you kill him. You nobles riding on your lineage and clutching your planets, daring to jack up the price with me, die fools." Unconsciously Daiwazi's mood brightened. Using one problem to solve another, splendid. Both troubles might very well be resolved at the same time. As someone of the No.1 Department who knows the Xiren sect best, Daiwazi understood how vile they could be. Although the organization was usually loose, entry required a mentor's guidance. In that process the bond between mentor and disciple could grow excessively deep. That often meant that in the past when the No.1 department killed a low-tier Zyran member there was a chance of provoking a legendary druid. Those legendary druids typically bore the blessings of nature and the divine. Worst of all, such druids had the power to cultivate formidable natural companions. A legendary druid's companions were often legendary treants and legendary beasts. The trouble they caused was among the worst of any cult. A single legendary treant under the druid's enchantment could withstand antimatter annihilation missiles. With a casual swing of its branches it could shred a mighty starship. A warship's energy shields were as fragile as paper before such enchanted treants. And some druids favored by nature did not cultivate just one such creature. The No.1 department had endured such wars more than once. In those grim years its combat power even once outmatched the Lianbang forces. Fortunately in time the Zyran sect for reasons unknown integrated into the Lianbang. Even the sect's incumbent leader joined the Lianbang parliament. The Lianbang later enacted the Nature Environmental Protection Act. From that point the Zyran sect which had once plagued the No.1 department gradually grew more restrained. Daiwezi Fail shivered involuntarily as memories of the Zyran sect's terrors surfaced. He had several energy extraction projects already initiated. He needed to hurry back and check their compliance. With Zyran people arriving he could no longer afford to be careless. Time is a strange thing. These fanatics are now under Lianbang law's protection. Wait, could that lost Loren have come for those Asiatun-started extraction projects? No wonder he agreed to tonight's gamble so readily. He also wants to meet those nobles who own planets. Damn, his acting is superb, pretending not to know me. He probably sat at that same table last night deliberately to get close to me. And such streaks of luck likely mean he is blessed by nature or by some deity. Yes. Everything fits. He must have been guided by nature to come. He certainly came under that legendary guidance to investigate the extraction projects. With that thought Daiwezi quickened his pace and hurried out of the casino on Labai Street. He had to rush back and inspect those unstarted extraction proposals. He told himself he absolutely must not be entangled by members of the Zyran sect. Loren stood beside the gambling table watching Davis's retreating figure fade into the distance and silently mused. The name of the nature sect truly carries weight when dealing with energy department officials. Immediately he grew docile. Master, shall I reveal your name to him? Might it cause trouble? Crow asked within Loren's mind. After Davis Filer departed, Crow had quietly re-entered Loren's body. Having won so many chips from him, letting him freely investigate my identity would be the real trouble. Better to seize control ourselves, then he will be the one burdened by complications. Loren casually explained the reasoning in his mind. As an interstellar hunter, concealing one's name was futile. Anyone could uncover it at the guild for a modest fee in spirit stones. Loren turned to the croupier standing behind the table and said, "Sir Croupier, please retain 7,000 in chips from this table and convert the remainder into spirit stones." The croupier bowed respectfully. "Sir, please wait a moment. One more matter. My colleague who was speaking through my earpiece just now asked me to convey a request that you refrain from deploying supernatural abilities within the main casino hall as it may provoke misunderstandings. Fortunately you did not summon your avian companion during the game, otherwise my colleague would have stormed in immediately." The croupier delivered this warning with solemn gravity. Clearly the casino staff held no fear of the nature sect. After all, they neither harmed nature nor violated its balance, they merely ran an entertainment enterprise. To those outside the energy department, practitioners of the nature sect were widely perceived as carefree, gentle and exceptionally amiable, a remarkably benign cohort of supernaturals. Loren nodded calmly, accepting the admonition. "I'll be more cautious next time." So only Crow's appearances and disappearances triggered detection of supernatural energy use. What rigid detection protocols, Loren judged inwardly. In moments the towering stack of chips vanished from the table, leaving only 7 chips inscribed with 1,002 heavy imposing crates. When Loren laid eyes upon those 2 massive crates it struck him he urgently needed spatial equipment. 3 million spirit stones already filled them, what then of greater accumulations? "Sir Croupier, does your casino offer guest accommodations?" Loren asked, somewhat resigned. Upon hearing the question the croupier's courteous expression shifted into the knowing grin of a shrewd merchant. "Of course, we reserve the 3rd floor exclusively for our esteemed guests." "Might carrying 2 such crates prove cumbersome, sir?" "Allow me to introduce the 2nd floor houses a grand bazaar where premier spatial equipment shops operate, offering unparalleled craftsmanship and reliability." Loren. Indeed, the nature sect's reputation held no intimidation for others, it rendered them little more than gullible, oversized innocents. "No need, I'll take a room first, then explore the 2nd floor later." Loren declined the croupier's sales pitch. "Very well. Sir, your wishes are honored." A palpable note of disappointment colored the croupier's tone. Under his guidance Loren ascended to a guest suite on the casino's 3rd floor. Given Loren's gambling turnover exceeded 30,000 chips, he was granted a lavish suite, spacious and richly appointed. It featured a living room, bedroom, bathing chamber, study, and even a dedicated wine cellar and an expansive balcony. Loren found it thoroughly satisfying, far surpassing the austere complimentary rest quarters offered by the Interstellar Hunters Guild. If there existed a single flaw in his stay, it was the croupier's persistent, undeterred suggestion uttered while passing the second floor that Loren might wish to browse the bazaar. In response, Loren fixed the croupier's mercantile gaze with quiet intensity and subtly wove a curse upon him. The next time this croupier attempts to peddle his wares, the misfortune bound to him shall activate. Only after casting the curse did Loren deign to forgive the man's impertinence. Loren, the volatile anomaly, was manifestly a poor candidate for salesmanship. Though draped in the mantle of the nature sect, his essence remained that of a lawless interstellar hunter. After delivering Loren to the opulent suite, the croupier lingered, eyes expectantly locked on Loren's face. Puzzled, Loren asked, "Is there something else?" "Well, The croupier fidgeted, rubbing his palms together. "Master, you've forgotten the tip." Crow's voice echoed in Loren's mind. With a grimace, Loren withdrew 275 federal credits from his inner pocket and handed them over, his remaining credits salvaged from a hovercar fare. They constituted his entire credit balance. Strictly speaking, he retained one additional federal coin, but in Loren's view that coin had long transcended currency. It functioned solely as a lie detector. To him it possessed no monetary value. A coin never spent forfeits its nature as currency. "Thank you, sir, and pleasant repose." Only upon receiving the gratuity did the croupier finally offer a formal farewell. Just before closing the door, he cast one last defiant glance back. "Sir, I strongly recommend visiting the second floor bazaar when boredom strikes. The spatial gear there is peerless. Quality commands its price after all." This time Loren did not scowl. Instead, he smiled faintly and nodded. "Thank you for the suggestion, I shall go." The door clicked shut at last. At last Loren reclaimed silence. To sustain the nature sect persona, he had rigorously suppressed his true nature, straining to project benevolence with painful restraint. Next time he resolved he'd avoid declaring allegiance to the nature sect in crowded places. Feigning gentleness was exhausting. Loren sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the croupier, having left the suite, headed home for the evening. Though he'd lost the casino's allotted authority quota the previous night, he remained confident Mr. Loren of the nature sect would visit the bazaar. Should Loren spend lavishly there, his salary deduction would be correspondingly reduced. As a veteran croupier, occasional losses within his authorized spirit stone limit were tolerated. Cultivating a croupier both fiercely loyal and masterfully skilled was exceedingly difficult. The casino lacked neither spirit stones nor capital, but it did lack such rare talent. After all, he'd merely lost 30 million federal credits, an insignificant stumble compared to the 300 million he'd generated for the casino over the years. Last night's misfortune stemmed solely from Mr. Davis's uncanny luck. The croupier's own expertise had never even been tested. Light-hearted, he strode out of the casino gates. Yet upon returning home and shutting his door, he faced instead a gleaming cold blade. "Worthless fool, you lost over 30 million and still dared to smile your way out of the casino. Management has long deemed you expendable." Thus perished the loyal, ever-optimistic croupier in his own home. Within days, Enforcement Division agents would collect his corpse and dismiss the case as unsolved. How much of that fate owed itself to the misfortune Loren had set in motion remains uncertain. Loren, who was enjoying a bath massage with his eyes closed, opened them at the right moment. "What a pity deal. Crow, do you want to visit the mall on the second floor?" The crow, which was devouring spirit stones, looked up at Loren at that moment. "Master, you'll have to wait for me to finish eating these spirit stones first." Hearing this, the crow opened its beak wider and gulped down a spirit stone radiating blue light. It quickened its pace of devouring the spirit stones. Half an hour later, the crow finally consumed 17,000 spirit stones and its body only appeared slightly bloated. The immense energy was stored within its body, yet to be fully digested. At that moment it resembled a plump bird. One of the large boxes was completely empty, while another box still contained 13,000 spirit stones. "Let's go, master, we need to buy some spatial equipment at the mall." The crow, dragging its slightly pudgy body, flew to the top of Loren's head. Once it landed on Loren's head, its figure instantly vanished. Clearly unfit to remain in the outside world with its bloated form, it chose to enter a possession state residing within Loren's body. Loren, still enjoying the bath massage, opened his eyes and rose from the spacious bathtub. The splash of water dampened the bathroom floor. Bare-bodied Loren reached for the neatly folded dry towel beside the bathtub, wiping himself off while asking in his mind, "How long will it take to digest?" "Master, due to my increased digestion capability, it will only take half an hour to reach the advanced state." The voice of the crow echoed in his mind. Loren silently nodded, realizing that his advancement would also comprehensively elevate the crow. It made sense, after all, the crow was inherently linked to him. After drying himself off, Loren walked to the living room and put on his clothes. After casually donning the top hat, he approached the mirror by the door and adjusted the top hat on his head. Loren looked at his reflection in the mirror and gently nodded. Then he dragged the heavy large box out of the suite, closing the door to the luxurious suite behind him as he headed towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. The large box contained the remaining 13,000 spirit stones the crow had consumed. This was also the funding Loren planned to use to purchase spatial equipment. With Loren's growing strength, the number of spirit stones he earned would only increase, making the necessity for spatial equipment increasingly apparent. The elevator doors to the second-floor mall opened. A tall figure dragging a heavy box stepped out. The distinctive figure and the heavy box clearly drew the attention of many. It was evident that he was another lucky winner in the gambling city, dragging a box emblazoned with the gambling city's logo. Everyone understood that this was a box given to gamblers who had won a significant amount of spirit stones. He was there to spend. Many merchants realized this. Loren quietly lowered the brim of his hat. Those scorching gazes were indeed intense. "Sir, may I ask what you need?" A staff member from the mall approached Loren, bending slightly and politely attending to him. "Where is the store that sells spatial equipment?" A deep voice emerged from under the brim of the hat. Following the staff's guidance, Loren arrived in front of a store located in a corner of the second-floor mall. This was a rather unique store. Since few could afford spatial equipment, the store did not have much business, which was why it was located in a corner of the mall. Interestingly, this store, named Universe Technology, had an unusually high number of staff, as if the owner behind it did not care about their wages. The store's decor style was quite distinctive, showcasing a markedly different aesthetic, more reminiscent of a niche style from the Eastern Star region. Although the store was called Universe Technology, the entire shop was wooden, with a few plants adorning the entrance, giving it a modest appearance. Standing outside, Loren could smell a unique fragrance wafting from inside the store, distinctly different from perfume, a richer and more unique scent. Loren clearly realized something. This store, called Universe Technology, had origins from that distant Eastern Star region of the Federation. Dragging his box, Loren silently entered the store. "Welcome, sir." As soon as he stepped inside, a female staff member greeted him warmly. Loren instinctively glanced at her appearance. Indeed, she was from the Eastern Star region. Loren silently concluded. "I need a piece of spatial equipment. Do you have any recommendations?" Loren asked calmly. "Please follow me, sir." The female staff member placed her left hand on her waist and gestured with her right hand, indicating for Loren to follow her, then turned to lead the way. Loren watched her back and silently followed. He accompanied her to the outside of a room in the corner of the store. The female staff member knocked on the wooden door. "Boss, we have a big spender here who needs to purchase a storage artifact and is dragging a box full of spirit stones." She spoke in a unique language from the Eastern Star region after knocking on the door. "Wait a moment. I'm drawing symbols right now." A male voice responded from inside the room, also using the unique language of the Eastern Star region. After his reply, strange noises could be heard from within, clearly busy tidying up. The female staff member, hearing the commotion, calmly turned to Loren and smiled. "Please wait a moment, sir. Our store manager is currently in training." Loren silently nodded, choosing not to respond verbally, but instead focused on the wooden door with a serious expression. After a few minutes, the door opened. A quite young man opened the door, sporting a face typical to the Eastern Star region. The young man subtly glanced at Loren and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your patience, dear customer. Please come in." Loren silently dragged the heavy box into the room and found a wooden chair to sit down. After the young man signaled the female staff member to leave, he turned back and sat down opposite Loren. "Sir, may I ask what kind of spatial equipment you need? What is your budget? I can make some recommendations," he asked Loren with a smile. "There are no specific style requirements as long as it does not affect combat. Since I might often need to fight in the future, it should preferably be sturdy." Loren responded calmly. Upon hearing Loren's request, the young man sitting opposite him smiled even more broadly. "A standard fat sheep." The young man got up and walked over to the wooden rack in the room, taking down 3 exquisite accessories: a black ring, a silver bracelet, and a red necklace embedded with gemstones. Returning to his seat, he placed the 3 exquisite accessories on the table beside him. Then he picked up the silver bracelet and with a professional demeanor introduced it to Loren. "This is a spatial bracelet, a masterpiece crafted by a master with mecha-grade craftsmanship, capable of withstanding missile impacts, an internal area of 120 square meters, priced at 200,000 spirit stones, non-negotiable." "Wait, what about the height?" Loren interrupted the introduction. "Sir, the market standard height for spatial equipment is generally set at 7 meters. It seemed to be his first encounter with spatial equipment, indeed a fat sheep. Then he smiled and put down the silver bracelet, picking up the black ring and continuing to speak to Loren. This is a spatial ring, a federal standard model with mecha-grade craftsmanship focusing on durability and internal area of 100 square meters, priced at 15,000 spirit stones, negotiable. After finishing the introduction of the black ring, he casually placed it on the table beside him. Next he held the red necklace adorned with gemstones in both hands and solemnly said to Loren, "Crimson Tear, crafted with the utmost care by a master, a treasure that cost countless efforts, the store's signature item." At this point he observed Loren's reaction with his eyes, noticing no response from him. After a light cough he continued, "This is a unique item, one of a kind, with legendary craftsmanship capable of facing antimatter annihilation missiles. In the vast star realms the number of beings and things that could destroy it is few and far between. The internal area is 500 square meters, priced at 1,000,000 spirit stones. Most importantly, it does not require direct contact with objects, it only needs its owner's hand to touch the item and channel their mental energy to retrieve it. This perfectly resolves the flaws of being a spatial necklace." After the grand introduction he sat down, carefully placing the red necklace on the table, and asked Loren, "Dear guest, may I ask which one caught your eye?" After listening to the introduction, Loren gazed calmly at the young man and asked softly, "Do I look like a fat sheep?" Hearing Loren's words, the young man opposite him remained expressionless, unfazed, and retorted, "Sir, you jest. Our store has always maintained fair prices and operates with integrity. At the entrance I could understand some of your conversation with that lady." Loren continued calmly. At this the young man's expression finally changed. "You can understand the language of the Eastern Star Domain?" the young man asked in the unique dialect of the Eastern Star Domain. Loren paused for a second, then nodded and replied yes. Loren did not understand the language of the Eastern Star Domain, but the crow within him could. The crow had learned some psychological knowledge while watching a video on the detailed medical techniques of the Eastern Star Domain yesterday. Due to translation discrepancies in the video, there were some medical knowledge points it could not fully comprehend. How can this be? I need to use it to treat my master. I must understand. Thus, relying on its photographic memory, it spent half a day learning the language of the Eastern Star Domain. Although the complexities of the Eastern Star Domain's language were still difficult for the crow to grasp, it could understand some medical terms. However, it could manage daily conversations. Coincidentally, the conversation between the female staff member at the entrance and the young man fell within the realm of daily dialogue. "Hey. You should have said you could understand, making me perform for so long in vain." The young man waved his hand. Then he casually said to Loren, "Fixed price, the bracelet is 15,000 spirit stones, the ring is 10,000 spirit stones, and the necklace is 20,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Loren silently took out a federal coin from his pocket, playing with it casually, pretending it was his habit of thinking. The coin was tossed up and then fell back down. The reverse side. A lie. Loren's lips twitched slightly as he spoke again. "I think it can be a bit cheaper. What do you think, sir?" "That is already quite cheap, sir. This is an extremely fair price in the market," the young man politely responded to Loren. Loren fell silent again, raising his gaze to meet the young man's eyes. The young man, however, met Loren's gaze without fear, showing no signs of guilt. Then Loren smiled slightly. "In that case I shall take my leave." Loren stood up and spoke to the young man. Afterward he dragged the heavy box and was about to leave. "Wait. That ring 8,000 spirit stones." The young man also stood up, reaching out to stop Loren. Loren remained silent, continuing to walk outside. 5,000 spirit stones. It can't get any cheaper. This is already a loss at this price. The young man's expression grew anxious. Loren continued walking outside, his pace unyielding. 2,000 spirit stones. This is the cost price. Sir, you must let me make some profit. The young man's expression was almost in tears. Loren glanced back at him, shaking his head in silence, a hint of amusement on his face. 500 spirit stones. This is truly my cost price. I imported it from the Eastern Star Domain to sell in the Jade Star Domain. The transportation costs are steep. The young man was almost begging. Loren stared at the young man's face, still not speaking. He silently set down the box in his hand, and a familiar black revolver appeared in his grasp. Indeed, the other party sensed his ability. Damn it. 500 spirit stones. Take that necklace. But you must lift the curse you placed on me. The man seemed to give up struggling, stating his bottom line. At this point, you still expect me to pay? Loren felt somewhat strange inside. Just right, he had not yet engaged with a transcendent being from the cultivation system. I hope you can make me feel a sense of danger, preferably a life and death crisis. I'll give you that necklace for free. Just lift the curse. The young man's tone was tinged with tears. Loren silently raised his hand, aiming the black muzzle at the man's head. "I'll give you the necklace for free plus 30000 spirit stones. Furthermore, I will make a hard oath never to disclose today's events nor reveal any information about you, and I will absolutely not retaliate in any form." Seeing the gun pointed at his head, the young man urgently spoke this segment. After hearing the young man's words, Loren did not lower his gun but also did not choose to fire. Loren fixed his gaze on the young man, his right hand still holding the gun aimed at his head. If the other party made any sudden movements, Loren would start fighting. Then Loren's left hand silently tossed up the federal coin in his hand. As the coin fell, he felt its heads and tails with his left fingertip. Heads. The truth. Then Loren calmly asked, "What is the hard oath?" "A type of oath and binding within the cultivation system. Violating it will result in the loss of power, the end of life, and the obliteration of the soul, with a high priority for triggering and no possibility of regret afterward." The young man tried to explain what the hard oath was in terms that Loren could understand. Loren's left hand tossed the federal coin again. Heads. The truth. A more playful expression appeared on Loren's face as he lightly uttered two words, "Reveal it." The young man was taken aback, a flash of disbelief crossing his gaze. After hearing Loren's words, the young man's expression turned even more sorrowful. "Isn't it? I've reached this extent. You still have no intention of letting me go." "Oh. How do you know I have no intention of letting you go?" Loren asked with curiosity in his eyes. "The cultivation technique I practice allows me to sense dangers in my near future, and right now the outcome I sense is still death." The young man had a sorrowful expression filled with regret in his heart. How did he, just trying to do business normally, attract such an oddly powerful madman? Other cultivators selling space equipment were making hundreds of times the profit. How did it end up going wrong for him? After learning about the young man's abilities, Loren nodded in satisfaction. "Sensing danger, huh? A valuable ability. Now you have worth to survive. Can you sense any life and death crisis now?" Loren asked. The young man sensed again, and his expression finally lightened as he spoke with a sigh of relief. "Not anymore." "Very well, a commendable ability. Now reveal your oath." Loren praised, yet his gun still aimed unwaveringly at the young man's head. The young man looked at the dark muzzle of the gun and silently sighed. Then, having found a glimmer of hope, he raised his right hand and bit his index finger. A drop of bright red blood welled up on the pad of his index finger. Next, the young man formed a complex hand seal. Under his control, the drop of blood took shape, forming a bloody talisman. The talisman was entwined with 3 illusory crimson chains. The young man sighed before Loren and solemnly began to chant, "I, Wan Linfu, hereby establish a blood oath never to disclose today's events, never to reveal any of your information, and absolutely will not retaliate in any form. And you shall become my eternal friend. I will never betray you. Violators will face annihilation." After reciting, he formed another complex hand seal. The bloody talisman suddenly emitted a scarlet glow, flying rapidly towards the young man's forehead, merging into the spiritual platform at his brow. The illusory crimson chains flickered around him as if tightly binding and dragging his soul. After completing all this, the young man felt somewhat exhausted, collapsing onto the floor of the room, gasping for breath. Such a high-level blood oath is not something that can be easily cast, especially when used on oneself. However, in his sense of crisis, this was his only chance of survival. Only by doing this could he live. Any other response would lead to his death, as if death had marked him quite eerie. After a brief rest on the ground for a few seconds, he regained some strength and painfully stood up, weakly asking Loren, "Are you now at—" Loren showed no signs of lowering his revolver. He tossed the coin again, silently pondering, "Will the other party cause me any trouble in the future? If so, the coin will land heads. On the contrary, it will not." He tossed the coin again, simultaneously thinking, "Will the other party betray me in any form in the future? If so, the coin will land heads. On the contrary, it will not." He tossed the coin once more, repeating in his mind, "Is it a good thing for me if the other party stays alive? If so, heads." The coin fell into Loren's hand and he silently felt it with his fingertips. Heads. This is a good thing. Finally, after repeated confirmations, the revolver that had been aimed at the young man's head flashed with light before transforming into an ordinary black feather, which Loren tucked away in his embrace, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, my friend whom I met for the first time, you survived." The coin in his left hand was also quietly tucked away. The young man breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Loren finally put away his weapon. "You truly are cautious, my friend. May I ask, how should I address you?" After putting away the coin, Loren introduced himself to the friend he had met for the first time, who had some unpleasantness with him. Loren, an interstellar hunter. After introducing himself, Loren walked over to the table where 3 pieces of space equipment were placed and picked up the crimson tear, examining it. What a beautiful piece of art! Loren marveled in his heart. Just as Loren was immersed in the design of this exquisite necklace, the young man's voice floated from the side. Don't look at it, it's just a fake that can't withstand the attacks of a legendary great extraordinary being just a bit larger in size. Hearing this, Loren turned his head to look at the other party with a resentful gaze. Ha! You didn't bring out the real item at that time. At that moment the sound of crows mocking echoed in Loren's mind. He's playing you, master. Ha 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 ha. Shut up, you foolish bird. Seeing Loren's somewhat resentful gaze, the young man cleared his throat, trying to defend himself. As a businessman, it's always like this until the last moment. One won't give up their final trump card. While speaking, he walked to the wooden shelf in the room and rhythmically knocked on the wall behind it 9 times. A small compartment opened in the wall. The young man took out a beautifully crafted jade box, turned and proudly presented it to Loren, saying, "This is the real deal, the Crimson Tier legendary craftsmanship with an internal area of 500 square meters and a height of 10 meters. It's truly my shop's treasure. Open it and take a look, you'll like it, my friend. This will be the first testament of our friendship." Loren, with a dark expression, reached out to take the jade box and opened it. Inside the jade box lay a beautiful necklace embedded with red gems. Loren glanced at the genuine Crimson Tier in his hands, then turned to look at the fake Crimson Tier on the table. It was strikingly identical, with no discernible difference to the naked eye. After a sigh of amazement, Loren quietly took out the red necklace from the box and wrapped his spiritual energy around it. The jade box was casually placed on the table by Loren. After a long moment, Loren nodded in satisfaction. The necklace's defensive capability was indeed exceptional. Within his perception, it possessed no discernible weakness, as though forged from an indestructible fragment of space itself. How do I activate it? Loren lifted his gaze and asked. Weave a unique mental sigil, known only to you, with your spiritual sense, then imprinted upon the necklace. Thereafter only you may wield it. Unlike spatial artifacts manufactured within the Federation's other star sectors, all such devices from the Eastern Star region employ this master binding protocol. The young man explained with evident pride. If lost, how difficult would it be to breach? Loren stared intently at the necklace in his palm, his tone layered with quiet implication. Well, to extract its contents one would require a legendary tier transcendent whose spiritual energy is formidable enough to erase the master sigil you've inscribed. According to its maker's estimation, even under optimal conditions, that process would take no less than 7 days, the necklace's ultimate anti-theft threshold. 7 days, sufficient. Loren murmured inwardly. Then without hesitation he wove a mental sigil, a raven wearing a top hat, and imprinted it onto the necklace's crimson ruby. Once worn, Loren probed the internal space of the necklace. It was a self-contained dimension, its spatial boundaries remarkably resilient. The interior spanned roughly 500 square meters with a ceiling height of approximately 10 meters, ample capacity for storing spirit stones, he noted silently. Loren approached his heavy trunk and lifted its lid. Within 13,000 spirit stones emitted a soft azure luminescence, bathing the entire room in ethereal light. He placed his hand upon the open trunk, and with a subtle surge of spiritual energy the trunk vanished, reappearing fully open within the necklace's spatial void. With another pulse of spiritual energy, a single spirit stone materialized in Loren's palm, as if conjured from nothing. Loren was deeply satisfied with the retrieval process. No physical contact with the artifact was required, only his will and intent. This vastly expanded operational versatility. In combat, such uncanny manipulation, executed with precision, could deliver a fatal blow. At this thought, a faint knowing smile curved his lips. Can it hold living beings? Loren asked. I'm afraid not. Spatial containment of life transcends mere artifact, it enters the realm of divine relics. The young man spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Loren nodded silently, subtly recalibrating his expectations, then proceeded to transfer every item upon his person into the necklace's spatial chamber. 2 portable computers, over 1,000 spirit stones, of Federation coin, and the raven's black feather, all were drawn seamlessly into the necklace's void. Another pulse of spiritual energy, and instantly a revolver appeared in Loren's palm. He paused in quiet contemplation. So the feather's transformation into the revolver could now occur entirely within the spatial domain. Combat preparation time had just shortened by a decisive instant. No longer need he worry about storage constraints, the feather could remain permanently transmuted into the revolver. Previously, due to the necessity of carrying spirit stones, Loren's long black coat had always brimmed with assorted objects, so to conserve space. The black and gold revolver spent most of its time coiled within his coat as a slender black feather, its compact form essential for mobility. 2 minutes later, having fully mastered his new spatial necklace, Loren suddenly recalled something and turned to the young man. I am thoroughly pleased with this necklace. Oh, and my friend, what of our agreed-upon 30,000 spirit stones? The young man offered a wry, resigned smile and summoned a heavy wooden chest from his own spatial device. The chest settled onto the floor with a resonant thud. It's all here, please verify. A coin appeared in Loren's hand, flipped skyward. Heads, the chest held 30,000 spirit stones. Satisfied, he pocketed the coin and stepped forward, placing his hand upon the chest's lid. His spiritual energy pulsed once more, and within the necklace's void a large open chest now overflowed with spirit stones. 43,000 in total. Loren exhaled inwardly. Truly the Jade Star region is generous. On that resource-rich world, when would one ever amass such wealth? With renewed determination he mused, just a little more, and I'll have enough spirit stones to ascend to the 7th tier. Master, might this count as pulling off a major heist? The Raven's voice echoed once more within his mind. Not quite, this is merely a testament to friendship, Loren replied, smiling faintly. He refused outright to label it a heist. Not a soul had fallen. How could it possibly qualify? With spirits high, Loren turned his gaze toward his friend, Mr. Wang Linfu of the Eastern Star region. What tier are you, my friend? Loren inquired. 6th tier. Why? As a token of our friendship, I wish to present you with a gift. Loren's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle enigmatic smile playing at his lips. What? His friend's voice betrayed unmistakable tension. No need to fret, we're friends now. Reassuring him gently, Loren snapped his fingers, dissolving the Raven's possession. The Raven manifested, perched lightly upon Loren's shoulder, no longer bloated but sleek and lithe once more. Loren plucked a single black feather from the Raven's wing. This time the Raven did not cry out, evidently growing accustomed to the ritual. He placed the freshly plucked feather into his friend's palm. As the young man examined it, Loren snapped his fingers again. The black feather shimmered with radiant light and transformed into a pristine revolver. Its grip was chestnut brown while the rest of the weapon gleamed obsidian black. An elongated black barrel spiraled with crimson filigree, echoing the blood-red chains that had briefly coiled through the room moments before. Black gun, blood-woven sigils, the very embodiment of ill omen. Loren snapped his fingers once more, severing the latent ability he'd embedded within his friend. Each time you fire this weapon anywhere at any moment, the misfortune bound to you shall awaken. Loren deactivated his 5th ability. His friend remained utterly unaware, completely oblivious that the curse had been lifted. Instead, he gazed at the revolver in wonder and asked Loren, "Is this one of your abilities? How do I use it?" "Feed it spirit stones and it can grow and evolve. Perhaps in the future when you encounter trouble it can summon me to assist you." Loren's explanation maintained a certain air of mystery. The other party, a 6th-tier cultivator, clearly did not lack combat means. To ensure that they would willingly nurture this revolver and keep it on hand. Loren had clearly drawn quite a tempting picture. After witnessing his own peculiarities, the other party should not pass up this opportunity to summon him. This was the highest quality revolver holder Loren had ever encountered. He certainly wasn't going to let the other party slip away. The other party engaging in such a profitable business naturally wouldn't lack spirit stones. Of course, the most important factor was that the other party possessed the absurd ability known as death sensing. This was a guaranteed investment. Loren sighed inwardly. After hearing Loren's explanation about the revolver, the other party silently lowered their head to gaze at the weapon in their hand. Gently stroking the revolver, they carefully played with it repeatedly as if it were their first time touching a firearm. Born in the Eastern Star domain, he was evidently not very familiar with such extraordinary weapons. Although the Eastern Star domain had long been aware of ordinary firearms, after joining the Federation their inherent traditions and arrogance made them more accustomed to fighting with traditional tools like flying swords and talismans. Naturally, ordinary firearms indeed could not compare to the power of flying swords and talismans. After all, attacking a cultivator with a revolver seemed akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus this was still his first encounter with such a peculiar firearm. He was quite delighted to acquire an extraordinary weapon, especially one that could grow. In the Eastern Star domain, weapons capable of growth were limited to things like the Soul Banner and other cursed artifacts or life-bound treasures among binding-type weapons. A growing extraordinary weapon. I quite like it. Let's exchange contact information, my friend. When I face a crisis, it'll be convenient to notify you. The other party solemnly stored the revolver and said to Loren. Loren produced his portable computer and the two smiled as they exchanged contact information. "Boss, I'm going to hold on tight." This was Wang Linfu's inner thought. Unexpectedly easy to persuade. This was Loren's inner thought. "Master, you are still so wicked." This was the crow's assessment of Loren after witnessing everything. After exchanging contact information, Loren bid farewell to the other party. "By the way, what is your fee for helping me solve troubles?" Just as Loren was about to leave the room, the other party hesitated and asked. As a businessman, Wang Linfu naturally knew that enlisting Loren's help would require some cost. "That depends on the other party's strength." Understood. Let's discuss it when I face a crisis. The other party nodded and said. Precisely. Perhaps by then there might even be a chance to profit off you. Loren walked out of the shop named Universal Technology in a good mood. Clearly he had gained a bountiful harvest during this shopping trip. Stepping out of the second-floor mall, Loren returned to his luxurious suite. He lay down on the soft and comfortable bed. Stay alert, Crow. After saying this, Loren fell into a deep sleep. There was an important gambling match tonight and Loren was quite looking forward to it. In the year 7708 of the Federation calendar, on October 13th in the evening, Loren awoke from his luxurious bed. The first thing he did upon waking was glance at the Crow. The Crow was still fiddling with his portable computer, apparently learning something new. After getting up, Loren walked straight into the bathroom and comfortably soaked in the bathtub. Half an hour later he exited the bathroom. He dressed in front of the mirror, donned his top hat and casually tucked the portable computer handed over by the Crow into the crimson tear. At this moment the Crow also seamlessly merged into Loren's body, entering a possessed state. Opening the door, Loren, now alone, eagerly walked towards the elevator. If all goes well, tonight would also be the moment he becomes a sixth-tier extraordinary being, revealing his sixth ability amidst danger and crisis. At this moment the Crow had already fully absorbed the spirit stones within, ready for advancement. Now Loren just needed to wait for a sufficiently dangerous moment before choosing to advance. Regarding that truth, it was Loren's first attempt. He didn't actually know the specifics of the effects, but ultimately luck would not deceive him. Tonight would also be the time to unveil that mystery. Whether there was a discrepancy between theory and reality, one could only know after trying. In the evening casino hall there were still many gamblers. Only a few tables were not filled to capacity. Even the table where Loren had gambled last night had only one spot left. This vacant seat was reserved specifically for Loren. Clearly, having chosen to take a bath before heading out, Loren was late. By the time Loren arrived, 4 people had already taken their seats at the table. Apart from Davis Filer, the other 3 had numerous bodyguards standing behind them. The number of bodyguards was substantial and security measures were exceedingly tight. Evidently these 3 were not at ease, entrusting their safety to the casino. Under the watchful eyes of the many bodyguards, Loren calmly walked to the only remaining vacant seat at the table. Davis Filer was seated right next to Loren. Upon seeing that Loren had finally arrived, he promptly stood up to introduce the other 3 at the table. Loren, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Let me introduce you. The gentleman to your left is Baron Cass. Besides being a noble, he is also a well-known wealthy man in the main city of the Emerald Star Domain. His family is engaged in the real estate industry. The man to Loren's left nodded at him as a form of greeting. Perhaps due to Loren's tardiness or some other reason, his attitude was rather arrogant. He wouldn't even utter a single word. Davis Filer noticed the arrogance of Baron Cass. His expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of glee crossed his heart. Yes, that's right, maintain your arrogance and foolishness and offend Loren, this fanatic of the natural sect. After introducing Baron Cass, Davis pointed to the left of Cass and continued, the gentleman to the left of Baron Cass is Viscount Stephen. His family is involved in the education sector and is likewise well known in the Emerald Star Domain. The introduced Viscount Stephen merely nodded silently at Loren, choosing not to speak. In response, both Loren and Davis showed no change in their expressions, lost in their own thoughts. Davis seemed to have anticipated this, continuing to introduce Loren, and seated to the left of Viscount Stephen is the famously wealthy Theodore Augustus, who was known to be capable of paving every street in the main city with spirit stones. His family is involved in banking. After Davis finished his introduction, he disregarded the attitude of Viscount Theodore Augustus and simply took a seat. Leaning back in his chair, Davis wore an expression as if he were watching a show. Such a rude attitude evidently elicited a cold snort from the other party. It seemed that the relationship between Viscount Theodore Augustus and Davis was quite poor. As an outsider, Loren silently observed the scene without saying a word. Ultimately, Viscount Theodore chose not to lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he politely nodded at Loren and said, "I've heard that your gambling skills are excellent, even managing to win all of Davis' chips last night. I am looking forward to it." Loren nodded back at the first person at the gambling table to speak to him, responding humbly, "I just happen to have good luck. It would be unfortunate if you scared them away." "Alright, time is almost up, let the dealer deal the cards." Davis directly interrupted from the side and gestured for the dealer, indicating that the gambling could begin. If they talked a little longer, it would be troublesome if these 3 guys figured out Loren's background. It had taken considerable effort to arrange this meeting. He had even used precious mining shares from those planets to attract these 3 arrogant individuals. It would be bad if they got scared away. It was evident that both Loren and Davis shared the same thoughts. After leaving the gambling city in the morning, Davis headed straight to his office. He convened his subordinates and repeatedly confirmed that the mining projects in his hands did not violate the Natural Environmental Protection Act. He then meticulously checked the plans for several mining projects that had not yet been initiated, ensuring that there were no violations. At last he finally let out a sigh of relief. Loren was not here for him. He was indeed a naturalist who had traveled to this place. Davis felt greatly reassured. He then began to plot his own schemes. Such a divine envoy of the naturalist sect was not easy to encounter. If he encountered one, he certainly had to take action. Thus he directly sent word to Baron Cass, Viscount Stephen and Viscount Theodore, informing their families. He invited the three families to send a representative to negotiate the mining shares of those planets tonight at the Lade Street Gambling City. Due to the Frontier Development Act, the legal rights to use those planets belong to these three families. The Ministry of Energy had to cooperate with them to mine. However, these three families, relying on their status as frontier nobles, were recklessly demanding prices from the Ministry of Energy. Upon learning that the ministry wanted to mine the planets under their name, the three families quickly unified their stance. They jointly demanded 40 of the shares from the Ministry of Energy. Naturally, the ministry could not agree, leading to negotiations and games of wits that stretched on for half a year. The stalemate dragged on for a long time. As the actual person in charge of this project, Davis Feller had long been seeking a solution. Since these were all frontier nobles, the Ministry of Energy could not resort to force against them. In the Federal Assembly there were representatives for these frontier nobles. Within the Federation, the influence of these frontier nobles was a significant part of the power structure, often mocked by the citizens as the true remnants of the old era. Thus Davis found these three families extremely troublesome. He could neither fight nor negotiate. For Davis, this was clearly a difficult problem to solve. However, after learning that Loren was likely a divine envoy of the naturalist sect, he realized he was not here for him. A rather crude and obvious plan formed in his mind. Davis first invited the three families to negotiate the mining shares in the gambling city tonight. Then he visited each of the three families and set up a gambling match. The stakes were set at 10 of the mining shares. If the person Davis invited won, the mining shares of the three families would decrease to 30. If the people from the three families won, their mining shares would remain at the 40 they demanded. Seeing that the Ministry of Energy finally relented, the three families eagerly agreed to the meeting and set the terms for the gambling match. Then the three families quickly sought out gambling experts from across the Emerald Star domain to discuss in their family. At this point, Davis finally began the first step of his plan. As the gambling match was about to begin, Baron Cass, Viscount Stephen and Viscount Theodore stood up and left the gambling table. Their bodyguards brought over 3 chairs for the 3 nobles to sit beside the table and watch. Tonight it was not the 3 of them who would gamble against Loren, but rather gambling experts specifically invited by their family. In the eyes of the 3 families, since Davis was willing to use a gamble as the final negotiation, the people he invited must be highly skilled in gambling. The 3 families also invited well-known gambling experts from the Emerald Star domain to represent their families. These 3 families had been entrenched here since the naming of the Emerald Star domain. Finding 3 gambling experts was naturally very simple. Thus by noon, gambling experts scattered across the Emerald Star domain had already gathered at the residences of the 3 families. After a round of competition, 3 of the strongest gambling experts were selected from among many to represent the 3 families in battle. After the 3 nobles left the gambling table, 3 individuals stepped out from the bodyguard group behind them and took their seats at the table. As the 3 gambling experts sat down, they all coincidentally glanced at Loren, silently contemplating a new face. It seemed that he was an expert brought in by the Ministry of Energy from other star domains. Retracting their gazes, the 3 self-assured gambling experts began to close their eyes and patiently awaited the start of the match. No matter where the experts came from, one had to gamble to know the strengths and weaknesses. The gambling match began. Please choose the chips you wish to bet on, 4 gentlemen. The dealer prompted. Loren waved his hand to produce 7 chips marked as 1,000 and pushed 1 chip onto the table. 1,000 spirit stones, 1,000,000 Federation coins. As a test, Loren found it worthwhile. The confident demeanor of the 3 gambling experts made Loren feel it necessary to be cautious. The 3 individuals at the gambling table exchanged glances before silently pushing forward a chip marked 1,000. The 3 gambling experts also wanted to test Loren's strength. The expert sent by the Ministry of Energy had mysterious spatial equipment for this level of gambling. He was bold enough to sit down with 7,000 chips. There was no hint of tension on his face, even appearing quite casual. Loren's demeanor evidently put considerable pressure on the 3 gambling experts. The dealer began to deal the cards. Loren and the 3 gambling experts each received 2 cards. The gambling method was still the old-fashioned poker method, heavy on luck, as Davis was uncertain whether Loren was proficient in other gambling methods. He had agreed with the 3 families that the gambling method employed for this match would still be one with a high element of luck. In this special gambling game there is no banker. In other words, everyone is the banker. As the dealer dealt the cards, each person received one face-down card followed by one face-up card. In front of Loren, the face-up card is a flower card representing 10 points while the face-down card remains unseen. The other three also did not reveal their cards, as if the first to uncover their face-down card would lose some of their momentum. Notably, all three of their face-up cards were also flower cards, as if they had coordinated. It seems everyone is quite lucky. Is there anyone who wants to raise the stakes? One of the gambling experts asked with a smile. Loren and the other two shook their heads in unison. Just to test 1,000 chips are already sufficient. No one is raising. Please reveal your cards, the dealer announced. The three gambling experts smiled confidently as they flipped over their face-down cards. 20 points. 20 points. 20 points. All three had a face-down card worth 10 points. Combined with their face-up flower cards, they all totaled 20 points, and even the card types were identical. Loren's lips curled slightly upwards. It seems you all are quite lucky. Loren also flipped over his face-down card. His face-down card was also a flower card. 20 points. In front of Loren, the two flower cards combined formed 20 points. When that face-down card was revealed, the onlookers fell strangely silent. The spectators were somewhat astonished. This is truly interesting, Loren thought to himself. The two cards in front of the four players all summed up to 20 points. The points are the same. And due to the absence of a banker in this game, it resulted in a rather peculiar tie. The four fell into deep thought as they retrieved their bets. The three gambling experts silently toyed with their chips, unsure of what to think. Meanwhile, Loren quietly said in his mind, "Crow, stack up the luck." "Understood, master." Then the crow quietly bestowed 4 instances of luck upon Loren. His expression remained impassive. The real game had begun. The gambling resumed. Loren tossed in 1,000 chips and the other three followed suit. The second round of testing began. The dealer dealt everyone another face-down card and a face-up card. Strangely, all four players had a face-up card that was also a flower card. The face-up cards were also worth 10 points. Seeing this, Loren calmly pushed forward 3,000 chips and signaled the dealer for another card. The other three also chose to push 3,000 chips and similarly signaled the dealer for an additional card. All three gambling experts mirrored Loren's actions. The three attempted to exert some pressure on Loren through this behavior. They seemed quite confident, the three of them. The dealer began to deal cards in turn. Loren received an ace in front of him, symbolizing 1 point. Seeing the ace dealt to him, Loren was not surprised. Currently he has a perpetual luck status plus 4 instances of stacked luck. If the dealer's card exceeds 1 point, it can only mean that his face-down card is not 10 points but some other value. The other three gambling experts straightened up slightly upon seeing the ace dealt to Loren. Indeed, a master. The three gambling experts exchanged glances and tacitly prepared their counteractions. One stroked the ring on his left pinky finger. Another placed his hands together in front of him, appearing tense yet expectant. The last one merely tilted his neck in a symbolic gesture. The dealer dealt the cards to the three gambling experts as well. They too received aces. All worth 1 point. The onlookers took a deep breath. Although they could not see the face-down cards of the four at the table, a speculation inevitably arose in their minds. Could it be that all four have 21 points? "Is there anyone who wants to raise the stakes?" the dealer asked at the right moment. All four shook their heads, indicating to the dealer not to raise. "No one is raising. Please reveal your cards." The dealer's tone unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. The showdown among the four gambling experts was indeed spectacular. Although the cards were all dealt by him, he didn't understand why he could deal such peculiar cards. In this gambling game, the playing cards used tonight were all made from special materials incompatible with any energy. This helps to prevent manipulation and peeking. All energy detection devices in the casino were also activated tonight. Moreover, the positions of these devices were monitored throughout by personnel from the energy department and the three major families. This maximizes the isolation from extraordinary powers and other strange methods. Yet even so, anyone who glanced at the cards in front of the four felt something was off. It was as if this game was manipulated by these four individuals using their mysterious methods. The current bizarre situation felt more like they were fighting for control over the game. Upon hearing the dealer's words, the four revealed their whole cards in turn. 3 flower cards, one worth 10 points. The three gambling experts had flower cards, while Loren's whole card was worth 10 points. For 21 points. Another tie. The four quietly collected their chips. None of them spoke. The game began again. Is this what a true gambling master looks like? It's my first time seeing this, quite interesting. Loren thought silently. Crow, let them see our true power. Give these three masters a bit of misfortune, not too much so as not to affect the normal flow of the game. Loren once again issued a command in his mind. Understood. The third round of testing began. 4,000 chips appeared on the gambling table once more. The dealer dealt the cards again. This time a different change finally appeared at the table. In front of the three gambling experts there was a flower card along with a face-down card. Although the flower card represented 10 points, the faces of the three gambling experts looked somewhat grim. They no longer focused on their own cards, all gazing solemnly at Loren. Loren still received a face-down card worth 10 points, but he wore a smile. The onlookers also sensed a shift in the atmosphere at the table. Has the control of the game been seized by a master invited by the energy department? This was the collective thought of the crowd. Davis Filler, standing nearby, quietly lit a cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at the members of the three major families with a meaningful expression on his face. Do you understand the value of the natural sex, chosen ones? Ha 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 ha. Davis chuckled inwardly. Do any of you want to raise the stakes? The dealer fulfilled his duty well. He was also eager to see who would win this time. Hearing the dealer's question, Loren was the first to act. He pushed out his remaining 6,000 chips and signaled to the dealer that he wanted another card. Seeing Loren's move, the faces of the three gambling masters grew even darker. However, when the dealer looked at them, all three chose to quietly call. Each of them pushed down 6,000 chips with grim expressions, also signaling that they wanted another card. Once the betting was over, the dealer began to deal the cards in turn. In front of Loren, another ace appeared worth 1 point. His two visible cards already totaled 11 points. The moment the ace was dealt, there was another gasp from the spectators. Immediately the attention of the onlookers shifted to the three gambling masters, eager to see what cards they had. One of them, with a serious expression, gently touched the ring on his left pinky. Then his card was dealt, and it was an ace. Worth 1 point. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face as he quickly looked up at Loren. His card should have been worth 2 points. Was it his mistake? Loren, however, remained unfazed, smiling gently without any other expression. Another person's card was dealt, and he silently clasped his hands together. It was also an ace worth 1 point. He turned to look at Loren, his face somewhat solemn. The last person, as the dealer dealt the card, seemed to do nothing but calmly cross his arms. His card also showed no change. Still an ace worth 1 point. Seeing this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he silently shook his head. The dealer again asked the three if they wanted to raise their bets and take another card. The three all shook their heads in refusal. There was no longer a need for further probing. One person's mistake might be a coincidence, but three mistakes indicated that their gambling skills were inferior to the opponents. Please reveal your cards. The dealer's voice was visibly excited. He felt he was witnessing the rise of a legend, the birth of the Emerald Star Domain Gambling King. The four players' whole cards were revealed one by one. Loren's whole card was a flower card representing 10 points. The three cards were one 10-point, one ace, and one flower card. A perfectly standard 21 points. The whole cards of the three gambling masters were also revealed, all showing 9 points. Their card types were the same: one flower card, one ace, and one 9-point. The cards of the three gambling masters all totaled 20 points. Seeing this, Loren smiled as he collected the 28000 chips from the table, eagerly signaling to the dealer to continue dealing. Since he had already tested the limits of his opponents, he was prepared to win a night's worth of spirit stones. However, what Loren did not expect was that the three gambling masters, after exchanging a glance, all stood up to reject the dealer's card dealing gesture. No need to deal cards, we concede defeat, one of them said directly to the dealer. After speaking, he shook his head and prepared to leave after glancing at Loren. The other two gambling masters did the same, preparing to leave after looking at Loren. The smile on Loren's face vanished. You just won 21000 spirit stones and you plan to concede defeat already? At this moment, the observing Viscount Theodore suddenly stood up and reached out to stop the three gambling masters. You three are ready to surrender after losing just one round. Viscount Theodore's tone was somewhat off, carrying an icy coldness. After Viscount Theodore finished speaking, Baron Cass also stood up. Is this how you concede? Wouldn't it be better to try again? Leaving now might lead to some unfortunate events. Baron Cass' tone was a blatant threat. Viscount Stephen also stood up, threatening the three gambling masters. Why not continue? It's still far from dawn. Rushing to leave, I suspect you might be colluding with the opponent. Upon hearing the words of the three nobles, the three gambling masters exchanged knowing glances. In unison they scoffed, calling them fools. One of them stepped forward explaining to Viscount Theodore, "Let me be frank, at the gambling table facing that master is no different from handing over spirit stones. We concede defeat to avoid wasting your chips. That's all farewell." After speaking, he pushed aside the bodyguard blocking his way and walked out of the casino with the other two masters. "Kill them," Baron Cass said coldly. Viscount Stephen and Viscount Theodore silently waved their hands signaling their bodyguards to kill them. The bodyguards surrounding the gambling table charged toward the departing three gambling masters upon receiving the command. The battle began under Loren's strange gaze. These nobles were indeed arrogant and direct. Loren silently evaluated. The bodyguards brought by the three major families were all extraordinary beings. Even though they were in the casino hall, they acted recklessly after receiving the command. There was no pretense and they showed no fear. It was as if the ban on using extraordinary powers in the casino was worthless paper to them. The three gambling masters seemed to have anticipated this. They simultaneously turned around and opened their energy shields to defend against the various attacks from the bodyguards. At this moment, the security personnel of the casino also appeared at various gambling tables in the hall. However, unexpectedly, these security personnel did not intervene to stop the fight between the noble bodyguards and the gambling masters. Instead, they started urgently evacuating the other gamblers in the casino. Extremely skilled, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Soon, under the evacuation of many security personnel, the hall was left with only Loren's gambling table still occupied. And this table was the only place of peace in the casino hall at that moment. Loren Davisfiller and the three nobles sat at the table observing the battle. The three gambling masters were also extraordinary beings. From the moment they unleashed their energy shields, it was clear their levels were not low. After seeing the crowd in the casino being urgently evacuated, the three gambling masters exchanged glances and no longer focused solely on defense. They began to counterattack in succession. One gambling master scattered countless playing cards into the sky. As these cards fell, they began to spin rapidly. These playing cards seemed to transform into sharp knives aimed at the bodyguards closing in under the control of this gambling master. Another gambling master clapped his hands. Instantly, all the gambling tables in the casino floated into the air and smashed toward the encircling bodyguards. The last gambling master took off his clothes leisurely, revealing a chiseled physique. He smiled, his white teeth dazzling in the light of the hall. With a gentle step, his figure vanished. Several attacking bodyguards instantly turned to blood mist scattering in the hall of the casino. The smell of blood permeated the hall of the Rabe Street Casino. Loren squinted his eyes, took a deep breath and involuntarily said, "What a wonderful smell, how nostalgic." Next to him, Davisfiller, who was watching the show, silently moved his chair back a bit. "Truly the natural sect is full of madmen. It seems he is also a radical." The battle shifted in another direction under the assault of the formidable gamblers skilled in combat. Behind the three nobles stood 6 bodyguards protecting them. The remaining bodyguards had been dispatched by the three nobles to encircle and eliminate the 3 gambling experts. The number of bodyguards accompanying the 3 nobles was gradually dwindling. The energy attacks they unleashed not only caused the hall to flicker with light but also had no significant effect. The gambler, suspected to be a martial artist, would make a bodyguard turn into a mist of blood with each disappearance of his figure. Even though the bodyguards were also extraordinary beings, they could not escape the fate of being swiftly defeated in front of this gambling expert. In the face of such a vast disparity in rank, numbers became meaningless. Gradually, the line of bodyguards began to shrink. Initially, the bodyguards surrounded the 3 gambling experts, but now they had gradually gathered in front of the 3 nobles. The tide of the offensive had shifted. Now the ones on the defensive were the numerous bodyguards. Seeing the heavy casualties among their subordinates, the 3 nobles waved their hands again, sending the 6 bodyguards behind them out. The remaining bodyguards also retreated, surrounding the 3 nobles tightly, creating an impenetrable barrier. Davis, witnessing this scene, sneered disdainfully and whispered to Loren, "These 3 fellows care nothing for the lives of their subordinates, yet are overly concerned for their own. Don't be fooled by their frightened looks. They are extraordinary beings, all at least level 5, yet they still need protection. Truly laughable." Just as Davis finished speaking, Baron Cass, surrounded by bodyguards, mocked him from the crowd, "You don't think everyone is as barbaric as you, do you? Your ears are quite sharp, but unfortunately you're still a worthless wretch who has lost his fighting spirit in a life of comfort." Davis retorted without reservation, attempting to provoke him. "Go on, keep fighting. It would be best if you dragged this lunatic next to me into it too," Davis thought silently. While Davis was trying to provoke the 3 nobles verbally, Loren chose a more direct approach. She turned her gaze towards the direction surrounded by bodyguards, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "It seems this situation still isn't heated enough. This is not the scene I desire. Raven, bring forth misfortune. Everyone present must have it." Loren commanded the Raven in her mind. "At your command." "Also, it's time to start the progression," Loren said again. I feel this situation isn't dangerous enough, Master. The Raven provided its opinion in her mind. No worries, the people of the gambling city haven't made their move yet. The extraordinary beings guarding outside the hall should also receive misfortune. Make the scene even hotter. By the way, apply the misfortune to the buildings of the gambling city as well. Blow it up, it's a perfect opportunity to see the strength of the gambling guild. Loren's tone in her mind gradually became excited. Master, your friend is still in the mall on the second floor. Then we can only wish him good luck. You with the sense of death will survive this revelry, right? My friend. The Raven replied. After a brief silence, the Raven obeyed Loren's command. The eerie and formless misfortune under the Raven's manipulation quietly crept onto every person present, the three nobles tightly guarded and the dozens of extraordinary bodyguard they brought. Davis Feller, who was watching the show, the three gambling experts engaged in battle, and the casino security personnel guarding outside the hall, as well as the luxurious and grand buildings of the gambling city. In the second-floor mall at the shop of Huanyu Technology, Wang Lingfu, who was studying the brand-new revolver in the room, suddenly changed his expression drastically. He immediately stood up and shouted to the staff outside the room, "Emergency assembly, prepare to retreat." Then he quickly gathered the spatial equipment displayed on the wooden rack in the room. After packing up, he dashed out of his room and into the shop. Upon seeing the neatly arranged staff in 2 rows, he waved his hand directly. Energy surged from his hand, enveloping everyone as they soared through the shop's window into the sky, leaving the troublesome place of the Rabe Street gambling city. Cultivators can fly and can also carry others with them. The shop was now empty. There were no valuable items left. Everything of worth had been taken by Wang Lingfu, leaving only some decorative items behind. In the first-floor hall of the Rabe Street gambling city, chaos had already erupted. The 3 gambling experts were now facing the latest 6 extraordinary bodyguards dispatched. These 6 bodyguards were not like the previous low-ranking bodyguards who were only level 2 or 3. They were all level 5, tasked with closely protecting the 3 nobles. Their strength was not on the same level as those ordinary bodyguards. Initially, when facing these 6 bodyguards, the 3 gambling experts were somewhat restrained. They did not wish to make too much noise and ruin the gambling city, so they tried their best not to use overly wide-ranging techniques. Living by gambling, they were aware of how terrifying the gambling guild could be. The 6 extraordinary bodyguards opposite them were also somewhat restrained. Fighting in the gambling city and destroying the gambling city are 2 different concepts. They also knew how dreadful the gambling guild was. After being dispatched, the 6 extraordinary bodyguards chose techniques with less area of effect. They did not want to destroy this gambling city. This was also the reason why the 3 nobles did not send them out at first. The battles of level 5 extraordinary beings do create quite a commotion. Had the ordinary bodyguards not failed to capture the 3 gambling experts, the 3 nobles would not have dispatched them. However, the 3 nobles, having just lost a gambling match and suffered a 10 loss of their family's mining share, were clearly in a fit of rage, and they intended to vent this fury on the 3 gambling experts. They couldn't bully the energy department, but they could bully you. In the end, both sides formed an unspoken agreement in battle, choosing to minimize the area of effect of their combat. The 3 gambling experts only wished to leave safely. The 6 extraordinary bodyguards only wanted to engage in symbolic combat until the 3 nobles who hired them calmed down. At that time, both sides would have a satisfactory conclusion. Unfortunately, someone was unwilling to see this harmonious scene. After receiving the command, the Raven quietly initiated misfortune that affected everyone. Thus, the intensity of the battle between the 2 sides spiraled out of control, inexplicably increasing. The situation began to change after that gambling expert manipulating playing cards was accidentally injured by an extraordinary bodyguard. The mutual understanding between the 2 sides was shattered. After exchanging glances, the 3 gambling experts silently intensified their attacks. The 6 extraordinary bodyguards also noticed that the opposing side had become serious. At the same time, they chose not to hold back anymore. It was fine to slack off at work, but being injured or even killed was unacceptable. Among the 6 extraordinary bodyguards, 5 are powerful 5th-tier martial artists, while 1 is a 5th-tier fire-type esper. The other 2 are espers as well, one being a 5th-tier materialization esper who was injured while manifesting playing cards. The other is a 5th-tier telekinesis esper who began to use the gambling tables in the hall to strike at people. As these 9 mid-tier extraordinary beings unleashed their true fire, the situation began to spiral out of control. Flames started to wreak havoc in the gambling city hall. The materialization esper no longer manifested playing cards, but instead began to summon more dangerous projectiles. The sound of explosions drowned out all other noises. The telekinesis esper also began to launch widespread attacks, causing the floor of the gambling city hall to sink and the ceiling to start collapsing. The remaining martial artists also began to unleash their terrifying physical prowess, creating large craters in the floor of the hall from time to time. The shockwaves from the clashes began to fan the burning flames, intensifying the fire. A high-intensity melee ensued. Fortunately, the gambling city hall was spacious and sturdy enough to prevent its collapse. However, those with insight judged that if the battle continued, the collapse of the gambling city was just a matter of time. The security personnel stationed outside the gambling city witnessing this scene. The manager of the gambling city with a darkened face took out a communicator and began to contact his boss. "Boss, the situation is out of control. They have unleashed their true fire," he reported respectfully. There was a moment of silence from the communicator. Then a voice suppressing its anger came through the communicator. "I have already notified the Council of Justice. Now you must take your men into the arena and eliminate everyone who has unleashed true fire." "Understood." The manager of the gambling city put away the communicator and turned to face all the security personnel, raising his right hand high before slamming it down. "Kill everyone fighting in the hall. A third-party force has joined the fray." The security personnel of the Lade Street gambling city surged into the hall. As fellow extraordinary beings, they wasted no time in launching ruthless attacks. The leaders of the Council of Justice had spoken. It was time to create chaos. The situation descended into utter chaos. Gradually, extraordinary beings began to fall. The three surrounded nobles were bewildered, wondering how true fire had been unleashed. They attempted at first to stop their subordinates, but the sound of explosions unfortunately drowned out their commands. Soon they were unfortunately dragged into the range of the battle. The materialization Esper clearly aimed to kill the three nobles who were venting their anger recklessly. Then the flames were fanned by the energy waves from the battle and regrettably spread to the area where the three nobles were located. The telekinesis Esper saw his companion make a move against the three nobles. Without hesitation, he launched an invisible telekinetic attack towards the three nobles. Davis beside the gambling table was also stunned, wondering how the situation had suddenly spiraled out of control. Davis silently surveyed the scene. He only wanted to watch a good show, but unexpectedly this show was thrilling. The three gambling experts were not holding back their strength. The 6 extraordinary bodyguards were retaliating frantically. The casino security personnel charged in and immediately initiated their attacks. Those who were forming energy shields also notified their 3 foolish noble family members. Loren, glowing all over, was also present. Wait. Does this guy want to advance in such a chaotic situation? He truly is a madman from the nature sect. Are all followers of the divine favored this reckless? It's too absurd. Davis quietly stood up from his chair, wanting to leave this place. Since the mining shares had already been won, he could exit. As for his simple and crude plan, it was no longer important. This place was filled with strangeness. Just as he took 2 steps, he was accidentally engulfed by a wave of flames. He waved his hand to disperse the fire and shook his head, still preparing to leave. After taking 2 more steps, a large-scale telekinetic attack accidentally enveloped him. After silently enduring this telekinetic strike, his expression darkened as he continued to leave. After taking another 2 steps, an explosive projectile that was about to detonate was knocked away and rolled to his feet. Boom! As the explosive flames dissipated, his singed hair and blackened face reflected his silence as he continued to make his way out of the gambling city. In the midst of this chaos, a noble's extraordinary bodyguard, overwhelmed by stress and bloodlust, accidentally spotted the disfigured Davis. This bloodthirsty extraordinary bodyguard did not recognize the head of the energy department and launched a fierce attack on Davis. Bang! This was the sound of the extraordinary bodyguard's body being crushed. As a 6th-tier extraordinary being, Davis angrily ended the life of his assailant. Is this never-ending? Openly attacking the head of the energy department. You are provoking the authority of the energy department. He held back his anger. Having been repeatedly attacked, he finally became furious. He quietly took out his communicator. Help! I have been attacked. The bodyguards of the 3 major families and other personnel are openly attacking me. Chief Davis, please await reinforcements. The Special Situation Response Team has already set out. Davis replied with it as soon as possible before putting away the communicator and rushing towards the extraordinary bodyguards. He had no intention of leaving now. Daring to attack me amidst this chaos, forget about your 30 mining shares, 3 major families. You are in serious trouble. The truth of the matter no longer mattered, as Davis keenly sensed. He could use this opportunity to legitimately swallow the shares of the 3 major families. The other party had provoked the bottom line of the energy department by attacking a department head who managed mining rights. For Davis Feller, this was quite the achievement. Thus he also joined the battle amidst the chaos. Let's create a scene. Who fears who? Even when facing the nature sect, our energy department has never backed down. Soon, amidst the indiscriminate chaos in the hall, the ceiling began to collapse. The second-floor shopping mall also fell down. Dust and debris filled the air. The extraordinary beings engaged in combat were simultaneously dodging falling debris while launching indiscriminate attacks on others. Next, the extraordinary beings from the shops in the mall were also forced to join the melee. A fourth force had joined. Seeing that the time was nearly right, Loren leisurely stood up from his chair and shouted into the dust-filled air, "Who? Can't you see I am in the process of advancing? Who seeks death?" Then Loren also boldly entered the fray, assuming the identity of an innocent bystander caught up in the battle. The true chaos has arrived. A pair of vast obsidian wings unfurled behind Loren and a black and gold revolver materialized in his hand. A manic grin twisted across his face as he unleashed torrents of energy bullets into the swirling dust. Bang! Bang! Countless energy rounds tore into the haze, striking indiscriminately at other transcendent beings. To fully immerse himself in this frenzy, Loren had deliberately cranked the destructive yield of his energy bullets to max. Each bullet detonated instantly upon impact, explosions rivaling artillery shells, sending fresh shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Transcendent beings struck by those rounds saw their defensive barriers ripped apart, their bodies consumed whole by the concussive blasts. Chaos deepened. "Come on, attack me with everything you've got. Let me witness the full measure of your power." Loren roared with wild, arrogant laughter. Then with a single subtle beat of his obsidian wings, Loren shot forward, vanishing into the billowing smoke that veiled the arena. His wings shimmered faintly, pulsing with latent radiance. Glowing with the luminous aura of ascension, Loren reappeared abruptly, brazenly, at the very heart of the battlefield. He raised a finger, pointed it toward the transcendent beings who now fixed their gaze upon him, and provocatively beckoned them closer. His sheer audacity naturally drew the attention of most transcendent beings present. Instantly, an onslaught of indiscriminate attacks surged toward him. No one knew which faction Loren belonged to, so long as he wasn't allied with theirs he was fair game. In such brutal melee, allegiance mattered little. Attack frequency was paramount. Attack was defense. Who could say whether this newly ascended being might turn on them the moment his focus shifted? This was the unspoken consensus among the transcendent beings inside the arena, clearly under the widespread influence of misfortune and the mounting pressure of combat their rational faculties were fraying. Accompanying the barrage of assaults came furious cathartic curses, testament to the immense psychological strain they now... "Boy! You're courting death. Die, you arrogant wretch. Want to die? Then consider it done." From these thunderous cries flung alongside every attack, it was evident the transcendent beings had all plunged headlong into a feverish, inescapable battle trance. After evading some unseen assault, many transcendent beings instinctively lashed out at Loren, the radiant luminous figure standing defiantly at the center of the storm. He was simply too conspicuous to ignore. His ascendant glow combined with his deliberate provocation at the battlefield's epicenter had achieved exactly what he intended. He had willfully cast himself into mortal peril. Each incoming strike carried lethal force. Only the strongest among the combatants still possessed the presence of mind and the power to target him mid-battle. Facing those deadly assaults, Loren dodged and fired in rapid succession, energy bullets streaking outward in all directions across the battlefield. Not enough. Still not enough. Your aim is abysmal. Do you have no eyes? You fools. Ha ha ha. Loren reignited his taunts. In the blink of an eye he became a colossal lodestone, drawing an unrelenting torrent of attacks from every quarter. These assaults erupted from all angles, diverse in form, radiant with lethal intent, dazzling the senses. First came a searing orb of flame blazing like a miniature sun, radiating unbearable heat and blinding light. The fire coalesced swiftly into a colossal incandescent sphere, roaring toward Loren with terrifying velocity. Simultaneously, an invisible wave of psychic force surged forth, a torrential flood moving with staggering speed. Though intangible and unseen, its power was sufficient to rend steel and obliterate all before it. Next, a razor-sharp blade of water slashed through space like lightning, glowing cerulean, serene yet lethally precise. Beside it, a jagged bolt of silver lightning writhed like a serpent, leaping erratically through the air, discharging immense energy. Water blade and lightning intertwined, weaving an impenetrable net designed to ensnare Loren. Moreover, a vortex composed purely of raw energy materialized, hurtling toward him with predatory intent. This vortex spun with monstrous ferocity, like a colossal meat grinder, sucking in surrounding air with violent turbulence. Its gravitational pull felt like being drawn toward an infinite, lightless abyss. Even more terrifying were the mechanized bombs, already primed to detonate, hurtling through the air like meteors locked directly onto Loren. At close range, their explosions would unleash cataclysmic devastation. Additionally, waves of martial energy surged forth from the martial cultivators. Those energy surges crashed forward like towering tidal waves, each crest higher than the last, bearing down upon Loren with overwhelming, mountain-toppling force. Finally came the esoteric techniques of auxiliary path transcendent beings. Some induced instant slumber, others sapped physical strength, still others dulled the very essence of the soul. Amidst this symphony of overwhelming force, subtle stealthy energy strikes slithered forth, like venomous serpents concealed in shadow, silent and lethal. Even Davis File, as no one watched, quietly discharged a focused energy pulse from his palm, aimed squarely at Loren. Confronted by this deluge of lethal energies, Loren finally tasted the acrid tang of imminent death. "Raven, unleash your full power," he cried inwardly. Instantly he channeled every ounce of his energy into desperate evasion, his form flickering ceaselessly amid the storm of attacks, leaving behind ghostly afterimages. Meanwhile, Raven frantically layered fortune upon Loren, then prepared to assist him in evading each strike. Those black wings were, after all, its own, intelligent and intimately attuned to its will. Help! Why did I get saddled with this master? Silence, foolbird, assist in battle. Thus Master and Raven bickered even as they coordinated, meeting the lethal onslaught heed. Fortunately, these attacks originated from disparate factions. Though individually fatal, most attackers acted without coordination, granting Loren the narrowest sliver of opportunity to survive. Like a nimble circus acrobat, Loren darted through the air, his obsidian wings guiding every motion, with astonishing grace and agility. He bent low, dodging the searing fireball, flickered sideways, escaping the psychic deluge, then vaulted clear, breaking free from the interwoven net of water and lightning. Against the most potent vortex he thrust his wings downward in a powerful beat, vanishing from its gravitational grip in an instant. The mechanized bombs proved easiest to counter. Another wing beat summoned a gale force wind, scattering them harmlessly away. As for the martial cultivators' energy waves, Loren preemptively detonated them with well-placed shots. At range they were laughable, only dangerous up close. Next came the esoteric techniques, sinister and unpredictable. Loren deftly redirected them toward the massive energy vortex. With too many threats converging, he chose to weaponize the strongest attack itself. Once the vortex devoured the arcane techniques, Loren spread his wings wide and soared beyond its pull once more. Finally, the most covert energy strikes, he absorbed them, Hedon wrapping his body tightly in his obsidian wings to endure the impacts. Beyond their stealth, those strikes held no distinction, pathetically weak in raw power. Having narrowly evaded them, the remaining assault slammed with cataclysmic force into the walls of the first-floor hall. At last, the ill-fated opulent hotel estate, buffeted by relentless transcendent fury, shattered and collapsed into ruins.